in a luxurious great hall filled with countless nobles attending. A boy was also placed on a table, and in front of him were 4 different weapons. Today was an exceptionally special day for the boy, because the weapon he chose next would determine the future path he would take. And under the expectant and curious gazes of everyone, the boy slowly moved toward the 4 weapons. But what no one could have anticipated was that as he approached, all 4 weapons simultaneously emitted a blinding light, causing his parents to look at each other in bewilderment. Very quickly, however, everyone had their answer, because this proved that the boy before them was a genius. A true superlative genius who could follow any path, and the boy himself understood this well, for he carried memories from his previous life. To tell this story, we must go back some time. On some battlefield, a thought echoed, I once believed that someone like me, with awakened and blossoming talent, stepping onto the battlefield could begin a new life. And in that new life I could build a family, something I deeply longed for, but I was mistaken. Now, amid the desolation, a voice of admiration rang out, how tenacious. It's been a long time since anyone made me swing my sword more than 10 times. Are you the famous Argrick, the talent who blossomed on the battlefield? At that moment, in his view stood a young warrior, but currently his left arm had been severed, while he himself was panting with each breath from blood loss and exhaustion. Hearing the words of the man opposite him, Argrick thought inwardly, he knew me. I never expected to be glad about this. Thinking that, Argrick forced himself to prop up his sword, looked up to regard his opponent and greeted, ha ha, it is an honor to be recognized by you, Duke Thermion. This young warrior belongs to the Drenic Empire. And before him, Duke Thermion, seeing that the young man knew his name, his eyes flickered with some surprise and he asked, ah, you know my name. Yes, who hasn't heard of your reputation? One of the 6 hexagonal knights of the Althian Empire. A single day on this battlefield was enough for me to feel the weight of the black tide. This uncle comes from the Althian Empire, Duke Bout Thermion. Turning back to him, hearing Argrick speak thus, he truly felt some admiration for the young warrior. So even knowing who I am, you still chose to face me. It's a pity to end such a talent prematurely. Tell me, do you wish to surrender? He offered Argrick a chance. But in response to this golden opportunity, Argrick merely glanced aside and shook his head. It's obvious I was born on the battlefield, so I will die here. Saying that, Argrick lifted the sword stuck in the ground and swung it hard, causing the air to tremble violently. The gust was so strong that it blew all nearby objects away, leaving an empty expanse of ground around them. Turning back to Thermion, looking at Argrick's face now, he said quietly, although you say that, I can still see the regret in your eyes. You would have been a formidable rival had you lived a little longer. However, if this is your wish, then I hope in your next life you will be able to let go of those regrets. As he spoke, he began to cloak his sword in an aura, and charged directly at the young warrior. Thus, after a few sword strokes, the outcome of the battle was decided. My mother was a young widow, a refugee of war. She left me in this chaotic world when I was still small, then drew her last breath. Everyone knows what happens to an orphaned child. At that time, Argrick led a wandering life on the battlefield, a lonely existence merely to survive. He would do whatever it took to live. At 14, Argrick was sent to his first battlefield, and there his talent awakened. The mana core in his heart heightened movement and senses to an unprecedented level. At that time, a superior told Argrick, Commander Argrick, I intend to recommend you for the upcoming special knight appointment. With your talent, joining the 5 hexagonal knights of the Empire would no longer be impossible. Hearing his superior say this, Argrick couldn't help but smile. After surpassing 3 mana cores to become a quad core with 4 mana cores, I finally received the long-awaited opportunity. After this war, I could find peace in this weary life. At last I was about to have everything, until that man appeared, and with a single swing of his sword, Thermion easily shattered Argrick's sword, and then his blade pierced through Argrick's chest. What a pity, I wanted to rise higher, I wanted a family. He thought to himself, before his body was blown backward like a cannonball. And so Argrick's dream was tragically crushed. I thought that was the end. But after his vision went completely black, Argrick suddenly heard a tender voice. Oh, our little Dane is awake, ha ha, such a good boy, not crying at all. How clear and beautiful these eyes are. This child is truly a gift from God to us. A beautiful woman with blonde hair gently touched the small hand before her and spoke affectionately, while the man beside her wore a similar expression. Ha ha, the boy truly is a great gift from God. He laughed, and only then did Argrick realize his situation. What? A child? What are they saying? His face showed utter confusion as he waved his hands frantically. Sensing his fear, the man smiled, reached out, picked him up before himself and spoke. Dane, you must become a great merchant and follow in my footsteps. I am your father, this man is Arkan Saugers. However, upon hearing this, Lady Lily Saugers immediately snatched baby Dane from his arms and cried out, What are you saying? Dane will become a superb assassin. Hearing his wife, Arkin's face grew embarrassed. "My dear, come on, how could you let the youngest become an assassin? That's terrible. If he's a man, he must use a spear. Using a spear is the most perfect and beautiful martial art," Arkin said with a touch of fantasy on his face. However, Lady Lily immediately brushed that idea aside. "I told you, being an assassin is better than being a merchant. The boy can hide in the shadows to assassinate targets without being noticed. That's cooler," she shouted. In summary, "That's right, I thought that was the end. But I was reborn. Not only that, I was reborn in the Althian Empire. My enemy is the youngest son of a count, and recently my new parents have been arguing heatedly about my future. Surely because I was born late, they want me to inherit their legacy even more," Dane thought to himself. Returning to the young couple after an argument that reached no conclusion, Arkin had to say, "Then let's do this, we'll teach him both." "Certainly Dane will definitely become an assassin," Madame Lily laughed. "Dane become a merchant. Merchants are the best," Uncle Arkin coaxed. "The boy will become an assassin," Madame Lily reiterated. And while they were still bickering, the coachman in front turned and reminded them, "Sir, we've arrived." Hearing this, Arkin was a little startled. He hadn't realized time had passed so quickly. "What? We're here already." "Now Lily, hold my hand." "Oh dear, what if people in the city see us?" the lady said, embarrassed. "Come on, I just want to hold my wife's hand. What's wrong with that?" "All right, be careful, be careful." As he said this, he reached out to help his wife down, causing Dane in Madame Lily's arms to be flooded with second-hand embarrassment. Really eye-paining, he thought. Then, after scanning the surroundings with his eyes, Dane's eyes couldn't hide his excitement. "Oh my, it seems Dane is very happy to be home. Look how joyful the boy is." "Indeed, if this is my home, it'll be even easier for my talent to flourish," he thought with a smile at the prospect of a new beginning. Time flew by, and 2 months later. At this point, little Dane began to babble a few words, making Madame Lily overjoyed. "Oh my Dane is starting to babble." In response, the protagonist's mouth kept chattering like a jumping shrimp. And actually for him, this experience was somewhat novel. "So I'm babbling now. This is indeed a new experience. Because during the time wandering on distant battlefields, I rarely interacted with children. The few children I met were injured, had to be bandaged, and cried with nowhere to go. Many children mourned their parents and then slowly starved and disappeared. Compared to that, the Sagar's household is wealthy and fortunate. I won't starve here," the protagonist thought happily, having been reincarnated into an easy mode rather than hell mode. Just then his old man, Count Sagars, burst in through the door. "Haha, Dane, look at this. This is a spear. What do you think, Dane? Long and beautiful, isn't it?" Uncle boasted excitedly, seeming eager to implant merchant ideas into Dane's head while he's still small. And faced with his display, Dane could only force a smile. "This man is my father, the kingdom's strongest level 6 merchant. Arkin Sagars. He looks gentle, but he's a heroic warrior known as the Azure Tempest." As for Madame Lily, seeing her husband bring a weapon in to show off to their newborn, she angrily snatched the spear and scolded, "Really? How can you bring something sharp into our son's room?" In response, Arkin's attitude went weak. I only wanted to show Dane." "I told you not to do that. If you keep it up, I'll teach the child basic stealth techniques from an early age," Madame Lily said coldly, making her husband break out in a sweat. Madame Lily was once the kingdom's greatest assassin. Back to Arkin, though a bit afraid of his wife, the uncle still had to puff himself up and say, "Come on, everyone's like this now. Even famous magical families place staves beside their newborns from birth." "A spear compared to a staff, ah, such a sharp spear," Madame Lily shouted, causing their son, who witnessed the scene, to only sigh like a little old man. Truly a harmonious family. Saying this, Dane became aware of his situation. The reason they cared so much about his future was that his 2 older sisters had both chosen paths unrelated to merchant arts or assassination. Time passed quickly. At this moment, Dane was being visited by his 2 elder sisters. "Look, Dane, if you do that your cheeks will puff up," the girl in the red dress said as she did something that made Dane's cheeks swell. After finishing, the sister was overjoyed. "Look at Dane, so cute. Oh my cheeks." Dane shouted inwardly, clenching both fists in frustration but unable to do anything. Seeing his sister in the red dress, Dane quickly remembered who she was. Arabella Sagars, gifted in magic. Arabella followed the path of magic from a young age. At 12, she was already a 3rd-rank mage, with the highest mage tier being 9. She was a prodigy to reach the entry-level rank at that age. Thinking this, Arabella poked Dane's cheek and coaxed, "Dane, do you want to learn magic with me later? I'm bored of studying alone every day." "Hey, don't tease me," Dane snapped inwardly. Meanwhile, the other sister spoke up. "Summoning is good too." Hearing this, Dane glanced at the sister in green and pondered. "Claire Sagars. Claire is a skilled summoner. She learned to summon at 7 and can now control 2 summoned creatures at once. At first I thought she didn't like me, but it seemed more like jealousy at having a sibling. she's become less distant toward me than before. At this moment, according to Dane's view, Claire timidly touched his nose with her index finger, then quickly withdrew her hand. Then Claire gave Arabella a puzzled look. Why is it so soft? Right, heh heh, Arabella joined in. Next, Claire playfully turned to her little brother and said, Dane, if you also have a summoning talent, it would be great. I'll teach you later, she said with a smile. Faced with these offers, Dane could only force a smile inwardly. Ha ha, everyone wants to teach me their talents. My father is a level 6 merchant. My mother is a former assassin who once attempted to kill the king. My eldest sister is a genius maid, while my second sister is also a prodigious summoner. The noble Sagars family is indeed a perfect aristocratic family, the ideal family I had once imagined. So what meaning is revenge in this life? Although my death was tragic, it happened on the battlefield. Saying I'll avenge those who defeated me is ridiculous, Dane thought despondently. It seemed he decided to set aside thoughts of vengeance for now. Back to the matter at hand, soon he was awakened by the arguing ahead. Merchant arts, choose the spear, Awakens shouted. Stealth and assassination are more useful, Madame Lily reminded. At the same time, Arabella and Claire also chimed in. No, magic is the trend now. Summoning is good too. Seeing them debate his future, Dane sat quietly and couldn't help but smile gently. I've always wished for a home. I'm lucky to have been born here. Thinking this, the quarrel grew louder and gave him a headache. A truly harmonious family, isn't it? Dane wondered to himself. Speaking of the Sagars family, they have a very special rite called the choosing ceremony. When a child in the family turns 1, many objects are placed on the table before them. People will predict the child's future based on the item they choose. And today is Dane's first birthday. Today is young Master Dane's first birthday, isn't it? Someone said, and the person beside them exclaimed, Young Master is already 1. Time flies. The young ladies have become summoners and mages, right? I wonder what young Master Dane will choose, everyone said curiously. We'll know after the ceremony. Now hurry inside, and Uncle laughed. Next, inside the great hall, everyone quickly gathered to wait and see which item Dane would choose. At this moment, the little master was placed on the table, and before him were 4 items representing the 4 directions. From left to right, a spear, a golden plate, a small pouch, and a short saber. Seeing these items, the honored guests nearby murmured, Oh, the young ladies brought their items too. Oh my, so cute. When did they get so big? Turning to Lily, she whispered to Dane, Dane, just pick whatever you like. Hearing his mother, the hero's gaze grew thoughtful. Sigh, what should I do? Surely everyone hopes I'll pick their item. Over here, Count Awakens looked at his son with a smile as if certain of victory. The kid will be drawn to the dragon tip spear. The dragon tip is a spearhead made from the rare ore Dukrin. When infused with mana, it becomes heavy and as sharp as its wielder's mana, a mystical magic spear. This is the spear I've used my whole life. Pick your father's spear, Dane, Awakens thought. Meanwhile, Madame Lily had clasped her hands in prayer. The boy's too handsome to be an assassin, but he'll still pick the dagger. The dagger Madame placed on the table was called Black Fang, forged from ore Ethrin, which gathers all elements of the world and can contain and combine many different poisons. Over here, Arabella stared at her brother with a confident smile. Dane will surely become a great mage. He'll follow me to the academy one day. The item she placed on the table was a subspace pouch, an object usable only by mages or those with magical talent. Pick my pouch, little one, Arabella urged inwardly. Meanwhile, Claire was a bit shy. If Dane knows summoning, I'll take him flying on a dragon's back with me. That's my dream for you, little brother, Claire whispered. The item she placed before Lily was a summoning seal, the summoner's seal. Summoners use this seal and receive grants according to their talent, using it to call their summoned creatures. Back to Dane, in his spirit he could of course see and feel his family's expectant gazes, and the more he looked the more pressure made him break out in a sweat. Oh no, why do I feel like I can hear all their thoughts? Thinking this, the little old man sighed heavily from the troublesome pressure, but couldn't avoid it. Which item should I take? Right, I'll just watch everyone's expressions and choose. As he thought this, he crawled forward, deciding to leave his future to other people's reactions. Seeing him start to move, the group grew excited. Oh, the boy is choosing. That's right, Dane, pick what you want. If possible, choose something long and sturdy, Awakens shouted, only to be immediately interrupted by Madame Lily. No, the short and sharp one is the beautiful choice, dear. That pouch is my favorite. I remember showing it to you, right? Dane, go summon with me. Tempting voices began to ring out, giving our little lord a headache. Already feeling pressured before choosing, when Dane approached the 4 items, something inexplicable happened. All 4 emitted a brilliant radiance. It left his face dazed for several seconds. Huh, what's happening? Wait. In the back, the young couple also didn't understand what was happening. What's going on? Madame Lily asked. I don't know either, Arkin shook his head. Over here, the guests nearby grew more excited at the sight. Did you see that? All 4 items are reacting. Oh my, how can this be? It seems the young master is a versatile genius, someone said. Dane visibly beamed. Ha ha, I was skilled on the battlefield, but this life is on another level. Turning back to Sister Arabella, faced with this situation, she could only ask her father, Father, what do we do? Nothing like this has happened before, right? I can't believe it, Arkin replied. Then the young couple looked at each other and agreed. Then the 4 of us will all teach the boy. Hearing this, the 2 sisters stared blankly at their parents. All of us. In front, Dane burst into a joyful laugh. Time passed quickly. 6 years later, during some training session, the sounds of weapons clashing rang out continuously. And now Dane was sparring with his father Arkin, watching his son fend off his attacks. Arkin was pleased. Well done, Dane. You have fully mastered the techniques I taught you. Thank you, father, Dane hurriedly replied. Seeing this, the uncle ruffled his head and laughed heartily. Good, very good, truly my son. At the same time, from afar a man dressed like a steward carried a spear and announced, Sir, I have brought it. All right, perfect timing, Arkin shouted as if remembering something, while Dane had no idea and asked, Father, what is this? That's right, this is your birthday gift. I intended to give it to you at your birthday feast, but I wanted to give it early to you. Here, take it. I've prepared this for 2 years. It was crafted by a famous artisan in the capital. Early happy birthday. As he spoke, Arkin handed the spear to the protagonist with a very joyful smile. Seeing his new weapon, the protagonist tossed his old spear aside. He hurried to examine his birthday gift. Thank you, father, I will use it well, he promised. Only after inspecting the spear closely did he realize how wonderful it was, truly magnificent. The black shaft combined with the silver spearhead was exquisitely matched. It's also light, Dane marveled inwardly while Arkin asked how he liked it. So do you like it? Yes, I like it very much. Dane smiled. That's good, I had them make it to fit your build, so use it until you're accustomed to it. Hearing his father, Dane grinned and waved the spear nonstop. While he was still elated, Arkin suddenly asked, Dane, do you remember the difference between a spear and a sword? Hearing the question, the youngster paused, thought a moment, and replied, Well, the spear's length keeps opponents at bay, and its smaller contact area increases attack effectiveness. Hearing the answer, Arkin nodded in affirmation. Correct. But at a certain level it becomes harder than using a sword. That's the basic issue with a spear. You must maintain a minimum distance to attack. But don't worry, every weapon has its strengths. Even the sword, regarded as perfect, can be disadvantaged in some situations. Yes, I remember, the boy nodded. Then, since you have a new spear, I'll show you something interesting. Saying this, Arkin began to spin his spear like a propeller. A gust of wind pressure spread outward. It turned out to be the mana of a level 6 spearman. Even the mana my father emitted was overwhelming, Dane thought to himself. Then in his gaze, Arkin suddenly closed his eyes. He turned, stepped 1 foot forward, and then gripped the spear tightly with both hands, and thrust it forward with great force. At the spearhead, the air twisted into a vortex, leaving the protagonist gaping. Incredible, just thrusting the spear forward. He looked back at Arkin. Then Arkin retracted his spear and explained, The reason the space here was distorted is that I released the mana in my body and thrust the spear simultaneously. This is a core attribute optimization technique, concentrating mana at one point. Hearing him, Dane added, Yes, I've heard my sisters say I can surpass my physical limits. As the number of cores increases, those limits expand. Saying that, Dane recalled that in his previous life he once had 4 cores. Across from him, unaware of Dane's thoughts, Uncle Arkin boasted, Indeed, you learn quickly. Father has 6 mana cores. 6? Dane exclaimed in surprise, but reassured himself that if he hadn't died he'd surely have reached that level. Turning to Arkin, who patted Dane's shoulder and said, Why don't you try using your new spear? Relax your mind, forget what you're thinking, and just thrust the spear forward. Yes, Dane replied, then followed his father's instruction. He assumed a thrusting stance, idly thinking, In my previous life, after recognizing my sword talent, I lost interest in the spear and only kept it as a backup. Now time to give it my all. As he thought that, he squeezed his eyes shut to focus his spirit. Seeing his posture, Arkin was pleased and thought, the stance is quite proper. It took me 7 years to master this technique, but with Dane's talent, who knows how quickly he'll manage it. Just as he thought this, Arkin's eyes suddenly widened. Because, in his sight, the moment Dane thrust the spear forward, cracks appeared in the space like glass about to shatter. Dane, how did you do that? Haha, I'm truly astonished, Uncle said with a laugh. Dane didn't hide anything and spoke his thoughts plainly. When I thrust the spear, I concentrated mana at a point and transmitted it into the spearhead. When the mana touched the spearhead, I cut off the flow. Hearing his son, Uncle grew even more amazed. Wait, you transmitted mana into the spear and then cut off the flow? Dane, have you created a mana core? Yes, while reading a book on creating mana cores, I tried practicing and luckily succeeded, he bragged, though with knowledge from his previous life, creating a mana core wasn't too difficult. In fact, I created it while breathing mana. As for Arkin, he craned his neck in disbelief, creating a mana core from reading. Indeed, our family has produced a genius. I've sensed it since he was small, and now I can be certain. Dane, one day you'll become an outstanding warrior. You'll surprise your father even more later, Dane thought to himself with a smile, while Arkin felt some worry. Will my son truly become a summoner, an assassin, a spearman, or a mage? Time passed quickly. Now Dane's 7th birthday party, the youngest of the Saugers family, was underway. The banquet was filled with honored guests from various noble families. And at this moment, the man who once took Dane to sell salt in his past life was also present. Ha ha, long time no see. Hearing the familiar voice, Arkin turned back with a smile and said, Duke Bout, how have you been lately? Oh my, no need to be so formal, just speak normally, the uncle waved his hand. Bout Thermion, the greatest house of the Althian Empire, head of the Thermion family. Thermion turned toward Arkin. At this, the uncle hurried over to Bout and whispered, many people are watching us, I'll act normal in a bit. Do as you please, Bout chuckled, then asked, where's that brat? Hearing this, Arkin called his heir, Dane, come here and greet Duke Bout. Duke Bout, I didn't expect to meet you here. Dane muttered inwardly, thinking of the face of the man who defeated him in his previous life. Then, when he was brought before Bout, the uncle nodded and said, so it's this kid, Dane, the son you always brag about. In response, Dane calmly greeted, my name is Dane Saugers. Although outwardly polite, he felt some irritation inside. He couldn't help being angry at seeing that man. It's an honor to meet you, Duke Thermion, Dane said, bowing slightly in a polite greeting. Seeing this, Uncle Bout laughed heartily. Your son is well behaved. Seems the boy never gives you trouble. So he's learned spearmanship like you, has he? Indeed, Arkin admitted. At the same time, a little girl stepped forward to the group and greeted politely. Greetings, Baron Saugers. My name is Layla Thermion. It's an honor to meet you. This red-haired girl was Layla Thermion, the youngest daughter of Duke Thermion. Setting that aside, after calling the two children to greet them, the two fathers sent them off. Then, as if remembering something, Arkin asked, how is your lady lately? Bout's face fell and he said, I've tried everything, but there's been no progress. You've done your best, she will surely get better, Arkin offered in consolation, though Uncle Bout knew this was merely comforting words. He also warned, if you suddenly don't see me around, please understand. I'll have used magic to return quickly to the capital. Where's that boy Dane? The uncle asked, scanning the surroundings, and generously praised the protagonist. That kid is quite sharp. I wanted to talk with him a bit more. I don't know either, I don't see little Layla, Arkin replied. Just then, when Duke Bout glanced out the window, he noticed that, without his realizing when, the two children had slipped out into the garden and were smiling. It seemed the two were bored with the party. Speaking of Layla, while strolling in the garden with Dane, she suddenly smiled and said frankly, actually, I don't like following my father everywhere, but I'm glad I came with him today. After speaking, she stared at Dane thoughtfully. Under the moonlight, he looks even more handsome. On the other side, Dane smiled at her words and replied, that's great. Our domain is a very beautiful and peaceful place, he said with a smile. But his answer seemed to trigger some unpleasant memories for Layla. It's true, there are always matters at Thermion. Nobles come to see my father every day, and sometimes even the royal family appears. Each time that happens, I have to go greet them. I hate it. I prefer simple clothes and sword fighting, Layla said wearily. Constant noble formalities had worn her out. Dane didn't pay much attention to that. What caught his interest was Layla's hobby. Oh ho, so she uses a sword too, the boy exclaimed inwardly in surprise. Back to Layla, feeling a bit odd about herself, she turned and asked, what about you? I like both places. It's not as lively as the capital, but I look forward to spear training every day, Dane said, which surprised Layla. A spear, she blurted. But after remembering Dane's status, she quickly realized, oh right, I forgot the Baron Saugers is the Blue Tempest. I've heard my father speak of his skill. Pausing slightly, Layla asked Dane, so you want to enter the academy? In response, Dane merely shook his head. No, I don't train for that reason. Then why? Isn't training meant to get into the academy? It's hard to be admitted, Layla hurriedly said. At this, Dane scratched his cheek awkwardly and answered, well, I train so that when I get there, I can do better. Layla was genuinely surprised for a few seconds. But what if you fail? Then I'll try again, Dane shrugged. If I still fail, I'll take it as a sign that path isn't for me. He scratched his head as he replied, and his casual attitude made Layla worry for him. I don't believe that. Aren't you afraid of letting your family down? Not really, Dane mumbled. Hearing this, Layla felt a pang of longing and envy. Our family views failure as shameful. Anyway, forget I said that. She waved her hand. Seeing her lecture like an old man made Dane feel pressured too. Sigh, I didn't know noble families worried about such things. After thinking it over, Dane sighed and asked, why are you like that? You seem so skilled. Hearing this from Dane, Layla's eyes lit with joy and she hurriedly asked, really? Could you watch my sword technique? Your sword technique? Dane asked in surprise. Yes, Layla replied with a smile. Seeing her eager expression, though reluctant, Dane agreed. All right then, but only for a bit. Layla, unable to contain her excitement at his agreement, immediately asked, great, where is your training ground? Follow me. It'll be fine for a little while, right? She wondered to herself. Time passed quickly and the scene shifted to the training yard where he usually practiced with his father. Now with a sword in her hand, Layla began demonstrating her techniques for Dane, showcasing each strike and forceful maneuver. Even a prodigy like him nodded in recognition after watching. Wow, she transitions between attack and defense fluidly and her timing is spot on. But after a while the rhythm became somewhat chaotic. Dane stroked his chin, thinking with a slightly puzzled look. Meanwhile, Layla, who hadn't even rested after performing, hurriedly asked Dane, well, amazing, it's really a sight to behold. Dane added another compliment, truly. Layla beamed and asked, and seeing her expectant face, Dane felt a bit awkward and thought to himself, maybe I should tell her. Having decided, Dane offered a critique. Yes, but starting from the third stance, you seem to be a half step too far. As I recall in the other stances that's the case, you're often half a step ahead of where you were before, so the following strikes are slightly offline. The more Dane spoke, the wider Layla's eyes grew. Ultimately, she was frozen solid by Dane's words. Was I too blunt? Dane wondered, then awkwardly said, sorry if I upset you, it's been a long time since I've seen swordsmanship like that. Turning back to Layla as if Dane's remarks had wounded her pride, she resolved to prove him wrong. Fine, is that so? I haven't shown everything yet, she thought, clenching herself and resuming her swordplay. Until her foot caught and she stumbled. Losing momentum, she crashed into Dane in a tight hug. Thank you so much, Dane, you really have a keen eye. You spotted my mistake all this time, thank you, I'll remember that, she said, rubbing her cheek against Dane's. This left the young man extremely flustered. You're smothering me also, could you put that sword away? Dane hurriedly pushed her back. Oh dear, sorry. Layla cried out, then looked at Dane with delight and spontaneously hugged him again. Dane straightened his clothes as he spoke. At the same time, as if their disappearance had worried the servants, calls of search rang out. Young Master Dane, where are you? Miss Layla. Hearing this, Layla snapped back to attention and turned around. It seems they're looking for us, shall we go back? Dane replied. And when the servants emerged and saw them, they breathed a sigh of relief. Oh, you too, where did you go? We were looking for you. Cut to the main banquet hall. The most important part of the celebration was about to begin as Lady Lily handed him a small wooden box and said, Happy 7th birthday and congratulations on obtaining your first mana core. Thank you, parents, Dane replied softly. And when he opened the gift Lady Lily had given, he was slightly surprised. It's an insignia pin, the kind the sisters always show off. And beside him, Lady Lily smiled and said, Keep it safe, Dane. This pin will be a testament to your honor and status. No sooner had she finished than the guests around them nodded in agreement. Congratulations, happy birthday, young Master Dane. The youngest has finally been recognized as one of the Saugers. You will grow into someone as talented as the Baron. Hearing these words, Dane unconsciously smiled. It was the first time so many people had praised him like this, he thought happily. However, at that moment, the entire hall suddenly shook violently, as if an earthquake were occurring. What's that sound? Damn, an intruder, people murmured in panic. Meanwhile, seeing the disturbance, Dane quickly looked toward his father, who, as if expecting this, helplessly said, Stay calm, no need to panic. Not again, we thought we'd have peace today. Can you guess who it is, Dane? Lady Lily said with amusement. As if remembering something, Dane's eyes widened. Impossible, he thought. Very quickly, a blinding beam of light appeared on the banquet hall ceiling, causing the nobles below to recoil in alarm. What is that? Someone shouted. And within that light, a red figure leapt out. Check the time. My sister isn't late, is she? Arabella said with a smile. Seeing her appearance, the surrounding guests widened their eyes. That's Miss Arabella. Is that so? Did the miss just use teleportation? Wow, I heard you need at least level 5 to open a small teleport gate. Our miss is truly a prodigy. Voices of admiration rose. Poor Dane, he disliked such commotion. She's as showy as ever, Dane thought with a headache, but it wasn't over yet. Very quickly outside, a terrible scream rang out. Looking through the window, the girls' faces went pale. there's a monster in the sky. Oh my, it's a wyvern, this time it's Miss Claire. Someone shouted on, recognizing the familiar silhouette, and by their gaze Claire rode in on a drake flying toward them. Seems like I'm a bit late, Claire muttered. She quickly landed and entered the great hall, watching her back. People whispered among themselves, they've said she's a summoner prodigy, but to control a wyvern, that's astonishing. Isn't she only 16? Not paying heed to the chatter, Arabella turned to greet Claire as she came in. You're here? Yes, ma'am. Claire replied, then both of them turned to Dane. Dane, happy birthday to you. Wishing you a joyful birthday, Dane. Me too, they said, and both girls produced gifts for Dane. Taken aback by the sudden appearance, Dane was a little flustered. Thank you both for coming to celebrate my birthday. Of course we'd come. Now open your gift, Arabella said with a smile. I'm sure you'll like it. Meanwhile, Uncle Arkin was so moved to see his two daughters that tears welled up. They only gave him a birthday letter, yet they prepared a gift for their youngest, he said in mock grievance, making his wife chuckle. Back to Dane. Upon opening Arabella's gift, he found a ring. At once Dane noticed something odd. Sis, isn't this a space pouch? He asked, looking at Arabella in puzzlement. Because of its unusual shape, Arabella replied proudly, exactly, I designed it myself. High-level spatial magic is applied, though my professor completed the crafting. Is that so? Dane sincerely thanked her, knowing how difficult it is to inscribe spatial magic onto an item, but harder still is designing a vessel that can withstand such inscriptions. The more he thought, the more he felt his extraordinary sister might be overly talented. Unaware of Dane's thoughts, Arabella quickly took the ring and offered, give me your hand so I can put it on. Just so you know, I already bound your gene to it, so no one but you can use it. It's a unique item, Arabella added. As for Lady Lily, hearing Arabella's words, she came over curious and admired. Wow, judging by the faint mana aura, this is top-tier magic stone. Arabella continued to explain, if you channel a bit of mana into the ring it will create a pocket space, so you won't need to open and close a bag anymore. Upon hearing this, no matter how dense-headed, Dane understood how terrifyingly valuable the item was, such worth. Thank you so much, Dane stammered as he looked at the ring. This is an item only the extremely wealthy use on the battlefield, like noble commanders or mages. I'd never imagined I'd get to use one. Dane marveled, yet the surprise wasn't over. The moment he began channeling mana into the ring, the space at his hand immediately stirred as if about to birth a pocket dimension. Don't tell me you can open the pocket space even faster than me. You really are a genius, Arabella said, astonished. You're truly amazing. Both of you might already have cores and mana rings by now. Over there, Claire also handed her gift to Dane and said, Dane, open mine too. Ah yes, thank you, he replied. Dane hastily said thanks, then reached to open Claire's present to see what it was that made his sister rush over. It turned out to contain a monster egg of some kind. Huh, why is this egg? Dane said as he lifted the egg to examine it, but at that motion Claire panicked and warned, it's not just an egg, so be careful. Hearing that, Dane frowned and asked, huh, then what is it? Around them, the others also turned to look at the egg in curiosity. At that point, Claire leaned in and whispered to Dane, it's a relic beast. I've tried summoning Decaron before. And once this appeared, I don't know which creature would be born from a summons, but everyone in the world knows how valuable it is. Hearing that, Dane's eyes showed some fear as he looked at the egg. Right, I've heard of it before. A relic beast differs from a summoned familiar. It's a different kind of entity. Though they share similarities, once a relic beast is summoned, it can exist permanently in the world, unlike a summoned familiar. Back to Claire, seeing that her brother understood the gift's value, she patted Dane's shoulder and whispered, nobody knows about this, Dane, it's only for you, so keep it secret until it hatches. Yes, certainly, Dane said with a bright smile. Meanwhile, Arabella, annoyed at their whispering, called out, hey, why are you two whispering so long? Not heeding the scolding, Claire continued advising, Dane, I don't even know when it will hatch. So remember to feed it mana every day, once in the morning and once at night so it can accept you as its master. Yes, I'll definitely do that, Dane nodded firmly. Ha ha, look at these wonderful gifts. It's great that you returned, girls, Lady Lily said. Yes, mother, it's truly wonderful, Dane replied. At that moment, the superfluous Arkin cleared his throat to remind them. All right, princesses, while I'm glad you returned despite saying you couldn't, shouldn't you at least greet your parents? Hearing the reminder, Arabella suddenly realized they were present. Oh no, father, are you well lately? I was so focused on giving Dane his gift, I'm sorry. Haha, it's fine, their uncle said with a smile. After looking over both his daughters, he nodded. You seem healthy after such a long journey. Just to see your youngest rest well. Yes, father, they answered in unison. Meanwhile, little Layla at the back watched the family reunion scene. Her gaze showed a trace of jealousy. The protagonist quickly noticed that look and pondered. Layla, did she leave now? Why does she look so lonely? Dane wondered to himself. Time passed quickly. The next morning while strolling, Count Bout was also musing over personal matters. She's even better than I expected. As expected, coming from the Academy's best mage, she's a valuable talent and suits my son well, the Academy's top swordsman. If the two families could unite, they'd form a force even the royal family would hesitate to touch. That way no one could scheme against my house or descendants. All right, I should bring up an engagement between the eldest children of both families in today's conversation. Thinking that, Bout's step suddenly faltered when he heard some noisy sounds coming from afar. Those sounds, are they training? Who would be practicing so early in the morning? Bout wondered. And the one training was none other than our protagonist, Dane, who was already at the training yard as soon as he opened his eyes. Getting used to his new weapon, each swing of his spear cut the air with a whistling sound throughout the room. And following that sound, Uncle Bout also came over and was a bit surprised by the scene before him. Oh, it's the youngest of the Saugers. What? Ha ha, how unexpected. His movements and concentration were not at all like a 7-year-old's. Even his simple thrusts were so skilled that soldiers seasoned by countless battles could learn from them. It's unbelievable. I'd heard rumors that he showed astonishing talent at only 1 year old. I thought it was just gossip, but it turns out to be true. Bout thought in amazement, but his astonishment grew when the Duke observed Dane's form. Wait, those stances and footwork are also very swordsmanlike. Could he have learned swordsmanship so young? The uncle wondered in surprise. Back to Dane, after a bout of practice, he sheathed his spear and said coldly, I don't know who you are, but you'd better come out instead of hiding in there. Hearing that, the uncle who had been hiding on the side was startled. Damn, I've been discovered, but more importantly, that movement was extremely familiar. I'm sure I've seen it somewhere before. The uncle frowned and pondered a moment, but quickly brushed it off and entered the training room. Sorry about that, Dane. I didn't mean to spy on you. Seeing the familiar face, Dane hurried over to greet him. Oh, it's you, Your Grace. I'm Dane, the youngest son of House Saugers. Greetings, Your Grace. Bout Thermion, reading his eyes, knew he was no ordinary child, Bout thought to himself. Having thought that, Uncle Bout quickly continued, I was so absorbed watching the fine training of the Saugers' rising stars this morning that I forgot about you. Pardon me. You are pardoned, Dane shrugged as if it were natural. To be honest, Bout only said that out of politeness. Who would have guessed Dane would reply like that? Haha, this kid's bold. He chuckled and now had time to study Dane more closely. Looking at him, he noticed, how could this kid not tremble at all despite practicing so long? At his age, I didn't even have a monocore, Bout wondered inwardly. Then Bout pointed at Dane's spear tip and said, Your thrusts are excellent. Surely you've inherited Awakens' talent. And that spear you're using, yes, someone told me your father painstakingly prepared that spear for you. I appreciate you noticing, Dane smiled back as if boasting. This behavior made Duke Bout raise his estimation of him another notch. It's the best possible answer. My son also had excellent skills and manners in life, but not to this extent. Perhaps I should consider a marriage alliance with them. With that thought, the uncle began wanting to match his daughter with Dane. To pursue his plan, he steered the conversation. Actually, my Layla is also practicing swordsmanship. You're the same age, so you might become good friends at the academy. Yes, Your Grace, I'm sure we'll get along, Dane replied with a smile. Ha ha ha, I like your frankness, young man. Anyway, I may have disturbed your training enough, so I'll... Bout said as he turned, seeming about to leave, but at that moment, he suddenly remembered something and turned back to ask, Oh, Dane, I'm curious. Have you ever practiced swordsmanship before? Turning to Dane, hearing the Duke's question, he inwardly startled. Oh no, my habit has been exposed without me noticing. Surprisingly, he could recognize it at a glance. Dane muttered inwardly, then quickly changed his expression and answered, No, sir. I've only read a few basic swordsmanship textbooks, but I've never actually practiced swordsmanship, he said to cover it up. But from what he had seen earlier, Bout still felt something was off. Strange, I'm sure I sensed something before. Like a pure battle spirit in him, he said, studying Dane's seemingly dull face, then shaking his head. Haha, what am I thinking? No way, he's just a kid. With that thought, the Duke decided to set his doubts aside and adjusted his clothes. Oh dear, I only meant a short stroll, but it's taken too long. Well then, time to say goodbye. See you later. Yes, Your Grace, safe travels, Dane bowed and bid him farewell. Returning to Bout, before leaving, the uncle didn't forget to extend an invitation to the protagonist. If you ever visit the capital, drop by my place. I must repay the hospitality I've received here at this Count's castle. Because I particularly like you. Certainly, sir, the young lord affirmed. Watching the broad-shouldered uncle's back as he departed, Dane smiled inwardly. Interesting. I wonder if he'll remember me. The one who defeated me in my previous life, just thinking about it makes me boil with rage. If I prepare step by step now, I can surely do it. Buterman, in this life I will definitely defeat you, he told himself. Time flew. After Bout left, Dane threw himself back into training, especially driven by his resolve to beat Bout, and he didn't stop until the steward Herman came to remind him. Young master, it's time to return. Startled by the reminder, Dane turned and said, Herman, you've been waiting for me this whole time. My duty is to quietly attend to your needs, Herman said calmly, handing Dane the handkerchief he held. Ah, thank you, Dane replied. Seeing how Herman could approach without drawing attention, Dane thought perhaps Herman should learn assassination or stealth. He seemed talented in that area. Thinking that, Dane took the cloth, wiped the sweat from his face, and asked, So, how is it? Is everyone quite busy? Yes, it seems everyone is busy preparing for the next banquet. And it seems other nobles are already on their way. After all, it's rare for over 30 noble families to arrive punctually. Herman answered, Right, how are my sisters? Dane asked further. They opened a teleportation gate together and went to the academy. They said they had no choice because the midterm exams are about to begin. Ah, that's a shame, but never mind, let's head back. Yes, young master, Herman nodded. I should take time to look at the gifts my sisters gave me earlier, Dane thought. Time passed quickly after attending parties and welcoming nobles from various houses. Dane had to sneak out to the garden to relax a bit. The life of a noble is exhausting, especially since his schedule was busier than usual because it was his birthday. At least he could find some solace resting in the garden. As he said that, he glanced around. He silently admired the gardeners. Those who tended this place were skillful. He felt an unusual peace watching the flowers. My eldest sister said that in nature flowers contain the most mana within them. With time on his hands, I should analyze the mana in these flowers, he thought, and immediately Dane sat down before a flower bush and slowly closed his eyes to feel it. I've trained as much as possible. Even my magic and summoning magic have shown no significant progress. I still don't know which to focus on. Too many talents can be troublesome sometimes. The fortunate youth silently lamented his own gifts. Then a gentle gust burst from his palm, scattering the nearby petals. The flower's mana, such a small blossom, contains such a large, fierce stream of mana. If one can sense the mana in nature and convert it into their own mana, it will remain in their body and form a magical layer. This body's mana attraction is truly terrifying. I can perceive things others can only sense with a sixth sense. Ha ha, right now it's only a slight sensation. The surrounding mana proactively flowed into his body like a whale sucking in water. He felt each torrent of energy surging within. Dane's eyes brightened with excitement. Here it is. Before I could only vaguely sense mana, but now I can feel it increasingly clearly. Cut to another corner of the garden where two boys were talking. I'm bored. Father's already busy talking to other nobles as soon as we arrived. He sidelines us. Let's show our faces and then go rest like last time, the brown-haired boy said, smashing the nearby flowers with the stick in his hand, making his younger brother a bit anxious. Can we really do that, brother? In response, the older brother showed no concern and even snapped angrily. You're acting like it's our birthday. Who cares? Do you think the young master of House Saugers cares about things like this? Damn it. I think we're lost again. What's the point of building such a big garden? As they spoke, they noticed Dane ahead. Hey, there's someone over there, the younger brother warned. Huh, is that kid lost like us? The older brother shouted. Before he could put on his arrogant face, Hey you, those clothes, are you a servant? Whatever, lead me to the exit, he said arrogantly, which caught Dane's attention and made him turn around. Seeing the two trampling the flower beds, Dane hurried over and shouted, Get out of there now, can't you see what you're stepping on? Seeing Dane's sudden anger, the older brother replied puzzled, What? How dare this brat yell at us just for stepping on some grass? Dane didn't answer that and instead demanded, Why are you walking on the flowers instead of the path? You're ruining them. Oh, who's this mouthy kid? Do you know who I am? The foolish older brother began to threaten Dane with his status, unaware he was confronting the house's young master. Of course, given his own status, Dane wasn't afraid of anyone. Yes, you're the rude one wrecking the flower beds, Dane frowned and said. With his arrogant nature, the fool opposite couldn't contain his anger. He lunged forward, grabbed Dane's collar, and shouted, What the peasant? Who do you think you're talking to? I'm the son of Count Tyron, a honored guest of this castle. On the other side, Dane immediately recognized the identity of that Tyron fellow. Count Tyron, the noble I captured when I defeated him on the battlefield. He's an insufferable noble, like father, like son. Now I understand why this brown-haired kid can be so boastful. Unaware of Dane's thoughts, the brown-haired son continued to bluster. Even in the southern countryside, you must know the Tyron family, famous in the capital. My family can make someone like you disappear without a trace, so watch your words." Hearing that, Dane knew talking to him was pointless. With that thought, Dane looked at him with utter contempt, which made this young master tyrant even more furious. "Are you crazy? A common servant like you dares look at me like that?" he said, raising his fist to strike Dane. But before he could make a move, Dane was quicker by a step. He used his head to strike straight into the young master's nose, sending him staggering backward. Nearby, the red-haired younger brother panicked and ran over. "Brother, are you okay?" Turning to the young master tyrant, he suddenly felt moisture in his mouth, touched it, and discovered his nose was bleeding profusely. "This crazy, what the hell, my nose is bleeding. I'll kill you, you bastard," he yelled like a rabid dog. Hearing this, Dane smirked. "You want to kill me? Go ahead if you can." Provoked by Dane, Tyrant's bloodlust flared. "Have you lost your mind? Fine, fight to the end." Nearby, the younger brother nervously urged, "Brother, take care of your nose first, stand still." The older brother shouted and immediately lunged at Dane to teach him a lesson. But Dane simply stepped back one pace to evade the first punch. "This sly kid," Tyrant growled. Looking at Dane and his crude fighting style, Dane quickly deduced he wasn't a warrior. Judging by his footwork, he's definitely not a weapons user. Then he's a mage or a summoner. Meanwhile, the brown-haired boy kept throwing punches but couldn't even touch Dane's sleeve. "The kid's too fast, we can't catch him," Tyrant panted, exhausted. Back to Dane, fighting yet free enough to think. "The flow of magic I'm sensing now, if I can control it with my will. Couldn't I turn it into a physical form? Should I test it right now?" Thinking that, Dane felt a thrill and immediately experimented. Streams of mana began converging in his palm at a tremendous speed. Then a loud explosion rang out as our protagonist released the energy forward. It blasted the young master tyrant's body away like a torn sack, making him cough in pain. The strike was so powerful it gouged a deep trench in the ground. Seeing this, Dane felt a little worried. Oh no, the flower garden's ruined. Turning to Tyrant after taking Dane's heavy blow, he still managed to stand and realized Dane was no ordinary boy. "Damn, you can use magic. Who the hell are you?" he shouted. The younger brother, calmer, urged, "Stop, this will lead to trouble." The older brother ignored him, blood boiling to the point of almost losing his mind. "Get out of the way, I'll deal with that bastard." At that, his reason clouded by anger, he muttered a chant, "Hear my call." At the sound, dark mana erupted around Tyrant. From that phrase, Dane immediately realized he was a summoner. And as Dane suspected, a vortex of energy suddenly appeared behind Tyrant. From inside that spiral, a wolf's head thrust out and leaped straight forward. Seeing his summoned beast appear, Tyrant grinned arrogantly. "Ha ha, behold Genpu, whom I summoned. I'll show you the consequences of messing with Digron Tyrant. Genpu, tear that one to pieces." Back to Dane, seeing that V had only summoned a common wolf, he lost interest. A common wolf couldn't compare to Sister Arabella, she could even summon dragons. Back to Digron, he ordered his summoned beast, "Yes, tear that one's throat apart." Upon hearing the command, the wolf immediately lunged straight at Dane. But for some reason, when it looked at his face, it seemed the protagonist's aura activated. Suddenly, the wolf slammed all four paws down to break itself. Then its color shifted from red to blue, to the bewildered looks of the two brothers. Even more, the wolf bowed before Dane, and Digron could hardly believe his eyes. "What's happening? How, Genpu, what are you doing? Tear that bastard's throat out." "Brother, it's wagging its tail," the younger brother asked. "Hey, what are you doing, Genpu?" Digron shouted, but to no effect, then turned to Dane. At that moment, Dane reached out to pet the wolf, which made it very happy. "Good boy," he murmured. He himself couldn't understand how the wolf's attitude had changed so quickly. How did this happen? Right now, even Sister Arabella's summoned beasts were friendly. But back then, I only thought it was because we shared blood. Moreover, in a situation like this, that's irrelevant. Maybe I have a high affinity, but it also means that that bastard's affinity hit rock bottom. As for Digron, he still refused to accept that his summon had been tamed by Dane. Ridiculous, how could a summoned beast betray its master? Hearing him, Dane glanced and asked, "So you want to continue, kid?" Digron snapped irritably, which made his younger brother nearly cry. "Brother, let's go, we lost." "Shut up, I'll cancel the summoning," Digron shouted, not realizing what a summoner could do without a familiar. Naturally, the younger brother, seeming to understand, tried to dissuade him. "Brother, actually I." At that, the boy hesitated, catching Digron's attention. And at some point his pants had a spreading yellow stain. "Damn, how embarrassing," he said, eyes wide. Digron exclaimed while Dane kindly pointed out to them, "Hey, the bath is on the first floor of the main building." Digron quickly grabbed his brother's hand and left, not forgetting to promise, "Wait right there, I'll be back. Come on, Dinar." And so the two of them began to leave, leaving Dane at a loss for words. Hey, at least recall your summon, he shouted inwardly. Time passed quickly to late afternoon. By then Dane had finished testing summoning magic. It was actually quite simple. Just as Sister Claire taught me, the faint connections between that bastard and Genpu, carefully overlaid with my magic. Genpu connected to me, thinking that I had no link to the summoning art. And yet, because of a high affinity, I could summon it at the same time. A mature man's voice suddenly rang behind Dane. Is that the brat who bullied your child? Yes, it's that bastard, Digron said, pointing at Dane. Dane saw him run to call his father and shook his head. Ha, stupid guy making a fuss again. He not only bullied the child and Dinar, but he also severed the connection between you and Genpu, Digron accused. At that moment the fat pig swaggered up to Dane and arrogantly declared, My name is Mogard Tyron. I am the head of the Tyron Count family, one of the great nobles. You're the brat who made my son's face look like this and stole his summoned beast, are you? He asked, and Dane simply admitted it. Yes, that's right. As he spoke, he glanced at the fat man and thought, HMPH, he looks fatter than when I captured him. Piece is nice, huh, unbeknownst to Mogard. The stinking pig pointed at him and said, As a guest, I would let this slide if possible, but this is not something I can ignore. Why are you here alone? Quickly state your identity. Hearing this, Dane revealed it to satisfy him. Dane Saugers, he introduced coldly, the youngest son of Arkan Saugers, the southern lord and head of the Saugers Count family, which made the two of them break into a cold sweat. What? This brat is Dane. But Mogard quickly formed an idea. The youngest of the Saugers family, it seems things have turned around. I was once captured by that Argrick and achieved nothing in that battle. I'll change the situation so the Count must take responsibility. Using it as an excuse to demand mining rights, those nobles who look down on me will have to kneel. Thinking this, he began to smile and speak. So you're the birthday guest, Dane. Yes, Dane replied calmly without a trace of worry, and his attitude suddenly stirred anger in Mogard. This arrogant brat, I didn't come all the way to the southern backwater just to attend your birthday. He ground his teeth inward, then patted his son's shoulder and continued, So what do you intend to do about this? You injured my son, you invited a guest here, and you took his summoned beast. That's a crime. Yes, today is your last day, Digron chimed in. I'll speak with Arkan Saugers and demand he take responsibility. Let's go, he ordered. As for Dane, of course he wouldn't just accept that. I understand, but before that I request an apology. At Dane's request the father and son turned sullen and livid. An apology? Ridiculous, this bastard. Before they could finish, Dane loudly announced, Yes, I did hit your son's nose and injure him, but I was threatened, so I acted in self-defense. I did not steal the summoned beast. Genpu followed me of his own will. Up front, bratty Digron shouted, What? Genpu would never do that. Father, that kid's lying. Unlike his son, the foul-faced man had heard something else and thought differently. Wait, I've heard the second daughter is a summoning prodigy. Right, I get it. Perhaps that girl taught the brat how to sever the link. He stroked his chin and continued. Even if the boy's story is true, it's a shame the summoned beast was taken. But you demand an apology. Yes, that's correct, Dane replied calmly. Bratty Digron continued to yap, HMPH, who does this kid think he is to act like that? So arrogant, barging in while the adults are talking. Dealing with this brat is a headache, Mogard thought inwardly, lowering his voice slightly. Fine, I won't berate you further. Let's see what Arkan Saugers says about this. Turning to Dane and looking at his face, a thought suddenly occurred to him. It seems this man has been expecting this, perhaps. Just as the story reached this point, as if drawn by the commotion, Arkan and Bout arrived. Were you looking for me? Arkan spoke, startling the crowd. The Count Saugers, even Duke Thermion has come. Time quickly passed until the sun had fully set. At this point, Digron was presenting the story as he saw it. My brother and I got lost in the garden, so I asked your son to lead us, blah blah. On the other side, Dane admired inwardly to see his father calmly listening, truly like a father. He cares deeply for his family, but he's not the type to show favoritism. Even in disputes with outsiders, he can judge right from wrong. Turning to Digron, he reached the climax. He suddenly hit my nose and kept mocking me with that strange technique. So I only summoned my familiar to scare him, and he stole my summon. He even tried to attack me. The brat spoke, putting on a pitiful face as if he were the one wronged, while his father, the stinking fat Mogard, sneered at his son's tall tale. Only Dane saw through their faces and sighed inwardly. He could lie with such a straight face. I really look forward to his future. Turning to Mogard after his son finished speaking, the old man also spoke up. Count Arkan. I only intended to warn the brat, but stealing someone else's summon is wrong. I cannot simply let this pass. In response, Arkan calmly said, We can't listen to one side only. I want to hear Dane's account, then assess the whole situation and draw a conclusion. If you worry about my decision, I'll ask Duke Thermion for his view, Arkan said, pointing to Thermion at his side. Thermion nodded in agreement. If you need me, handle it that way. Seeing Thermion intervene, the faces of Mogard and his son paled slightly. Damn, Thermion's involvement only complicates things. I have a bad feeling about this, he worried. Meanwhile, Arkan turned to Dane and asked, Dane, explain. Hearing this, Dane thought for a moment. Well, just explaining how everything happened should be enough. With that in mind, he honestly recounted everything, though slightly different from how things truly occurred. Some of what Mogard's son said was true. However, he said the flower garden we painstakingly tended was trampled by him. The one who got angry and grabbed someone's collar was him. Lies, when did that happen? Brat Digron shouted upon hearing Dane's words. Arkan's face bulged with veins, but he forced himself to remain calm and said, Continue, Dane. Hearing his father, Dane continued, Also, I clearly heard when he summoned Genpu. He ordered it to kill me. And I did not steal his summon. The beast ran to me and saw my kindness. I never stole his summon, Dane said plainly. At this point, Mogard, seeing the story was completely different, couldn't hold back and intervened. Nonsense. How could a non-summoner take in a summon? That brat must have used some secret skill. In response to his claim, Dane explained, No, I have an innate empathy with summoned beasts. A summon not bonded to its master will accept someone like me as its owner. How amusing, Mogard teased, while Arkan, not well versed in summoning, couldn't verify the claim's truth. Is that really possible? He asked, and Dane affirmed once more, Yes, that's right. Back to Mogard for his own sake, though worried, he still argued. He doesn't want us to believe that, right? The two stories are completely different. Thermion, acting as arbitrator, after some thought proposed a solution. We should verify this with the summoned beast. The faces of Mogard and his son hardened. The Duke was intervening. Turning to Arkan and hearing the proposal, he patted his son's shoulder and asked, Dane, can you prove it? Yes, father, he answered confidently. At the same time, Fat Mogard looked to his son as if assessing the situation, but Digron's face crumpled like an ape's butt. Oh no, what now? I can't summon Genpu anymore, the brat worried, sweating. Unaware of this, Mogard saw his son refuse to act and urged, Digron, what's wrong? Summon him quickly. Father, I can't, the boy stammered. Why suddenly can't you summon? It's what you summon several times a day, Mogard shouted. Seeing the flustered pair, Dane smirked. Of course he can't summon. I severed the link. With that thought, he turned to Arkan. Father, I'll summon it. To do that, I seem to need the sigil that he possesses. Up front, Digron snapped. What did you say? My sigil? I can't believe you want my sigil. What nonsense. Even using another summoner's unique sigil wouldn't work. In response, Uncle Sagar said sternly, based on what your son said, even if the boy used your sigil it wouldn't work, so what's wrong with trying? Wouldn't it prove your claim? Damn, since he was right I couldn't refute him, Digron thought in panic, while Mogard, out of options, had to turn to his son and say, Show them your summoning sigil for a moment, Digron. But father, the boy who had just spoken already began to get teary-eyed. Hurry. Mogard barked out. Having no choice, Digron reluctantly brought out his personal sigil. Because a summoning sigil is uniquely coded to its summoner, no one else can use it. But Genpu, whom Digron summoned, was already shrouded by Dane's mana. The sigil was only a medium, and because Genpu had linked with him, it would answer his call, Dane thought to himself. Then, in everyone's gaze, when Dane infused mana into Digron's summoning card, a whirl of energy appeared, and from within it, a wolf appeared before Dane. It stuck out its tongue and licked his face happily, even though it had already heard Dane speak earlier. But seeing it with their own eyes, everyone still couldn't hide their astonishment. Father, how my Genpu? Impossible, the tyrant father and son stammered. Amazing, you say the boy never learned summoning? Thermion said in bewilderment. Right, I don't know what led to this, Arkan replied, bewildered. Meanwhile, Dane stroked Genpu and whispered, Sorry for summoning you just for this, but thank you for appearing. Damn, this has become a disaster, the Fat Mogard shouted inwardly. Back to the matter at hand, after Dane recalled the summoned beast, Arkan spoke up. What should we do now? We've confirmed the boy's summoned beast. Do you acknowledge this? It seems Dane said right. Hearing this, Mogard could only force a smile. It seems we misunderstood the theft of the summoned beast. My son never intended to kill Dane, did he, Digron? Yes, I only wanted to scare him a little. I never intended to kill him, the kid hurriedly explained. Look, the boy had no such intention. Mogard said with a smile as if to end the matter there. Faced with these words, Dane clenched his fists in anger. Ha ha, this bastard just makes things up as he goes. Thinking this, as Dane didn't know what to do next, someone's voice rang out and drew everyone's attention. That's not how it is. Upon hearing this, everyone turned around at once and discovered the newcomer was the girl Layla. Speaking of Uncle Bout, seeing his youngest daughter suddenly appear here made his face a bit flustered. Layla, what are you doing here? I heard my voice as I passed by, the girl replied. Then Layla turned to Arkin and Mogard to greet them. Good day to you both, Count Arkin and Count Tyron. Ah, right, the fat man nodded once while also feeling somewhat worried inside. This kid is the Duke's daughter. Not paying attention to his attitude, Arkin immediately focused on Layla's earlier words and asked again, what did you mean anyway? Is he lying? The uncle said, his face showing extreme anger. At this point, Layla recounted what she had witnessed. Actually, I accidentally overheard their conversation while I was out walking earlier. Hearing this, Digron's face turned pale. What, that girl heard everything? He exclaimed inwardly. Is that true, Layla? Would you mind telling us everything you heard? Arkin asked hastily. Yes, the events were like blah blah and so on. The girl began to recount what she had seen, which spared Dane the trouble of thinking it through and explaining. I didn't expect this either, but if he had been there, everything would have turned out fine. Time passed quickly. After Layla stepped forward to testify, the father and son had no way left to deny it. With no other choice, the pig-faced man turned to his son and said, Digron, what are you still standing there for? Apologize, hurry. Only at this point did the brat Digron accept reality and stammer, I'm sorry, I was wrong. I want you to reserve that apology for my son, not for me, Arkin said coldly. Seeing that, Mogard immediately patted his son's shoulder and said, I understand, I was going to make him do the same. Digron, come on. Judging by his demeanor, it really seemed he hadn't planned to do it about 3 seconds earlier. Turning toward Digron, he ground his teeth and marched up to Dane. Sorry, Dane. Judging by his sullen face, he didn't seem genuinely remorseful at all, and of course, Dane could tell this too. He only bowed to accept guilt because he had no choice. With a third-party witness, was it really a sincere apology? I really don't want to accept this, but based on my experience, it's more advantageous to be magnanimous here than stubborn. Thinking of the costs and benefits. Dane accepted. All right, I accept your apology. Thank you, Digron said happily. Meanwhile, the fat, foul Mogard breathed a sigh of relief inwardly. Phew, that was a close call. On the side, Duke Bout smiled, thinking that he knew Dane was special. He could stubbornly refuse an apology even when the fault was clearly on the other side. Putting that aside and returning to Arkin, although his son had accepted the apology, the uncle did not intend to let the matter go easily. You two can end your dispute here. After all, Dane has accepted the apology, but personally I do not intend to overlook this incident. Your son tried to kill my son with a summoned beast, Count Arkin said. That's not. The fat man hurriedly explained, but before he could finish, the uncle cut him off. I don't want to hear any excuses from you, Count Tyron. Take your family and leave this castle. Arkin said coldly, causing the fat man's face to change. What you mean? I've come all this way without complaint, and if we're driven out now, everything will be for nothing. I must stay in this castle at all costs, he screamed inwardly and rushed to grab Arkin. Count, please forgive us. I will do anything you ask, just this once. In response to this, Arkin waved his hand again and said, I want nothing from you. We will send soldiers to your chambers shortly. Let's go, your grace. Hearing this, Bout only shook his head slightly and said, Let's go, Layla. Turning to Dane, he watched Mogard disciplining Digron in the rear and thought to himself, serves them right, they caused this first, so they're just reaping the whirlwind. I didn't expect my father could be so terrifying when he's angry. Putting that aside, as they walked, Uncle Bout suddenly asked, Is it true you took him down with a mana bullet? He said, turning to look at Dane with curiosity. Yes, that's correct, Dane nodded in reply. And although he had witnessed Dane's talent, the uncle couldn't help but be amazed at his display. Spear skill, summoning, and now magic, truly astonishing. Has history ever seen such talent? Bout said, looking at Arkin with envy, which made Arkin feel proud internally. Indeed, I'm extremely proud to have such an outstanding child. Talent is one thing, but the boy is remarkably calm. Usually when children fight, they're irritable and insist on getting the upper hand. But Dane was different. I have no doubt your son will grow into a dignified man, Thermion observed calmly. Though inwardly ecstatic, Arkin had to modestly reply that it was too early to tell. We must wait until the boy matures to know. Saying this, the uncle turned to Layla with gratitude. Today's matter was resolved thanks to you, Layla. Without you as a witness, things could have gone in a different direction. Turning back to Bout, the uncle began to pick up the cue. Aha, he's seeing Layla's good side. Thinking this, the Duke hadn't forgotten his intention to pair Dane with Layla. So he suggested with a smile, ha ha, the girl simply repeated what really happened. If there's nothing else, why don't we discuss marriage between the two, as if it were market gossip? Of course, this proposal made Arkin inwardly startle. Don't tell me he intends to marry off his daughter to him. The more he thought, the more Arkin felt Bout seriously meant it, so the uncle began to dodge. Oh my, the sun is already setting. It's nearly time for the banquet. I'll go ahead and prepare, Arkin said, then immediately turned and ran, leaving Bout behind unable to say more about the marriage matter. Count Arkin. He shouted once before turning to instruct his daughter, Layla, take your time returning to Dane. After admonishing his daughter, Bout hurriedly chased after Arkin. Sir Arkin, let's stay and talk a bit. Hearing their conversation, Layla's face flushed bright red, while the male lead remained calm-faced, as if he hadn't heard a word. You couldn't stop your father? Anyway, why did the summoned beast ignore its summoner and obey you? I've seen many duels between famous summoners in the capital, but never this, Layla wondered. Dane himself couldn't explain it. I'm not sure either. It just happened, he shrugged. Layla pouted, sensing Dane was hiding something. You're keeping something from me. That's not fair. I helped you. What's unfair? I helped you too. Didn't I help you with sword techniques? Dane reminded her. Ah, right, now that you mention it, Layla murmured. Turning back to Dane, he inwardly admitted she had indeed helped him this time and said, then consider it even. We've helped each other once, and we can keep helping each other in the future. On the other side, upon hearing this, Layla suddenly brightened. Wow, that's a great idea. I want to use it right away. You're being impatient. What do you want to ask? Dane wondered inwardly and asked, what do you want? Teach me how to use mana bullets, Layla replied. The request surprised the male lead. What? Why do you want to learn that? Of course, because I want to become better. I want to have at least 2 mana cores before entering the academy. I want to improve and make my mother happy. She loves me very much. She'll surely be very happy if I become truly skilled, and quickly too, Layla said cheerfully. Dane, hearing this, felt puzzled. She's still young, why the rush? Then he recalled adults saying that Countess Thermion was gravely ill. Thinking of the girl's situation, Dane fell silent for a moment and agreed. All right, if that's the case, I can't refuse you. Really? Then let's start tomorrow. I can stay until then, or do you want to start tonight? The girl asked excitedly. Fine, whatever. Mana bullets won't be difficult once you understand the flow of magic, Dane explained. I'm so excited. Dane, it's your turn. What is your request? Hearing this, Dane narrowed his eyes slightly and said, let's see. What I want is the next line the author hit. Cut to the main banquet hall. The commotion between Mogard's son and Dane had reached the ears of the distinguished guests. I heard Count Tyron was expelled from the castle. What did he do to deserve that? Someone asked. A well-informed bystander immediately answered for them. I heard it was caused by Tyron's eldest son. That's right, I also heard he picked a fight with young Master Dane and got taught a lesson, someone added. After hearing this, people just clicked their tongues. They came all this way only to cause trouble. How shameful. Also, have you heard the rumor that young Master Dane is an outstanding summoner? If so, the Sagar's house could become a prestigious summoner family someone admired. Not only that, it seems he also knows how to use magic. Oh my, is that true? Voices of admiration began to rise. At the same time, our protagonist was greeting a grizzled uncle. So you are young Master Dane, the one in the rumors. I am Baron Opent. Do you know anything about my territory, Opent? In front of him, Dane bowed and replied, I know a little. I've heard it's famous for grilled salmon and sapphire. Seeing Dane's knowledge of his lands, Uncle Opent laughed heartily. Ha ha, indeed a quick-witted lad. Yes, Opent's salmon and sapphires are the best on the continent. I've heard you're talented in many fields. That doesn't seem like an exaggeration. Anyway, I've brought my daughter here. Soon it would be too late to introduce her. Here, Sylvia, come greet him. The uncle said this as he gently pushed his daughter forward. What, so sudden? Dane thought inwardly, unaware of these thoughts of his. Little Sylvia stepped up to him politely and said, Hello, my name is Sylvia. Pleased to meet you. Oh yes, I'm Dane. The awkward young lord responded, and seeing Dane's mild demeanor, immediately afterwards, Sylvia suddenly moved close and put on a very coquettish face. Hey, you're the future heir of House Sagars, right? That, well, I don't really know about that, Dane stammered. Don't play dumb. I've heard you're talented in many areas. Please look after me. After all, in the future we might become family, she said, boldly grabbing Dane's hand, which made him a bit startled and stepped back. Yes, please take care of me. Kids these days are so forward, Dane wondered inwardly. At that moment, Layla's voice suddenly rang out beside them. Dane, you're here, huh? Hearing this, the girl noticed Sylvia tightly holding Dane's hand. She glared at the male lead and demanded, Who is she? Oh well, she is, Dane stammered, unable to answer, so Sylvia took the initiative to introduce herself. Allow me to introduce myself, milady. I am the eldest daughter of Baron Opent, Sylvia Opent, she said, turning to Layla. Like a girl robbed of a prized toy, Layla gave Sylvia no face. Oh, is that so? Nice to meet you, she said outwardly, but her expression showed no pleasure at all. Then, watching the two of them squint and size each other up, Dane felt a chill run down his spine. Oh dear. This familiar murderous intent, girls are truly terrifying. He trembled, imagining the two sisters fighting. Putting that aside, after the polite greetings, Layla grabbed Dane's wrist and said, sorry, I'm borrowing Dane for a moment. We have an appointment, right, Dane? She said, glaring and stressing the word appointment, so even without a real appointment, he didn't dare say no. Ah yes, you're right. Sorry, Sylvia, we'll talk later, he stammered. With her sharp wits, Sylvia realized Layla was staking a claim, but in the current situation, she could only force a smile. Ah yes, too bad. How dare she steal him away? Layla thought this as she glanced at Sylvia with wary eyes. The protagonist, witnessing that expression, unconsciously swallowed. The Duke's beloved daughter, wielding power over 10,000 people, second only to the Emperor. Compared to the Baron's daughter from the East, these two don't seem to get along very well, Dane thought to himself. Later, after they stepped outside, Tyron quietly asked him how they knew each other. Is she betrothed to you? The blunt question made Dane start and wave his hand. Betrothed? No, we just greeted each other. Really? Layla asked cheerfully. Of course, Dane replied, wondering why her expression had suddenly brightened. Time quickly passed. Cut to some ancient ruins. Looking at the wide courtyard before them, Dane announced, look, we've arrived. This is the secret place only I know. Seeing that, Layla's eyes widened. Wow, who knew a place like this existed? That's right, we won't be disturbed here, Dane said confidently as they went further inside. They saw giant vines and vegetation covering the surroundings. Layla became even more excited. Wow, it's amazing. I didn't know a place like this existed. No one will know what we do here. Back to Dane, now that they had arrived, he got to the point. Yes, this is a perfect place to train. Have you ever felt mana? Hearing the question, Layla thought for a few seconds and answered, a little, not enough to form a mana core, but I've tried to absorb mana by inhaling. Hearing this, the male lead frowned. So you haven't reached the breakthrough stage yet. He was somewhat puzzled. He'd learned this on the battlefield and had assumed the Duke would teach her. Thinking that since the general had already agreed to guide Layla, Dane began to instruct her. Start simple. First, you must feel the mana you absorb into your body. Feel it inside my body? Layla asked. Dane nodded and affirmed again, yes. If you want to emit mana from your body, you must first learn to control the mana inside. Imagination is important. Close your eyes and imagine the mana spinning within you, the image of mana turning in your body like blood circulating through veins, Dane calmly explained. But Layla's face broke out in sweat hearing that. All right, I'll do as you say, she said through gritted teeth. That expression immediately made the protagonist realize, I can clearly see she doesn't understand. Thinking this, Dane encouraged her. This will be the foundation for your using mana, a very basic step. I know you can do it. Following Dane's explanation, Layla squeezed her eyes shut. She concentrated to sense the mana inside her body, but after a while, she opened her eyes and awkwardly said, Dane, it's not working. Hearing this, our protagonist wasn't too surprised. It's basic, but this is only your first try. Focus again. Layla began trying again, and while the two kids were helping each other, they didn't realize that Uncle Arkin had silently followed them to this place, which he thought was hidden. In fact, he couldn't escape Arkin's gaze. Watching his son guiding Layla's training, Arkin's eyes showed delight. Oh ho, though young, my son already knows how to teach others. My child has grown up. The words barely left his mouth when suddenly Uncle Bout's voice rang from behind. Startled, Arkin jumped. What are you doing here? Oh my gods, it's the Duke. The uncle exclaimed softly upon realizing the newcomer was Bout. And as if of one mind, Bout laughed. Ha ha, no need to be so surprised. Are there any couples secretly meeting at night? What do you mean, a couple? And how did you get here? Arkin asked. Facing the question, Bout put on a smug look. Have I intruded? Anyway, you're too clumsy sneaking around. Your wife was a legendary assassin of the Empire, yet you learned nothing from her. I've done my best, Arkin sighed, having realized Bout had discovered his furtive actions and followed them. Back to Bout, he offered his friend some advice. If the lord of an estate goes around spying on others, people will gossip about him, old friend. Startled by this, Arkin protested. Spying? I only followed my son. Oh, you're like that too. I'm following my daughter, Bout said with a smile. Arkin could only sigh across from him. I have no right to say this, but you're a hopeless father. Putting that aside. Because like attracts like, they then watched the pair in front of them with interest. You just noticed? Let me see then. From their viewpoint, Dane raised his hand and channeled magic into his space ring, immediately producing a ring of green light before him. Seeing that, Layla's eyes lit up. You have a space pouch like that? "Ah yes, my sister made it by hand and gave it to me for my birthday," Dane explained. Hearing this, the girl's face went blank. "Oh my, I'm so jealous. My brothers haven't paid attention to me since they went to the academy." At that, Layla noticed Dane pull a mirror from the space ring and asked curiously, "Why use a mirror?" "I bought it because I needed it," Dane replied. "What really?" Layla asked. Seeing the confusion on Layla's face, Dane quickly explained. "Imagining something is easier if you look in a mirror rather than relying solely on imagination." "Really?" Layla said blankly at hearing this for the first time. "Okay, stand before the mirror and look at your whole body." Dane nodded. Hearing this, Layla's face showed curiosity as she slowly stepped forward. "All right, let me try." She looked at herself in the mirror, closed her eyes, and began to sense the energy inside her body. Dane nodded in approval. She's taking it quite seriously. Back to the two fathers hiding at a distance. Even if dim-witted, they both realized one thing: Layla seemed to like his son. Bout remarked. "Really obvious?" Arkin asked. "Of course she isn't usually that open," the uncle said solemnly. Arkin was a little surprised by that remark. Has something happened? She's normally a bright child. Hearing this, Bout's expression suddenly grew a bit somber, as if recalling something. "Only on the outside, I'm not so sure about the inside." After her brothers left for the academy, her mother became bedridden and could no longer be with her like before, which made it hard for the girl to open up to others, he said sadly. "Is that so?" Dane sighed at the situation. Then Arkin looked at his friend with confusion. If he understood the girl's circumstances so well, why did he treat his own daughter coldly? In response, Duke Bout looked thoughtful. "Did you notice? I have my reasons. When I raised my sons, I paid them a lot of attention, and when they grew up, they were spoiled." Hearing him say this, Arkin quickly cautioned. "Hey, don't lump Layla in with them. She'll be hurt." "No wonder she asked Dane for help," Arkin complained. "You still nag like before, huh?" Bout grumbled. "What? When was I like that?" Arkin exclaimed, startled, putting that aside. Then Bout looked at Arkin expectantly and said, "Well, will you send your son to the capital? Or would you prefer to leave the boy at the Duke's estate?" Turning to Arkin at the question, the uncle glanced at his son standing ahead. At that moment, under Dane's guidance, Layla had successfully sensed mana. I did it. I'm successful, right?" she said happily. "Yes, you did very well." Dane nodded in praise as he watched the two kids. Arkin couldn't help but smile and said, "I let Dane decide for himself, like Arabella and Claire. However, if Dane wants to go to the capital, I will certainly do as you say." "Oh, it would be wonderful if you could visit too," Bout cheerfully suggested. "What, you want to spar with me all day long?" Arkin cried out. "You're sharper than before, huh?" Bout clicked his tongue when his intention was seen through. While the two of them bickered, they did not realize their conversation had also caught Mrs. Lily's attention behind them. At some point she had followed the two here. I wondered where those two had gone. But why are they behaving so embarrassingly? Truly, parental love has a strange influence on them. I'll just pretend I didn't see anything, she said with a smile. Time passed quickly. After teaching little Layla to sense the mana in her body, the two of them soon left the old ruins. As they walked, Layla didn't forget to thank Dane. "Thank you, Dane, you really are a genius." "I've heard people call me a genius, but compared to you, I'm not that talented," she exclaimed, seeing what a real prodigy was like. Meanwhile, hearing her, Dane encouraged her. "This is only the beginning. You'll definitely grow stronger." As he spoke, the boy looked left and right as if searching for someone. Those two have slipped away quietly. Dane seemed to notice he'd been followed by two fathers. Back to Layla, unaware of this, she glanced and asked after Dane finished speaking, "You're going to the academy too?" "That's where all the Empire's geniuses gather," Layla said with anticipation in her eyes. Dane didn't seem to notice and shrugged casually. "Well, I don't know yet. Do I have to go? I can train on my own to become stronger." Hearing that, unable to contain herself, Layla turned to enlighten Dane. "You idiot, schooling isn't everything. It's where nobles form circles. You must go if you want to build connections from a young age," she shouted. Seeing his friend lecture like an old man, he could only scratch his cheek awkwardly. "Ha, for a 7-year-old, she's pretty savvy about how the world works." Thinking this, although Dane knew Layla meant well, his answer didn't change. "I know, but right now I'm not interested in attending the academy. There are mountains of unread books in the library, and I still have a lot to learn from my parents," he said. Hearing this, Layla didn't give up persuading him. "That's true. But don't you want to play with other children? I heard your older sisters all joined the academy," she persisted. Dane murmured inwardly and nodded in agreement. "I'll consider it later if I decide to go. Tell me if you want to go, okay?" Layla urged. "All right," Dane replied. Then, as if trying to entice him, Layla began to promise, "When you come to the capital, visit my house and watch me practice." Promise? Definitely, I'll send you a letter if I come to the capital, Dane affirmed firmly. Layla, as if remembering something, turned and asked, Hey, Dane, when will you tell me your request? I'll tell you when I get to the capital, Dane smiled. What? Layla exclaimed in surprise. Time passed quickly. Dane's string of birthday celebrations finally came to an end, and at that moment, Duke Bout's carriage departed from the Sagar's family estate. We're leaving now, they announced. Watching the carriage depart, Dane also noticed the small box with the pretty pattern in his hand and recalled earlier memories. This was the gift the Duke Bout gave him before leaving. What's this? Dane asked. It's a birthday present for you, hope you like it, Bout said with a smile. Just from looking at the pattern on it, Dane guessed it was something extremely expensive. Turning to Bout, the uncle explained further, the Thermion emblem stands for vengeance, the sword, and the blacksmith. The Thermion history began with our ancestor, a blacksmith. Thanks to him, our clan obtained the best forge in the empire. No better to call it the best forge on the entire continent. All the weapons made by House Thermion led the empire. They were all forged there, Bout said proudly. Without needing much introduction and with the knowledge Dane retained from his previous life, he was well aware of this. Yes, I know, there are all kinds of ores and every kind of weapon and mysterious artifact forged on the continent there. This emblem identifies someone of honor and skill, Dane thought, and as he predicted, Thermion then explained its use. If you bring this emblem to the forge and show it to them, they'll craft a weapon to your specifications. Behind them, Arkin and Lily couldn't hide their astonishment at this. Oh my, what a precious gift. Isn't this something even the royal family covets? Arkin exclaimed, his face breaking into a sweat as he realized its value. However, to Bout it didn't seem so priceless. Before leaving, he also ruffled Dane's hair and advised him. Grow up well and help your father, he said. Thank you for the gift, your grace, Dane hurriedly replied. Up ahead, little Layla smiled and waved goodbye to him, returning to the present. Seeing his son's contemplative posture, Lady Lily sat beside him and patted his shoulder comfortingly. Are you sad to say goodbye to her, Dane? Hearing his mother's words, Dane answered with a soft, sad voice. Yes, very sad, she was my first friend. I'll see her again when I go to the capital, be more handsome and give her a shock, Lily said excitedly. Hearing this, Dane began to perk up, though he couldn't stay here forever. I'll meet her when I visit the capital. Stay healthy, Layla, Dane murmured to himself. Back to Uncle Bout's position. Sitting in the carriage, he suddenly had a thought. Strange, every time I look at Dane, he reminds me of that boy. The warrior named Argrick, given his talent as a rank 3 fighter at such a young age. If he had lived, he might have become a rank 6 knight of the Empire Drennick. Dane. I want to see you grow up quickly, the uncle said in a voice full of expectation. Time passed quickly. A few days later, back at the Sagar's estate, Dane finally had time to check the 2 gifts from his sisters Arabella and Claire. Looking at the mana egg before him, Dane muttered that he fed it mana every morning and night, but it was still too early for the egg to hatch. Ah, a familiar mysterious egg, even though he's not a summoner. If you feed mana to an egg marked by your own bond as its master before it hatches, when it does hatch you can permanently control the summoned creature that would otherwise only be usable temporarily. Thinking of this, Dane stroked his chin thoughtfully. The quality of his mana clearly needs to be appropriate. There may be many complex conditions not yet met. He'd heard some eggs never hatch because the conditions are never satisfied. He hoped this egg wasn't one of those, he thought. The young general gently reached out with both hands, took the egg, and channeled his energy into it. Even when bored, he tried varying the intensity of his power, but it didn't seem to help much. No matter how he changed the flow and strength of his mana, there was no response, he thought. Dane realized he had been a bit too impatient, so he quickly calmed himself, put the egg away, and exhaled. Few wanting success on the first try was greedy, he scolded himself. At that moment, Herman's voice sounded outside the door. Young master, are you finished? Oh, it's Herman, I'm coming. Dane replied and hurried toward the door, but just then the egg behind him emitted a faint glow and stirred slightly, causing him to stop in his tracks. He hurriedly turned back to check. Did I just hear something? He said, staring at the egg. At the same time, the steward Herman, hearing the noise, rushed inside. Young master, what was that sound I heard? Wait a moment, let me check the egg first, Dane said. He widened his eyes to inspect it, but then his face filled with disappointment. There was nothing different. Was I mistaken? Ha ha, false alarm. Seeing his disappointed expression, Herman guessed and asked, did the egg react? No, it must have been my imagination. Let's go, Dane waved his hand. Time passed quickly. Cut to the training yard. Today, instead of practicing spear techniques, the protagonist was training with a sword. When he finished, his friend Herman clapped and praised him. Well done, young master. When did you start sword training? I just wanted to swing it for a bit, Dane explained calmly. Truly a genius, you've got a talent for the sword too, Herman continued. Looking at his reflection on the blade, a small joy rose in him. Learning to use a new weapon is fun. I haven't held a sword in years because father watched too closely, but fortunately my skill hasn't faded. Speaking of Herman, he took out a tray of cookies and said, have a snack first, then we'll continue. All right, thanks, Dane accepted happily. Training here is nice, he said as he happily ate the cookies. In another scene, his father, Count Awakens, was lost in his own thoughts. Phew, it's tiring every year, but we gained much from the last banquet. I can confirm many nobles are turning their attention south. Most of them want to build good relations with us. Since the war ended, the South, with its favorable climate, holds many things nobles desire. Their interest is obvious. But that interest can't compare to the attention Dane has received. The clash with Count Tyron's eldest son was unexpected, yet the boy calmly explained the situation before the adults. He even confidently showcased his talent. The boy is too mature. Sometimes I wish he'd act a bit childish, age-appropriate, but that's just my wish. Thinking this, Awakens glanced at the clock beside him and muttered, it's almost time, Longvi, let the boy try swinging it today. No sooner said than done. Shortly after, Awakens took the spear to the training yard to find Dane. There he found Dane training with a sword in hand. Swordsmanship, but why is Dane using a sword instead of a spear? Awakens wondered inwardly but quickly came to a conclusion. Of course. Surely Duke Bout said something to the boy. Otherwise, why would he be here practicing swordsmanship after spending so much time training with the spear? But it seems the boy has quite some experience with the sword, doesn't he? The power the boy is showing is something even some lifelong sword practitioners couldn't replicate. When did he learn like that? However, one thing is certain. The boy also has a talent for swordsmanship, Awakens thought. After watching Dane practice for a while, he interrupted. Dane, I've been observing your sword work. When did you learn swordsmanship? Hearing this, Dane stopped his movements and grew a little anxious. I've been exposed. Maybe it's better to tell father the truth. With that thought, Dane said, I really haven't learned it. Oh, is that so? So it's truly talent then. Spear techniques, magic, assassination, summoning, and now even swordsmanship. If it were anyone else, I would never believe a child could be talented in all those fields. Saying that, as if having made a decision, Awakens asked Dane, are you curious about the world? What do you mean, father? Dane asked curiously. Yes, the world beyond these walls. I think this territory is too small for your talents. Staying here would be a disadvantage for you, his uncle candidly shared. This made the protagonist across from him fall silent for a moment. It seemed he realized he couldn't be kept here forever. After thinking, Dane continued, I'm not sure, but I'm a little curious. Hearing Dane's reply, his uncle smiled gently and said further, that's good, now we need to prepare you to step out into the world. Really? Dane asked curiously. Of course, though I'm a bit reluctant, I must grant my son's wish. And today I've brought you something a bit special, he said, planting his spear firmly on the ground. Do you recognize it? It's the Longvi that reacted to you on your first birthday, Awakens added. This made Dane vaguely recall the weapon. Right, I remember, it reacted to me. Here, try holding it, Awakens said as he handed the spear to Dane. And the moment he touched the Longvi spear, instantly, our protagonist felt a surge of power erupt within his body. Amazing, there's so much power here, Dane thought in awe. Meanwhile, Awakens smiled, stroking his chin. It reacts even more violently than when the boy was younger. No one can say it's because of me anymore. I need to, no, I will make his talent with this spear shine the brightest on the continent, he thought. A burning feeling rose in Awakens as he stepped forward and patted his son's shoulder. I'm thinking of at least helping you master the spear before you go. So prepare yourself, Dane. One day this spear will be yours. Until then, become strong enough to wield it with pride. Of course, father, rather than the Longvi owning me, I'll work hard to follow your teachings with pride, sir. Dane's affirmation made Awakens burst into laughter. Ha ha, just as I expected from my son. All right, then let's begin. Time passed quickly. After a tiring training session with his father, Dane listlessly returned to his room. He stared up at the ceiling and mused, the world outside. I've always been curious about it, even in the days I struggled on the battlefield. In my previous life, I was Argric. All I knew was war, packing up camp, maintaining weapons, eating bland food, and heading to the battlefield. The only ways to escape were for the war to end or to die on the battlefield. Only those two options. I couldn't even imagine what life outside the battlefield would be like. But as Dane, the situation was entirely different. I don't know how my talents will be used, how the world will receive me, or what I can do in this world, but I have the chance to go anywhere and do anything for a moment. I just wanted to stay here and enjoy the warmth of this place, but thanks to my father's words, my thoughts changed. All right, it's time to step outside, Dane blurted out, and Mrs. Lily, who had just arrived, heard him. So you've made your decision, my son, she said, startling Dane a little. Mother, when did you come in? Don't worry, so you were lost in thought and didn't even hear me knock, she said with a faint smile at her son's concentration. Ah, I see, Dane said embarrassedly, turning to Lily. Not minding Dane's distraction, she asked, I heard from your father that you get lost in thought. Are you curious about the world beyond our lands? Hearing the question, the young man's expression began to change and he bowed his head slightly. Yes. Father said it would be a waste of your talents to stay here, and after thinking, I'm curious about the world outside too. I'm sorry, Mother, he said in a voice as if he'd done something wrong, and at that expression, Mrs. Lily sat down, gently stroked him, and comforted him. There's no need to apologize, Dane, but your two sisters are no longer here, and if you leave too. Dane stammered, I'm fine, your mother understands you, Dane. I know how great your talent is. Even if you don't want to go, the outside world will still call to you. If you could stay with your mother longer, that would be wonderful, but what world would allow you to do that? So go and do what you want to do, Dane. Faced with his parents' advice, Dane finally felt firmer in his resolve and added, yes, Mother. Even if I leave this home, I'll visit often and tell you about what I see in the world. Thank you, son. Then it seems we must prepare to send you out into the world, just like your father said. She said calmly. Prepare? Dane asked. I intended to teach you espionage and train you slowly from there, but it seems you'll also have to learn how to set and avoid traps, Mrs. Lily said with a smile. She'd waited a long time for this day. Only Dane felt his idle days were ending. Oh no, I'll have to learn special lessons from my mother too. And the skill to dispose of corpses as well. Oh right, you also need to learn human anatomy, Lily added. Oh my God, I'll be exhausted before I even go out into the world, Dane grumbled inwardly. Anyway, Mother will teach you many things, Mrs. Lily summarized. Yes, Mother, I will try my best, Dane said confidently while reflecting that his parents' special lessons were taught with love. That's right, if I want to step into the outside world, I must prepare well. The southern region of the Arabella Empire, the Sagar's territory, with its warm climate and abundant natural resources, had become a key region for the Althian Empire so they wouldn't be drained during the war. And thanks to the rule of Count Sagars, this land remained stable, and after the war ended, the remaining rebel remnants were captured. And finally, the era of peace that felt like it would last forever had returned. Up on some street inside the territory, two women in their 20s walked side by side, chatting. Have you heard the rumor? They say young Master Dane stopped by some shops. Really? The companion asked. It's true, he came and bought something. I heard the shopkeeper's daughter even fainted that day. Oh my, the rumor was true. I hear he gets more handsome by the day. I'd love to see his face once. It seems he doesn't have a lover yet, right? The girl in the purple dress spoke and began to fantasize, startling her friend. What? Are you crazy? Wake up, he's only 14. Her friend shouted when she saw her companion start to drool. It seemed a baby heartthrob hunter was about to be born. To respond, the young gossip also revealed what she'd heard. From what I hear, he doesn't look 14 at all. People say he's as tall as a count already. Wow, could it be that the countess is tall too? No wonder jealousy runs high. He must look like he's 20, platinum hair and blue eyes. My heart would stop if I saw him gone, the purple-haired girl said, her eyes lighting up like car headlights. Her brown-clad friend, having heard so much, showed a hint of expectation. Next time he comes, I must see him. I wonder when he'll appear again. Apparently, he often visits that shop. Oh right, I remember, the forest guard told me about it, the brown-clad girl added. Really? Then meeting the guard first would make it easier to get there. Huh, you actually plan to do that? The brown-clad girl exclaimed. Cut to the outskirts of the territory, inside a pine forest. This place, filled with ancient magic, was called the Apocalypse Forest. Dane was carrying out the escape task his mother assigned. He wore a blue cloak and moved carefully through the forest with his spear. He took out a piece of cloth and waved it before him to test the wind, saying, "The wind is from the south. I've seen Cheryl spiders here before, so I must head west," he said. He put the cloth away and thought, 3 hours, I must get out before sunset. With that, Dane quickened his pace, leaping between the branches. One of the most important rules for an assassin is not to be captured by the enemy. Within the allotted time, Dane had to avoid the nets and traps his mother set and escape this dangerous forest. Back to the story. At this moment, Dane landed in a clearing. He inhaled the air and mana around him, held it for a moment, then exhaled. After hiding and blending into the surroundings, hidden traps placed in unexpected spots would appear, as is happening now. Thin, almost transparent threads were everywhere. It seemed that if he touched them, the traps would trigger immediately. This was the most basic yet dangerous mechanism. Fortunately, this type was fairly easy to disarm. Thinking that, Dane began rolling up his sleeves to deal with the traps at once. However, these were traps set by Mrs. Lily, so there was no way he could resolve them that easily. At that moment, strange noises began above Dane, catching his attention. Only when he looked up did Dane realize, without knowing when, there was a group of giant squirrel rat monsters on the branches ahead, staring at him hungrily. Then one of them shouted and lunged at Dane. Its cry seemed to signal the rest to rush forward to get a taste of his blood. Seeing such ferocious monsters, Dane instinctively took a few steps back. Oh no, it's a pack of Russelt. I didn't expect them to show up here. They charged forward at a terrifying speed. We must quickly deal with them. As he thought that, Dane reached for the spear beside him to fight back, but then his movement suddenly stopped. Wait, if I touch those traps, it will be even more dangerous. There's no choice, I need to get out of here for now. Thinking that, Dane lost his urge to fight the monsters. He immediately grabbed his spear and bolted. The squirrel rats chased after him relentlessly. While moving, those stupid monsters collided with countless thin strands of web in the air. That triggered the traps Mrs. Lily had set. The moment some threads snapped, the walls on both sides of the forest erupted with the whistling of flying spikes. Before the squirrel rats could react, their bodies were perforated like honeycombs. Seeing them so miserable, Dane paused, unsure whether to feel happy or sad. Haha, they fell into the trap. I handled them without lifting a finger. Dane muttered to himself before he noticed that one squirrel rat had miraculously survived the rain of spikes and was now recklessly charging at him. Although surprised it was still alive, Dane quickly dodged to the side, avoiding the creature's attack. It's fast, the protagonist thought inwardly. When its attack failed, the squirrel rat dug all four claws into the ground to anchor itself. At the same time, it opened its mouth and spat out a layer of brown-red bone blood something, whatever it was. The protagonist grew alert. Whatever it spat was surely dangerous. Dane reminded himself of that, then spun his spear in his palm like a fan, sweeping away the orange mist. However, being held up by such a small monster annoyed him. Damn it, I can't waste time here, he thought. Dane's resolve surged because if he lollygagged here, he'd fail the task his mother assigned. With no other option, he launched himself to send the monster to its end. The squirrel rat also lunged for Dane's blood, and the two charged straight at each other. After a few slicing sounds, Dane used his spear to cleave the creature's body in two, perhaps out of irritation at being blocked. He then swung his spear backward once more, slicing its head clean in two. Time passed quickly until late afternoon. At last Dane escaped the forest and collapsed on the ground, panting like a dying dog. Huff huff, I'm going to vomit. But at least he had safely gotten out of the forest, he thought tiredly. However, as if heaven wouldn't allow him a break, strange noises began to sound again. Even exhausted, he forced himself to sit up and prepare for anything. What now? Damn it, when did I let my guard down? Dane gritted his teeth. He gripped his weapon tightly, but the newcomer was Mrs. Lily. Well done, Dane. 3 minutes and 30 seconds in total. You were even faster than your mother. Seeing her appear, Dane was a bit surprised and asked, Mother, have you been watching since earlier? Of course, I couldn't let you go alone, she replied. Even though I know your talent better than anyone, as your mother it's different. You did very well. I find no fault. Are you hurt anywhere? She asked, gently ruffling Dane's hair. I'm fine, Dane replied. Honestly, at this rate, you'll be recruited as an assassin, the lady sighed, causing Dane to force a wry smile. Then Lily pulled a dagger from her sleeve, the one used in the nomming ceremony when Dane was one, and said, Here, take it. It seems to suit you more than me now. Seeing the dagger, Dane's eyes widened in surprise, and he asked, This is your dagger, the Black Edge. Can I really have it? Dane asked, and Lady Lily nodded. Of course, I'm not using it anymore, she said. Lily explained, the Black Edge is forged from mysterious ethereal, an ore that absorbs the elements of all things. If you wish, it can even hold every poison in the world. Without her saying more, Dane already knew the dagger's properties by heart. He even knew it absorbed toxins and could use them. He murmured to himself and quickly took the dagger. Thank you, Mother, I will keep it safe, he said hurriedly. Seeing him accept the gift, Lady Lily looked pleased. Thank you, Dane. Let's go home and rest. This must be all Mother wanted to teach me, Dane thought to himself. However, just as they were about to return, a piercing scream suddenly rang out from the forest, sending nearby birds scattering into the sky. The two of them froze on hearing the sound. Mother. Dane frowned and asked, "Did you hear that?" "Yes, someone seems to be in the woods," she replied. "Let's go quickly, Dane." "Yes, Mother," he said, and the two hurried toward the source of the sound as time quickly passed. Cut to the Saugers family's annex tower. Inside a room, an elderly man with silver hair suddenly woke up. His face was full of terror, as if he'd just had a nightmare. A few seconds later, he calmed and looked around, asking, "Where am I? I remember eating mushrooms in the forest." Hearing his voice, Dane, standing outside with a cup of tea, entered, saying, "You're awake. The detox is still in progress. Don't move yet." Seeing Dane enter, the old man glanced at him with mild curiosity and asked, "Detox, did you save me?" "Yes, you ate a red-cap mushroom. We found you in time," Dane said calmly. But when the old man heard the words red-cap mushroom, his face went pale. So it was a red-cap mushroom. In response, Dane handed him a cup and added, "It was a poisonous mushroom. If we'd been any later, you'd have been dead. Here, drink some water. Thank you." The old man reached out to take the cup and immediately gulped it down. Observing his demeanor, Dane began to suspect. The belt bore the emblem of the Nixian magic tower. He wasn't an ordinary man. Without the black edge, I wouldn't have been able to save him, Dane thought. Returning to the old man after drinking, he turned to ask, "Thank you, where am I?" "You're in the Saugers family's annex tower." Dane shrugged and said, and because the Saugers family is so famous, the old man could guess where he was. Yet precisely because he guessed, he felt a headache. "So I not only got lost heading south, but I also ate a poisonous mushroom and ended up all the way here." Unaware of these thoughts, Dane saw the old man's color improve slightly and said, "You should rest. I've informed my father. He'll come see you soon." "Your father, so you are?" the old man asked. Dane nodded in confirmation. "That's right, I'm the youngest son of Count Saugers, Dane Saugers." Hearing that, the old man recalled something and stroked his beard. "Ah, so that's it, you're Arabella's brother, the genius all the magic towers watch." "How did you find me?" he asked with interest. Dane had no reason to hide it and answered, "I was training in the forest with my mother." "What, in that crazed forest?" the old man shouted in shock, recalling his own painful memories there. "Even an 8th-level mage like me got lost. The mana flow reversed during a spell and my whole body collapsed." Thinking of that, the old man's expression showed disbelief. "Really? The whole forest holds ancient energy and traps everywhere." "Yes, the forest is our estate. It's extremely dangerous for outsiders. Moreover, the energy there differs from the modern mage's energy. Mages shouldn't go there. You were also in grave danger after eating that poisonous mushroom." Dane calmly explained, helping the old man understand. "So that's how it was. No wonder I nearly died there," the old man exclaimed. Then he realized a far more serious issue. "Wait, does that mean this boy is strong enough to train even inside that forest?" he asked aloud. "You were also the one who brewed the antidote?" "Yes," Dane admitted, which astonished the old man further because Dane looked so young. He seemed barely a teenager, yet he'd made an antidote requiring broad knowledge and precise alchemical skill. Haha, what a family this is. Besides 2 genius daughters, even the youngest son is the same. If we were in wartime, perhaps the Saugers family could become the most powerful noble house in the Althian Empire. Having thought that, the old man laughed. "Ha, I'm very impressed with you." "Indeed," Dane nodded, and his refreshingly unscripted reply fell the old man silent. "Look at this kid, he's quite bold," he murmured to himself, then after a few seconds added, "Well then, I should repay those debts. But first, allow me to introduce myself. I am Sidrain Gauss. Not long ago I was the master of the Nixian magic tower. Tell me what you desire, speak to me. I have everything in this world except the things I don't have." Sidrain said arrogantly. He likely referred to pocket space. Many mages live without a house by storing everything there. Dane thought this to himself and asked to be sure, "Is that really so?" Dane spoke calmly, his indifferent demeanor once again leaving old Sidrain stunned. "What's this? I said I'm the master of a magic tower. An ordinary person would be surprised or show me respect, yet this kid remains unfazed." Thinking that Dane might not grasp the value of his words, the old man flailed his arms to explain. "You'll never have another chance like this. Don't be modest. Tell me what you want." Hearing this, Dane frowned slightly, as if considering a reward. His expression made the old man break into a triumphant smile. But Dane's next remark immediately deflated the old man. "I'll take some time to think about what I want and tell you later." Even a man near death couldn't help but bristle with anger at that reply. What? He doesn't care at all. What kind of brat is he? Ignoring his attitude, Dane left once his business there was done. Then rest well, he said. Dane spoke and quickly exited the room. Behind him, old Sidrin remained bewildered, still not understanding. He's the first to treat me that way, the old man said with a foolish laugh. Before making an important decision, he thought to himself, I planned to stay a day or two and leave, but no, I should stay to investigate that interesting fellow more thoroughly. Time passed quickly. Cut to the training yard. After finishing practice and while resting, Dane told Herman beside him about finding Sidrin in the forest. When Herman learned the man's identity, he couldn't hide his astonishment. The master of a magic tower, he must be outstanding in magic. Certainly based on what I heard, he's an 8th level mage, Dane nodded. 8th level, higher than Miss Arabella? Herman asked. Hearing this, Herman grew excited. Young master, that means a very powerful person owes you. Magic towers function like independent territories on this continent, they're like nations, he exclaimed, while Dane himself found his luck hard to believe. Who would imagine he'd be connected to someone so influential? Turning to Herman after congratulating his young master, the man wondered why the tower master had been wandering in the forest. Dane, practicing his sword, answered, that place isn't an ordinary forest. Mages treat it as a forbidden wood. They call it the Doomsday Forest. On hearing the name, the steward understood some of its horror and clicked his tongue. If it's the Doomsday Forest, even mages face trials there. He was lucky to survive, thanks to you, young master. Not replying, Dane glanced at the sword in his hand and then said, Herman, get me a new sword. All the ones I'm using are too short and light. Startled by Dane's complaint, Herman turned to inspect the swords on the rack and said, so that's it, those were all damaged swords the Count brought back from the war. No wonder. I'll prepare a longsword for you so you can train tomorrow. Seeing he couldn't get a new sword immediately, Dane accepted it. Thanks, I'll finish today's practice with this sword, he said. He then remembered the gift Duke Bout had given him years ago. Come to think of it, I already have that. The seal Duke Thermion gave me. 7 years have passed since then. If I ever go to the capital, I'll be sure to visit him. After finishing today's training and returning to his room, Dane met his father, Arkin. You trained hard today, his father remarked. Yes, father, I thought you had business to attend. You're home early? Dane asked in surprise. Things finished sooner than I expected, and I had a reason to return home urgently, Arkin said with a smile. Dane immediately guessed why his father had rushed back. Is it because of the master of the magic tower? Dane asked with a smile. His uncle admitted and mused. Perhaps, who knows, he might be able to help Arabella. He could even be a good mentor for her. Back with Dane, hearing his father's words provoked some unpleasant images in his mind, but he thought, Father believes the tower master can help Arabella, though I'm not sure the man could tolerate her temper. Look how decisively she punched that senior. Dane worried inwardly. Unaware of this, Count Arkin patted his son's shoulder and praised him. You saved another life. Well done, Dane. I'm just doing what I should, he replied modestly. Not everyone could do that. What you did was truly wonderful, Arkin remarked. After that, as the two of them walked together, Dane recalled something and asked, so my 2 sisters couldn't come this time, father? Hearing this, Count Arkin replied regretfully, about that, it's so hard to see my daughters these days. Arabella just finished an extended term and is choosing a magic tower to join, and I heard Claire received an invitation to an appointment as an assistant professor from her teacher. Seeing both sisters achieving their own successes, Dane felt happy for them. They're both very impressive, he nodded. But I have high hopes for you too. Who knows how the world will treat a talented child like you? His uncle wondered. I don't know either, Dane shrugged, which made his uncle laugh. Just thinking about how he surprised Bout already amuses me. Arkin said cheerfully. Hearing Bout's name, Dane also felt a bit excited. Duke Bout Thermion, one day I'd like to spar with him in swordsmanship again. By the way, I wonder how Layla is doing. The last letter I received from her was a year ago. I'll probably find out once I go to the capital. Time passed quickly. A few days later, old Sidrin was shouting, What? I'm not fully recovered yet. I'm going mad being stuck in this room so long. The doctor-like man, exhausted by his complaints, had to accept it. Then please don't go far, and temporarily you are not allowed to use magic. Not allowed? Sidrin barked. For a mage like him, being forbidden magic was like a drug addict without drugs. The doctor, fearing Sidrin wouldn't grasp the seriousness, reminded him, Yes, the flow of your magic hasn't purified yet, and we haven't fully neutralized the poison in your body, so you'll have to wait a bit longer. Hearing this, though eager to use magic, the old man wasn't stubborn and accepted it. Well, I suppose that's that. It's been a while since I've not used magic, consider it a change of pace. But I can't stay here much longer, let's go out, he said, jumping up excitedly to explore like a child, making the doctor sigh. You don't even know the way around here. Ignoring the remark, Sidran slammed the door shut. This made the doctor suddenly uneasy. If the old man caused trouble, he'd likely be the one punished, he thought to himself. Cut to a corner of the estate where the maidservants gathered and whispered, there are only two kinds of mages. The genius on the left and the lunatic on the right. He's gone up and down the floors dozens of times, and now he's been admiring the flowers in the backyard for hours. But he's supposed to be the strongest among the mages, right? So what? He's clearly gone mad. Miss Arabella deserves a normal life, the murmurs began. And just as they said, for some reason, old Sidran was sitting, gazing at the meticulously tended roses before him. I'm really curious, he said. I wonder who created this garden. I hadn't expected these flowers to hold such extraordinary magic, the old man pondered. At that moment, Dane approached and greeted him. I dropped by to see how you were, couldn't find you, so you're here after all. Hearing the familiar voice, Sidran turned and replied, ha ha, did you think I ran off somewhere? Someone told me to stay here until I'm fully recovered, he explained. Indeed, that's what I wanted too, Dane said with a smile. Looking back at Sidran and glancing over the peaceful surroundings, the old man's spirit seemed to be healing too. This really is a good place for rest and recovery. Now I can see why nobles head south for the season. Yes, this place is wonderful. I'm a bit sorry to leave so soon, Dane nodded in agreement. This information made Sidran curious and he asked, what, you're about to leave, where are you going? Answering frankly, Dane said, not far, I plan to go to the capital. Oh, the capital, then you're likely heading to that academy, right? And your sisters are at the academy too, aren't they? Yes, they'll have an easy life there, Dane said with a smile. By the way, Sidran began to study Dane with curiosity. Your sisters are so renowned and extraordinarily talented, so I wonder how capable this boy is. Should I test him? Thinking that, curiosity began to seize the old man's mind. He couldn't help but use his sensing ability, sweeping it over Dane's body, and immediately discovered a terrifying source of energy within him. It made him break into a sweat. Heavens, what is this dense mana? His mana is condensed to an unbelievable degree. If prodigies his age are like streams, then this boy is a raging waterfall. Such an amount of mana is usually very unstable, even liable to erupt outward. But how? Could Sidran's probe escape the boy's notice? Of course not, so Dane spoke up to admonish him. Don't you think evaluating someone's magic without their permission is a bit rude? Dane said irritably, leaving the old man awkwardly scratching his head. Ah, you noticed quite the skill. I'm sorry, that was thoughtless of me. After speaking, the old man began shouting inside his mind. I can't believe such nonsense. Could someone with mana this condensed really exist? He said this while staring at Dane as if he were an alien. This left the protagonist puzzled. What did he see that's so astonishing? Returning to Sidran after focusing and observing Dane a bit more, the old man was astonished again. Slowly now, why can't I detect any magic layers? With that density, I should be able to see layers. Thinking this, a terrifying suspicion began to form in the old man's mind. Could it be that kid have two mana cores? To test his suspicion, Sidran immediately turned to ask Dane, how did you create your mana core? Seeing the old man's expression, which looked almost crazed, Dane was a little puzzled and asked back, is something wrong? Of course there is, the old man shouted. You already have such an insane amount of mana and you still want to take up a spear. And you possess a magic that only needs a core without a magic layer. Are you going to abandon the greatest talent ever? He yelled. He couldn't ignore such terrifying magical talent. Dane shrugged and said, seemingly unconcerned, why not use both? Back to the old man, hearing Dane's answer, Sidran's teeth ground together with a creak and his face contorted. He tore at his hair and exclaimed, this is maddening, so frustrating, where do I even begin to explain? Then, to make the boy understand, Sidran took a deep breath and slowly explained, do you know why the lifespan of a magic swordsman is so short? They are powerful because they possess both a mana core and a magic layer. However, they interfere with each other, and when they collide, problems arise. That's the law of nature. Mana compressed in the core is transmitted into the magic layer, so the layer cannot withstand the impact and will explode. The old man spoke with grave seriousness, making Dane, who had never experienced it, begin to sweat. I've researched this quite a bit, but is this really impossible? He wondered inwardly. Back with Sidran, the old man was so angry he wouldn't even look at Dane. Tusk, such wasted talent, truly a waste. Unfazed by Sidran's irritation, Dane asked, can't you use magic without a magic layer? The old man pondered for a moment and said, "Not impossible, but without the refinement of a magic layer, how would you use spells that require pure magic? Also, others have had the same idea before, but most we know have ended in failure." Hearing there was still a chance, Dane pounded his chest and said, "Then let me try, I've never tried it before." "But it seems possible," he added. "What is this crazy kid talking about?" Sidrin ground his teeth, thinking to himself at Dane's words. "If I rearrange the magic," Dane murmured, waving his hand through the air. With each motion, he left trails of blue energy containing countless strange ancient runes. Then he clenched his fist, and immediately, a fierce flame suddenly burst into being in midair, and somehow it didn't seem to affect the protagonist. Seeing the fire appear, the protagonist couldn't help but smile slightly. Oh, it worked, but it's only a basic level 1 spell. Across from him, Sidrin's eyes nearly popped out at the unbelievable sight. What? How is this possible? This child has no magic layer at all. How can he use magic? Thinking this, the old man couldn't help but exclaim aloud, "Unbelievable. You should only be able to use magic by refining a magic layer," and the more he thought, the more confused Sidrin became. Meanwhile, Dane waved his hand and created some kind of barrier. He then offered his hypothesis. "My sister Arabella said my affinity for magic is very high, maybe that's why." Hearing this, Sidrin still found it hard to believe inwardly. Even so. Is this what common folk mean when they describe talents that can't be imitated, the so-called innate genius? Sidrin murmured inwardly as, for the first time, he felt what it's like to look at true prodigies as an ordinary man. Unaware of his thoughts, even Dane was a little astonished. "I only tried once and it worked. It's really effective. So you can use magic without a magic layer, now I understand." The general nodded, while Sidrin's face opposite him went dazed to the point he could hardly stand. An innate mana affinity, pure and denser than anyone in the world. Does such a person really exist, he thought. A fierce urge began to swell in old Sidrin's heart. "Do you want to be my disciple?" he asked. However, Dane didn't seem very interested in using magic. Still, the old man wouldn't give up and kept nagging in his ear. "Come, let's talk a bit. It's such a shame to pass up an incredible talent like you. Do you know how to use level 2 magic?" "I don't know that, so I can't," Dane said awkwardly. That answer made the old man beam with delight. "Oh ho, wonderful. If you become my disciple, I'll teach you level 8 magic." Before the old man finished, Dane coldly refused. "No, thanks, I won't take that." Seeing himself, the former tower master and an 8th level mage, repeatedly rejected by this brat, Sidrin's anger reached a peak. His pupils went white and he ground his teeth like a mad dog needing a shot. Fortunately, before he could lunge and strike Dane, the cheerful voice of Count Arkin rang out. "Ha ha, I didn't expect you'd be so close with my son." "Father," Dane greeted as he saw his father approach. "So, son, what are you two discussing?" Arkin asked. Now annoyed, Dane said, He kept insisting I become his disciple, but I refused." As Arkin spoke, he glanced at Sidrin with a knowing look. This made the old man a bit embarrassed as he turned to persuade Arkin since he couldn't convince Dane. "Well, Count Arkin, your son possesses the talent of a great mage." "Is that so?" The uncle chuckled calmly, for he knew his son's talent far better than this old man. Back to Sidrin, as if fearing Arkin wouldn't believe him, he patted Dane's shoulder vigorously and asserted, "He may be greater than I imagined. He can even use chain spells without any magic layer." Hearing this, Arkin's expression shifted and he turned to ask his son to be sure. "No magic layer, really, Dane?" "Yes, father," the naive young man replied. "I'm pretty sure he has no basic magical knowledge at all," Arkin said with a laugh. "Which makes his talent even more impressive," Sidrin added, and with that compliment, Arkin gave him the label of having a good eye for people. Truly, as the former master of the magic tower, he immediately saw my son's talent. It's not just talent, your son is a genius. He might even become a rare magic swordsman, the old tower master said with a smile and a suggestion. Immediately, Count Arkin pictured Dane in knight's armor, raising his sword high and saying, "A sword is better than a spear." At that image, the uncle's face darkened. "A magic swordsman, huh?" Arkin's voice carried weight and gravity. Seeing this, Dane's alarm bells rang. "Damn, you shouldn't say that in front of my father." Dane shouted inwardly, but old Sidrin didn't seem to notice Arkin's sullen expression and kept smiling. "Yes, a magic swordsman, finally there's interest. If you become my disciple, I guarantee I'll take full responsibility. I'll make you the strongest magic swordsman in the Empire." As he spoke, Sidrin suddenly fell silent when he felt a cold gaze fixed on him. "What's this? Why do I feel a chill down my spine?" Sidrin wondered. Very quickly he got his answer as Arkin's eyes went white like a beast's and he roared, "He must not become a magic swordsman." Seeing this, the old man recoiled and weakly asked, "But why not?" A magic swordsman uses magic. Don't you think the boy is especially suited? My son Dane will not be a magic swordsman. He will become a magic spearman, the uncle shouted. Startled, Sidrain jumped back several steps. What, that's an issue, he said, and then he turned to look at Dane with a resigned expression and could only smile inwardly. Ha ha. Why is everyone in this family like that? Time passed quickly. At this time, Dane was reading in his private room. The matter of becoming Sidrain's disciple still hadn't been decided. The protagonist was also researching some magical knowledge. For a mage, becoming a disciple carries great significance. Mages often groom successors through a process called inheritance, a tradition from ancient times that persists even into the modern era when public magical education has been established. Indeed, the master of the magic tower was not just looking for an ordinary disciple, but also an heir. Considering that a great 8th-level archmage was hovering around him, his talent must be something extraordinarily remarkable. After hearing so many compliments, he felt something stir inside his body. At that, Dane's eyes suddenly widened as he remembered something from his childhood. Ah, I know now. In Dane's mind appeared the image of his sister Arabella bringing him a crystal orb and telling him to pour magic into the crystal whenever he wanted to contact her. Thinking of that, the young man immediately opened his wardrobe, took out the magical crystal orb, and cheerfully said, "All right, just ask Sister Arabella." Elsewhere, in a place resembling a library, Sister Arabella suddenly heard her brother's voice. "Sister Arabella, it's me, Dane." Hearing the familiar voice, the pen in her hand paused and she happily said, "Dane, my brother." Very quickly, Dane began recounting everything to his sister to ask her opinion. Of course, Arabella couldn't hide her astonishment at her brother. "What, Dane, you used a level 1 spell, but you don't even have a magic circle." "That's right, I don't have one, but I could still use it." He shrugged, making her force a wry smile. "I know you're a genius, but I didn't expect you to be this good." Back with Dane, he continued, "Magic circles only serve to purify and recycle mana. Maybe my mana is already too pure." Hearing Dane's guess, Arabella nodded in agreement. "That sounds reasonable. I have a way to test it, Dane. I'll send you a magic stone through the transference device in your room. You just need to pour a little mana into it, okay? Got it." Dane answered happily, also marveling at his luck to have such a sister. "She's so good to me. Mana has always intrigued me." The advice of a 6th-level mage is extremely helpful. On the other end, as if remembering something, Arabella added a reminder. "By the way, if you can use magic, you'll attract a lot of attention at the academy." I don't want that," Dane said in a panic. "That's unavoidable. Talent attracts the most attention. Tell me if you're bullied at school and I'll deal with anyone who dares touch my brother," Arabella said confidently. That made Dane on the other end recall something and ask, "Ah, you never told me. Didn't you break the nose of that guy who kept flirting with you? He's the Duke Dwell's younger son, right?" Hearing this, Arabella remembered that jerk's face and ground her teeth. "Don't mention that bastard," she snapped. Those nearby looked at her with wary eyes. Seeing that, Arabella quickly lowered her voice and continued, "By the way, even without a magic circle, over time could your mana become even purer?" The protagonist stammered in response, I don't know. Let me have you look into it later," and Arabella nodded. But before she and her brother could talk much longer, a female student ran over from afar to remind them, "Senior Arabella, the professor is looking for you." Hearing this, though reluctant, Arabella had to say, "Dane, I have to go. I'll call you back later." "Okay, see you later," Dane said. "All right, I'll send the magic stone as soon as I can." Back with the protagonist, after waiting for his sister to hang up, the young man couldn't help but smile with joy. "I'll be exposed to a whole new horizon. I never expected my mana to be this pure. Could I have a dragon's heart?" he wondered, placing his hand on his chest as if to feel it. In another scene, old Sidrain, unable to persuade Dane to become his disciple, sighed heavily like a dying man. "Oh no, I'm doomed." Probing his mana made things worse. "I plan to leave early, but I can't go until he accepts my offer. What must I do to make him agree? Should I give him some magical artifacts or the centuries of knowledge I've accumulated?" Sidrain asked himself, but then he shook his head and dismissed the idea. "No, that's too much. If I give him everything and he still refuses, I'll leave empty-handed." The more he thought, the grayer his hair seemed to become. At that moment, Dane's voice suddenly sounded outside the door. "Are you in there? It's me, Dane Saugers." Seeing Dane come to him, a spark of hope lit in Sidrain's eyes. "What's he here for? Did he accept my offer?" With anticipation on his face, Sidrain said, "Come in." Hearing that, Dane opened the door, stepped in quickly and said, "Good you're here. I have something to discuss with you." "Oh, what do you want?" the arrogant old man replied. Looking at Dane's demeanor, he immediately assumed Dane had come to ask to be his disciple and smiled triumphantly. "Ha ha, I knew it. You must want to become the disciple of a great 8th-level mage like me." The old man chuckled with satisfaction, but before he finished laughing, Dane bluntly corrected him. "No." At that, Sidrin's smile vanished and he clicked his tongue in annoyance. "HMPH, then what did you come for? Didn't you say you weren't interested in magic?" "It's not that I'm not interested in magic," Dane shook his head. "Then why don't you want to be my disciple? Do you already have a master?" Sidrain asked. But Dane shook his head a second time. "No, I don't have a master either." Hearing this, even a saint would feel a bit irritated. Damn it, is this brat playing with me? If not, then what on earth did he come for? Sidrin ground his teeth, and of course Dane had no time to chat idly with the old man. "I don't know how to advance to the 2nd tier. It's hard to have my eldest sister teach me because she's far away. After all, the best way is to learn from you, Sidrain. You still owe me a life." With that in mind, Dane wanted to take advantage of that favor and said, "I don't just want to be an ordinary mage." Across from me, the old man made an association and said, "What, so you want to become a magic merchant?" "No. I'll become a mage, merchant, assassin, and summoner." The young man rattled off a long string of professions, leaving Sidrin's mouth agape. "What, that career actually exists?" He scratched his head. "But that's not all. Oh, and a swordsman too," Dane added, and Sidrin could only shake his head at that profession. "How absurd, it's hard to say." "You still decide to refuse me even without knowing this is your only chance." "That's right," Dane replied calmly, and with that determined tone, Sidrin fell into thought. "Damn, he's too resolute." The old man muttered, but in difficult moments his mind began to spin ideas, and he thought, maybe that will work. With that thought, Sidrin slammed the table and shouted, "Do you want a letter of recommendation? I hear you want to enter that academy. If I write you a recommendation, you'll be admitted directly." Sidrin said excitedly, and faced with such a tempting offer, Dane also found it very appealing. This condition was extremely attractive. "All right," he sighed. "Very well, now let's discuss the details," Sidrin cried. "May I set conditions?" Dane asked, and the old man inwardly laughed with delight at those words. He's tempted. I'll seize this chance and make sure he can't get away." Thinking that, he cheerfully said, "Of course, speak up. Then can you teach me how 2nd-tier magic works?" "Of course I can. I understand all kinds of magic in this world," Sidrin boasted, thumping his chest. "Oh, really? Then I'll rely entirely on you," the protagonist said, his voice full of expectation. "Ha ha, it's nothing." The old man waved his hand and told himself inwardly, "He's still very young. A recommendation letter or how 2nd-tier magic works means nothing to me." Thinking this, the old man wanted to immediately showcase his great knowledge. "Let's begin now. Although my condition isn't the best, it doesn't matter." "All right, let's start," Dane nodded. He's completely fallen into my trap," Sidrin chuckled inwardly, but contrary to the old man's delusion. "Dane wasn't that stupid. I'll treat this as my repayment for saving you in the forest," Dane said, and Sidrin's face went blank as he asked, "What?" "You said it yourself. You owe me your life, so I can ask you for anything I want." "I already said it," Dane said with a very sly smile. The old man's eyes bulged. "Wait, what about becoming my disciple?" "Of course not," Dane shook his head, hearing that. No matter how slow-witted he had been, Sidrin realized he'd been completely played by Dane. I've been tricked by a 14-year-old. Thinking that, the old man's mind started working again, making him notice something special about Dane's request, and he shouted, "Wait a moment, you asked me for 2 things, but I only owe you 1 favor." In response to that challenge, Dane said coldly, I don't see it that way. First, I saved you from the forest. Second, I removed the poison from your body, and I even carried you back from there. But I didn't count that in, the protagonist confidently boasted about saving the old man, making the old man's face look completely stunned. How can this child be so calculating? Oh my back aches a little now. Sidrin sighed inwardly. In short, the experience of old age couldn't beat the passion of youth. Time passed quickly and the scene shifted to the training yard. Because Dane had tricked him into it, they were now here practicing magic, but of course Sidrin didn't intend to give up so easily. Let's see. It's fine if I keep persuading him persistently. Maybe in the future he'll change his mind. It would be a waste to pass up such a natural talent. Thinking that, the old man began instructing. The fact that he condensed a monocore before forming a circle was negligible. The important thing was that he could use magic without a circle. The method of channeling 2nd-tier magic I'm about to explain is very complex. So countless people have given up at this step. Listen closely. As he spoke, Sidrin proudly glanced at Dane behind him. All right, Dane agreed calmly. Haha, look at that gleam in his eyes, but I won't let you achieve your goal so easily. I'll teach you manners, the tower master yelled inwardly. Finally, the lesson officially began. Second-tier magic was a completely different level from Tier 1 because you had to calculate mana amounts yourself, the density of mana lingering in the air, and even your body's condition at the time. That's why most people give up learning magic. It's very complicated, the old man explained. Dane attentively took out his small notebook to copy down important points, and seeing his focused posture, Sidrain felt a bit skeptical. Do you understand what I'm saying? Surely the kid will beg me to explain in simpler terms. Imagining Dane begging him, the old man smirked and said, basically it's like that. Do you understand? In response, Dane nodded confidently. Yes, I understand. I have a lot to learn, not only how magic works, but also things I don't yet know. Across from him, Dane's words were completely unexpected to Sidrain and left the old man bewildered. What? You really understand it all? Then explain to me the laws of how magic works. Back to Dane, upon hearing the question, he wrote with his pen while answering casually. The first law is coexistence. Mana can coexist with the physical world and other sources of mana. Through coexistence, a mage uses their own mana and the surrounding mana to cast spells. The second law is conservation. If mana gathers enough material elements, then through conservation it can utilize magic across different elemental attributes. Blah blah. Hearing Dane this far, Sidrain froze like a log. Unbelievable. He fully grasped the nature of magic, and he even added his own interpretations. Most people find this boring, but he didn't seem to. How can someone like this exist? The old man thought in dismay. Then, because Dane had answered the question perfectly, Sidrain began to delve deeper into the lecture. Each rank increases magic's complexity exponentially. Instead of explaining, I'll demonstrate for you. Saying that, the old man paused and waved his hand to the side, causing his arm to be covered by bands of blue energy. Quickly, these bands wove together to form a grid-like symbol. Looking at the symbol, Sidrain turned to Dane and said, for example, this is a Tier 1 spell that can be cast using a simple law. However, from Tier 2 onward it's different. Tier 1 can't compare at all. He continued with more examples, creating larger bands of energy with countless obscure characters floating around. This is how second-tier magic operates, the old man said calmly. Watching the example spells Sidrain produced, Dane felt the complexity had indeed risen to another level. They tightened together in very intricate ways, feeling even harder than the theory. Dane frowned in thought. Looking at the change on his face, the old Sidrain smiled and said, well then, this is the magic that creates a level 2 fire spell, rockets. Also, if you want more, you need to cast the same spell multiple times. You must be very surprised. You've never seen how level 2 magic works, right? Sidrain thought to himself. He continued aloud, it looks complicated. Most people take at least a year after freely using level 1 magic before they begin using level 2 magic. No matter how intelligent you are, you can only grasp part of a spell. The crucial thing is the law. If you can't understand that, nothing else matters. I'll observe you for about a week and then slowly explain the techniques to you, Sidrain planned inwardly. However, he still somewhat underestimated a genius like Dane. Should I try? The boy asked, pulling the old man out of his thoughts. It'll be hard, but go ahead and try, Sidrain said casually, assuming Dane surely couldn't do it. Very well, Dane replied calmly. Then, mimicking what he had observed, he covered his body with countless gentle streams of energy. Very quickly, he successfully formed that grid-like magic. This is a level 1 spell, right? Dane asked. Yes, Sidrain nodded. He was also somewhat surprised inwardly. Ho, he can create lines with definite length and width. Impressive. So that's a simple use of Tier 1. Seeing the old man confirm, he proceeded to use level 2 magic. Now I'll show you what you just taught me, he said, and the energy around Dane suddenly twisted into the exact patterns of the level 2 spell Sidrain had used earlier. At this point, Sidrain didn't know what to say about the scene before him. Really, he copied the functioning of a level 2 spell perfectly. He understood it after watching me perform it only once. Curious, the old man asked, how did you do that? When I observed, I memorized the laws and patterns. When you shape the spell in your head, it's not that difficult, Dane explained lightly. Though Dane made it sound simple, Sidrain knew exactly how hard it really was. It was beyond imagination. Even a magic prodigy like himself would need time to use level 2 spells. Yet this boy could realize it without a magic layer, he thought in amazement. But the astonishment wasn't over, for the protagonist then decided to show off a little and proposed, then I'll try using the rockets." "Wait, what?" Sidrain asked again, but Dane had no time to repeat himself. He immediately put both hands to the sides and focused, controlling each stream of mana so they turned into beams of light that darted wildly around him. Then from within those beams of light, 4 rockets suddenly appeared in the air. Seeing his spell succeed, Dane felt a bit pleased. "Oh, seems like it worked." Looking at the youth happily celebrating his successful spell, Sidrain felt it utterly unbelievable and absurd. "If I had that talent, I could have achieved the dream of reaching level 9, he wondered. After guiding the rockets closer, Dane turned and asked, "Am I doing this right?" "Ah yes, very impressive. You learn everything I show you very quickly," the old man said. The old man coughed a few times as he spoke, while Dane himself was amazed. "Yes, I'm surprised I could do it on the first try." As for Sidrain, he was now slightly fearful of Dane's terrifying talent. A world without magic layers would panic seeing him. "I must hide this ability. All sorts of people would try to approach and bother the boy, especially until he becomes my disciple. I should think about how to write a recommendation to the academy," Sidrain told himself. And he continued, "All right, let's move on to another spell, shall we?" "Yes, sir," Dane replied, and so they proceeded. Time passed quickly until evening. Now, lying in bed, Dane began to recall the moments from that morning. The magic lesson was more fun than I expected. I need to study both theory and practice carefully, but at least I can use magic. Thinking back to my previous life, I was forced to give up magic while not even knowing when I might die. Spending time learning magic was a luxury I couldn't afford. To survive, I had to swing a sword. Because magic, up to a certain point, prioritizes learning theory over practice. That makes me more expectant in this life. Combining the theory I learned from my sister with my innate talent, I can show explosive growth with only simple guidance. In being taught by the former master of the magic tower, what spell will I learn tomorrow? Dane wondered. Time flew by. Half a month later, Dane and Sidrain went to see Arkan to request something. "What, you want to make a magical reagent?" Arkan exclaimed in surprise. "Yes, sir, I don't have enough materials, so I need to go outside the territory," Dane answered. "Huh, already trying reagent making?" the uncle said blankly. Beside him, Tower Master Sidrain affirmed, "Don't worry about the boy, he's already learned how 4th-tier magic operates." Back to Arkan, although he knew his son was extremely talented, he was still amazed whenever he heard of his achievements. Isn't it supposed to take a month to finish Tier 1? Information on magical reagents isn't that easy to obtain. "Where did you learn it?" In response, Dane broke into a bright smile. "I learned by reading magic books in the library. They fascinated me." Hearing him, old Sidrain smiled too. "Ha ha, indeed a prodigy. I never thought you'd be curious about magical reagents. Many find them boring. But for you, just picking materials is fun, definitely." Opposite them, seeing their cheerful expressions, Arkan fell into thought for a moment and agreed. "All right, this will be a valuable experience for you. I'll be going out, so check the territory while I'm gone." "Yes, father," Dane replied. Then the three, Dane, Herman, and Sidrain, left the mansion and walked into the street. As soon as he appeared, a commotion erupted as people recognized his identity. "It's young Master Dane. Young Master, he's carrying snacks. That's the new product. That silver hair looks especially handsome today." Greetings to the young noble began ringing everywhere. The protagonist wasn't aloof. He nodded and smiled at them. "You all right? I'll come back for the snacks later." Nearby, old mage Sidrain stroked his beard and thought as he watched how the townspeople treated the young master. "It seems Count Saugers isn't a bad man. Well, judging by how he treated me, that's understandable." With that thought, he looked around at the lively scene and remarked, "There are many delicious foods down here in the south. The weather is mild and the people are friendly, a sight rare in the capital." "Yes, this place feels very warm," Dane replied. "How much longer until we reach the magic tools shop?" Sidrain asked. For a shut-in who'd lived in a castle all his life, this question stumped Dane. "Well, I'm not sure. I haven't been there before." "What?" Sidrain exclaimed in surprise. The protagonist took the chance to turn to his steward Herman and said, "Please lead the way from here." "Yes, young master," Herman nodded. Then Herman urged his horse forward to lead the group. As they went, he said, "This way, it's not far now." Time passed quickly. The scene shifted to the magic tools shop, and Dane's group had just arrived. As soon as they entered, the shopkeeper excitedly said, "Oh my, is that really young Master Dane? His silver hair and emerald eyes are as astonishing as the rumors." "Thank you for coming. How's business these days?" Dane nodded in greeting. Faced with the question, the shopgirl shrugged and said, "Same as always. Few people from the territory come to buy magic tools. I mostly sell to foreigners and anyone interested in magic." Saying this, as if recognizing Sidrain's identity, she respectfully added, "I never expected the honor of meeting the former master of the magic tower. Sir Sidrain is here." Hearing the greeting, the old man smiled in return, while Dane was slightly surprised that she recognized him at a glance. Understandable, since very few become masters of the Empire's magic tower besides this man. Turning back to the shop girl, knowing they had come looking for something, she didn't waste their time. Feel free to look around the shop. Call me if you need anything. With that, she let them browse at leisure. Since this is your first time at a magic tools shop, look around comfortably. I'll talk with the owner for a bit, Sidrain said. All right, Herman replied. While the old man flirted, Dane took the chance to examine the various items on the wooden shelves and marveled. Wow, this place has so many interesting things. There was also something strange, a rather familiar feeling that made him wonder inwardly. Moreover, when touching a magic tool, he could perceive its magical reaction. It was probably because his magical sensitivity was quite high. Thinking that, Dane suddenly sensed a strange aura drawing his attention. What's that? A fairly strong reaction is coming from over there. What is it? He murmured, turning his eyes toward where he felt the aura. The shop girl, seeing Dane's posture, warned, young master, those are just decorations. Oh, are they? Dane muttered. The old mage then turned and said, why don't you take a look at some reagent materials? Moonroot is very good. Responding, the shop girl seized the chance to advertise her goods. That's a perfect choice. There are at least 50 remedies containing moonroot. I grow them myself. The quality is excellent. Back to Dane, he was still unsettled by the strange sensation he had perceived. That's odd, he muttered, then focused to pinpoint the aura's location and immediately turned to look behind him. It turned out the whole sensation was coming from some kind of stone. Right, it's that, he realized. The stone was resonating, he thought, and hurried toward it. This made his steward Herman slightly puzzled. Young master, what's the matter? Herman asked. I feel something from this stone, Dane explained. Seeing this, Herman glanced at the stone and shook his head. It's just an ordinary decorative piece. I'm not sure either, but this stone is really strange, Dane said. As he spoke, he reached out and gripped the stone to examine it, and very quickly. He had his answer. The more magic he poured into it, the stronger the reaction. Could it be that it only responds to my magic? Unaware of the stone's oddity, the shop girl continued presenting her wares. Your eye is excellent. That would make a perfect specimen. Now then, give me that batch of moonroot and a few Conwell berries. May I ask what this is? Dane said, lifting the stone in his hand. Hearing the question, the shop girl turned to look at the item and exclaimed, where did you get that stone? What's wrong with it? Sidrain wondered aloud. Ah, no, those are just decorative pieces. She waved her hand, and at that answer Dane grew even more puzzled. Decorative? Impossible. What kind of decoration reacts to magic? He thought, glancing back at the shop girl. For some reason, the moment she looked at the stone in Dane's hand, her face began to contort. Just looking at that stone makes me so annoyed. Hearing this, the old mage perked up and asked, what happened? Were you cheated? The shop girl sighed and said, a few years ago, some peddlers paid me with a large package. When I opened it, it was that very stone, and the man had already left. I didn't know what it was, so I had it examined, but in the end it was just a stone, nothing more. I didn't know where to put it, so I just left it there. Strange, Dane wondered to himself. Clearly this stone isn't ordinary. But instead of voicing his doubts to the old mage Sidrain beside him, he decided to keep the matter to himself. Back to the shopkeeper, seeing Dane unable to choose anything, she piped up with a suggestion. Young master, if you want something better, look over here. I have a few special magical artifacts. I'll show you. Saying that, she quickly produced a rolled-up paper and presented it. This is a roll of calling cards, blah blah. Ignoring the sales pitch, Dane remained focused on the stone in his hand. Though the shop held many curiosities, he only wanted this. Unaware of Dane's thoughts, the woman continued enthusiastically. If you place it inside, it will automatically store the information you want, and you only need to call the person's name and their card will appear. Before she finished, Dane interrupted. I'll take the calling card roll and this stone. Putting the calling cards aside, Dane taking that worthless stone astonished the shopkeeper. Why would you want that useless stone? Nearby, the tower master curiously asked, what do you intend to do with it? In response to both, Dane simply smiled without much explanation. After getting what they needed, they quickly left the shop. As they walked, old Sidrain turned and said, I didn't expect you'd be interested in decorations or art. Does that stone have something special? Realizing the old man had caught him, Dane chuckled a few times. Haha, you noticed. Of course, otherwise why would I buy such a useless stone? Calmly, Sidrain replied, and at this point Dane, unable to hide it any longer, let slip a bit of information. Exactly, this stone isn't just a decoration. It can react to my magic. Hearing the boy, Sidrin's face showed a growing interest. Is that so? I'm not sure what that stone is, but your words pique my curiosity. There are too many people here. Let's return to the mansion and examine it more carefully. All right, Dane nodded. The group urged their horses and rode back to the mansion quickly. Time passed swiftly until afternoon. Now the two of them were preparing to begin studying the stone. Do you know what it is? Dane asked. You're underestimating my invaluable experimental instruments, Sidrin replied. With them we'll learn what it is, even if a mage examined it and said it was nothing special. Hearing him, the old man's gaze carried some disdain. HMPH, whatever anyone says, it can't compare to my devices. I've spent all my money on this advanced equipment. It can analyze anything you place on it, Sidrin said as he looked at the magical instrument he had brought out from pocket space. Seeing his confident assertion, a spark of expectation appeared in Dane's eyes. Great, let's test it right away. All right, I'm rather eager too. Just place the stone on here. Then channel your magic into it, the Tower Master said as he placed the piece of stone onto the star-shaped sigil. And as soon as he infused mana into it, the hidden magic arrays within the device activated and began to analyze the item. There's something truly special, finally something to be proud of, the old man thought with a smile. Very quickly, countless streams of energy shot out from inside the star sigil. Looking at the ancient script within the streams of energy, Dane exclaimed, "It's a magical code." With his knowledge, Sidrin also noticed the anomaly and pointed out, "That's right, but it's not an ordinary spell." Watching the extremely complex magical currents weaving through the air, Dane could only stare in amazement. Incredible, this is a spell containing rules, structure, and casting methods I've never seen. It might be as complex as a 6th or 7th tier magic. At that thought, part of the matter became clear. So the magic hidden in the stone is what manifests the spell, Dane murmured. The old man smiled and said, "Yes, just as you said, your magic is the key that unlocks that spell. I say that because it only reacts to your magic." Back to Dane, hearing the Tower Master's words, curiosity stirred within him. What exactly is it? What magic is concealed inside this stone, and why does it respond only to my magic? The more he thought, the more bewildered he became. Meanwhile, the Tower Master wanted to attempt analyzing the spell. The sealed magic within is somewhat unfamiliar to me, but as a former master of the magic tower, I'll give it a try. Seeing the old man personally take charge, Dane asked, "If you succeed, perhaps I can learn why my magic differs from others." "Perhaps, let's hope it succeeds," Sidrin nodded. Elsewhere in Arabella's private laboratory, she was reviewing a pile of analysis reports carefully pinned to the wall and murmured, "Indeed, it's different, clearly not ordinary magic. A special trait, there's a unique characteristic in Dane's magic that even I don't possess." However, which magical field this spell belongs to did not appear in the results. Spell reagents, gateway magic, magical engineering. If it's not any of those fields, then what exactly is it? It must correspond to something, she pondered thoughtfully. Then a flash of insight struck her. That's right, there's a branch of magic that's been lost. Dane's magic might fit it. Thinking that, she hurriedly checked her stack of magic books. Where had she put them? Here they are: alchemy, spirit divination, death essence arts, and even a primitive magical code, Arabella muttered as she searched. Until her hand accidentally knocked a book, sending it flying to the floor. "How, an ancient magic tome," she exclaimed in surprise. She brushed the dust from the book as if it hadn't been touched for ages, recalling that a magical kingdom had existed long ago and that some magics were inherited from Archana. Because it's an ancient magic from 2,000 years ago, no one knows how to use it. At that thought, Arabella laughed at herself. "Ha ha, what am I saying? Ancient magic vanished 2,000 years ago. Dane's magic couldn't possibly match it." After laughing, her expression grew thoughtful again. "Oh well, I've nothing to lose." She decided to try and immediately began using her magic on the typewriter before her. Quickly, the typewriter spat out a sheet of paper with results. Something began to appear. After waiting for the machine to finish writing, Arabella quickly checked the results. "What is it? Alchemy, divination, or hopefully not death essence arts?" she said, frowning. Not knowing what was recorded inside, after reading just a bit, a lightning bolt struck her mind. "Impossible, what the hell is this?" Arabella shouted. Back with Dane's group, using his magical power, Sidrin quickly completed unsealing. At that moment, the stone suddenly began to shatter into many pieces. This made the old man's face show a bit of pleasure. "The seal is broken, there's something inside." Dane frowned and said, "Yes." "Then I'll take it out." Sidrin nodded, and next, from among the fragments of stone, the old man produced a very ordinary-looking bracelet. "A silver bracelet?" Dane asked in surprise. The old man widened his eyes too. After all their expectations, they were handed this scrap of junk that looked like something anyone could buy at the market. He'd hoped there'd be something special in the material, but there was nothing. "This is it, because it only reacts to your magic. You should try wearing it," Sidrain said as he casually tossed the bracelet to Dane. Seeing that, Dane took the bracelet and slowly slipped it onto his wrist, and just as they expected. The moment Dane finished fastening it, the bracelet suddenly emitted a soft blue light. The old man's expression changed. "Oh, it's starting to react." Turning to Dane, who had noticed the change, he said, I can see some strange characters here." "What are they? Let's see," Sidrain said, widening his eyes to inspect the tiny, ant-sized characters. "Do you know what they are?" Dane asked curiously. Very quickly, with just a glance, the old man recognized them. Yes. These characters are an ancient script that no one in the world can read." "Ancient script?" Dane asked in confusion. "They are the characters used by the ancient magical kingdom Archana," the old man replied calmly. The protagonist had heard stories of that ancient kingdom, Archana. He'd heard Arabella mention it since childhood. She said it was an era when even the smallest items were crafted with magic, but one day that era came to an end. All that remained were a few relics, passed down stories, and this line of magical code. As for Sidrain, learning Dane was connected to the long-lost magical kingdom filled his face with excitement. I knew your magic was special, but I didn't expect it to be linked to an ancient magical kingdom. That must be why I could move so easily in that forest these past few days." Dane nodded in reply. "That seems likely. The magic from that forest originates from Archana," the old man said with a sidelong glance, his desire to make Dane the subject of his research growing stronger. Turning back to the protagonist, after examining the bracelet and feeling it a little, he shook his head. "I still don't see anything else in this bracelet." In response, the former tower master, who didn't know much more, could only offer some advice. "You can investigate it slowly, but don't talk about this outside." "Yes, I'll follow your instructions," Dane nodded. Then suddenly both of them heard a strange sound, like something cracking. "What was that noise?" they said in unison. "Don't tell me that alarm sound means a monster is attacking," Sidrain said anxiously. It's understandable he'd been in a weakened state, but at that moment. After checking and sensing himself, Sidrain discovered he could use mana normally again without causing any harm to his body. Thanks to that, the old man regained his confidence. Good, my body has almost fully recovered. I'll relax a bit, finally I can repay the favor." Saying that, the old man grew restless, wanting to smash something in celebration, and turned to Dane. "What are you doing? Go fetch a spear or something." "What is that? It sounds like it's coming from over there." Seeing the old man's excitement, Dane calmly explained, "This sound has nothing to do with monsters." "That sound means my eldest sister is trying to contact me," he said, looking at the pendant, repeatedly sending call alerts in front of him. His explanation deflated the old man's enthusiasm. "What? You should have said that from the start." There's no way a monster would appear around here. Now if you'll excuse me, I'll talk with my sister for a bit," Dane replied awkwardly. He then contacted his sister Arabella. "Yes, is something wrong?" On the other end, Arabella was slightly annoyed that her brother took so long to pick up. "Dane, why did you take so long to answer?" "Sorry, did you call me for something?" Dane asked. Hearing this, Arabella moved on to the main point. "While I was analyzing your magical code." Sensing something, she paused and asked, "Wait, do you have someone beside you?" Without answering that, Dane, as if guessing, replied, "Don't tell me you also realized my magic is ancient magic." "What? How did you know?" Arabella shouted, after he explained everything finally. Arabella understood the situation. So that's it. When you and Master Sidrain were analyzing a stone, you guessed it came from the ancient magical kingdom, and you said the stone only reacts to your magic?" "Yes, that's right," Dane nodded. Meanwhile, Sidrain, realizing Arabella also knew Dane's magic was ancient, clenched his teeth. She recognized that just by analyzing the boy's magic, "I knew she's a genius, but she's more talented than I imagined," he thought to himself. Turning back to Arabella, once everything was clear, she asked worriedly, "Does anyone else know about this?" "No," Dane answered. "Good, Dane, listen carefully to me," she said, "and Sidrain should listen too. You'd better keep this secret. If you reveal this now, you won't be able to bear the consequences," she warned. Hearing Arabella mention him, the old man cleared his throat. Miss Arabella, I've heard quite a bit about you from Dane." "Oh, you're Master Sidrain. I jumped straight into the matter and forgot to introduce myself. Don't worry, I'll keep this secret," she said. "If this leaks, not only Dane but the entire Sagar's family will be in deep trouble," the old man declared. "Indeed, you understood the gravity immediately," she said. Arabella cheerfully asked, "Will this conversation be recorded?" he asked. "No, as soon as this call ends, it will automatically disappear." "Good, no one wants stray evidence." Besides, I plan to return to the magic tower to investigate this matter, Sidrine added. Thank you for helping us. No, Miss Arabella, I'm doing this from the responsibility of a mage, so it's nothing. The old man waved his hand. Then, as if recalling something, he asked, I've heard you're looking for a magic tower to join, right? Have you decided which tower to enter? As for Arabella, hearing this, she understood Sidrine's intention. Not yet. However, I'm not considering the Nixian magic tower. It doesn't specialize in the field I love, she said awkwardly. Earlier, I wondered who the boy took after in his decisiveness. Seems like his sister. Sidrine thought to himself, but quickly his focus returned to Dane, so Arabella's refusal didn't disappoint him much. Ha, I understand. You don't have to come from our tower, Sidrine replied, and Arabella offered reassurance. I'm sure talented people will join your magic tower. Anyway, Dane, we'll discuss the details later, okay? Okay, take care. Dane nodded and quickly ended the call. After the conversation ended, the tower master nodded. Your sister has become quite talented. Hearing this, Dane felt a bit proud. Of course, she made this artifact. She said this refined crystal orb is the trend among young mages today. Turning to Sidrine and looking at the communication device in Dane's hand, he shook his head slightly. Impressive, but I don't need such a gadget. When someone reaches rank 8, communicating with others isn't what they desire. If there's something important, they can just come see me directly, right? Yes, I understand, Dane said, satisfying the old man, and he also guessed that Sidrine probably had no friends. Putting that aside, Dane quickly told his parents the story that he possessed ancient magic. You say ancient magic? That makes me a bit worried, Awakens said. Haha, don't worry, father, Dane laughed. Nothing will happen. If anyone targets you, I'll make them pay, his uncle said in a rough voice. Beside him, Lady Lily promised, sounds good, mother will silence anyone who goes after you in her own way. Seeing his parents so warlike, Dane began to break out in a cold sweat for anyone thinking of targeting him. They're full of killing intent, he thought inwardly, but with both of them protecting him, he's safe. Then Awakens stroked his chin thoughtfully and said, but if that's true, it means ancient magic is hidden in our bloodline, doesn't it? Hearing his speculation, Lady Lily nodded. That's a good question, and we don't know if any of our ancestors had it. I'll check on my side of the family. Hearing them, Dane felt a bit of anticipation. If both sides investigate, what might they discover? It's not crucial, but he's curious. Putting the ancient magic aside, Lady Lily looked thoughtful and turned to her son. It seems you've already crossed more than one boundary. Dane, if you stay here, that will hinder your development. You should consider moving to the capital to live from now on. Hearing this, Dane's face became a little confused. The capital, he asked blankly. Uncle Awakens nodded. Yes, you must be at least 14 to enter the academy, and now you're old enough. I wanted to keep you for another year or two, but it seems there's nothing more you can learn here. Turning to Lady Lily, seeing Dane's worry, she gently took her son's hand and advised, Dane, if you choose that, you can leave whenever you want. Hearing this, the protagonist was slightly surprised. He hadn't expected them to think that way. Dane, you'll do well. Go and fulfill your talent as you wish, Awakens said with a smile. With his parents' encouragement, the protagonist no longer hesitated. Yes, I understand what you mean. I'll prepare to enroll in the academy. That's a good choice, Awakens nodded. Good time for me to level up again, the protagonist told himself. Time passed quickly. Dane told Sidrine of his intention. Oh, is that your choice? Sidrine asked. Yes, though sooner than I expected, Dane said. You've made a very good choice. Staying here would only limit your talent. That would be a waste. Also, a piece of advice, don't immediately reveal too much of your talent. Although the academy welcomes talent, not everyone thinks that way, the old wizard said seriously. With 2 lifetimes of experience, Dane understood some of this. Right, Arabella told me before she had to face people insulting her. Turning back to Sidrine, ordinary kids won't keep up, but the Thermion family is a different story. The old man nodded, prompting Dane to recall the girl Layla. Right, come to think of it, I told her I'd visit if I went to the capital. If I don't visit her, she'll be very disappointed. Also, I should think about what weapon to make with the seal the Duke Thermion gave me earlier, Dane thought to himself. Unaware of Dane's thoughts, the old man opposite stroked his beard thoughtfully and said, Let's see, if you enter the academy in 3 months, you should depart from here after 2 months. Hearing this, Dane nodded. That seems reasonable. What about you? At the question, the old man outlined his plans. I intend to return to the magic tower. I think I have matters to attend to. You've made things less dull for me. If I find any clues about ancient magic or anything related, I'll tell you. Really? If that's so, I'd be very grateful, Dane hurriedly said. Then the remaining issue is your lessons. If time is short, we must speed things up. Reaching rank 3 is hard, the second rank is nothing compared to the third. Yes, I'll study very hard. And I've prepared a gift for you. A gift? Sidrain's voice held a note of surprise. Dane produced a small wooden box from his personal space, placed it before him, and nodded. Yes, my sister sent this to me via teleportation magic yesterday. It was a newly made item. By both their looks, inside the box was some small stone. It's a new refined crystal orb not yet on the market. Arabella invented it. She likes me, so when I asked, she gave it to me. Sidrain, seeing the new toy, hurriedly picked up the stone and his eyes lit up. Oh, quite compact and beautiful. I don't need this, but I'll kindly accept the gift you've prepared for me. Oh, I can inscribe my rune magic into this. Yes, so please use it to contact me. Though he claimed he didn't need it, he looked very excited. Dane silently began instructing the old man on using the modern device. Yes, do it like this here, haha, this is really simple to use, he said happily, which made Dane slightly worried. He probably won't contact me often, will he? Time quickly passed until evening. The protagonist suddenly pondered the coming period. The academy, I need to seriously prepare over the next 2 months. My interest is to be able to use summoning magic to a certain degree. I'll aim to officially enter the summoning magic class, receive the summoning mark, and get a chance to take the competency assessment. Since Claire is an assistant professor, I'll probably see her often once I enroll. Speaking of which, Dane looked at the egg in the glass case nearby and muttered, I forgot to immerse my friend in magic. Without further thought, he habitually began to channel his mana into the egg. As he infused it, he thought, for 7 years I've painstakingly immersed it in magic day and night, yet it hasn't shown any reaction. However, if the magic I've embedded hasn't gone anywhere and the egg has absorbed that amount, then surely it will hatch one day, Dane thought with eager eyes. Time passed quickly. Scene shifts to Arabella, who was explaining the academy exams to the protagonist. Yes, one general exam and one specialization exam. On the other end, the protagonist understood a bit but still asked, is that so? Could you explain in more detail? Let's see, the general exam is a preliminary test to classify candidates. It covers culture, history, and empire-related topics. You should be able to pass it without issue. Of course, the better you do, the more beneficial it is, since it's counted toward the entrance evaluation. The next exam is the specialization exam. As the name suggests, you'll choose a specialty and be tested on it. The content depends on the professor. But I believe you'll definitely pass, and you even have a letter of recommendation, Arabella said confidently, showing no doubt about Dane's ability. Ah, I understand. You sisters passed it easily too, right? Dane asked. Yes, there was really no difficulty, Arabella shrugged. Before reminding her younger brother further, she added, however, once you've chosen a specialty, you must stick to the specialty you selected for the specialization exam, unless you want to change majors later. That's right, so choose carefully at first. I still don't hope our youngest chooses the magic specialty, she said on the other end of the line. Dane, who was practicing swordplay, forced a smile at that. Haha, you still won't give up, huh? Alright, I'll think about it. So if I want to change specialties after enrollment, the only way is to transfer majors, he asked. Usually yes, unless you graduate and want to start over. Of course, you can attend other specialty classes, but typically from the 3rd year on, advanced specialty classes won't admit students from other majors, Arabella explained slowly. With that information, Dane fell a bit silent and then said, so I have to choose a single specialty to follow. On the other end, as if remembering something, Arabella immediately reminded him. Ah, right, there's a program called the elective specialty for talented people like you, Dane. They have that too, sounds interesting, Dane exclaimed. But it's not easy at all, Arabella cautioned her brother. Unless you intend to deliberately fail, no one wants to sign up for it. Arabella shook her head. Why is that? Dane asked curiously. Because up to now, no one has passed that exam. Oh, I see, the protagonist nodded and exclaimed. Hearing his voice, Arabella paused a step and worriedly asked, don't tell me you're thinking of trying it, are you? No, of course not, sister. Lord Sidrain is here. I'll contact you later, Dane denied and immediately ended the call. At that moment, Arabella felt a twinge of regret. Had she pushed him too hard? No, but magic is better. At the same time, a female voice called from ahead, Senior Arabella, the professor is looking for you. Alright, I'm coming now. Back with old Sidrain, that afternoon, he brought Dane the letter of recommendation he had promised. Here the recommendation letter I promised you, he said, handing it over. Dane hurriedly accepted it and asked, you really wrote this for me? The old man stroked his beard and puffed up. Not just the form but the content, I put careful effort into it. I've written several recommendation letters, but this is the first time I've invested so much heart. Consider it an honor. Looking at the old man's somewhat proud expression, Dane couldn't deny the effort he had put into the letter and felt genuinely grateful. Yes, I will try not to let you down. Sidrin looked at Dane and suddenly sighed. It would be great if you wanted to become my pupil, but even if I took you on, I don't think you'd obediently call me master. The remark struck Dane's dark spot and halted his breath for a beat. Ha ha, how did he know that? The deity fumbled in his head. Putting that aside, Sidrin turned and asked, have you finished preparing for the trip? Yes, and actually I don't have much to bring. Besides, the academy dormitory facilities are already very good, so most necessities are provided. Hearing him, the old man clicked his tongue and shook his head, offering some advice. The facilities are indeed good, but a few people monopolize them. You're not the sort to back down from those people, right? Ha ha. Hearing him, Dane thought the academy sounded like a gathering of petty nobles and gave a crooked smile. Immediately, Sidrin caught that expression and, guessing his thoughts, warned him, don't forget this place may be harsh. If you show contempt, many will reveal their true nature and bare their fangs. On his side, hearing the reminder, he quickly pulled himself together and thought that it would be no different from a battlefield. After thinking that, he nodded in affirmation. Yes, I understand. Seeing this, the old man added, if you need anything, contact me. That crystal orb you mentioned is truly useful. I'll make good use of it. Speaking of Dane, hearing the old man's words that sounded like a farewell, he asked, why do you speak as if you're about to leave? As soon as the words left him, Sidrin's eyes flashed with surprise. You noticed? I'm leaving tomorrow. Really? Dane said regretfully. I can't stay here forever, can I? Your father offered me the position of magical advisor, but I'll think about that later. When there's nothing left to do, you know, I have many tasks to finish when I return. I thought I'd completed everything, but it turns out there are still many missions I need to carry out, the old man said, patting Dane's shoulder. This made him think of the ancient magic matter. Is he talking about ancient magic? Helping him would be like helping myself. It's not bad, Dane thought internally. Anyway, thank you, kid. Yes, thank you for everything, Dane nodded. Indeed, I'm eager to see how strong you'll be when we meet again. Well, I'm off, don't see me off. You'll embarrass me, he said as the old wizard turned and left. Please take care, Dane replied, feeling a touch of sadness. Perhaps because they'd spent a long time together, he felt a little sad at his departure. Time passed quickly, and one day that month Awakens and Lily talked. Lord Sidrin has left safely, and Dane said he'd depart today, right? The uncle asked. Yes, the boy says he's ready, came the answer. Hearing he'd leave early put her at ease, but would he have any trouble on the road? Lady Lily worried a bit about her son's first real social outing. Count Awakens patted his wife's shoulder and reassured her. We'll use the teleport gate Arabella prepared, so what's the problem? At those words, the lady relaxed a little. Yes, I was worrying for nothing. Turning to Awakens, thinking of the family's affection, he broke into a happy smile. All in all, I think we've raised our children well, while kids in other families are busy fighting for headship. We'll have to make clear decisions someday, but I won't favor anyone, he said calmly. At that moment, the bedroom door opened. Then Dane stepped in. He had finished preparing everything needed, so he came to bid his parents farewell. Parents. Seeing him enter, they nodded. Oh, Dane, you're here. Are you about to leave now? Did you bring the token Mother gave you along with the dark edge? Lady Lily asked. Of course, Dane said with a smile. Lady Lily couldn't help giving more instructions. If you truly encounter difficulties, go to the place I told you and present that token. Yes, I remember. Are those people Mother's former colleagues? Dane asked curiously. Yes, they're Mother's close friends, though it's been a long time. They'll certainly help you, Lady Lily said confidently. Meanwhile, Count Awakens was sweating a little. Could our Dane really be going there? Is he starting down the path of an assassin? He wondered. To prevent Dane from going there, Uncle Awakens hurriedly warned him, Dane, when you arrive at the capital, seek out Duke Thermion before entering the academy. The Duke will help you. Yes, father, he replied. And before they parted, suddenly Lady Lily couldn't hold back her tears. Dane had grown up and was about to leave them. Seeing his wife like that, the uncle could only force a smile. Ha ha, send him off with a smile. My lady, of course we won't go far, she said, brushing away her tears. Meanwhile, Dane felt a tightness in his chest. About to leave, his legs suddenly felt heavy. Then I'll take my leave, Dane said, forcing a smile. Then, watching his back from the window, Awakens' expression turned cold as he instructed someone behind him. Gilad, follow him closely. Ensure Dane reaches the teleport gate safely and then report back to me. Yes, master, Gilad replied coldly like a machine. He turned and left to ensure the young heir's safety. Seeing her husband's arrangements, Lady Lily sighed. It's been a long time since I've seen such a sight. You know what to do, watch Dane's teleport and see if anything unusual happens. Back where Dane was, for some reason the teleport gate wasn't set up inside the family mansion but placed in an empty lot. When the steward Herman looked at the gate, he widened his eyes. Master, seeing something like this in person is impressive. This is indeed. This is the teleport gate our eldest sister prepared earlier, Dane said with a smile. Looking at the gate's sophistication and complexity, Dane had to salute his sister mentally. Now I understand why she spent a whole year investing in this. The steward then asked, if we enter here, will instantaneous teleportation activate? Yes, probably, Dane smiled. He recalled the time when the gate was first built. How much effort had his sister put into it? Instantaneous teleportation can't be achieved merely by rearranging runes like other spells. It requires combining the rearrangement with continuous transmission of magical energy to operate. However, the gate his sister installed was a perfect device meeting all conditions for instantaneous teleportation, Dane thought. Then before parting, Herman said sadly, Master, please take care. Yes, take care of your health, Herman, the young man said, patting Herman's shoulder as he saw the steward blink back tears. Then he slowly stepped onto the platform, inside the gate, and reflected. She said that as long as he channeled magical energy into the gate, it would activate. Thinking it, he acted. Dane began to radiate a stream of magical energy and channeled it down to his feet. Immediately, the gate emitted a faint, ethereal light. Finally, Dane's figure suddenly vanished within the layer of energy. Time quickly passed and the scene shifted to the capital. It's unclear where Dane had been teleported to, but now he was on horseback at the city gate, looking at the bustling crowd ahead. A hint of joy showed on Dane's face. We're here, the entrance to the capital Artenia, the general said with a smile. At that moment, as if recognizing Dane's status, a knight raised his hand in salute. I've been waiting for you, young Master Dane Saugers. I am Luik Ismar, captain of the Thermion family's first knight squadron. Oh, so it's you. Dane replied as if that were expected. He didn't really know who this man was, but having the captain himself come to fetch him made him a bit uneasy. Unaware of Dane's thoughts, Captain Luik continued, from now on we'll escort you. Saying that, he turned to give instructions to his two subordinates. Ensure the route is secure. Yes, Captain, the two answered in unison. Then let's depart immediately. I appreciate it, Dane nodded. At the same time, he felt a strange thought. Actually being here felt odd. He never expected he'd set foot in the heart of the Thermion Empire he once hated, and as a promising figure at that. As they walked the road to the castle, Dane heard countless market cries. Hurry up, cheap, triple frozen by magic, only 1 silver coin. Hearing these sounds, Dane couldn't help but enjoy looking around at everyone and silently chuckled inwardly. So many oddities. He hadn't expected the capital to be this bustling. Just as he thought that, Captain Luik turned back and reminded him, there is the Thermion family estate. We've arrived. Hearing this, Dane looked ahead and was awed by its scale. The estate was magnificent. He couldn't help exclaiming as before him loomed a vast architectural complex. However, there wasn't much time to take it in when suddenly he felt as if someone were watching him from behind. Something strange. It felt like someone was following him. Could it be just imagination? Dane told himself inwardly. Putting that aside, following the knights, Dane soon reached the main gate where servants stood solemnly on both sides to welcome him. Welcome, young Master Dane Saugers. Hearing this, Dane turned and nodded in greeting. Thank you for the reception, he said. And he praised the group. Your formation is very orderly. The etiquette and ceremonies felt natural and strong, very different from the south, he thought. He then stepped forward to face his uncle, Duke Bout. The man he had last seen in childhood stood before him. Dane followed proper manners, dropping to one knee to salute. Dane Saugers requests an audience with Duke Thermion. In response, his uncle smiled broadly and nodded. Yes, it's been a long time. Dane, how have you been lately? The journey must have been hard. Come inside and rest. Saying that, his uncle hurriedly led him into the house. He took a moment to study Dane's current appearance and exclaimed, Oh, just a glance shows you're completely different from 7 years ago. Among kids your age, no, even compared to those a year or two older, few could match you. Arkin must be proud. Saying this, his uncle gave Dane a congratulatory pat on the shoulder. Dane politely replied, You flatter me. Upon hearing that, Bout added, Though you can't compare to Bitch Jiang, rest comfortably while preparing for the academy entrance exam. I'll arrange a personal servant for you, so tell me if you need anything. Turning back to Dane, grateful for his uncle's thorough arrangements, he thanked him and then asked about Layla. Yes, of course. By the way, how is Layla these days? Of course she's well, but are you quarreling with Layla? His uncle asked with a laugh, leaving Dane puzzled. "Excuse me, what do you mean?" he asked, his voice full of confusion. Bout sighed heavily as he thought of his daughter's recent expression and shared, "Lately, whenever I mention you, she seems unhappy. Perhaps it's partly due to pressure from the entrance exam, but Layla will easily get through it," he chuckled, increasingly puzzled about the real cause of her irritation. In reply, Dane said he would meet Layla in person to ask her, though inwardly he speculated whether it was simply because she'd reached puberty. Across from him, Bout agreed that it might be easier for the young people to talk it out themselves, nodding, "All right, we'll discuss this later." He warned him not to be too harsh with her, soon enough he'd understand. "Now go to your room and rest, a servant will show you the way." Soon a servant arrived and escorted Dane to his room. Before leaving, he bowed and said, "I hope you rest comfortably." "All right, thank you," Dane nodded, and waited until the door had fully closed. The protagonist surveyed his room and murmured, "I'll stay here about a week to prepare for the entrance exam. This guest room seems a bit too luxurious, doesn't it? First I'll unpack, then I'll find the training grounds," he said, casually tossing his satchel aside. But before he could rearrange his things, a figure with pink hair stepped out from inside the wardrobe and spoke. "I'll take you to the training grounds." "Dane, why are you only arriving now? I've been waiting for you a long time." Hearing that familiar voice, Dane eagerly turned around and replied cheerfully, "Layla, long time no see, how have you been?" Contrary to Dane's cheerful tone, Layla seemed irritated for some reason, just as his uncle had said. "I'm fine, more than fine, but don't you have anything to say to me?" she demanded, striding toward him as if to confront him, causing Dane to step back a few paces, startled by her angry manner. "Huh, what do you mean?" Dane stammered. "Why didn't you write to me?" Layla shouted, and only then did Dane finally realize why his friend was so upset. His eyes showed guilt as he explained, "I meant to reply but forgot, sorry." "Is an apology enough?" Layla retorted loudly. This twisted the protagonist's face as he tried to explain further. "I came here in person, and with all the preparations for leaving the family, I wasn't in the right state of mind. Forgive me this time." Layla puffed out her cheeks, turned her face away, and refused to look at him, making it clear she was very angry. With no other choice, Dane gritted his teeth and asked, "What can I do to apologize?" "I'll do whatever you say." Hearing this, Layla finally looked at him and asked, "Really?" Dane reminded himself he had to get out of this situation for now, but what should he do? He wondered, then asked aloud. "So what should I do for you?" he asked. Layla immediately proposed excitedly, "All right, how about a light match?" "A match?" Dane asked, puzzled. "Yes, fight me," Layla repeated cheerfully. Though puzzled by the request, Dane gladly accepted. "All right, let's see." From Layla's perspective, seeing his confident stance, she felt pleased and said, "Are you sure you won't regret it? I'm much stronger now. I can't be compared to the girl who learned to release mana from you back then," she shared happily. This surprised Dane inwardly. Judging by her confident demeanor, she seemed to have matured a great deal over the past 7 years. Thinking of that as if remembering something, Dane asked again, "Now that you mention it, you wrote in your last letter that you won some contest." Opposite him, Layla's eyes lit with joy at his mention. "You still remember? I won the Danter Prize held by the royal family." "Ah, that's it. It's the competition for boys and girls under 15 in the Empire, right?" Dane asked, and Layla nodded in confirmation. "Yes, that's a very high-standard competition. If you had entered, we'd surely have met in the finals. What a pity." Hearing this, Dane seemed a bit excited and replied, "That regret can be resolved now." But Layla, for some reason, looked worried at that point. "Are you really all right? You still have the entrance exam to take. What if you get injured?" "I'll be fine," Dane waved his hand with great confidence. Seeing his response, Layla had no reason left to refuse. "All right, it's late today. Tomorrow, as soon as we wake, let's have our match." Time quickly passed to the next morning. Scene shifts to a spacious courtyard. As promised, Dane and Layla were present to prepare for sparring. When the topic turned to weapons, Dane hesitated and asked, "Use training weapons?" Hearing his question, surprise flashed across Layla's face. "Do you still use blunt weapons?" Dane shook his head slightly. "No, but this is just a light match, so training weapons are fine." "No matter how skilled a warrior is, you can't handle every eventuality. What if you get hurt during the fight?" Dane said with a serious look. Layla could only sigh at how deeply he was thinking. "Don't worry, our family's best healer in the Empire works for us," she explained. Dane warned again, "But what if something happens that even the healer can't fix?" Layla the swordswoman was at a loss for how to answer. Seeing this, Dane added, "If you want to wield a bladed weapon, you have to think that way." Hearing that, Layla complained a little. "It's just a match. Why are you so serious?" "Fine, training weapons it is," she sighed irritably and turned to instruct the waiting servants. "Bring the training weapons here for me." "Yes, miss," they replied and quickly ran off to fetch the weapons. From Dane's viewpoint, looking at Layla's current bearing, he offered a small smile. Indeed, she had become a proud young woman as rumored. People said she would soon match the achievements of her two brothers active as knights. Perhaps Duke Thermion had produced his first female head of the household. Indeed, back then releasing mana had become a great driving force, Dane thought to himself. Layla beside him had similar thoughts. Dane, thanks to you I learned the basics of mana control faster than my peers, and now I have 2 mana cores. Thinking of that, Layla glanced at Dane and said, I've waited a long time for this day. If I win, will you be upset? At that moment, a servant brought 2 training weapons. Miss, the weapons are here. Thank you, Layla nodded. She casually tossed Dane a wooden spear. As soon as he held it, the protagonist swung it a few times to test its feel. Right, as training weapons they are fairly light. Is that a problem? On the battlefield you can use anything, Dane told himself. He immediately took an attack stance. Ready, begin. Seeing this, Layla tightened her grip on her sword and nodded, all right. Thus both stared at each other, not yet launching their attack. From Layla's perspective, she reminded herself she was lucky to have faced spear users before. She had practiced against spear opponents in the Danter Cup. But it wasn't hard. The spear has long reach, but its impact weakens sharply at close range. If that's the case, then charge in all at once. Thinking that, Layla propelled power into her legs and lunged forward like an arrow. She closed the distance to Dane to limit his reach, and as she neared him, she thrust her sword forward hard, but before the tip could touch the protagonist, his figure suddenly vanished. Layla's motion abruptly halted. What happened? Where did he just disappear to? She wondered in shock. Then the spearhead was placed against her hand from the side, leaving Layla utterly stunned. When did you get there? She asked, bewildered. Beside her, Dane looked at her reproachfully. Fortunately, these are training weapons. If they were real, something serious could have happened. Still bewildered at losing so quickly, the pink-haired girl protested. She clearly had touched the blade. Seeing his friend's displeased expression, Dane suggested once more, all right, let's start over. The same method won't work. Move more carefully this time. Hearing this, Layla tightened her grip on the sword and told herself she was only nervous from not seeing him for so long. This time she would not yield. As she thought that, she noticed Duke Thermion watching them both from the balcony above. Of course, Dane also noticed him and even guessed why he stood there watching. Duke Thermion had come to check the final result. I know his intention. After winning the Danter Cup, he worries a lot because Layla worked so hard, Dane thought. Today I'll put those worries to rest, Dane murmured to himself. From Layla's perspective, Thermion's presence made her even more determined. Dane, prepare yourself. My father is watching, so I'll give it my all, she said with clear resolve. Dane nodded in response and said, whatever it takes. Seeing that, Layla said no more. She gripped her sword and swung it forcefully toward Dane. Her attack generated 2 wind blade edges, heading straight for the protagonist. However, Dane only had to spin his spear like a fan to easily block them. Layla used the opening to dash and close. Well, not so easy, right, Dane, she said as she drove her sword forward. But Dane's gaze held slight disappointment. Not yet, keep trying your hardest, he said. Back at Bout's position, he continued to watch their duel intently. Their fight remained evenly matched so far. He wondered how it would turn out, but felt a growing unease. The smile that had been on Dane's face earlier had completely vanished. Now he looked like a soldier about to go into battle. Returning to the fight, Layla was now constantly moving, attacking from all sides. Yet she still couldn't break through his defense. With his ability, every blade from Layla was blocked by Dane with ease. Having no other option, the swordswoman had to attack continuously to find an opening, until she noticed Dane suddenly exposing a gap at his waist. Seeing this, Layla clenched her teeth and reminded herself that the opportunity had come. Think it, do it. She didn't hesitate and thrust her sword toward that spot, not knowing that all of this had been part of the protagonist's calculation. The moment her sword thrust forward, Dane slammed his spear hard into her wrist, causing the sword to fly from her hand and clatter to the ground. Looks like I win this time, Dane said calmly. At the same time, Uncle Bout saw the result and asked the knight behind him, lost again. What do you think, Luik? Will this humble her a bit? Hearing the question, the knight captain wiped a bead of sweat and sighed. So you knew about this too. Bout's gaze never left his daughter. Of course I know. She showed signs even before the Danter Cup, and after winning the championship it became fully apparent. I plan to speak to her seriously, but I think it's better if she realizes it herself. Behind them, Luik agreed, saying it was a very wise decision. Then Uncle Bout looked at the protagonist and asked quietly, tell me, how many mana cores does that boy have? Luik watched Dane fighting below and guessed at least 3 cores. His guess made Bout frown. I think differently, at least 2, at most 3. He muttered this, prompting the knight captain to stroke his chin curiously and ask, why do you think that? Bout looked ahead and explained, look closely. Although his spear speed overwhelms Layla, it's not raw speed. What Layla lacks experience in is tactical action. Back in the fight, even though Layla attacked with almost storm-like ferocity at close range, none of her blows troubled Dane. Layla herself found it hard to believe. "You can block them all?" she asked. Dane confidently affirmed to her, "I can see all your moves." At Bout's position, a hint of memory flickered across his eyes. Layla's greatest growth came after the southern inspection 7 years ago after meeting Dane, and perhaps this time was similar. Behind them, Luik, having observed Dane's ability, praised freely, "It's quite interesting. The lady won the Danter Cup but didn't use her full strength. Clearly Count Sagers trained him harshly." Hearing this, Uncle Bout nearly laughed out loud. "No, you don't understand Arkin. Though strict, he's not the type to train cruelly. Unlike me, and Dane himself doesn't need brutal training." "What do you mean by that?" Luik asked curiously. To that question, Bout gave a simple answer. "Overwhelming talent that ordinary people don't dare surpass. Dane is a genius." Perhaps he didn't participate because he wasn't interested in that tournament. "Is that so?" Luik said in surprise, finding it hard to believe. "Impossible. He wasn't interested in the Danter Cup. That's the tournament every boy and girl in the Empire dreams of." Unaware of Luik's inner thoughts, Uncle Bout affirmed that no one that age could compete with Dane, calling him a prodigy. Then he voiced a hope. "Layla, I hope you recognize your shortcomings in this match. If you drop that complacency and focus on sword training, you could completely surpass your brothers." Back with Dane and Layla, their duel had ended, and once again victory belonged to the protagonist. Dane had won so easily he hadn't broken a sweat while opposite him. Layla was drenched in sweat after losing repeatedly. Whether she liked it or not, she had to admit defeat. Indeed, Dane, there was no way she could beat him. He was a prodigy, and she hadn't realized the gap between them was so wide, Layla thought bitterly. Meanwhile, the protagonist retracted his spear and suggested they stop the sparring. "You're tired. Let's end it here." "All right, you win," Layla conceded. Dane narrowed his eyes slightly and reflected that Duke Thermion's wish had been fulfilled. The Duke must have sensed that he was not number one. Thinking that, after teaching the swordswoman a lesson about who the true genius was, Dane turned to leave. At that moment, Layla glared and shouted, "How on earth did you train like that?" In response, Dane coldly replied with 2 words, "Hard work." But that answer didn't satisfy Layla. She shot back, "Who isn't hardworking?" Ahead, Dane paused for a beat and murmured, "Then just work harder. I'll be going now." His words left Layla momentarily stunned. She then shouted defiantly, "Next time you won't win." "Fine, I'll wait," Dane replied calmly and walked on. Following his retreating back, the swordswoman's thoughts returned to her memories. She began to recall childhood memories. He was the only child she admired. He was also the one she wanted to surpass. Given guidance and time, she wanted to prove she was no longer a little girl. But why did he keep pulling further ahead? Thinking this, Layla involuntarily clenched her palm and murmured in a voice only she could hear, "Just wait, next time I'll definitely win." Time passed quickly. Very soon the day of the examination arrived, as talents from across the Empire poured in to participate in the entrance exam. Including their families and retinues, thousands gathered in the capital. The number of candidates admitted to the Royal Academy this time was about 6,000 people. Simply paying the exam fee alone was not enough to qualify for applications separately, but 2/3 of them did not pass the first exam. Now, after the first preliminary exam concluded, more than 2,000 people were preparing for the second specialized test. Cut to an office somewhere inside the Royal Academy grounds. At this time, the Academy professors were also meeting together when a voice suddenly spoke. 2,000 passed the first exam. That's a bit more than usual. It seems quite lively. At that moment, a professor wearing purple also asked everyone, "How many will pass this time?" In response, the blonde girl voiced her guess, "At most 200, right?" From another side, a question was raised. "What about the children in this entrance exam? Some of them are potential talents," someone replied. "Haven't they finished tallying the first exam yet?" Professor DeNavo, head of the magic department, spoke up. Explaining this, Professor Ingrid, head of the arts department, also complained. "They're still tallying. Who will get the highest score?" she asked curiously. However, the other professors already had their guesses in mind. "The swordsmanship top scorer must be the Duke Thermion's daughter, right?" "Yes, she's the one who won the Danter Cup tournament. That final was wonderful. Duke Thermion has raised his child well." "It seems the swordsmanship top scorer is someone to look forward to," said Professor Delfinso, head of summoning, with an expression full of anticipation. Head of the swordsmanship department, Esterand, also affirmed to her in an extremely confident tone, "What is there to look forward to? It's almost certain." Indeed, since there is no rival, another person nodded in agreement, causing the others at the meeting to admire Esterand. After all, the sword department had secured a talent. "When will we ever get a talent like that?" they said. While the group chatted merrily, Professor DeNavo's gaze grew somewhat pensive. Then he took out a letter, placed it on the table, and said calmly, "My thoughts are a little different." Looking at the letter, Professor Ingrid asked curiously, "What is that?" "This is a letter of introduction from Sidrain. It bears the seal of the Nixian magic tower and contains magical power." Upon hearing this, Ingrid let out a startled cry. That means Sidrain truly recommended someone. "Whoever it is, they can't defeat the Danter Cup winner," the head of swordsmanship asserted, yet his sweat-dampened face showed he wasn't very confident in his own words. Around them, the others also began huddling together to discuss, and Professor DeNavo elaborated further. "Sidrain, the famous one who doesn't take disciples, has sent a letter recommending a new 14-year-old third-year student." "Third year? Who on earth is that?" Professor Delfinso hurriedly asked. And without leaving them long in suspense, DeNavo went on to say, "It's Dane Saugers." The name from DeNavo's mouth startled everyone once more. The Saugers family again. The family already has 2 prodigies in the magic and summoning departments. Now even the youngest son has been personally recommended by Lord Sidrain. Back with the group of professors, news of an outstanding student inevitably aroused their curiosity. If it's the Saugers family, it's no small thing. 2 supreme families of the continent registering at once will surely be a major topic. Saying this, head of swordsmanship Esteran remembered something and stroked his chin with delight. Wait, wasn't that the family famous for the arts? If the letter of introduction comes from a mage, it seems the Saugers family may now become renowned for magic. As for Professor Ingrid, she couldn't help but feel regretful. "Oh, I was sure he'd enter the arts department." In response, Uncle DeNavo laughed heartily. "If he joined my department, he and Arabella would be formidable together." Saying that, he broke into a smug smile and thought to himself that, after all, the Royal Academy must have magic. At that moment, an assistant suddenly rushed in from outside to announce the results. "Sorry to interrupt, we've finished tallying the first exam." Hearing her, the group urged anxiously, "Oh, then let's quickly see the figures." With that, a blue screen displaying the results appeared before them. The Swordsmanship Department, 1,367, Magic, 227, Summoning, 152. Seeing the overwhelming number from the Swordsmanship Department, those in the meeting involuntarily swallowed. 367 in Swordsmanship. Magic had 227. Indeed, Swordsmanship had a very large lead. Turning back to head of Swordsmanship Esterand, after rechecking the results screen, he cheerfully said, "Oh, as expected, the top name is the Thermion family." Back to Professor DeNavo, he seized the chance to check as well and narrowed his eyes. "Wait, Dane Saugers, I don't see that name," he said. Everyone looked at one another wide-eyed. "Really? What about Sidrain's letter of recommendation?" Meanwhile, Ingrid checked her list and shook her head. "Not on my roster either." No choice, one man in the meeting hurriedly turned to the assistant who had just run in and asked, "Hey, is there any candidate not on the list?" The assistant, flustered, rechecked her papers and hesitated. "Ah, about that, there is one candidate applying to the free major." And among the 2,000 candidates, Dane Saugers scored the highest in the first exam. "What, Dane Saugers came first?" Esteran shouted. Back at Dane's place, he was still brooding over the recent time. He'd been here a month already. Time flew, and the duel with Layla felt like it had happened yesterday. The first exam was over and waiting for results. Lucky the test wasn't too hard, he thought happily. At the same time, swordswoman Layla ran up to him to ask about the results. "Dane, have you got the results? What place are you?" He showed her his wrist and boasted, "I came first." "Of course it's you, so annoying, I missed first place," she said in frustration. Layla grumbled, then turned back to ask Dane, "How on earth did you study?" "Mostly the questions my sister sent," Dane replied. Meanwhile, the pink-haired girl winced and said she had reviewed them but still found them hard, especially military studies. "You expect a 14-year-old to know strategy and military administration?" I find that the easiest. Don't you think it's interesting?" Dane asked in surprise, mainly because he had the advantage of learning it directly in his previous life. Layla, seeing Dane like a weirdo for liking such a subject, gave him an alien look. "What, are you even normal? Not just military studies, but also fine arts, music, even the history of the Drenic Empire," she exclaimed. Dane curled his lip arrogantly. "That's my specialty." Saying that, he remembered his victories in his past life, many things he had unconsciously gained while rolling on the battlefield. He thought to himself. Putting that aside, Layla asked again, "So where are you taking the second exam?" "There are 3 locations in total, right?" Dane answered. The moment he mentioned that, Layla guessed which major Dane intended to take and was astonished. 3 locations? Are you really applying for the free major?" Be honest, what else is there besides the magic and summoning departments? She asked with a sidelong glance. Dane merely grinned to himself and refused to reveal anything. I'll tell you later. Why would you choose the omnibus major? No matter how I think about it, I can't understand, Layla shouted. Dane replied that he simply wanted to study that major, which only made Layla's scalp tingle as she warned Dane that major has a very low acceptance rate. In response, Dane explained his reason for choosing the difficult major. I heard that if you study the omnibus major, you can attend any class you want. You don't even need to choose a specialization until graduation. All subjects can be taken with the same specialized instructor. No need for Dane to spell it out. Layla already understood perfectly. Who doesn't know that? Aren't you deliberately registering for that major because you don't want to be in the same classes as me? She demanded loudly. How could that be? Dane replied, shaking his head. So you really think you can pass that major? Besides spearcraft techniques and summoning, what else do you think you can do? Tell me, Layla growled like an angry lioness. This left Dane slightly flustered, unsure whether he should truly lay all his talents bare for her to see. Time passed quickly. Cut to a meeting of Professors DeNavo, Ingrid, and Delfinso. They sat together to discuss issues related to Dane's exam. We're finally all here. The omnibus major exam requires passing 3 rounds. There's no other choice. It seems he must take the exam. Spearcraft techniques and core summoning with ritual circles oppose each other. It's almost impossible to pass both. What is he thinking? Although some initially passed 2 rounds, most couldn't get through the final one, right? Delfinso said, glancing between her colleagues. Professor DeNavo nodded. That's right. It's best to choose one of the 2, spearcraft or summoning. Isn't it enough to register for just one? Hearing this, the 2 female professors sighed. The omnibus major was established 200 years ago, but almost no one has ever passed it, because back then it wasn't as difficult as it is now. Hundreds of years ago, unlike now, the academy desperately needed talent. That period was an age of conquests, so every talent had to be utilized. If someone had talent, they were trained first. It's not like that anymore, so standards have risen. Candidates now must be the very best. Hearing this, Professor Ingrid curiously complained, if so, why keep the major at all? No one applies and no one passes. Why not just abolish it? Explaining this, Professor DeNavo shook his head. It's symbolic. It's a symbol reserved for the Empire's most outstanding talents. At this explanation, Professor Delfinso nodded in agreement. Yes, it's important, even if the major has faded and only the name remains. At the same time, DeNavo produced some materials and noted, I've researched it and found only 2 people passed in the last 100 years. One dropped out and one became a former emperor. Upon hearing this, Professor Ingrid's face broke into a sweat, worrying for Dane. That means if you're not a genius, you have no chance at all. In response, Professor Delfinso quietly nodded. If he's the youngest son of war hero Awakens. I'm rather intrigued. This isn't an ordinary family. Who knows, he could just be an arrogant child, Ingrid shrugged. If it were our decision, he might get in, but professors hold certain positions and we can't be careless. Let's see how this plays out. Are you confident enough to challenge this symbol? The group murmured. Time passed quickly. The scene shifted to the second examination hall where all 3 professors were present to test Dane. Standing before them, the protagonist calmly introduced himself. I am Dane Saugers, applying to the omnibus major of the Royal Academy. Hearing this, Professor DeNavo nodded and asked, do you understand what applying to this major entails? Of course, I heard you must pass all 3 rounds to be accepted. Dane bowed his head and said. Then, as if to give him another chance, Professor Ingrid spoke. You say your name is Dane, correct? It's not too late yet. I have great respect for Count Saugers. He is the finest in the Empire. I don't want to see that man's son eliminated. Before she could finish, Dane opposite interrupted. Thank you for the advice, but I'm here to do my best, his voice filled with resolve. This put an end to any thoughts of dissuasion. Indeed, if he were the sort to give up at a few words, he wouldn't have registered for this major in the first place. With that, Professor DeNavo had no choice but to start outlining the rules. Very well, since that's settled, there's no alternative. The exam consists of 3 distinct rounds depending on the specialization you chose. Fail any round and you're eliminated immediately. Even a cow could understand those rules, let alone Dane. I understand, he said, nodding. Hearing this, Professor DeNavo looked to Professor Delfinso and continued. Agreed, as decided earlier, we'll begin with the summoning round. At these words, the purple-haired professor calmly rose from her seat and approached Dane. From the protagonist's perspective, he had heard of her. Professor Delfinso of the summoning department was known as the highest-ranking summoner in the Althian Empire. Rumor had it she once set a record by maintaining 3 level 2 or higher summons simultaneously, he thought to himself. Delfinso didn't want to waste time and went straight to the point. The summoning exam method is simple. Impress me by any means related to summoning." Upon hearing her, the protagonist showed no great surprise. As expected, this was a free-form challenge with no specific standards or format. Thinking that, Dane then asked, "Could you summon a creature for me?" "A summoned creature?" Delfinso queried, as if unsure of Dane's meaning. "Yes, any kind." Dane nodded once more. At that remark, the two observing professors nearly fell backward. What did he just say? "A candidate asking the professor to perform the summoning?" Ingrid exclaimed, stunned. Meanwhile, Professor DeNavo broke into a sweat as he guessed Dane's intent. What does he have in mind? "Because there's no fixed format, I think this could be explained theoretically. By the way, he wants to see a summoned creature in person." Turning back to Professor Delfinso, after a few seconds of thoughtful pause. Though uncertain of Dane's motive, she nodded and agreed to his request. "Fine, bold, but interesting. I know this isn't ordinary at all, so I'll keep my eyes wide open to see what happens." Having said that, she began to mutter incantations, and under her chanting, bands of luminous energy swirled around. Eventually, they coalesced together and formed a spatial gateway high in the sky. The moment it appeared, a strong gust blew through, knocking some nearby observers to the ground. Unfazed by this, a giant wolf's head then emerged from within the spatial gateway. This was a summoned creature with a wolf's head but a humanoid body. The moment it appeared, it opened its jaws and roared, sending shock waves outward. This was the berserk summon Eterarch. Turning to Dane, looking at the terrifying summon before him, he was not frightened. He even seemed a little delighted. The sound was truly hair-raising. It was the most ferocious among the level 4 summons, notorious for attacking any object it saw. Because this was the entrance exam. "I wasn't expecting much, but this is actually interesting," Dane thought, breaking into an excited smile. Across from him, Professor Delfinso watched Dane with a hint of challenge in her eyes. "Well then, I called out whatever summon I wanted. What will you do now?" Around them, some assistant professors who witnessed the scene widened their eyes, terrified for Dane. Eterarch is the most ferocious of the level 4 kind. Even many dual knights would struggle to defeat it. "What on earth are they planning to do?" Professor Ingrid asked anxiously. Then, in everyone's view, the youth began to walk slowly toward the giant wolf. Even Professor Delfinso was stunned and tried to stop him. "What are you doing? Stop right now if you provoke Eterarch." No sooner had she spoken than the giant wolf began to go berserk, uttering horrifying warning sounds to keep others away. However, our protagonist remained calm and continued forward at a slow pace. "After all, any demonstration would do, right?" she repeated, "but if you prove it by putting yourself in danger." Delfinso warned, but before she could finish, Dane interrupted and declared with absolute certainty, "That won't happen. Don't worry, everyone." Saying this, he slightly extended his hand forward. This action immediately put the giant wolf on alert. Its mouth kept roaring threats as it stared at Dane with eyes full of madness. Yet for some reason, the longer it looked at Dane, its madness gradually began to subside. Finally, it bowed its head in apparent submission before Dane. "Good boy," he praised. The incredible sight left Professors DeNavo and Ingrid truly unable to believe it. "What's going on here?" DeNavo wondered. Meanwhile, Dane reached out to stroke Eterarch's massive head. "You're much bigger than Genpu, aren't you?" As for Professor Delfinso, who had summoned the monster, she knew it better than anyone and found it even harder to believe. Unbelievable, it's impossible that such a vicious Eterarch would follow so readily. Thinking this, she suddenly noticed a pale blue energy strand connecting to her summon. Was that the mana tether linked to Eterarch? Its faint color meant it wasn't submission, yet it had completely erased Eterarch's hostility. She murmured inwardly, and of course the other two professors could also see the strand. Seeing it with our own eyes, but still hard to believe. Is this innate empathy? Wonderful, they both exclaimed. Meanwhile, Delfinso began to analyze how the protagonist had achieved that. Did he approach Eterarch, rapidly analyze its mana tether, then create a similar tether and link it to himself? Since there was no set method, this might be the most suitable way to tame it. A power superior to her own. The kind of person his master used to praise. If he is such a talent, the future will indeed be very promising, she thought. She stepped forward and acknowledged the exam result. Dane Sagers, your ability has been fully confirmed. Strong courage, calm judgment, and solid basic skills. There's no doubt about it. You've passed the test. Beside them, Professors DeNavo and Ingrid agreed as well, hearing them say that. Dane offered a faint smile. Thank you. Time quickly passed until evening, and Dane recounted his exam result to Layla, startling her. Only 30 minutes? Then you really are the top scorer. Hearing this, Dane's eyes showed curiosity as he asked back, why? I heard you were top of your swordsmanship class too. No, you're the top scorer. Layla shook her head and said, cheer up, they've even thrown a party to celebrate our passing. Dane replied with a bright smile, but Layla couldn't hold back tears. Don't skip your meal, eat plenty, she added. Saying that, she could only lament inwardly, sigh, I can't believe it, such a huge gap, like an overwhelming force. A natural disaster, that's the feeling, she thought, then strolled off aimlessly. Seeing her dejected state, Dane wanted to offer some comforting words. However, before he could speak, Uncle Bout stopped him. She wants to be alone, leave her be. Don't worry too much, Layla will get through this. Saying that, he paused and asked the protagonist, have you contacted your father yet? The Count will surely be very proud. Of course, no reminder was needed. Dane had done it already. Yes, everyone is very happy, he nodded. Hearing this, the Duke glanced around at the guests and added, if it's a free major, that's well deserved. Everyone here is surprised. Now that the exams are over, rest well and prepare for enrollment. Dane didn't forget to thank him in return. Yes, thanks to the Duke's consideration, I had a very good experience. Then Bout remembered something and asked Dane, by the way, have you thought about the entrusted item for the forge? Hearing this, Dane candidly shared his thoughts. I'm thinking of a sword, but have no concrete plan yet. My body is still growing, so I'm not sure what kind of sword to make. I'll think more, this is a good opportunity. Hearing his explanation, Bout nodded as if he understood. That's right, no need to rush, proceed like that. At that moment, a servant nearby spoke up to remind the Duke, Your Grace, you've been called to the Duchess. Upon hearing this, Bout's expression changed and grew urgent. I know, I'll go ahead. With that, he hurried off to see his wife. Watching his retreating back, Dane guessed that the Duchess's condition was still ongoing. Beside him, Layla explained more plainly to Dane. Luckily, the symptoms haven't worsened, but they haven't improved either. It's been like this for years. Turning to Dane, he could only sigh inwardly at the situation. What a pity. As someone who has never had a sick family member, it's a feeling I can't fully understand. Should I go comfort Layla? He wondered. Time flew by. 2 days later, on a morning at the Royal Academy, the students who had passed the exams were gathered for the opening ceremony. An elderly man stood before them to speak. Welcome, new students of the Royal Academy. I am Arkwold Hammett, the Academy's headmaster. Seeing this year's newcomers who overcame fierce competition to stand here, I believe the Empire's future will be bright. You are all talented individuals of the Empire, and especially among this intake there are many outstanding talents. There is even a student admitted to the free major. Only 2 people have passed that in 100 years. This student was approved by 3 department heads. The School of Techniques, the School of Arcana, and the School of Summoning. Hearing this from the headmaster's mouth, the students below began to panic and turn to one another. Oh my, admitted to the free major. Unbelievable, who is so talented? Turning to Arkwold, not leaving the crowd in suspense, he then invited that person to come forward as the representative of the new students. Valedictorian Dane Saugers, please step forward. Hearing his name called, Dane calmly walked forward, and upon hearing his surname, the surrounding students gasped in admiration. Is that the one who passed the free major exam? What blessing has the Saugers family received? At the same time, Dane's parents were present to witness their son at the opening ceremony. Do you see Dane over there? The boy's grown up, he looks quite good, top of the class. Bout praised Arkin with a smile, making Arkin beam before replying politely, compared to you, it's nothing. Hearing that, Bout's face showed some irritation as he complained about his 2 sons. I raised 2 sons and neither turned out right. The youngest enrolled without anyone knowing, the eldest was expelled, and the middle one ran away from home, while he had 2 daughters. I'm really jealous, Arkin said with a forced smile, but at least you have Layla. Upon hearing this, Bout glanced at his daughter with some regret. I wish my wife could be here, he thought. Cut to Professor Delfinso, who was speaking with Dane's sister Claire. He's been close to his summoned beast since childhood, hasn't he? Yes, Professor. Claire nodded, reinforcing Delfinso's belief that their harmony seemed innate from birth. Saying that, she looked at Dane as if he were a monster, a child with no mark surpassing all summoners. Ignoring her, Claire voiced a question. Professor, if Dane's harmony level is high, could he summon creatures from beyond the horizon? Beyond the horizon is another realm where summoned beings that vanished 100 years ago once connected. To that question, Professor Delfinso could only answer uncertainly. Who knows? The creatures there choose their mages, so it's possible. Back with Headmaster Arkwold, after looking at Dane's face, he nodded approvingly. So you are the rumored Dane Saugers. You may freely display your talents within the academy. Saying that, he handed the protagonist a slip of paper. Seeing this, Dane reached out to take the paper and responded, I will remember that, Headmaster. Now the representative of those who passed the exam will take the oath, someone called out. And so time quickly passed and the opening ceremony concluded. Looking at the paper in his hand, Dane reminded himself, I've finally been admitted. It took a long time to get here, but I won't waste this new life. This is a new beginning. Cut to the Academy's main lecture hall, where assistant professors reminded the new students, the Academy introduction ends here. You may rest for now. For the next part, please enjoy the refreshments at the back and relax. Hearing this, the students began turning to each other and chatting excitedly. Meanwhile, swordswoman Layla didn't forget to warn her close friend. Listen, Dane, many people will target you from now on. Whether their intentions are good or bad, you must be careful. If someone makes an offer, think it through carefully. She paused and whispered to Dane, I've heard it's full of odd people, poorly raised at home. Seeing her like a worried young mother on her child's first day, Dane replied wearily, I understand, I know. Hearing that, Layla immediately realized Dane hadn't taken her warning seriously, so she admonished him again, don't ignore me, listen carefully. At the same time, the upperclassmen began smiling as they rushed inside to recruit the new students to their clubs. Ha ha, we've got fresh recruits, grab that red-headed kid, he's the talent we've been looking for. They cheerfully pitched to the newcomers like multi-level marketers, which made Layla sigh in exasperation. Upperclassmen are already hunting new students during the break. Back to Dane, this struck him as somewhat amusing. His sister had told him about this. It seemed there were many interesting clubs. Unaware of Dane's thoughts, the upperclassmen quickly remembered him and shouted to each other, find that Sagar's kid who ranked first. No, we must recruit him into our club. They said this and all turned to stare at the protagonist, which alarmed Layla. Dane, everyone's targeting you. What do we do? First, let's get out of here. With that, the swordswoman grabbed the protagonist's wrist and pulled him to run, but the upperclassmen weren't about to let them go easily. Dane Sagars joined the bodybuilding club to cultivate and train the perfect physique. An enthusiastic, burly upperclassman called. Off to one side, a blonde upperclassman eagerly added, Hey rookie, what do you think about the Cartography Research Club? Join now and you'll access entirely new maps. Our Astrology Research Club gathers only outstanding talents, another pitched. There, it's the heir of the Thermion family. We can't let our precious lady slip away, they yelled as they chased after the two like zombies after fresh meat. Layla, horrified by their zeal, shouted, I'm not joining, I won't join. Meanwhile, the chase felt oddly familiar to the protagonist. He's used to being pursued by enemies, but this was a first. Being the top of the list is exhausting, he complained inwardly. Time passed quickly. Cut to a hallway where a composed professor was walking. His status seemed special, prompting the assistants to whisper, Is that Keltha's Redfield? The companion nodded in reply, Yes, I heard he resigned as head of the Royal Knights and immediately became a professor. Wow, an outstanding figure has arrived, though he might be troublesome now. A new free major student after decades. Lately you could coast by writing occasional essays and doing just enough. Those peaceful days are over. Time to prepare lesson plans, right? Even I find it annoying. Murmurs of complaint began and Professor Kelthas felt a headache coming. The orientation for new students was winding down. What an unbelievable situation. Why must it be the head himself now? Thinking that, he cast his eyes toward Dane standing before him and asked, Are you Dane Sagars? You're early. Hearing his name, Dane turned, bowed, and greeted, Hello, Professor, pleased to meet you. All right, come in. The professor prompted and quickly invited Dane into his office. Afterwards, Kelthas muttered about his unlucky fate. He'd worked hard to get this post and came here to rest, not to teach students or serve as an advisor. He added that he was fed up with the Knights. Then he turned with interest to ask Dane, Why did you apply to the free major? Because I want to do everything I desire, Dane replied. Have you considered transferring to a special program? Kelthas suggested. No, sir, Dane shook his head. Kelthas's expression tightened a little at that answer, so I have no choice but to personally instruct him. Really no other way. If he hasn't taken the swordsmanship exam, it means he lacks confidence, he thought. As an idea formed, Kelthas spoke up. Do you know any swordsmanship? I don't mean to offend, but since you're in the free major and I'm your professor, you need a certain level of sword skill. From Dane's perspective, he immediately sensed something off. Suddenly the man was talking about swordsmanship. He didn't feel welcomed. Dane frowned, considered, then replied, It's not that I'm uninterested in swordsmanship. Hearing that, Kelthas stood up and proposed, Fine, shall we test you now? All right, Dane accepted calmly. Kelthas couldn't hide his delight. Good, got him. He thought to himself and said excitedly, Now let's move to my training yard. Saying this, Kelthas had his motive. He had the authority to assess students and could use the boy's clumsy swordsmanship as an excuse to fail him and easily expel Dane. Next, cut to the training room. Kelthas reminded Dane, There are many swords here, choose whichever you want. Yes, Professor, Dane nodded and quickly surveyed the practice swords nearby. However, seeing how the swords were arranged amid discarded gear scattered across the floor, he felt only disappointment. Why is the training ground like this? Even without free major students, this is a bit too shabby. Well, just pick one that fits, he thought. Dane casually picked up a sword. Is that enough? Kel'Thuz asked. Yes, this will do, Dane confirmed firmly. Hearing that, Kel'Thuz began to explain the rules. If you can strike me with that sword even once, you'll pass. It's not hard, I only move within 2 steps, he said. He said this confidently, not knowing that before him stood a superlative swordmaster. Yes, I understand, Dane replied calmly. Then begin, Kel'Thuz said coldly, though inwardly wondering. Dane's serene acceptance of the terms suggested he had confidence. Next, Dane tightened his grip on the sword in his hand, and lunged forward to launch an attack. At first he aimed his sword at Kel'Thuz's waist, but it was easily dodged by the man. Still, the strike surprised Kel'Thuz inwardly. Oh, that was fast. Is that how he passed into the free major? He mused. Before the sword in Dane's hand finished undulating and stabbing toward him like a machine, the professor was startled, and forced himself to use his own sword to parry Dane's blade backward. Afterwards he swallowed nervously. That was nearly a disaster. Unusual swordsmanship. Could a fool really wield a sword like that? Moreover, that kid fought like a battlefield swordsman, not with the stance of someone of noble birth or a knight. Kel'Thuz frowned in thought. But before he could analyze further, Dane surged forward to attack again. The protagonist's body moved continuously, unleashing fleeting strikes from all directions, forcing the professor to struggle to block them all. The more they fought, the harder it became. Unbelievable, I'm a level 6 and I have to focus this intensely. Am I fighting a 14-year-old? He doesn't even need the handicap points. But this posture looks oddly familiar, Kel'Thuz told himself. At that moment, he began to recall an old memory from the battlefield when he witnessed an enemy soldier with incredibly strong swordsmanship. Surprising that the Drenic Empire had such brave fighters. However, that person bore no banners or knightly insignia. Who could he have been? Returning to the present. While Kel'Thuz was distracted by past memories, Dane seized the opportunity to strike at his ribs. Of course, Dane stopped his blade the moment it touched the professor's body, which marked the end of the test. Seeing Dane's sword touch his body, Kel'Thuz chastised himself. Damn it, why was I thinking about something else? Back to Dane, seeing he'd won, he broke into a satisfied smile. He sheathed his sword and said, Professor, I believe I've met the requirement. Hearing him, Kel'Thuz, though a bit unwilling, had to admit through gritted teeth, you pass. He looked at Dane with great caution. This kid is a prodigy, a special prodigy. Despite the handicap, he's not inferior to me. You've reached level 6. Now I understand why he wasn't enthusiastic about the swordsmanship exam, he thought. After learning Dane possessed such great sword talent, his curiosity got the better of him and he asked, with that ability, why didn't you apply to the sword arts department? Because I thought my family would be upset, Dane answered, and that reply slightly startled Kel'Thuz. Very quickly, remembering Dane's background, he understood. Dane's father is a master of theology and his 2 older sisters are masters of magic and summoning. Could he be choosing all 3 to meet his family's expectations? Very quickly, remembering Dane's background, he understood. Dane's father is a master of theology and his 2 older sisters are masters of magic and summoning. Could he be choosing all 3 to meet his family's expectations? It's not that he lacks confidence in swordsmanship. I was completely wrong. Turning back to Dane, unaware of the professor's thoughts, he asked, Professor, have you confirmed everything? His question snapped Kel'Thuz out of his reverie and he hurriedly nodded. Ah, yes, all right, you may go, I'll send the notice soon. Yes, thank you, Professor, Dane bowed and quickly left the room. Watching his retreating figure, Kel'Thuz could only grumble about his unlucky fate for the second time. What a failure! The department heads who judged probably feel the same. My plans to get rid of him and live comfortably have gone up in smoke. After that, Dane met his sister Claire outside the campus and she was a bit surprised that he finished the test so easily. You really passed the exam. Strange, Professor Kel'Thuz isn't someone who passes students easily. That professor only teaches the regular term once a year, but this time the headmaster called him in. He hates troublesome matters. Hearing that, Dane felt it a bit hard to accept and complained. So he's really someone who lives by his own rules. Yes, that's why I was surprised. But luckily nothing happened, Dane, Claire said with a laugh, making Dane feel a touch pleased. Big sister may not praise you, but that's truly my Dane. I'm relieved you're safe and sound. That is one of the reasons I like my older sister. At the same time, their sister Arabella ran up from afar and called out, "Oh, Dane, I was wondering where you were, so you're with Claire. You passed the test, didn't you?" she asked with a bright smile. At the moment the three sisters gathered, everyone nearby started whispering and gossiping. "Look, the Saugers sisters are together. I thought just Arabella and Claire were impressive, but now the youngest is even better than her sisters. What kind of family are they?" the group murmured. Next, Dane followed a guide on a tour of the dormitory area. As they walked, the guide introduced himself. "My name is Max Hauer. I'm in charge of the dorms." The dormitory is divided into 3 zones by entry scores. The highest ranked area is called Danner Hall, named after the first emperor. Dane, since you're the top student of the free major, you'll be in this area. The dining hall, training yard, and library are all standard, and there are also lounges and a magic screening room. In addition, there are also secret facilities. It may not happen, but depending on your scores, you could be moved out of this zone. Arabella and Claire stayed here only until graduation. Saying that, he took out a key and continued, "Here, this is your dormitory access key, Dane. We'll provide you with 2 as spares, so if you lose one, report it to me. Be careful from now on. There are many strange students here. They're not bad people, but unexpected things can happen. All right, check your room, and if you need anything, contact the logistics office." With that, Max left immediately. Dane exhaled. "Whoosh, should I go check the room?" he wondered. He quickly wandered around to look and admitted, "It's high-end, but why is it so quiet? Something's very strange. I can't feel any human breath. It's like it's evaporated. What on earth is going on?" Dane frowned and asked himself. Extremely curious about this, Dane closed his eyes and focused on diffusing his inner energy outward. "I'll try sensing the aura," he thought. Then Dane's streams of energy began to spread, flowing into every corner of the dormitory, and images slowly formed in his mind. The smell of slimy moss brushed his nose. The faint click of gears, "This is a trap." Seeing that, Dane started to piece things together and smiled slightly. "So that's it, this is an initiation ceremony," he murmured, and just as he had predicted. Somewhere in the dormitory, a group of students watched him through a simulated screen. Seeing Dane standing stock still and refusing to move, the red-haired student asked curiously, "Why isn't he moving? He has a good intuition." Beside him, a blue-haired student complained, "Hey Arnold, could he know all the traps already?" In response, the young man Arnold smiled, adjusted his glasses, and stated with absolute confidence, "No way, that's impossible. My colored family is the best hunting family for hundreds of years, so I'm very confident in my traps. This handsome student is the eldest son of Baron Cullard, Arnold Cullard, a third-year marksman." After his assertion, one student in the group grew a bit worried and asked if it might be dangerous. "Of course Arnold isn't stupid enough to set lethal traps. I've removed anything that could seriously injure him. It's just enough to make him a laughingstock." Seeing there's no threat to life, the group grew excited and waited to see Dane embarrassed. "Ha ha ha, this first initiation will be worth watching. That kid will be pathetic when he gets here," Arnold said mockingly. Then a worried voice asked, "Are you sure that's okay? That's the Saugers family." "So what? We've all gone through memorable initiations." "Ha ha, wait and see. He'll be so scared he'll faint," Arnold replied nonchalantly, not worried at all. After all, teasing by kids won't usually make the elders of those great families intervene. Unlike Arnold's confident demeanor, a girl in the group frowned and warned him. "But did you forget he's the valedictorian of the free major? This time might be different. His eldest and second sisters are geniuses. If he got into the free major, he's an even greater genius than both of them." The girl was Priscilla Nerial of the Nerial family, a 4th-year student in neurostudies. From Arnold's perspective, affronted by Priscilla's doubt, he glared and shouted, "What did you say? You mean he won't fall for my trap?" Before Priscilla could reply, the brown-haired student beside them taunted, "Aren't you the one who's not confident? Don't laugh." "No, that's not true," Arnold yelled. But despite his loud mouth, he was nervous inside. Adjusting his glasses, he tried to reassure himself optimistically. "There's no way he'd spot my trap. I used stealth magic and greased it to hide any mechanical sounds." Just as he thought this, Dane began moving once more. The group scrambled over to watch. "Hey, he's moving again. Get out of the way," they shouted, jostling to find the best viewing angle. Back with Dane, the traps before him were child's play compared to those Mrs. Lily had set. With a single glance, he could detect them all, starting with the rope trap. "Just a light touch and it would trigger, so I'll use a mana bullet." Thinking that, Dane gathered mana in his palm. He fired a mana bullet aimed straight at a brown pouch on the ceiling. The moment it was hit, the brown pouch exploded. The water inside poured down like a waterfall, however. After gauging the amount, Dane was a little surprised. "There's less water than I expected," he told himself. Yet there was one thing Dane hadn't anticipated. Immediately after, a stone on the floor suddenly opened, and a brownish smoke shot out from inside. Duplicate, the stench was so vile Dane almost fainted on the spot. "Oh my, what is that horrible smell? Such childish nonsense," he said in disgust. "Coincidence?" Priscilla asked skeptically. Arnold kept nodding frantically, insisting, "Yes, I was a bit light-handed at first, so it was noticed." "Just wait, he'll trigger the trap for sure," the bespectacled boy said through clenched teeth, pouring all his conviction into the claim. The other two nodded, temporarily trusting once more. Maybe there was a mistake, let's trust Arnold and see," they said. Priscilla sighed inwardly, and invisible unease began to surround her. "Why do I feel so unsettled?" she murmured. Meanwhile, as Dane continued down the corridor, he quickly found the second trap and muttered in disappointment, The second one is clumsy too, should I just disable it?" Then Arnold's traps were triggered. From all four sides of the corridor, countless boxing glove devices fired wildly. With Dane's extremely agile movement, he easily dodged them without difficulty. Even the cleverly placed spear traps couldn't do anything to our protagonist. Inside the observation room, watching Dane's performance, the young group fell silent in astonishment, just as expected from the Sagar's family. Behind them, Arnold's face drained as he saw how all the traps he had painstakingly set were useless against someone like the protagonist. Even the two guys in front had lost all faith in him. It was as if Dane knew exactly where everything was. Arnold had worked hard to hide them. How could they be discovered so easily? They exclaimed. Still, Arnold, feeling humiliated, refused to give up. "Damn it, it's too early to quit. There's no way he'll avoid the final trap," he ground out. Priscilla couldn't help but pause and ask, "What is the final trap?" In response, the bespectacled boy gave no clear explanation, only a sly smile. "Ha, you'll see." Soon enough, they saw the final trap Arnold had prepared. A giant red dragon appeared before the protagonist. And it wasn't alone. Behind it stood another large beast with a goat's head. From Dane's perspective, seeing the huge monsters suddenly appear, he guessed they were summoned beasts. It looked like they'd prepared some fairly strong ones. Dane admired them briefly before noticing something odd. "Wait, something's wrong," he frowned and observed, and quickly realized the images of the monsters were slightly distorted and hazy, not very real. "They're just illusions meant to scare, but without real power. No wonder they looked suspiciously strong. Ordinary students would have run away. But I don't need to dodge them, just break the mana flow and they'll vanish," he thought. Dane began concentrating energy into his palm, and meanwhile, in the observation room, the students gawked that Dane wasn't fleeing. "What? Dane's not running. He even looks relaxed. Wait, is he going to do something? Is he gathering mana?" someone shouted. Those words struck Arnold like a bolt. Sweat of worry began to pour down his face. Did he spot the illusions in an instant? Impossible. How could that be? The more he thought, the more anxious he became. Seeing his expression, Priscilla clicked her tongue and shook her head, whispering, "It's all ruined." Back with Dane, after charging enough energy, he released it toward the illusions of the monsters. Immediately, the illusions were shattered in an instant, as if they'd never appeared at all. When he finished, Dane smirked. "Pathetic. Let's see where the one who designed these is hiding." Cut to Arnold's group. For some reason, they suddenly fled the room in panic. That's an Edoarch. Run. Why is that thing here?" "Arnold, damn it, do something," the black-haired friend shouted. But Arnold was so terrified he couldn't even muster the energy to fight the giant wolf chasing them. "I don't know, what the hell is that?" Arnold yelled. "Isn't that what you prepared?" the red-haired friend asked in alarm. The giant wolf suddenly opened its jaws and let out a tremendous roar, making the red-haired friend scream in fright. At the same time, Dane's voice rang out nearby. "So you guys were hiding here, huh?" Hearing the familiar voice, Arnold's group seemed to find a savior and turned to beg for help. "Rookie, if this is your doing, can you handle it? We'll apologize. Please get rid of that thing." Turned back to Dane. After he felt he'd scared those seniors enough, he canceled the wolf's summoning, causing it to vanish into the spatial gate. Only when it was completely gone could the students breathe easier. The long-haired boy straightened his clothes, looked sheepish, and awkwardly spoke to Dane, clearing his throat. "Looks like the initiation ritual failed. Welcome, Rookie. I'm Drogen Valentine, a fifth-year metallurgy student and the sole heir of the Valentine Marquis family." He was well-built and handsome, understandable given the beautiful sisters he has, right? As he spoke, he extended his hand. Dane reached out, clasped it, and replied, "Ah yes, it's an honor to meet you." Dane thought to himself, what on earth is he saying? Unaware of Dane's thoughts, Drogen continued to praise him. "You're pretty good at avoiding traps, so you're in the free major. That must be why the initiation failed. Arnold must be really disappointed. He's the heir of the famous colored hunter family and the one behind all those traps," Drogen announced enthusiastically, leaving Arnold mortified. "Damn it, why drag me into this?" he shouted. "So he was the one who designed the traps." Dane smiled to himself. Then Drogen called, "Hey, everyone, come over and say hi." The group agreed and quickly advanced. Drajan then pointed to Priscilla and introduced her. This is Priscilla. She's a fourth-year student in holy arts. Best not to mess with her. She's training to be a cleric, Drajan began, but Priscilla anticipated his meaning, brushed him aside, and cut in. Kind and beautiful, right? Nice to meet you. I'm Priscilla Nerial, the abandoned child of my house. Joining holy arts means I can't even dream of marriage. The protagonist nodded in response. Ah yes, I look forward to working with you, he said. They shook hands as a greeting, but immediately Priscilla's eyes widened like a cow's when she sensed the terrifying energy within Dane. What is this? Why is your mana so dense? Is this really the mana level of someone our age? Unbelievable, no way. Behind them, Drajan looked puzzled. Seeing Priscilla overreact, he asked, Is it that important? It must be, the red-haired boy answered. Arnold was also annoyed. They were making a fuss over a bit of dense mana while ignoring him. The red-haired student stepped forward to introduce himself. Nice to meet you, Dane. I'm Shaul Hasbro, a second-year martial arts student. Don't get me wrong, I'm not some muscle-brained fanatic. Muscle matters, but martial arts aren't just about muscles, as everyone knows. If you're interested, just say the word and I'll teach you real martial arts, Shaul promised. Dane then glanced at the last person, Arnold, who arrogantly looked away as if uninterested in these introductions. His uncooperative attitude drew complaints. Hey Arnold, what are you doing? It's your turn. Don't tell us you're upset because your traps were all destroyed. All this over something so small, how petty, the group scolded, veins bulging on Arnold's face. With no choice left, he angrily had to force himself to greet Dane. All he could manage to say was his name, Arnold Cullard. That was it. Fortunately, Dane didn't mind. He cheerfully responded to Arnold's sour attitude. I'm Dane Saugers, nice to meet you. He seemed annoyed that all his traps had been ruined. Should I praise them? Dane wondered inwardly, and not wanting to look at his sulky face, he offered a few compliments. They are very good traps. You clearly understand the mechanisms and triggers, but the paint layer is easy to detect. Why not try mixing F3 silver and D6 black at a 4:6 ratio instead of using F6 black? At this brightness, it will be less noticeable. Besides that, this is a trap anyone would fall for. Nearby, the group felt dizzy at Dane's talent when he offered advice on improving traps. He's teaching Arnold how to set traps. You're an interesting guy, they said. After the introductions were over, the group led Dane to his room. Walking with them, Dane reflected inwardly. These people are really interesting. But it felt great to have a few kind friends. Things were starting to get interesting. Time passed quickly. Cut to a corner of the school grounds where Dane was talking with his close friend Layla. Whatever he said made the swordswoman scream in shock. What? You have 6 major class sessions this semester. Dane slowly explained that there were only 3 majors and each required 2 lectures. Layla shook her head at his nonchalance. There are also general education classes. How will you sleep? Usually first years only have 4 sessions, so you could skip the first one maybe. Back to Dane. After hearing that, he gave Layla a slightly disdainful look. You can say that, huh? That's why military science added 2 general sessions. You're so careless. I really hate military class. My grades dropped a lot in the first semester because of it. Layla complained and Dane had to agree. True, it's the hardest subject, he thought. Layla checked the time and said, You really look like a top student. See you later in swordsmanship class. I have to go to the general lecture now. Dane, curious, asked which general lecture it was. Oh, it's about cosmetics and skincare, Layla said with enthusiasm. Dane could only smile inwardly at that. Ha ha, typical girl. He nodded. Got it, see you later. Time passed quickly. Cut to the military science classroom where our protagonist Dane was present. His arrival naturally drew curious looks. That's Dane Saugers. Why is he here? Is he actually attending lectures? Being the son of a count makes him seem aloof. I think I get it now. The murmurs reached Dane, making him slightly annoyed. I heard everything, he thought. He opened his book and pondered the basics of military science. From what he read yesterday, some content he knew, but some was completely contrary to reality. True enough, if theory and reality always matched, no nation would lose wars. Military science is taught because basic theory is important. As he thought this, a middle-aged professor with a stern face entered the classroom from the door, and the entire room fell silent. Hello everyone, I am Francisco Gavious. I will be teaching the theory portion of military science. Call me Professor Gavious. After roll call, we'll begin the lesson. From Dane's perspective, just looking at the professor's stern face raised his estimation of him. He seemed to have rich battlefield experience. Looks promising, Dane thought to himself. After roll call finished, Professor Gavious began the lecture. His voice echoed through the silent room. One must study military theory deeply to be effective on the battlefield. Soldiers can act freely, but commanders always must weigh victory against the lives of their troops. Clearly, theory is crucial. Only by relying on theory can one understand the scene. By recognizing inconsistencies in reality, we can understand the true utility of military theory. I'm curious how many talented pupils here will become elite. What do you think is the most important thing in war? He asked. While everyone hesitated, Dane suddenly raised his hand, seeing this. The professor narrowed his eyes slightly and said, "All right, student, please speak up." Answering the question, Dane spoke with absolute confidence. "The most important principle is supply." Hearing that, Gavius's expression showed approval. He nodded and said, "Correct. Victory, triumph, and all improvements can only be achieved when supply is secured." "Interesting, someone answered correctly already," he said with amusement. He turned to Dane with another question. "Do you know the 3 most important things in logistics?" To answer, Dane said, "First, strict military management. Supplying from the center to the front isn't just a physical distance. The whole system is extended, and if even one person harbors malice, corruption can occur, leading to supply shortages." When he said this, Dane spoke from his battlefield experience. He wasn't boasting, but truly understood the issue. Most supply problems come from unscrupulous intermediaries, even if shipments were initially transported safely. Exactly. Next, Gavius continued. This time Dane answered very quickly, standardizing supplies. If quantities and weights of supplied goods are unified, mass production becomes possible. This greatly aids rapid logistics. Frontline units can maintain their strategy without losses. Hearing Dane, the students widened their eyes and whispered to each other, "What is he talking about? That's not in the books." Not only them. Even Professor Gavius couldn't hide the astonishment on his face. And then, he asked the final question, which Dane again answered correctly: local production. The longer a war drags on, the less the previous 2 measures are followed, and the quality of supplies will decline. That forces soldiers on the field to devise ways to be self-sufficient at a minimal level. Even if quantity and quality are low, they must still provide emergency rations. Dane said with a slight smile. These were all things he had seen and felt on the battlefield, he thought to himself. Meanwhile, the room had gone absolutely silent at the protagonist's words. They gaped speechless. Finally, Gavius couldn't help but loudly praise him. "That was an excellent answer. What year are you?" "First year," Dane replied. Gavius's face showed bafflement. Sweat formed on his brow as he asked again, "What? Only a first year? How could a newly enrolled child know these things?" He probed further about Dane's points: strict military management, standardized supplies, and local production for self-sufficiency, saying those were practical experiences soldiers and officers learn on the battlefield. How could someone without battlefield experience know them? Opposite him, Dane's expression grew slightly pensive. Of course, he couldn't say he'd experienced it directly, so after about 2 seconds he lied. "My father used to tell me about these things." "Your father? What's your name?" Gavius asked curiously. "Dane Saugers," the protagonist answered proudly. Upon hearing his family name, Gavius was completely convinced. Saugers family. "So you're the son of the Blue Tempest? No wonder. If you're from the Saugers family, then you must be the student who passed into the free major. No wonder his ability differs from other first years." Thinking this and having no more doubts, he raised his voice to the whole class. "Ha ha, so you've heard clearly. The theoretical part of military science you'll self-study is exactly what the student just answered. Apply theory appropriately to real situations, based on textbook theory. This is the ultimate goal of military science. Let's move on to the next part," he said, and he looked at Dane with a face full of expectation. It's been a long time since a Saugers prodigy appeared. Time passed quickly. After class ended, Dane hurriedly fled in a panic, muttering as he went, "I almost got into the Imperial Academy." As soon as class ended, Professor Gavius called me over. He even wanted to persuade me to enroll in the academy. Seemed like the professor was a bit eager, he thought. Dane recalled his sister Claire's advice: if anyone urges you to join the Empire's academy, refuse, reject, and leave immediately. His sister's counsel had helped him. But it seemed the professor wouldn't give up so easily. "Well, right now I'm still not used to the academy map. It's too large. The meeting point with Lily is at the central fountain plaza." Thinking that, Dane stared intently at the map before him and quickly found his destination. "Oh, here it is. Crossing the Mist Garden is the fastest," he muttered. The Mist Garden is a place where, even when it's merely cloudy, visibility is still limited, as if there's fog. So it's very easy to get lost wandering inside. It's also a vast garden shrouded in mist that everyone avoids. Moreover, there are rumors of ghosts appearing at night. But this place doesn't seem to match what the eldest sister said. The weather is good, so we arrived quickly. No sooner had he finished speaking, seeming to contradict Dane, when suddenly he heard a terrified scream from behind. "Help, is anyone there? Please help me." Hearing the desperate cry, Dane turned his head toward the sound with curiosity. Is someone there?" The sound came from inside. His mother had taught him that if someone is in danger, you must help immediately. There's still enough time before the next literature class, so he could rescue them, Dane reminded himself and started hurrying toward where he heard the sound. Then, shortly after, Dane successfully rescued an unremarkable trainee. After being saved, the young man chattered his thanks. "Thank you, I thought I'd be trapped in there forever." Dane waved him off and asked, "All right, are you hurt anywhere?" The bespectacled young man said he was a bit tired but otherwise fine, then introduced himself. "I'm Ernest Dillon, a first-year exploration department trainee." Upon hearing this, Dane stared at the dazed youth as if seeing an alien. "A trainee in the exploration department got lost?" His voice was full of astonishment, making Ernest a little ashamed and flustered. "It was because I got too excited and wandered off unconsciously." "How excited do you have to be to lose your way?" Dane muttered. Setting aside Ernest's recklessness, Dane noticed his family name and asked, "If you're Baron Dillon, then your family must be from the west. The crest is probably a ship and sailors. Of course, that's the most famous clan for exploration, right?" Dane asked. Ernest nodded. "That's right. My family has charted seas and distant lands for generations." "But that seems a bit difficult for you," Dane thought to himself. Then Ernest scratched his head awkwardly and asked Dane in return, "It's surprising you know of our family. What's your name?" "I'm Dane Saugers," the protagonist replied with a smile. The moment Ernest heard his surname, his expression changed and he exclaimed, "So you're the new trainee who got accepted into the free major after 100 years. Yes, that's me," Dane said, scratching his head awkwardly. Meanwhile, Ernest looked at him with the adoring gaze of someone seeing an idol. "Oh my, how lucky, I wanted to meet you even once." From Dane's perspective, Ernest's overenthusiasm made him even more embarrassed. Then, after calming down, Dane suddenly noticed Ernest's behavior seemed odd and frowned in thought. He said he wasn't injured, but what about those bruises? "And there are scars too. They look different from scars caused by exploration injuries. Could it be?" Dane speculated inwardly, and a thought seemed to form. To verify his suspicion, the protagonist asked, "Are you exploring this garden?" Ernest replied, "Exploring? I'm thrilled. Actually, to me, not only this garden but everything new I encounter is an exploration, not just a maze-like garden but people and objects as well." Saying that, Ernest opened his backpack to show Dane the countless items he had collected. "Look, over here." Seeing this, Dane was surprised and said, "Are all these exploration tools? That's a lot." "My goal is to explore every place inside the academy," Ernest continued. Then, pausing briefly, he lowered his voice to remind the protagonist, "This mist garden is certainly one of them. There's definitely something here. Cloudy weather with dense mist isn't unreasonable, is it?" Turning back to Dane, his expression changed when the garden was mentioned and he nodded. "Right, so have you found out anything?" To Dane's question, Ernest could only shake his head regretfully and answer, "Not yet, but I'm sure there's some power inside this garden." "But hasn't anyone been able to figure it out?" Dane shrugged. However, Ernest had his own thoughts on the matter. "Yes, but what if there's a reason no one thought to investigate or tried and still couldn't solve it? What if there's a reason it can't be figured out?" Dane exclaimed in puzzlement. And at this point, the bespectacled friend slowly voiced his speculations about the garden's strange phenomenon. "Right now it's impossible to know. But suppose it's a power generated by unidentified elements or objects. For example, the relics of a vanished ancient kingdom, or things summoned from beyond the horizon." Back to Dane, Ernest's words began to pique his interest. "If it's relics of an ancient kingdom, that would be fascinating." Dane nodded. Ernest, seeing someone agree, grew excited too. "You think so too, right? I really want to uncover that place's secret." Speaking of Dane, he hadn't forgotten he needed to get to the lecture hall, so he paused the conversation. "Oh right, I'm on my way to a lecture." Hearing that, Ernest startled and hurriedly said to Dane, "Sorry, let's get out of here quickly." However, before they could move, the weather suddenly changed and rain poured down in sheets. Ernest's expression shifted. He turned to warn the protagonist, "This is bad. I heard when it rains the mist gets even thicker." "What? If so, it'll be hard to get out, won't it?" Dane asked anxiously. "That's right, we'll lose our bearings," Ernest gritted out. Sure enough, mist began rising all around them, noticeably reducing both their visibility. Even when Ernest took a compass out of his bag to determine direction, its needle spun round and round like a wheel, failing to settle on any direction. Sure enough, the compass didn't work. "We can't move like this," the glasses-wearing young man said bitterly. Meanwhile, Dane asked, "Can't we resolve this with exploration abilities?" Ernest shook his head slightly and put the compass away. There's another path here, but the mist is too dense to get to it. Some unknown force is acting on this place. Hearing that, Dane began to sweat and muttered, some unknown force? Damn, have we walked into a trap? Not knowing Dane's thoughts, Ernest turned back and said, my body feels heavier. What should we do now? I'm sorry, Dane, it's all my fault. Seeing the nervous four-eyed boy, Dane reassured him, don't worry, we should wait and assess the situation before deciding. Then, for some reason, our protagonist suddenly felt a sensation very different from Ernest's. This mist feels somewhat familiar. Is this just my imagination? What's happening? I don't feel weakened. On the contrary, I strangely feel as if I'm gaining strength. Could this be? Back in Ernest's point of view, he was so worried he was about to cry. He wiped his tears and said, this is bad. If this continues, Dane will be in danger. No sooner had he finished, when suddenly a blinding light appeared beside him, causing him to stop crying. He turned to look and discovered that, for some reason, a powerful energy was emanating from Dane. So intense it pushed Ernest's body backward. What's going on? The magic is terrifying, he shouted. As this magic radiated, the mist around the protagonist was dispelled. The mist is clearing outward from Dane. What on earth is happening, Dane? Ernest asked urgently. In response, Dane's face grew more confident. Ernest, let's go. I think I know the way out. Really? How do you know that? Ernest gasped. Dane didn't explain much. In his head, he thought he might be able to uncover the garden's secret. And so the two quickened their pace. Walking behind Dane, Ernest couldn't suppress his curiosity. What's happening? This is the mysterious mist that many mages cannot penetrate, yet Dane can walk through it as if nothing's there. Moreover, the mist clears where he passes, and visibility becomes clearer. He's truly a miraculous young man, Ernest murmured in admiration. Before long, the protagonist's steps grew hurried. He reminded Ernest, we're almost there. Really, you found the way? The bespectacled friend asked excitedly. However, the place Dane led him to was entirely different. It was the center of the mist garden. Ernest cried out in astonishment and stared at the fountain before him. Looking at Ernest's astonished figure, Dane guessed he must have recognized something and hurried to ask, what's wrong? Is there something special about this? Ernest's gaze grew even more astonished. Of course, most students come to the mist garden for this. Then, suddenly, as if he understood, Ernest exclaimed, you don't know the legend of this place? Dane really didn't know anything about the school, so he could only shake his head. A legend? This place has a legend. Ernest explained slowly. There's a legend here that if you reach this place before the mist dissipates, you'll be reunited with the person you long for most. Dane lost interest upon hearing that, another typical love story. He sighed inwardly and shrugged. Continuing, Ernest asked, but if it's so hard to get here, how could it still work? At this remark, Ernest's eyes showed curiosity and he nodded in agreement. You're right, then. Dane focused his gaze on the fountain and observed, if no one is continually supplying mana, could there be a source of energy so powerful it doesn't need replenishment? Hearing this, Ernest's eyes widened and he shouted, if so, the whole garden could be a gigantic mechanism. Dane nodded and added, considering how complex and intricate the garden's layout is, that could be true. Really? If the garden is a large mechanism, then this magical fountain could be an ancient artifact, Ernest said excitedly, his eyes filled with curiosity and thrill. Meanwhile, our protagonist had a further speculation. Perhaps the mist is related to it as well. That feeling was certain, as if something inside was reacting. Like meeting an old friend, this is ancient magic, Dane thought, silently analyzing as he reached out to touch the fountain and slowly sensed its magic. Then suddenly Ernest discovered that inside the fountain, some ancient characters were carved, and he cried out in surprise. Wait, this is the ancient secret language, Secrate, Dane said curiously, and the bespectacled friend nodded, explaining, yes, at first I wasn't sure because I couldn't see clearly, but now that I've touched it I'm certain. This is the language of the long-forgotten Secrate Kingdom. Hearing this, Dane couldn't hide his astonishment and praised him. You know this too? Of course, I'm from the Dylan clan. Learning ancient languages like this is essential for explorers. It would be frustrating to reach ruins and not be able to read what's written there. Of course, I'm not fluent in every language, but I learned this from my father when I was a child. Let me try to decode it, Ernest said, his eyes shining like stars, excitement and enthusiasm obvious on his face. He even pulled out paper and a pen to take notes, and without waiting for Dane's approval, he threw himself into the task of investigation at once, causing Dane to smile awkwardly. Ha ha, his explorer instincts really kicked in. Time began to pass. Ernest poured all his intellect into deciphering the language inscribed on the fountain, muttering as he worked, "This word means qualification. What is this word? Yes, that's it, if you combine these words together. Dane, I've finished decoding it, he shared excitedly. Dane asked what it actually said. In response, Ernest immediately handed his notebook to the protagonist and exclaimed, "Those who are qualified will prove their strength." It was a rather cryptic phrase, leaving Dane truly baffled. Qualified, prove. Could qualified here mean ancient magic? Somehow, the closer I get to the center, the more familiar it feels, Dane thought. Meanwhile, Ernest had a similar thought. Funny, if qualified refers to ancient power, then nobody could be that. To that, Dane responded flatly, "Thanks, Ernest." Saying that, he began focusing his inner power into the bracelet he and old Sidrain had obtained earlier. From Ernest's viewpoint, seeing Dane suddenly use his power as if he had an idea, the explorer hurriedly asked, "Hey Dane, what are you doing?" But Dane did not answer. Dane remained deep in thought. They say a rune has power merely from its form. If I use this bracelet, it might react. Then, just as Dane predicted, the ancient characters engraved on the bracelet began to appear. "Strange symbols are showing up on the bracelet," Ernest shouted. Then the protagonist reached forward and the bracelet automatically slipped off his wrist and flew toward the fountain, and began creating some kind of resonance. Next, the ground around them violently trembled. "What is happening?" "It's shaking violently, Dane. What did you just do?" "The fountain is sinking into the ground," Ernest cried out in astonishment. Dane couldn't contain his joy either. "Wonderful, finally, that was the right answer," he told himself. By this point, even a fool could see what was happening. Ernest realized, what is this? Even the mist was dissipating, activating an ancient artifact so easily. So the qualified ones the fountain spoke of turned out to be Dane. Thinking that, Ernest stared at Dane as if trying to figure out what kind of person he really was. Before Ernest could think further, the giant blue crystal before them suddenly emitted a blinding light. Seeing this, Dane hurriedly warned his companion, "Ernest, look, something is glowing at the center." Hearing that, Ernest momentarily cut off his thoughts to watch attentively, and then the two of them began to gape at the spectacle before them. "Wow, it's beautiful like a gem. That must be the energy source powering the fountain," Ernest voiced his thought. Dane agreed, "Maybe it's the cause of all the strange phenomena in this garden." "Now let's face this ancient power together," Dane said calmly. Next, a complex magic circle appeared beneath the protagonist's feet, radiating a fierce aura, and Dane reached out his hand. Feeling the energies it emitted, this power, ancient magic, was identical to the power he possessed. Then he focused on the ancient script inscribed on the crystal and speculated. "Archana once existed and was destroyed. This is its legacy. Amazing, I can understand this ancient language that I couldn't read before. This truly is the heritage of the Archana magic kingdom, so I've absorbed this power," the protagonist said happily. However, just a second later, a sharp pain shot through his chest, forcing Dane to clutch his chest. "My heart, it's suddenly hurting so much. Something's happening to my heart." Dane screamed inwardly. Then, according to his sensation, very quickly a magic circle formed inside his heart. A magic circle, Dane asked himself. The core and the circle have completely opposite roles, and possessing both is rare. This combination is inefficient and can even harm the body. That's why magic swordsmen often have heart problems. That's why I didn't want to create a circle dedicated solely to magic, but I didn't expect it to be forcibly implanted into my heart. The protagonist groaned, anxiety playing on his face, so obvious it could be easily noticed. He turned to Dane and asked, "Are you really okay? You've looked pale this whole time," Ernest's voice filled with worry. Seeing that, Dane tried to force a smile and waved his hand. "Don't worry, I'm just thinking a lot." Hearing this, Ernest fell silent for a few seconds, then, not wanting to probe further, nodded. "Right, I was shocked too, but the power you absorbed, it's real, isn't it? The runes and those ancient languages too, all of it seems connected to you." From Dane's perspective, Ernest's curiosity didn't surprise him much. Ernest must be full of questions. He saw everything. It's best to get the situation straight first. Dane thought inwardly, then shifted all responsibility to his sister. "I only did what my sister taught me. I don't know the details either." "Oh, then tell me when you find out," Ernest said with a smile. Dane nodded, "Certainly." As the two left the garden, Ernest replayed the day's events and excitedly shared, "I felt like my blood was boiling today. What an explorer's mood." "Dane, do you want to explore the Academy's mysteries with me? We'll share strange phenomena and mysterious places we find." "Sounds good," Dane replied with a smile, a bit of anticipation in his heart. Who knows what other places might hold such magic? Then Ernest, as if remembering something, reminded Dane, "Hey Dane, didn't you say you have a class soon?" Ernest's reminder startled Dane, making him remember his class. He gave Ernest a pat on the shoulder, then ran off. "Right, Ernest, sorry, I'll head off now. See you later." Yeah, see you, the bespectacled friend said with a smile. Watching Dane's figure shrink in the distance, he mused that Dane was indeed an interesting companion. Continuing to explore with him would surely lead to wonderful things. How exciting. Back with Dane, his body was now rushing forward like the wind. As he moved, Dane began to notice some differences after absorbing the energy from the blue crystal. Strange, why is movement so much easier now? Although the circle and core coexist, there was no discomfort. Normally, the circle would obstruct mana from the core, making it extremely inefficient. But now, no matter how much mana I generate, I don't feel anything unusual. No, actually it's the opposite. The mana flows through the circle, and then seems to gather back into the core. Moreover, the mana in the core is purer than before. Amazing, I should contact my elder sister, Dane thought to himself. Time passed quickly. The scene shifted to a territory somewhere in the desert region. This was Hangston District. At this moment, our protagonist and numerous students from the Royal Academy were present here for reasons unknown. Beside Dane, his close friend Layla excitedly exclaimed, "So this is the famed Hangston District I've heard about. Oh, I see the entrance." Before them stood a gigantic gate. Looking at it, Layla let out a gasp of admiration. This must be the famous magic shield. A magic shield? Dane asked, full of curiosity. Hearing that, Layla realized Dane didn't know and smiled as she explained. It was created by Saul Hangston, a legendary mage of the Academy. It's a shield that activates once a year for magically talented freshmen. When you pass through it, the shield will display a color depending on the quality and level of your magic. Originally, it was a device to detect and eliminate dark mages infiltrating the Academy, but after the dark mages were eradicated, it was repurposed like this. Thinking that, Dane's face filled with eager interest as he asked, "Which level does each color represent?" Layla replied, "Oh, it's like this. If you have no talent, no color appears. If your talent is decent, it's yellow. If you have considerable talent, it's blue. And if your talent is overwhelmingly strong, it's red." Layla spoke fluently, prompting Dane to be impressed and praised the young woman. "You know a lot." Hearing that, Layla winked and said proudly, "I want to know everything about the Academy." Then she reminded Dane, "By the way, all your sisters got red." "All right, Dane, I'll go in first," she said, and the swordswoman slowly stepped through the gate, and unsurprisingly the gate displayed a red color, proving she was an overwhelming genius. "It's red," Layla said happily. "That's amazing," Dane nodded in acknowledgement. "Hee, at least I'm that good," Layla said, raising her hand to show off. Next, Dane couldn't resist wanting to test his own level. "Then I'll try too." Saying that, he slowly approached the gate, though he hadn't stepped through yet. Dane had a small guess in his heart. "I'm sure I'll get red too. Since I absorbed ancient magic, I might even be stronger than usual," that's what he thought. However, the result the gate displayed was completely different. The color on the gate was not red, not blue or yellow, but green. Looking at that light, both of their faces became puzzled. Green, what's going on? There's no level that's green." Layla widened her eyes and turned to Dane, laughing. "Yeah, really?" the protagonist replied awkwardly. He himself didn't understand why this had happened. Time passed quickly. The scene shifted to a lecture hall where freshmen were abuzz over the appearance of a stranger. "Do you see his badge? He's a finance student." "What is a money-focused person doing in the magic department?" someone asked. The person next to them shook their head. "How would I know? Magic classes are always popular. He probably just came for the orientation and will leave afterward." At that moment, standing before the group of students was a big, blonde man with a face full of arrogance. Seeing this, an orange-haired student stepped forward and asked, "Senior Alter, why are you here?" Alter replied frankly, "Oh, I dropped by because I have something to hand over after class." "But he hasn't arrived yet." "I mean the cross-department student Dane Saugers." The one speaking was Alter Diamet, the fifth-year representative of the magic department. Up ahead, the freshman grew curious at this and asked, "He said he'd attend this class, but I haven't seen him yet." Hearing that, Alter scanned the area and nodded. "Is that so? He's probably just arriving at his leisure. When he comes in, bring him to me. After all, he's Arabella's brother. I should pay him special attention." "Yes, sir," the freshman hurriedly answered. Just as Alter was about to turn and leave, he was drawn by loud noises coming from all around. "Wow, he's really handsome. Look at those eyes. They're like emeralds. Being the top student must be great. You're the center of attention everywhere. Is that Layla Thermion standing next to him?" Admiring voices began to ring out. However, for someone like Dane who dislikes noise, being noticed and whispered about by so many people gave him a headache. Meanwhile, his friend Layla teased him with delight. "Wonderful, the top student is always the talk of the town, no matter where you go." On the other side, Alter saw Dane's figure and curled his lip into a smile. "Oh, he's finally here," he said. He stepped forward and greeted, "Pleasure to meet you, Dane Saugers. I saw you clearly at the entrance ceremony. You really stood out." His sudden words left both Dane and Layla stunned. They wondered inwardly who he was. He looked like a senior, but why was he acting so familiar? Thinking that, Dane couldn't hold back his curiosity and asked, "Who are you, exactly? Doesn't the magic department at least teach basic manners? If you have business with me, shouldn't you introduce yourself first?" Dane's voice carried a hint of complaint. Arrogant Alter heard that, and his face immediately bulged with veins in anger. His eyes narrowed, his teeth ground together. "This insolent brat," he cursed inwardly. Not only he, but the surrounding freshmen also felt the atmosphere tense. Alter seemed like a bomb ready to explode at any moment. They worried for Dane. He just spoke to Senior Alter like that. Wouldn't this become a big problem? Offending a senior could ruin campus life. Back to Alter, after a few seconds of deep breaths to steady himself, he accused Dane. "I came here specifically because you're the brother of a senior I respect, yet you behaved arrogantly and don't know your place. Have you ever thought your actions could affect your family's reputation?" Hearing that, Dane retorted sarcastically, "HMPH, I never thought about that. From where I'm standing, aren't you the rude one?" Opposite him. Alter ground his teeth once more and said coldly, "Can't you see the situation right in front of you?" Then, he reminded himself that if he let this slide, his honor would be damaged and Senior Arabella would surely understand. With that thought, he decided to teach Dane a lesson. "Looks like you need disciplining," he finished, beginning to gather mana in his palm. But unfortunately, before the two could lunge at each other, a loud shout rang out. Slap! A professor slammed his book down on the desk and shouted, "What's going on over there? Is there a problem?" Hearing the authoritative voice, Alter immediately recoiled and hastily explained, "Professor, I just stopped by to welcome the freshmen." As for head of the magic department DeNavo, he understood that matters were not as simple as Alter claimed. However, since nothing serious had yet occurred, he didn't intend to pursue it further and coldly admonished, "Is that so? Then leave the socializing for after class." Hearing this, Alter had no reason to stay, but before leaving, he tossed a few pointed words at Dane. "I'll let it go this time." Watching his retreating back, Layla quietly warned Dane, "You should be careful. That person doesn't look pleasant at all," and just as Layla suspected. Alter had no intention of letting this go easily. He ordered a subordinate coldly, "Take him over there." The command startled the subordinate. But he's Senior Arabella's brother. Are you sure about this?" Alter only narrowed his eyes and said icily, "I'll explain it to Senior later. Just take him away." Returning to the class. After the noisy crowd left, Professor DeNavo began his lecture. "Today is orientation. We'll keep things simple and end class early. But since this is a practical combat course, let's start by measuring everyone's mana." Saying that, he placed a device that looked like a disc with a hemisphere on the table. Across from him, the students stared at the mana measuring device and excitedly murmured, "Wow, is that the mana meter? I've seen it before." Back to Professor DeNavo, he didn't make the students wait and quickly instructed, "If you place your hand on the device and channel mana like this, you can see the number of mana circles you have." As he spoke, he demonstrated himself. He placed his hand on the device and began channeling his mana into it. Immediately, several magic circles appeared behind him. Seeing the number of circles, the students couldn't contain their astonishment and shouted, "Wow, 8 circles, truly the level of a professor." Ignoring the students' whoops, DeNavo continued, "Of course, even at the same level, the color will be darker if the skill is higher. But there are cases where mana circles don't appear. That doesn't mean someone lacks talent, so don't worry." "That's right, it's normal for some people not to have formed mana circles yet," the students responded in agreement. DeNavo nodded and added, "That's why we can't judge solely by the circle test. Since you're taking this class, you should at least know basic magic. We'll use this magic orb to measure mana more accurately. Use basic mentalism to control the orb to demonstrate your mana control." Like this, he said as he manipulated. Countless spheres flew about. Seeing that scene, the whole class gaped in amazement. "Amazing. The runes formed perfectly. Can he move the orbs with just mentalism?" "No need to make a fuss," Layla complained. On this side, Professor DeNavo continued, "Even basic magic varies in power and precision depending on the user. To move the orb, you must channel mana into it. With your current level, controlling up to 3 orbs is already very good." Hearing this, the swordswoman Layla glanced at Dane and asked curiously, "Do you think Dane can control more?" Dane only gave a slight nod in response. At that moment, Professor DeNavo glanced at Alter and suggested, "Alter, you're just auditing, but could you demonstrate for the juniors?" Hearing this, arrogant Alter, eager to show off before Dane, thought to himself, "I'll make this brat understand the gap between us." With that, Alter replied enthusiastically, "Yes, Professor, I understand." Not only him, but even Dane felt a bit interested. Now he'd find out where that arrogance came from, Dane thought. Immediately after, Alter quickly stepped onto the podium, channeled mana into the measuring device, and 4 magic circles appeared behind him instantly. Seeing this, the freshman couldn't help but scream as if going mad. As expected, Senior Alter, he got 4 circles and the color is very deep. Not to mention the freshmen whose skills are like factory chickens. Even Professor DeNavo nodded in satisfaction. "Seems you've improved again." Hearing that, Alter replied smugly, "All thanks to your teaching, sir." Then, DeNavo turned to the class and said, "Normally, reaching 4 mana circles only happens after graduation, but your senior achieved it while still studying. This is truly overwhelming talent. You should learn from him. Who knows, his advice might help you develop further." The professor's words stirred the whole class into a commotion. Meanwhile, Alter took the chance to glance at Dane with a teasing look. "It's too early for surprises, Dane Saugers. I'll show you the difference between us." With that thought, he began to control the blue orbs, making them dart around the classroom at extreme speed. Seeing that sight, the freshman gaped. He was controlling the orbs perfectly. Impossible, how many orbs is that exactly? But in reality, to do this, Alter was exhausted, his back soaked with sweat. Still, he tried to appear composed. He turned to stare at Dane and grinned challengingly. "I've pushed my power to the limit. How's that, brat?" On the other side, the freshman, seeing Alter output everything just to show off, praised him without restraint. "Amazing." Everyone clapped, just as expected from Senior Alter. "Which magic tower will he join later?" Curious voices began to rise. Professor DeNavo, seeing Alter had done well, allowed him to leave. "Well done, you may go," Alter replied with a smiling face. "Yes, Professor." Then he turned back to look at the protagonist and smirked evenly. "Heh, I'm really curious to see your mana level." Unaware of his inner thoughts, Professor DeNavo also turned to the remaining students and said, "After all, without mana nothing will happen. If any of you are worried, you may leave the lecture hall now." At his words, the entire group fell silent. No one answered or left, because to pass the entrance exam for this Royal Academy, no one here would be without mana. Seeing that, the head of the magic department nodded and continued, "No one, right? Good. Then let's begin step up in order, starting from the front row." Thus the students began to murmur as they waited for their turn to be tested. As for Layla, having seen this many times, she simply sighed and explained, "This is called orientation, but really it's just a way to display everyone's abilities to the class." Beside her, Dane pondered for a second or two, then nodded in agreement. "Yes, that's what the academy is aiming for." Then the students took turns approaching the mana measuring device to be tested. Some students had 1 magic circle, while others couldn't feel anything at all. And for the test of controlling the magic orb, they did even worse. Most couldn't maintain control for long before the orb fell. Back to arrogant Alter, he stood to the side, watching since earlier, then spoke contemptuously, "What a mess." At the same time, the blonde girl beside him hurriedly reminded, "Hey, it's that one's turn now." Hearing this, Alter finally paid attention. Now that it was Dane's turn, he thought inwardly, "Dane, I'll be watching to see how far your arrogance can go." But no one heard him, and without his prompting, Dane himself also felt curious about his current ability. Honestly, he's very curious. Having absorbed the ancient magic, something must have changed. With that in mind, without hesitation, Dane began channeling his energy into the measuring device. Over here, Professor DeNavo was also eagerly awaiting Dane Sager's performance. "In the entrance exam, he solved my test perfectly. I'm very curious to see how many mana circles he has," he thought, eyes widening as he focused intently, not wanting to miss a single moment. But then something completely unexpected happened. The measuring device suddenly displayed a bright red screen with the words, "Unable to measure." At that moment, the entire classroom erupted into chaos. What does that mean? Is it broken? If he has no mana circles, then he has none, but why can't it measure? The students said as they moved closer to Dane to get a better look. Meanwhile, our protagonists speculated inwardly. Could this be because of the ancient magic I absorbed? As for Professor DeNavo, he was the most surprised of all because he knew exactly what this measuring machine could do and had never seen this happen before. The device is 100% accurate. It can weed out anyone trying to fake their rank. But now it says it cannot measure. I've never seen this before, he thought. Unable to find a reasonable explanation, he could only offer an excuse. It's probably overloaded. At least finish Dane's orb test first. Hearing this, Dane nodded in agreement. Yes, Professor. Up front, the arrogant Alter smirked when he heard Dane's case blamed on an overloaded machine. Ha, I knew it. No surprise, rookie. Ignoring his taunts, Dane slowly approached the magic orbs, feeling a bit regretful, so it couldn't be measured. What a pity. But let's try this. I wonder if this will work properly. With that thought, he concentrated, channeling energy into the magic orbs to make them float in midair. However, what stunned everyone most was that he wasn't controlling just one or two orbs, but all the magic orbs placed on the table. This made the students in the class widen their eyes in astonishment. Someone cried out in shock. He lifted all the orbs. No way. The previous high was only 5 orbs. Not only the freshmen, but even the upperclassmen could hardly believe their eyes. All the orbs? That guy's crazy, the black-haired man beside Alter exclaimed in amazement. Alter's face froze. How could this be? He thought inwardly, unbelievable. Beside him, Layla looked at Dane with a blank expression. He did it again. Now I'm no longer surprised. But I never expected he could lift all of them. He's even more astonishing than I thought. It seems that after absorbing the ancient magic, he's become stronger, she silently guessed. From Dane's perspective, controlling the orbs was somewhat enjoyable, so he decided to exert a little more power. All right, make this even more impressive. Saying that, he began arranging the orbs into a specific pattern. Seeing this, Professor DeNavo broke out in a cold sweat. What am I witnessing? He's arranging the orbs precisely to form a picture, something even Arabella couldn't do. To everyone's eyes, an image of a lion and a snake gradually appeared in the air above. Someone shouted in amazement when they recognized it. It's a lion and a snake. That's the Saugers family crest. Amid the commotion Dane caused, Layla could only sigh and advise, "It's my turn next. Calm down, Dane." Dane slowly retracted his magic at his friend's request. Meanwhile, Professor DeNavo praised him without reserve. Very good, Dane Saugers. Even Sidrain, who never takes disciples, would be proud to call you his. In response to the compliment, Dane only nodded slightly. Thank you, Professor. All around, people gaped at this earth-shattering news. Wait, what? He's a disciple of the former head of the Magic Tower? Now I understand why he got into the advanced magic major. Back with Alter's group, the black-haired subordinate was sweating in fear and hurriedly asked, Alter, what do we do? That guy isn't normal. He might even be stronger than you. Alter, also terrified, shouted back, Shut up, I'm thinking. Saying that, he clenched his hand tensely and cursed Dane silently. Damn, the Saugers family is terrifying. Why are they all monsters? At that level, we need to change our plan. It's annoying, but if I pick a fight and I'm weaker, I'll lose face. If I can't beat him by skill, then I'll have to subdue him by other means, the arrogant Alter thought to himself. Then, as if having made a decision, Alter told his 2 companions, We need to pull him into the student council. What? The student council? The other 2 shouted, but Alter just nodded and explained his idea. Yeah, once I'm in that council, it'll be easier to control him if he falls under my banner. Hearing that, his 2 followers still couldn't accept the decision and objected. But he's only a first-year student, said the brown-haired one, and the orange-haired girl added, True, we wouldn't even dare dream of joining that. However, Alter was determined to drag Dane in no matter what, ignoring his subordinates. It was unprecedented for a first year to join the student council, but who cares? Rules are made to be broken, right? Trust me, if we have him, the reputation of our magic department will spread far and wide. He smirked at the thought, and of course, my fame and career will rise as well. Ignoring him, Professor DeNavo said with regretful pain, Excellent, Dane Saugers. If I'd known this beforehand, I would have competed with the other professors to secure you for the magic department. Dane calmly replied, I'll do my best, no matter which department I'm in. Professor DeNavo then shouted to the other students, Did you all hear that? Students in the magic department should be on higher alert. Saying that, he patted the protagonist on the shoulder and advised, If you have free time, come see me. For Dane, being able to meet freely with the head of the magic department was a good thing, so he agreed, Yes, Professor. When class ended, Dane and Layla quickly left the lecture hall. As they walked, the swordswoman Layla complained, How can you do that? How do you keep pulling off such unbelievable things? Dane shrugged and replied nonchalantly, Honestly, I don't know either. His slightly smug tone annoyed Layla. Do you think you're special or something? Seeing her friend upset, Dane quickly changed the subject by complimenting her, But you did make 5 orbs float up too. Hearing that, Layla pouted and muttered, That doesn't make me any happier. She turned her face away and refused to look at Dane. Seeing her attitude, Dane forced a smile and thought, why does it sound like she's sulking? Before Dane could think much more, Alter approached with his two close aides to greet him. I've witnessed your skill. Last time we met I behaved poorly. Could we speak privately for a moment? Alter's current tone and manner left Dane inwardly astonished. He completely changed his attitude after seeing my skill. Dane frowned, speculating. Immediately after, Alter got straight to the point. He wanted to invite Dane to join the student council. The student council decides policy and manages the academy's treasury. Its members are renowned figures who enjoy numerous special privileges. For example, the student council can impose disciplinary penalties on students or approve departmental events. For Dane, he'd heard a bit about the student council from his genius sister Arabella. I've heard about it from her. It's an extremely powerful body, and only a few students ever get the chance to join. Dane pondered while Alter continued to plead earnestly. What do you think? I'm planning to nominate you to that council. You've far exceeded the entry requirements, no tests needed. If you become a member of the student council, you'll automatically become part of the Danter faction, he added. Dane frowned and reminded him, I'm already in there. Alter of course knew this, but pressed on. Well yes, but who knows if you can stay there forever. Moreover, council members are exempted from many other things. Hearing this, Dane found it hard to believe. Just how much power do they really have? Could there be so many privileges? While Dane was still wondering, Alter widened his eyes and, sounding like a recruiter, asked, Are you interested in joining the council? To that question, Dane bluntly refused without hesitation. No, I don't want to. Even if I joined, I'd only be interested if it's by my own merit. Besides, benefits granted without reason usually come with a steep price. Across from them, Alter's two subordinates exchanged looks of utter astonishment. As for Alter, Dane's rejection made him furious. Do you realize what you're passing up? Getting into the student council is the dream of so many students. Spend some time at the academy and you'll see how amazing this offer is. Come on, think it over. Opportunities like this don't come easily. Layla, who was fed up with Alter pestering Dane repeatedly, fumed inwardly. What the hell is this? Why is he so stubborn? Then she quickly pulled Dane aside. Dane, if we die, there'll be no more tarts. Hurry up. Seeing this, Dane understood Layla's attempt to bail him out and agreed at once. Ah, right, almost forgot. Behind them, Alter panicked as they walked away and called after them. Hey, where are you going? I'm still talking. Dane simply smiled and replied, I have something more important to do, excuse me. He mentally thanked his friend. Thanks, Layla, perfect timing. Watching their backs as they left, Alter refused to give up and shouted after them, Dane, I'm not done. I will convince you, Dane Saugers. Time passed quickly. Layla kept complaining about Alter, what a nuisance he was. He clearly wanted to pull Dane into the student council. If Dane accepted, it would be a perfect stepping stone for Alter to turn him into a pawn. Dane smiled and said, Thanks for helping me get away from him. Layla replied, face full of annoyance and eyes wide, The point is he doesn't even bother to consider me. He didn't ask me a single question. So that's why you're angry? Dane asked with an awkward laugh. Layla sighed and continued, It's probably because your talent is absurdly high. The test confirmed it today. So you finally admit it? Dane asked with a laugh. Well, no choice, Layla shrugged. Then Dane asked her, By the way, do they actually sell tarts? Layla answered, Of course, they're the Royal Academy. If a dessert exists anywhere in the Empire, it's available here. With that, the two of them went off to buy tarts. In another development, Professor DeNavo and Alter were having a conversation. The professor asked, Have you seen Dane's talent? Yes, he's truly remarkable. Alter nodded in agreement. The professor chuckled, Ha ha, he might even be above Arabella. That remark left Alter astonished, and he probed, Is he really at that level? Answering this, DeNavo's face broke into a gentle smile. He tilted his head slightly and said, Magic is indeed an ambiguous field, hard to pin down, but innate magical talent is not impossible to identify. Beside him, Alter was stunned by those words. Oh my, does the teacher mean his talent surpasses the senior I admire? He wondered. Turning back to Professor DeNavo, who seemed to notice Alter's friction with Dane, he advised, Alter, turn a blind eye when it comes to Dane. Favor him so he can enter the magic class. At the professor's words, Alter's hand unconsciously tightened on his thigh. He thought irritably, everyone's like that, they're all overwhelmed by his talent. Then, despite some jealousy, Alter shared his own thought. Actually, I met him after class to invite him to the student council, but he refused. Hearing this, the head of the magic department was startled. What, could he be getting tips from Arabella? His talent is too amazing for us to lose him. With that, the two of them fell into a disappointed silence, though as if considering something. Alter probed Professor about the earlier recommendation letter. Before he could finish, the professor smiled and replied, that things haven't gone very smoothly, but don't be hasty. You still have 2 years, right? Someone like you will likely be recommended to the Magic Tower before graduation. From Alter's perspective, he showed a bright smile outwardly but silently cursed the professor inwardly. Damn it, he said the same last year. Does he think I don't see his true intent? If I take a spot in the Magic Tower now, that means 1 fewer student to toy with. Right, you're blocking me, aren't you? I heard you were the one who cut the 2 spots in the Magic Tower I wanted back in my 3rd year. Thinking it over, and since he couldn't do anything to the professor, Alter continued, Fine, I'll try to persuade Dane. Denavo nodded with satisfaction. All right, Alter, I'll be counting on you. Those words made Alter's face stiffen. Damn, his future was entirely controlled by the professor. Whether he liked it or not, he had no choice but to obey. That damn old man, he cursed silently. Meanwhile, Dane was carrying a large sack on his shoulder and asked his close friend, By the way, Layla, is the path to the canteen always this crowded? Why are there so many club events? Layla explained, If a club has too few members or can't prove its activities, it gets disbanded. This is the first time I've joined so many events, Dane added. Layla glanced at the bag Dane carried and smiled. Anyway, we've won so many prizes. 20 mana stones, 15 lunch vouchers, 5 meal tickets, 8 convenience store discount coupons, and a treasure map. Layla reached for the map and asked, What's this? Dane replied. The senior host said it was purchased at an auction in Arcader. Layla's eyes lit up like headlights at that. Bought at an auction in Arcader, then this must be valuable. Looking at her money-hungry expression, Dane could only offer a small smile and thought, yeah, my father used to say. The auction house specializes in collecting rare and beautiful items from across the empire, and the country's finest appraisers evaluate everything to ensure only masterpieces are put up for sale. Ahead, Layla pointed at the seal on the scroll and called out, This is still perfectly intact. Is it a treasure map of the academy? Dane guessed, and Layla nodded in agreement. I heard this academy has many mysterious and secret places. With that, she tossed the map to Dane. Looking at it, he couldn't help but think Ernest would be thrilled to see it. Cut to the lecture hall, a place mainly used for general education lectures. And now our protagonist was standing outside the building. Seeing the massive architecture, Dane couldn't help but exclaim, So this is where the Empire's history is taught. Before coming here, the head steward had taught me in advance, so I already know most of the material. What a relief, Dane thought to himself. At the same time, his curious friend Ernest called out from behind, Hey Dane, we meet again. Hearing the familiar voice, the protagonist turned and replied, Ernest, you're in this class too. To Dane's question, Ernest cheerfully explained, It's a required course for first years. I figured I'd run into you here. Good to see you. What do you think? Are you feeling all right? Dane smiled, but the answer was vague. Nothing much has changed. It's complicated. I'll explain later. Oh, by the way. Ernest, I have something to tell you, Dane said with a smile, likely wanting to mention the treasure map he had just won. But before Dane could speak, a red-headed guy led a group up to Ernest to cause trouble. Hey, you're Ernest, right? At that sound, Ernest's face went into panic, and Dane couldn't miss the sharp change in his expression. He wondered what was wrong. Ernest's eyes had just shifted. He was trembling, looking utterly terrified. Across from them, the brown red-haired leader smiled as if they were the best of friends. Wow, Ernest, didn't expect to run into you here. Long time no see. For some reason, Ernest kept sweating more and more from the stress, which made Dane think. He looked like a soldier suffering from psychological trauma. Then Ernest hesitantly replied, Braun, hi. Braun criticized, If you're enrolling, why didn't you tell me? I came here first. Dane wondered if they were friends because it didn't look like a normal relationship at all. Then Braun watched intently as Ernest bowed his head and said, Sorry, I didn't know. Braun stepped closer, ruffled Ernest's hair and continued, Damn, how did you even get in? I thought you'd never make it. You're always shaking like a leaf when you talk, aren't you? Perfect timing. I was too lazy to go out for food. Since we ran into each other here, go buy me a sandwich, he said loudly with a smile, making Ernest go pale. "What, right now?" Ernest blurted out. Braun's expression shifted when Ernest refused and his tone grew harsh. "Well, you don't want to," Ernest awkwardly explained. "I'm hanging out with a friend, so it's inconvenient." From Braun's viewpoint, he glanced at Dane and teased. "Your friend, huh? But he looks pretty sturdy. Which department are you in? If you're with Ernest, I can guess your level." His tone was full of contempt, which stirred a flame of anger in Dane. "I don't know what family he's from, but that careless attitude reminds me of battlefield thugs." The more he thought, the darker Dane's expression grew. Unfortunately, idiots like Braun didn't realize this and kept hurling taunts. "Not going to answer, huh?" Braun sneered. But at that moment, a teacher noticed their group and shouted, "Hey you lot, what are you doing? Class is about to start, get inside now." Hearing that, Braun turned and replied, "All right, we'll head in now," and with that, he cast a glance at Ernest and said, "We'll talk after class. I have a lot to say to you. This academy is going to get interesting." With that, the redhead led his pack into the classroom. Leaving Ernest behind still trembling with fear, Dane could see his shaking arm. Dane went over and asked, "Ernest, are you okay? Who were they? It seems like you know them." Ernest tried to steady his breathing and explain. "They're from another family. When I was at home, they used to bully me. I knew they also study at this academy, but the school is huge with so many departments. I thought I wouldn't run into them again. Sorry for dragging you into this," Ernest said apologetically. Dane pondered for a moment, then added, "I'm fine, go into class." Seeing how pale he looked, Dane wondered how badly they had been tormenting him, and to reassure Ernest a bit, Dane comforted him, "Don't worry, I'll go with you." Ernest looked surprised, but then shook his head and refused. "Go with you? No, it's fine, I can handle it myself." Looking at Ernest's frail frame, Dane suspected handle it himself really meant becoming a punching bag for Braun's gang. He asked, "Are you just going to walk on and do whatever they tell you? If you do that, they'll keep bullying you like before. Come on, you saw my magic at the fountain. What are you worried about?" Dane's reminder made Ernest recall the moment Dane unleashed that terrifying energy at the fountain. He was startled at how powerful Dane was, and a small hope seemed to rise in him. Seeing this, Dane concluded, "So let's go together." Time passed quickly, history class ended, and the two groups met again. Across from them, Braun Sauer said, "It's so quiet here, nice and peaceful. Hey Ernest, doesn't this bring back memories?" Before Ernest could answer, our protagonist spoke up. "Are you really his friend? Why drag him out here just to cause trouble?" Braun shot Dane a warning look, stared at him and snarled, "And who are you to butt in? You want to die?" Dane replied coldly, "I'll leave that question to you." For an arrogant bully used to picking on others like Braun, he couldn't stand being opposed. Veins bulging, he shouted, "What? This arrogant brat, just because he got into the academy, he thinks he's something. You've heard of the Sauer family, right? I'm the heir to the most powerful family in the West." Dane provocatively flicked his ear and shrugged. "The Sauer family, never heard of them." Across from him, Braun's face darkened like a ticking bomb. His lackeys chimed in, "What did that brat just say? Braun, are you just going to stand there and take this?" Seeing his men eager for a fight, Braun didn't disappoint them. He ordered, "Hey, go up and teach him a lesson." The lackeys beamed when their boss gave the order. Unfortunately for them, they didn't know Dane's true strength, so they remained overconfident. "Ernest, you really picked the wrong friend. Now you're going to get beat twice over." The thug's threats terrified Ernest. He stepped back and turned to urge the protagonist, "Stop, I think we should get out of here while we can. No matter how strong you are. They're really dangerous, especially Braun. He's been called a sword prodigy since childhood." Hearing this, Dane's gaze sharpened with interest. "Now I'm starting to get intrigued, Ernest," he said. "I'll leave one of them for you, knock him out with your fist." "Me?" Ernest shouted in disbelief. Dane continued, "Trust me, you can't keep living like this, right?" Facing Ernest, he genuinely couldn't understand what Dane was saying. But before they could talk more, one thug from the group lunged forward and yelled, "Why are you acting so calm? You're dead, bastard." As soon as the words rang out, he swung his fist straight at Dane's face, causing Dane's head to tilt to one side. Seeing this, Ernest cried out in alarm, while the thug smirked with self-satisfaction. "How's that feel, you bastard? Awake now." "I'm not finished yet," he said, throwing another punch, intending to teach Dane a direct lesson. But the protagonist wouldn't make it easy. Dane casually raised his hand and easily halted the punch. Then he said cheerfully, "You clearly struck first, so from now on this is self-defense." Across from him, the thug cursed when he heard Dane mumble like that, "What did you just say, you bastard?" and swung his fist forward, but with Dane's close combat skill, the thug's punch was as slow as a turtle. Dane immediately bent down to dodge the attack. Then he clenched his fist into a ball and launched a straight punch into the thug's waist, making him cry out in pain and roll his eyes white, his large body staggering from the pain and losing momentum forward. Seeing this, Dane took the opportunity and quickly moved to the side, then used his foot to kick straight into the thug's heel, throwing him off balance. And he tumbled to the ground, however, at that same moment. A brown-haired thug from the group lunged forward, swinging his fist, but once again Dane dodged the blow with ease. He even used the time while the brown-haired man hadn't regained his guard. Dane immediately threw a straight punch to his jaw, then gave him a powerful shove. As a result, the man's body flew backward like a torn sack, almost colliding with another member of the gang. But Dane's assault wasn't over. He had no intention of giving these thugs a chance to fight back, and immediately Dane used his magic, creating spheres of energy and firing them straight at the two remaining men, sending them flying backward and knocking them unconscious on the spot. It sounds drawn out, but in reality the fight lasted only a few dozen seconds. After defeating the thugs, Dane was a bit surprised. Phew, why did I suddenly get stronger like this? Is it because of ancient magic around them? Ernest and Braun stood rooted, eyes wide as they watched Dane win so effortlessly. What the hell, what's going on? They muttered in astonishment. Meanwhile, a flicker of hesitation crossed Braun's face, but he didn't forget to curse his men. Damn it, you idiots. Up ahead, the bootlickers began to stir and cleared their throats. Braun, this guy isn't normal, but before they could finish speaking, Braun howled like a mad dog. Shut up, you're pathetic, defeated this easily. Hearing this, Dane turned and taunted. Well then, you gonna keep going or just all talk? Dane's provocative words made Braun's eyes blaze with anger. He demanded, what did you just say? Behind him, another subordinate, having seen Dane's power, hurriedly advised Braun to stop. He's very strong, look how he fired those magic projectiles. But Braun couldn't bear the humiliation or let things end there. Should a coward suffer shame in front of these kids? Move aside, I'll handle this myself. As he spoke, he began to channel his mana, forming a spatial gate beside him, from which he pulled out a long sword, and said coldly, in a remote place like this, there's no one around, so it should be fine. You've made a big mistake forcing me to draw my blade. Seeing this, Dane only gave a wry smile and complimented, that sword actually looks impressive. Unlike Dane's calm demeanor, Ernest was panicking. This is bad. Braun drew his sword. This could get very ugly. When he saw Braun pull his weapon, Dane really didn't know whether to admire him. Was he stupid or unrealistically confident? This guy is reckless. Doesn't he care about the Academy's rules? Dane thought to himself. But Braun continued to threaten in a raised voice. You know, when the sky is overcast, a fog rolls into this area, a fog so thick no one can find the missing. Beside him, one of his henchmen, who seemed to understand the Academy's rules, nervously said, Braun, are you sure? What if you get expelled? Responding to that well-meant advice was only a crazed look from Braun. He spun around and ordered, shut up, go beat that idiot up and bring him back to me. Seeing Braun's look like he wanted to eat someone alive, the henchman no longer dared to argue and bitterly accepted. Fine, all right then. With that, both thugs charged forward at once. Meanwhile, Ernest, witnessing this, was so scared he nearly wet himself. Damn it, what should I do, Dane? If you fight Braun, what am I supposed to do? Hearing this, our protagonist remained calm and said slowly, don't worry, those guys aren't scary at all. If it's a one-on-one fight, you can win. You've explored a lot, your lower body strength is definitely solid. So get close and deliver one really strong strike. Ernest widened his eyes at Dane's words, unsure whether to believe him. However, at that moment, Braun and his cronies closed in on the two of them. You're all dead meat, Braun sneered. But then Dane suddenly turned and ran to the side, making Braun furious. Not letting me close in, so you've gotten some real combat experience lately, have you? Without answering the taunt, before leaving, Dane confidently said, just do as I told you. And so the two of them quickly left the area. Meanwhile, Ernest seemed more confident thanks to Dane's words, clenching his fists and reassuring himself, that's right. Dane was right, I can't keep living like this. Opposite them, the brown-haired thug stepped in front of Ernest, scratched his head and sneered, tightening your fists now. Your eyes have some fire, looks like friends really matter. Just standing next to him has made you more confident. He scoffed and continued, come on, take a few hits and then get lost. I'll go easy. Saying that, he interlaced his 10 fingers to warm up. Meanwhile, sweat poured from Ernest's face. He told himself, don't panic, think what would Dane do in this situation. At that moment, an image flashed through Ernest's mind of Dane dodging the black-haired thug's strike. But before he could come up with a plan, the brown-haired thug laughed and said, then I'll land a few punches first, and quickly swung his fist at Ernest. However, just before that punch hit his face, Ernest immediately lowered his body and used the top of his head to absorb the blow. Then he suddenly surged forward and unleashed a full-force punch. The man you knew was dead. Ernest's devastating punch struck the thug's face, making him spit saliva in pain. Looking down at the thug writhing in pain on the ground, Ernest seemed unable to believe he had defeated him. Sweat drenched his face as he shouted, "I did it." Not far away, Dane heard Ernest's victory shout and teased, "Braun, it seems your companion has been knocked out." Hearing this, Braun panicked and cried out, "What? No way my friend lost to someone pathetic like this." As he spoke, he turned around to check, and the only thing he saw was his comrade lying on the ground like a dead dog. And while he was busy watching his comrade, Dane glanced at two brooms placed nearby and whispered, "Oh, looks like I found something interesting." Then Dane calmly picked up a broom, chopped off the brush head and kept only the shaft, treating it like a spear, which seemed to offend Braun, who shouted, "You think you can fight me with that?" In response, Dane smiled and said, "That's enough." His nonchalant remark, like he was just running errands, turned Braun's face black with rage. He yelled, "Arrogant brat, today I'll crush you. I won't kill you, so don't worry. I'll just leave a little scar on your face. So every time you look at it, you'll remember how terrified you were of me." Saying that, he lunged at Dane and swung his sword repeatedly. Each stroke of his blade began to slice the air, yet for Dane, these attacks were too simple. With just a few basic movements, he could easily dodge them. Seeing this, Braun couldn't help but compliment, "You're better than I thought." Responding, Dane smirked and taunted, "Because your swordplay is too predictable." Braun shouted angrily, "What do you know about my swordsmanship? You think you're the son of Duke Thermion or something?" As he spoke, Braun was also silently analyzing the situation in his head. He was trying to hold on by channeling mana into his sword, but it wouldn't last much longer. Thinking that, and to unsettle Dane, he began to hurl threats. "You're just a rat trapped in a cage. With that broken stick, what can you possibly do?" Across from him, Dane just quietly smiled, then focused more mana into his own staff, and thrust forcefully forward. The lightning-fast stab hit Braun squarely in the chest, causing him so much pain that his eyes rolled back and his whole body curled like a shrimp, writhing on the ground. Just a wooden stick with that kind of force, the thug panicked to himself. The explorer friend witnessing this widened his eyes and said stupidly, "Amazing, he defeated Braun with a single blow. I knew Dane was strong, but I didn't expect him to be this strong." Not hearing these words, Dane walked over to Braun, clutching his belly in pain, and said, "Get up. Once you draw your weapon, you must fight to the end. My father used to say, once you draw a weapon outside of a fair duel, it means you're ready to accept all consequences." For Braun, no matter how foolish he had been, he now realized Dane was not someone as simple as he'd thought. He thought to himself, "Damn, this guy is on a completely different level then." He also shouted, "Who exactly are you?" Hearing that, Dane introduced coldly, Dane Sagers, eldest son of Count Sagers, first-year student of the School of Liberal Arts. Hearing him say that, Braun's eyes widened. The name Dane Sagers was too familiar. Count Sagers. Could you be the first person admitted to the School of Liberal Arts in 50 years? A prodigy, the scion of that family. "Maybe I'm a bit late with the introduction," Dane murmured. While Braun was internally cursing in regret, he told himself, "Damn, no wonder he's so confident. Why is someone like him hanging out with that idiot Ernest?" Back to Dane, he also began to consider, "So what should I do with Braun? What should I do now? You drew your sword and you lost. Should I take your life from my point of view? This wasn't a fair fight to begin with, but since you actually drew your sword." Dane's gaze grew colder as he spoke, a killing intent beginning to emanate from him, making the face of that stupid Braun turn pale. "This bastard, he really intends to kill me," he thought. To save his own skin, Braun didn't hesitate. He hurriedly sat up and knelt before Dane to beg for mercy. "I'm sorry. I'm truly sorry. I didn't know you were of the Sagers family. I swear I'll never do something so foolish again." Not letting him finish, Dane shook his head to cut him off. "You still don't understand. You are apologizing to the wrong person," he said, pointing at Ernest, who was watching. And it seemed that only when his life was threatened did Braun's tiny brain start working. He immediately turned back, grabbed Ernest's arm and begged, "I'm truly sorry, Ernest. I'm so remorseful. I sincerely apologize for everything I've done to you. Please forgive me," he said, sobbing pitifully. Seeing his PATHETIC Chinese letter, memories began to flood back into Ernest's mind without end. He thought to himself, "Braun, the one I once feared so much, is now kneeling on the ground like a pitiful creature." Beside him, Dane stepped forward and offered advice. "Hey Ernest, end this. Whether you beat him until you're satisfied or accept his apology and let it go, do whatever you want." Hearing this, Ernest pressed his lips together tightly and fell into hesitation. Meanwhile, Braun knew Ernest's next words would decide his fate. His hand unconsciously tightened on Ernest's arm as he confessed, "Yes, hit me as much as you like. I deserve it." From Ernest's perspective, seeing Braun so pathetic, the anger inside him suddenly faded. Honestly, he wanted to punch him to vent, he thought, then issued his challenge. Braun, next time fight me fair and I'll forgive you. The sudden proposal surprised Braun so much he stopped crying. But Ernest paid it little mind. He turned and added, well then, this time I'll let you go. Beside him, Dane nodded gently. You did well, Ernest. With that, the two of them quickly left the area, leaving the thug Braun standing there in a daze. At that same moment, the swordswoman Layla approached them. Dane, I waited for you forever, but you didn't show, so I had to come find you here. Saying that, she noticed the thugs sprawled on the ground and asked, what happened? Did you get into a fight? Dane explained, someone provoked me first. Dane cast a glance at Braun behind them. This made the swordswoman curious. What kind of idiot would dare challenge Dane? Of all people, why pick on him? In the back, when Braun saw Layla approach, his face went ashen. He realized her identity. Layla, could it really be Duke Thermion's daughter here? Ignoring the onlookers, Dane casually asked. He said he studies swordsmanship in the same department as you. Do you know him? The swordswoman folded her arms and shook her head. No, I don't know him, and I'm not very interested. She then turned to Ernest curiously and asked, so who is this? In response, Dane said this is Ernest Dillon, a first year in the exploration department. The explorer friend beside him scratched his head awkwardly and greeted, Miss Layla, nice to meet you. Oh my, no need to be so formal, just consider me a friend. The swordswoman waved her hand, then curiously asked, what do you study in the exploration department? Ernest answered, things like ruins, hidden sites, basically exploration. Walking between the two of them, Dane chimed in, his family is famous for expeditions. Hearing that, Layla's eyes lit up and she excitedly said, then we should show him the map we have, maybe he'll find a clue. Dane replied with a wink, anyway, that was my original idea in coming to find Ernest. Ernest, meanwhile, was still clueless, not understanding what they were referring to, what map all of a sudden. Dane turned back smiling and said, we took part in the club event last time and received a treasure map. Upon hearing this, Ernest suddenly understood everything and exclaimed in admiration, I heard someone got a treasure map, so it was you guys. At those words, Ernest's face seemed to brighten. Even Layla was impressed and remarked that he seemed like a completely different person. Dane replied, he's probably obsessed with artifacts. Then the swordswoman suggested they find a quiet spot and sit down to examine it. After studying the map in his hands a bit, Ernest's brows furrowed slightly. This map seems complicated. Because it's a treasure map, you can't understand it at a glance. It doesn't show the whole academy but points to a specific area. Then she pointed to somewhere on the map and asked, what's this? There are many strange writings on the map. Dane studied them attentively, then shook his head. I can read them, but the meanings don't connect. Could there be some pattern? They found no new discoveries. Layla asked, so what do we do now? Ernest replied, first we must find out who made this map. Things like this have no standard orientation, but if we know the creator, we can roughly predict what to expect. Hearing him, Dane stroked his chin thoughtfully, so immediate decryption might be a bit difficult. Before our protagonist could finish, the explorer friend reminded them of one detail. One thing is certain, the map is not within the academy grounds. These architectural motifs were only used when the academy was built. At that, Lily and Dane both jolted and exclaimed, so it's somewhere nearby. From Ernest's perspective, seeing their joyful faces as if they'd found treasure, he dejectedly reminded them that the problem is this architectural style uses a unique secret magic of Saul Hangston. That's a very famous name. Layla had heard it countless times and asked, Saul Hangston, isn't he the academy's founder and a legendary archmage? Unlike her, Dane immediately guessed what Ernest meant. That magic can no longer be used, right? Because Saul Hangston left no disciples. Ernest nodded in agreement. You know a lot, Dane. As for Layla, she finally understood why Ernest looked so dejected. I guess this wouldn't be easy, but I didn't expect it to be this hard. Hearing that, Ernest shrugged casually. In the end, the key is still to find out who created the map. That way we can find clues to decode the symbols and read the map. Beside them, Dane smiled and proposed, once we've decoded it, let's go treasure hunting together. His suggestion was immediately met with enthusiasm from the other two. I'll join too, sounds fun. Before the academy, I only worked with my family. This is my first time experiencing something like this. Their excited, childlike eagerness about going on a camping trip made Dane smile inwardly. You two seem pretty eager. This could take quite some time, so let's investigate step by step. Hearing that, Ernest nodded. I'll look into it further, and return the map to you guys. As he spoke, Ernest rolled the map up and handed it back to the protagonist, but Dane refused. Wouldn't it be better if he kept it while decoding it? Ah, no need, I've memorized it all, Ernest said confidently, startling even a super genius like Dane, who exclaimed, no way, how good is your memory, not to mention them. Even Ernest himself didn't understand why his memory was so extraordinary. Now he explained, I don't know why, but I remember codes and texts very clearly. Dane and Layla gasped, so you have an amazing talent in some areas, very useful for tests. Ah, but anyway, got it, if you need anything, just say so. Saying that, Dane reached out to take the map back. Ernest squinted and said, thanks. This is the first time I've searched for something without my father. I'm really happy. Then, to celebrate, Layla suggested, let's go eat. Consider it a celebration for becoming a team. Sounds good, the other two agreed, and so the group went off to eat together. Time passed quickly. Cut to the dormitories, more specifically Dane's private room. Now he finally had time to tidy up his mess. Sigh, so much happened today. I should take the chance to organize my things a bit. The important items my family gave me should be placed where they're easy to see. But where should I put this summoning egg? They say you shouldn't put living creatures in pocket space. Saying that, Dane glanced around to find a suitable spot for the large egg. But at that moment, the egg suddenly shook violently, making Dane panic a little. Why did this happen so abruptly? In 7 years, there's never been anything like this. Did moving to the academy cause it? No matter how mysterious this academy is, the mana distribution here isn't much different from my room. Then it must be the ancient mana flow I absorbed in the garden. Unexpectedly, it immediately triggered the egg's reaction. Alright, I'll put everything into this, maybe it'll hatch today, so don't waste a single moment. Dane quickly set the egg on the table and channeled his mana into it. Then, without Dane having to actively feed it, the egg itself generated a powerful pull to absorb the protagonist's mana, leaving him surprised as his mana was drained continuously. I've been feeding it mana for 7 years, how much more does it need? I can't stay here. This room is about to collapse, what should I do? This seems like a perfect opportunity to incubate it. The more he thought, the more frantic Dane became. Finally, he risked taking the egg to his sister Claire's laboratory. Claire, seeing her brother bring an egg radiating energy, widened her eyes and said, it's reacting violently, what the hell is happening? In reply, Dane explained, it's still shaking violently, I stopped channeling mana into it. Claire suddenly remembered something and reminded him, Dane, isn't it dorm roll call time now? Skipping roll call won't be good for you. Dane, of course, had already prepared, so he chuckled. I have a way to handle that, don't worry. Cut to the student dormitory. Just as Claire mentioned, a tall guy and 2 friends were striding down the dorm corridor shouting, my name is Albert, president of the dormitory council. Now I will take roll call in the danter hall. Inside the rooms, the students, hearing someone checking, hurriedly ran out to be counted. Roll call for all dormitories in the Imperial Academy is conducted according to standard procedure. Over here. Arnold glanced around and said worriedly, but why haven't Priscilla and Dane come out yet? Do they even know roll call is happening? If you're late for the monthly roll call, you'll lose 1 discipline point, and if absent, you'll lose 2 points. If you're late more than 3 times in a semester, you'll face disciplinary action and be assigned labor. If absent more than twice, you'll be demoted from the dormitory. Speaking of Albert, seeing people whispering, he shouted, no one move or talk, 9th floor, danter hall. Today you won't get away with anything. His stern attitude made Arnold a bit uneasy. For some reason, the atmosphere felt serious today. To satisfy his curiosity, Arnold asked, what do you mean by that? Upon hearing this, Albert waved his hand in the air, summoned a blue screen, and said, in the recording from the newly installed mana surveillance, interestingly, there's a scene of someone inside the dormitory, Priscilla, sneaking out. We tracked and confirmed she left the dormitory grounds just 5 minutes ago, but now, the system shows student Priscilla is still inside her room. Saying that, he immediately opened the door and stepped into Priscilla's room. And indeed, she was nowhere to be seen. Seeing that, Albert couldn't help but laugh in disbelief. His voice turned into clipped words. Normally, we don't check presence like this, but from now on perhaps we'll need to change the rules. The cold, dangerous edge in his words drained color from Arnold's group's faces. They silently thought, damn, a storm of penalties is coming. After a while of inspection, Albert's anger temporarily subsided. The others were generally fine and the rooms were clean. Priscilla will be docked 2 points for unauthorized absence. Make that announcement clear. Yes, understood, the timid group replied. Albert continued, and the last person, Dane Saugers, is a freshman, but he's not present. Don't tell me he missed his first roll call already. To explain, Drogen stood up for Dane. No way, he's definitely in his room. He was busy unpacking a moment ago. Before he could say more, Albert waved him off. Fine, go check and you'll see. With that, he quickly walked into Dane's room, and indeed saw him fidgeting with something which surprised Albert a bit. Dane Saugers, are you in your room? Don't you know roll call is happening now? Hearing that, Dane awkwardly scratched his head and replied, sorry, I was too busy unpacking to notice. His bright smile made it impossible for Albert to stay angry, so he nodded. Ah, well, it's the first day, so it's understandable. Cut to Claire's laboratory. Of course, Dane was actually inside the lab, and the Dane Albert met was a fake. Claire shouted, "Isn't that the MK1 hologram projector?" On this side, the protagonist smiled and explained his trick. "You said most people wouldn't notice the image projected from the device connected to this machine." Saying that, Dane spread his hand to reveal a circular device in his palm, leaving his sister speechless for a few seconds. She then sighed, "I've heard this is hard to use. The remote control signal is easily interfered with, and even a slight malfunction will expose it." In response, Dane shared, "I anticipated that, so I tested it many times. As long as they don't come close, it'll be fine." His confident manner earned 3 parts admiration from his sister. "You're really bold. By the way, what about the egg? It's clearly reacting to your mana, Dane. That likely means it's about to hatch." But many eggs react like this and still don't hatch. Nonetheless, just having a reaction is already a step forward. Hearing her, Dane frowned and asked, "So what do we do now? Should I keep channeling mana into it?" The golden-haired cousin stroked her chin thoughtfully, then said, "There are still too many unknowns about the summoning egg. So putting it into a mana stabilizer right away would be rather risky, but I don't think we should stop here. Besides, I think this lab is the best place for it to hatch. Haven't I already set up a mana barrier to keep things secret?" Her words immediately won Dane's agreement. He nodded. "That's right, if we leave it as is, it could hatch anytime, anywhere." Then, after puffing his cheeks in thought for a moment, Claire made her decision and said, "All right, let's begin. Dane, your mana is very pure, but I'll attach a mana filter just to be safe." After that, once again Dane began channeling his mana into the egg, and this time the pull the egg exerted was even stronger than it had been in his room. To the point Dane was sweating profusely. "My god, is it still hungry? It's drawing so much mana. What on earth is inside this thing?" Not to mention him, Claire stood to one side watching, equally anxious. She thought to herself, "This is a contract beast egg. Anyone with money could buy one, but to hatch it is another matter. The hatching conditions remain a mystery. All that's known is the keeper's mana must match the frequency of the beast inside. Whatever it is, how far does this kid's talent actually go? I knew he was good, but seeing it with my own eyes, I still have to hold back just thinking that." Suddenly cracks appeared on the surface of the egg. Seeing that, Dane cried out with joy, "Sis, do you see it?" Claire's voice was a little hurried in response. "All right, it looks like it's about to hatch, just a little more." "Good, let's see what kind of creature this is." Then, in the eager eyes of both of them, the egg began emitting an intense beam of light. And finally, a small explosion formed, blasting the shell fragments outward. The shockwave sent Dane flying backward, while Claire had to cover her face and step back a few paces. Seeing that, Claire hurried over to check on her brother. "Hey, are you okay?" Dane gasped and shook his head. "I'm fine, just a little dizzy." "But sis, look at that," Dane said as he pointed forward. Where the egg had been, now stood a small, pale purple dragon. Standing there dazedly watching them was the star dragon, Claire shouted. Before she could finish, the dragon began puffing flames in all directions. "Oh my, it can breathe fire too," Dane shouted. But before he could say more, Claire hurriedly pushed him forward and said, "Don't just stand there dazed. Get closer. There have been cases where the contract beast bonds with the first person it sees as its master. Dane, it's your contract beast, so hurry up." Following his sister's words, Dane slowly approached the small dragon, then murmured, "Up close it's actually pretty cute. Hello there. My name is Dane," he said, extending his hand forward. Then Claire's joyful exclamation rang through the lab, "You've linked with it." Hearing that, Dane, the protagonist, also replied happily, "Yes, it's so cute." Saying that, Dane gently reached out to catch the little dragon, while Claire excitedly ran over to ask, "How did you do that so easily? Let me see." Then, after closely observing the little purple dragon for a moment, suddenly Claire's eyes widened and she exclaimed, "This looks like a creature summoned from the other side." Hearing that, Dane hurriedly asked back, "Are you serious?" Claire nodded firmly, "Yes. Only a small number of chosen summoning prodigies can do that. Even I can only summon part of a soul. I never thought our youngest brother could summon something like this. This is a big deal, Dane." Seeing his sister's serious expression, our protagonist suddenly felt a bit anxious and asked, "So does that mean it's not a familiar summoned creature?" On this side, Claire began to explain, "I know all the ordinarily summonable creatures, even larvae, but I don't know any summonable creature with features like this kid. The closest would be a dragon, but it's clearly different in the details." To her remark, Dane could only smile. "It doesn't seem particularly special, so nobody knows what this really is." In reply, the blonde said, "We'll have to study it from now on. The problem is there's no document mentioning a creature like this." Dane suddenly wondered, could this be a new species? Why would this thing come to me? Could it be related to ancient magic? These thoughts stayed hidden in his heart. Summoner Claire began to inspect the mess in her room and reminded him, right, remember to keep the eggshell safe. Some species that hatch from eggs will eat the shell for nutrients. Got it? So what should I do from now on? Dane asked, and Claire quickly gave him a list of instructions. First, approach carefully. Try to record everything, what it likes and dislikes, how long it sleeps, whether it shows aggression, how much it grows each day, things like that. Blah blah. The more Dane listened, the more overwhelmed he felt. He thought to himself, so much, but it's definitely worth it. I don't really know what it's thinking. I already feel like I have to protect this little one. On this side, Claire saw Dane's contemplative expression and seemed to sense his thoughts, so she said, are you planning to keep it with you now? People would freak out if they found out. Why not leave it in the labs? Hearing that, Dane nodded. Maybe, but we can't hide it forever. The protagonist's words made Claire feel a bit troubled, unsure what would be best. But before she could think more, Dane waved his hand. It's fine, even if I'm caught, I still have you sisters. It would feel imprisoned if it were stuck in the lab. Ahead. Claire could only sigh in agreement. That makes sense. Then use this opportunity to officially register you with a title, a summoner title, Dane asked. The blonde smiled and explained, yes, you're still new, but your talent is obvious. It will be hard to handle everything, but now that you have a summoned creature, this is your chance. Back in Dane's perspective, after a few seconds of thoughtful consideration, he rubbed his chin and nodded. Sounds right, then let's do it. In response, Claire asked, okay, you've registered for the summoning course, right? Orientation is tomorrow. Isn't the professor Tamarik's piano? If you show your talent there, people will surely mention special admission. Normally meeting the requirements is difficult, but you're different, Dane. Of course it will need approval, but I'm sure you'll meet the conditions, she said as she patted Dane's shoulder reassuringly, and the protagonist himself seemed a bit intrigued by the idea. Special admission. Sounds interesting. What should I name it? Time passed quickly. At this point, Dane had returned to his dorm, and as soon as Drogen spotted him, he anxiously asked, Dane, where have you been? You weren't in the room after roll call. Dane replied, I had urgent business to take care of. Dane's answer made Drogen even more curious. How did you get out during roll call? Priscilla would have been caught immediately. There's always a way, Dane shrugged, causing Drogen to sigh. The Sagar's family always surprises people, doesn't it? His casual remark made Den a bit curious. He glanced over and asked, did your sisters do that too? Drogen nodded in reply. Your sisters are legends in this dorm. Ask any dorm student and you'll know. But don't worry, only I know you went out, so you don't need to stress. After saying that, Drogen waved goodbye to Dane. As soon as he returned to his room, the protagonist wearily collapsed onto his bed and groaned, phew, glad we made it back safely. What was Priscilla thinking, just wandering off like that? Then Dane noticed the little dragon constantly circling in the air. It occasionally puffed small bursts of flame. Dane murmured, it's so excited, but it's really amazing. A memory began to surface in Dane's mind about how he could return to the dorm without being detected. Ah, this is the secret passage his sister mentioned. The entrance was sealed. This is the first way back. They'd surrounded the entire dorm with a mana barrier. How could I break it? First, I'll try feeling the mana flow. There must be a weak point. Saying that, Dane reached out and lightly touched the barrier, sensing it slowly, but before Dane could dispel the barrier, the dragon beside him began to breathe flame, and immediately created a large breach in the magical fence. In short, that's how Dane returned to the dorm without the management team discovering him. Just thinking about the little dragon's power made Dane flush with excitement. Is that a flame that temporarily nullifies mana? Unbelievable, the dragon really is an extraordinary summoned creature. Time flew by. The next day Dane told Ernest about his new pet, but the name Dane chose left Ernest perplexed. Happy? You really named it Happy? Who names something like that? Dane replied, I think it's friendly and easy to call, so you come up with another name then. Ernest was a bit astonished by that. He glanced at the dragon. It's cute, but perhaps the name should carry more weight. Seeing Ernest's serious demeanor, Dane laughed out loud. You don't have to be that serious. After a few seconds, Ernest came up with a name and said, Karnas, how about Karnas? Hearing that, Dane's footsteps stopped. He turned and nodded. Not bad. What does it mean? Mysterious. Quite fitting, right? Ernest responded, and Dane was very pleased with the name. Perfect, so from now on your name will be Karnas, he said as he looked at the little dragon. Time passed quickly and the scene shifted to Bermudez Hall, named after the scholar Bermudez, which also hosted the summoning department's classes. Students had quickly gathered here, and in another corner Digron, the one who fought Dane as a child, was also present. He was here too. He immediately recognized the protagonist's identity and, slightly surprised, realized it was Dane Sagars. He had taken away his summoning contract. And after we were humiliated at the banquet, my clan completely collapsed in public. Now the family can only try to hold on to its urban noble status. Wherever I go, I never run into him, but of all places, I meet him here. He's here for the summoning class. Why do I have to take this class now? And of all times, too, I must do everything to avoid him, Digron silently reminded himself. His face was drenched in nervous sweat when at that moment a big guy called to him from behind, "Hey Digron," repeating the year for the first time. Hearing that, Digron awkwardly turned and replied, "Ah, yes, senior." After speaking, the tall senior slapped Digron on the shoulder and cheerfully reassured him, "Come on, it's no big deal, everyone repeats a year once. This is already the second time my brother repeated, and that's just for this subject. Treat it like an easy A and you'll sail past the rookies." The burly senior proudly boasted his feat, and Digron could only force a reply so as not to offend him. Not long after, the professor entered the classroom, and the noisy chatter suddenly ceased. Standing before everyone, the handsome Professor Tamaric spoke. "This lesson will begin with basic summoning theory, essential knowledge for those of you just starting the path of summoners. This theory will appear on the summoner certification exam later, so study it carefully." After his remark, the listening students began to murmur, "Wow, this professor seems strict. I heard the official summoner exam is really difficult." Across the room, the professor heard the chatter and nodded, issuing a mild warning. "Of course, if qualified, you can pass the special admissions, but don't think it's easy at all." At this, a student shouted, "Professor, what are the requirements for that special admission?" Responding with a hint of amusement, Tamaric said briskly, "Right, I knew you'd ask that, look here." He waved and produced a blue screen in midair, explaining, "First, you must summon a rank 5 or higher summoned beast using a summoning seal. Second, you must maintain the summoned beast for more than 30 minutes. In the back, the students hearing this staggering requirement gaped in shock. They looked at each other skeptically. Rank 5 summons, even with a summoning seal, that's still not enough. Rank 7 beasts are already nearly impossible, and you have to keep one for 30 minutes. Not letting his students argue further, Professor Tamaric turned back to announce the final condition. Lastly, you must demonstrate your uniqueness, prove you're worthy of special admission. Even if you meet the first requirement, you'll fail without satisfying the third. Whatever it is, you must make an impression to be considered special." Upon hearing this, the students in class were outraged. "It's ridiculous. The first conditions were already hard enough, and now there's a subjective requirement too. Has anyone ever passed this?" Not to mention them, even Dane sneered at the professor's condition. Basically, the professors pass whoever they like and fail whoever they don't. From Tamaric's perspective, the student's reaction didn't surprise him. He'd seen it countless times. "Now you understand why it's called special admission. Ah, and you'll also need recommendation letters from at least 2 experts in the field to apply." Across the room, the students fell silent, unable to utter another word. Seeing their dumbfounded faces, Tamaric smiled inwardly. "Yes, I knew you'd be left speechless. Now no one will dare try." Then the professor glanced toward Dane and thought, "Dane Saugers, isn't it? If it's that interdisciplinary student, then what now? I've heard about his entrance trial from Professor Delfinso, about how he could form a secondary bond with the rank 4 Eterarch she summoned. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't have believed it. Maybe she has ties to the Saugers Count and made this up to help him. I want to verify it myself." For example, Tamaric continued his lecture. "Your first goal is to pass the regular exam, so keep working hard. If you can summon, it'll be easy, but I don't think first years can do it." On the other side, the students remained confused, looking at one another in silence. Even Digron swallowed nervously. Meanwhile, the protagonist's face was full of doubt. He thought to himself that the new students must be very flustered, since they've only gone through the theory and compatibility tests. Above them, Professor Tamaric kept smiling, provoking his students. "Really, no first year knows how to summon, right? This year is truly disappointing," he added, casually glancing at Dane, which made the protagonist's scalp tingle. He wondered if the professor was deliberately watching him to test his ability. Meaning that Dane decided to prove his skills a bit. He stood up and said, "I can try, Professor." His declaration immediately drew a response from the handsome professor. "Oh, really? What's your major and name?" Hearing that, Dane answered, "I'm a first year and interdisciplinary student, Dane Saugers. Ah, I've heard about you from the department head. They say you have remarkable talent." Tamaric praised him and Dane waved it off. "Yes, if that's what the department head thinks of me." From Tamaric's viewpoint, his expression stiffened slightly as he silently assessed Dane through the conversation. Look at this kid. People usually act either humble or arrogant, but he replies so smoothly," he thought. Tamaric spoke bluntly, "There are many rumors about you and that talent. Frankly, it's implausible. That said, can you demonstrate your ability for everyone here? Now the professor had spoken plainly. Dane thought and nodded. If you want, I can do it, no problem. But if I prove myself, could you write me a recommendation letter to apply for the special admissions exam? Dane's sudden request stunned all the students and the professor in the lecture hall into silence. A few seconds later, Tamarick opened his mouth. You want a recommendation for the special admissions. You understand what that entails, right? For Dane, he just heard Tamarick explain the conditions, so how could he forget? He affirmed, it means I must show outstanding talent right here. Tamarick frowned and asked, and if you can't do it? Dane shook his head. I haven't considered that. After that remark, veins appeared on Tamarick's face, though he tried to restrain himself, thinking inwardly that this was overconfidence. Even Claire Saugers, his sister, would never be this cocky. Thinking so and wanting to teach the kid a lesson, Tamarick cheerfully agreed. Fine, come up here if you truly meet the conditions. I'll be happy to write you a recommendation. Easier said than done. Aside from the professor, the other students began shouting as if the place were on fire. What is he thinking? He's not even a summoning major after all, he's Claire's brother. What the hell is wrong with the Saugers family? Ignoring the students' remarks, Tamarick issued his final warning. If you fail, you'll accept all consequences, whatever they may be. Still, do you want to try? After a few seconds' thought, Dane agreed. Yes, I'll do it. Hearing this, Tamarick no longer bothered to lecture. Amused, he instructed, very well, come down here. By chance, I already have a summoning seal here. With that, Dane hurried toward the lectern, thinking to himself that he hadn't planned to do this on the very first lesson, but oh well, whatever. Might as well take whatever I can get, he thought, and reached for the white card in front of him. He slowly channeled his energy into the card and whispered, answer my call. No sooner had he finished speaking than a magic circle began to form in the air, and from within it, a giant wolf leapt out. A dangerous aura radiated from its body. With a single glance, it made the students tremble like lambs before a wolf. Oh my god, it's real. Isn't that a rank 5 summon? Using an empty seal, how could that be possible? In another corner, Digron immediately recognized that this wolf was his summon, stolen by Dane up front. Genpu is mine. Unaware of these thoughts, Dane confidently turned to the professor. Professor, I've summoned Genpu. Meanwhile, Tamarick stood frozen at the sight, sweating and screaming inside. How did this kid do it with an empty seal? Has he formed an official contract, or is there another reason? Even so, he's only summoned it. There's no way he can maintain the summon for 30 minutes. Thinking that calmed Tamarick somewhat, he said, impressive as reported, but the second condition isn't easy to pass. Dane, not wanting to waste time, proposed another option. Indeed, I won't waste the class's time. How about I show you something else? His words made the professor curious. What do you mean, something else? Aside from him, the students were equally curious, exchanging looks and whispering, what will he do next? The Saugers family really is terrifying. Turning to Digron's thoughts, for some reason the young man felt anxious. My god, the third condition is to demonstrate uniqueness. After all, everything depends on the professor's judgment. If he's determined, is Dane really going to do it? With that, all the students turned their eyes to the protagonist, determined not to miss a moment. The professor nodded and agreed. Very well, let's see what you can do. After he spoke, Dane began releasing mana from his body, forming strands of blue energy that surrounded Genpu. At the same time, Dane parted his lips and chanted some obscure incantation. Then, the wolf's body began to be lifted by those energies into the air, and to everyone's astonishment, Genpu's body slowly expanded, and its claws became sharper than before. Seeing this, even Dane's mage friend was stunned. This truly is the power of ancient magic, he whispered. The students nearly went mad. The wolf howled as if witnessing a living dinosaur, enhancing a summon. Isn't that something only 5th years can do, and he's not even a summoning major? Here the giant wolf Genpu let out a thunderous howl that silenced the students. Dane smiled and looked at Tamarick, asking, is this enough to prove my uniqueness? Turning to Tamarick, the professor was now completely stunned. Oh my god, he even performed a link enhancement, so everything they'd said was true. How does the kid have such unbelievable talent? I can hardly trust my eyes. The more I think about it, the wider the professor's mouth gapes, unable to close. Seeing that, Dane nearly burst out laughing. Even the professor looked shocked. No wonder I felt the same way. As he thought that, he reached out to stroke Genpu, and after a few seconds, Tamarick finally regained his composure, cleared his throat several times, and said, ah yes, this truly is special. We'll discuss the recommendation letter later. Yes, I understand, Dane said with a smile. While Digron watched from behind, he quietly swallowed an anxiety. He's grown since before, truly a frightening kid. In short, after the commotion, the class continued. Dane could still feel the professor's gaze on him, sometimes with that embarrassed look. I've heard he's very strict. My sister will be delighted to hear about this. This already counts as part of the recommendation letter. Should I ask Professor Delfinso for the rest? Dane wondered inwardly. Not long after the lesson finally ended. Okay, class dismissed for today. With that, the student groups began to leave the classroom in turn, and while they were walking, suddenly a voice called out Dane Saugers, hearing his name. The protagonist turned and seeing the familiar red hair, frowned and asked, you're Digron Tyran, right? You were Genpu's former master. So you're studying at this academy too. Hearing that, Digron nervously said, you still remember me? Yes, I had to repeat a year after failing an exam. Seeing his awkward demeanor, Dane was a bit curious. Wasn't he here for revenge or something? Why is he speaking so politely? Unaware of Dane's thoughts, Digron scratched his cheek awkwardly and said, actually, I've seen you before and meant to ignore it. It's been a long time, but I still feel I did you wrong back then. So I'm here to apologize. I'm truly sorry for what happened. Please forgive me. Saying that, he bowed deeply at a 90-degree angle, sincere. Seeing this, Dane smiled faintly and nodded. It's all from years ago, don't worry, I'm fine. Hearing that, Digron asked happily, really? So can I continue studying here? I won't cause trouble or hinder you. At that, Dane seemed to realize something. Oh, did you think I'd report you and get you expelled? Dane thought inwardly, then stepped forward, patted Digron's shoulder and reassured him, no, don't worry, everything's fine now. Those words made Digron very happy. He beamed, thanks, Dane. If you need anything, just say the word. At the same moment, Dane's back suddenly bulged with a lump. Then it slowly moved beneath his clothes. This made Dane deduce that Karnas had awakened and begun to stir. Could it be hungry? Thinking that, Dane turned and asked, right, you belong to the summoning department, don't you? Perfect timing, I need to get some supplies from the shop. Can you guide me? In response, Digron cheerfully shared, sure, it's called Use in Bowden. I might come there often. That place was founded by two former students after they graduated. It's been over 30 years now. They sell common items and so on. The trends these days are this and that. Hearing his chatty, cheerful sharing, Dane thought to himself that the guy does seem genuinely remorseful. There's no need to act hostile. At that moment, the little dragon Karnas poked its head out and looked around curiously, prompting Dane to hastily warn, calm down, Karnas. Shortly after, the two of them walked to the shop together, pale golden sunlight filtering through the trees, adding warmth to the afternoon air. Along the way, Digron turned and asked with curious eyes, what do you need me to help find? Actually, just tell me your summons tier and I'll handle the rest, Dane replied. I only need food for it. Digron nodded, stroking his chin in a thoughtful pose, his eyes sparkling with confidence. Oh, that's my specialty. I used to be in charge of compatibility training, so this is a piece of cake. What species is your summon anyway? Dane hesitated for a moment, then answered, a wyvern. He thought to himself, Karnas does look a bit like a wyvern. Their diets are probably similar. Hearing the answer, Digron suddenly shouted out excitedly, wyvern? A tier 3 summon, that size, seeing Digron getting worked up. Dane hurriedly raised a hand to signal, lowering his voice, yeah, but it's still small, so keep it secret, okay? Digron was startled, eyes wide, and at the same time the Karnas girl in the cloak began to wriggle, making small noises. Dane thought to himself, if this gets out, we'll know who's responsible. No one other than Digron, who, still excited, continued, a wyvern, then soft food is best. Even small, wyverns eat a lot. Within about a week they start eating meat. Dane nodded slightly, inwardly admiring, indeed an expert, but how did this guy fail his exams? When they arrived at the shop, a lively atmosphere enveloped them, shelves stocked with magical items glittering with mystical light. Digron scanned the stalls, then quickly grabbed 2 small bags of food, turning to Dane with a triumphant smile. Here you go. This one is made from 17 ingredients, and this is a soft mix blended with milk. Take both. Dane took them, smiling brightly, voice full of gratitude. Thanks a lot. You helped me get everything. Otherwise, I wouldn't know what to do. Seeing Dane's politeness, Digron frowned slightly, nodded, and replied, is that all you need? Anything else? Dane shook his head. That's enough for now. Digron excitedly suggested, since we're here, we should look around more. There are lots of useful things here. Sounds reasonable. Dane nodded. All right then, let's take another stroll. The two leisurely wandered the shop, which sold countless magical items, from glowing garments, radiant support potions, to glittering 3-pronged staves. Suddenly, Dane stopped, his eyes lighting up when he saw a magnificent magic staff before him. He spoke with delight, oh, this looks pretty cool. But at that moment, a warning voice sounded from beside him, hold on. this isn't for newcomers. Haven't even mastered summoning and already hunting for weapons. Watch out for cursed magic. Step back, a warning notice was neatly posted near the staff. Do not touch, especially newcomers. We are not responsible for consequences. Digron nodded in warning. That's right, Dane. This staff is usually only for fourth-year students. Just touching it will drain your mana. But Dane seemed unconcerned, thinking to himself, come on, it's not that big a deal. The more it's forbidden, the more I want to try it. Ignoring all warnings, Dane reached out and took the staff. The shopkeeper shouted in panic, "You new student, don't touch that, it's dangerous," but before he could finish, Dane had already gripped the staff. The orb at its tip suddenly emitted a mysterious light, radiant like a precious gem. Dane smiled with satisfaction, thinking to himself, it's craving mana. Immediately, he channeled mana into the staff, feeling power surge within. The shopkeeper gaped, stammering, what the hell just happened? The staff absorbed enough mana and stabilized. He thought to himself that even with enough mana, almost no one can control it. Dane still smiled calmly, this isn't bad at all. Digron beside him couldn't hide his amazement. Dane, I know you're talented, but you're truly top tier. The shopkeeper stepped forward, hands on his hips, irritated. Are you really a first-year student? I've never seen anyone like this. Dane replied with a light smile. I'm Dane Saugers, younger brother of Senior Claire. At the name, the shopkeeper flinched, his tone changing completely. Oh, the top student of the interdisciplinary department. Even Claire, as a first year, couldn't hold this staff. I underestimated you. If you had said earlier, I would have advised you more carefully. Dane forced a chuckle, thinking to himself that their attitude changed as fast as flipping a pancake. The shopkeeper continued, are you planning to buy this staff? Dane shook his head and placed the staff back. No, it looks troublesome and can't hold much mana, the shopkeeper said in surprise. What, this can easily serve 5th or 6th year students. Dane looked at the staff, thinking it felt like pouring an entire well into a teapot. Not worth it. Finally, he said, I'll just take the bags of food, the shopkeeper muttered. Are all the Count's children like this, even your sister? Dane, curious about his sister, frowned, nodded, thinking to himself, that's my sister all right. After that, Dane and Digron paid and left. The shopkeeper watched them go, muttering, why are geniuses always so strange? After leaving the shop, Dane found a quiet corner, carefully placed the 2 bags of food he had bought in front of the eager little Karnas wriggling in his cloak. Looking at the tiny creature with gem-like eyes, Dane smiled and said gently, here, enjoy, slowly now. Don't choke, but Karnas ignored the warning and dove into the food, making contented little sounds. Each soft bite melted in her mouth and she cuddled close, her small tail wagging wildly. Watching this, Dane shook his head, thinking next is basic class. Layla said there's only 5 minutes left, gotta hurry back to the dorms. Suddenly, a strange noise rang out from the nearby alley. Shattering the peaceful atmosphere, the clatter of collisions and flying debris made Dane freeze. He frowned and muttered, what's that? Obscene curses echoed from the alley. A voice cold as a blade, you brat, shut that mouth of yours. Another voice, equally vicious, beat him to a pulp for me, stupid clown, you can't even keep your mouth open after a few punches. Dane narrowed his eyes as unease rose. The insults continued, there was no one here yesterday, you're unlucky today. A weak voice replied, trembling but defiant, I'm not afraid of you anymore. At that, Dane froze, his heart pounding, wait, that voice is. He immediately turned his head, his gaze sharpening toward the alley. There, Ernest was surrounded by 3 thugs, his condition pitiable beyond words, hair disheveled, glasses askew, hands and feet trembling, yet his eyes still flashed with stubborn courage. The red-haired one was clearly the leader, sneering contemptuously, did you hear what he said? He says he's not afraid. The companion chuckled in a coarse voice, big mouth but shaking like a dried fish. Ernest gritted his teeth and clenched his hands, thinking to himself, these bastards, waiting for me to be alone so they can gang up on me. One of them spoke arrogantly, who wants to go first? There's no one else around. Another sneered, let me, my jaw still hurts from last time because of him. The 3 of them stepped forward with fierce momentum. Though terrified, Ernest still took a defensive stance and growled, don't come near. The 3 burst into mocking laughter. Ha ha, this loser dares to raise a fist. Thinking he'd had one lucky break and was tough now, despair rose in Ernest's mind. This is bad, what can I do now? But at that moment, decisive footsteps sounded from afar and a calm, slightly sardonic voice drew the group's attention. Oh, it's you guys again. The blonde turned his head, his eyes widening as he recognized the newcomer. He shouted, his voice edged with panic. Dane Saugers. Dane paid no mind to their astonishment. He strolled forward with a faint smile, waved at Ernest and said, hey there. Ernest saw Dane like a man spotting a lifeline. His eyes brightened, voice trembling with emotion. Dane. When Dane appeared, the bullies began whispering and arguing. What's going on? You said no one would show up, one muttered. Another replied, who cares, bring some weapons. Dane glanced at them, thinking to himself, this is trouble, and looked around. He silently wondered, there really isn't anyone else here, right? Then I'll make you taste some pain. Immediately, a surge of mana poured from Dane's body, startling the bullies. In an instant, countless spears appeared in the air, aimed straight at them. Seeing this, one shouted, what the hell is that? He can use magic too. The crew cut trembled as he spoke. Isn't the Saugers family famous for spear techniques? The redhead yelled angrily, you idiot, have you forgotten? She's Arabella Saugers. Beside them, Ernest also exclaimed in surprise. Dane stood with the spears hovering in the air. He aimed them at the bullies and said coldly, all right, choose. Step back obediently, or get thoroughly beaten. Hearing this, the three bullies went pale, a wave of fear washing over them. Immediately after, the nearby wall cracked as if struck, and the ground suffered likewise. The bullies now lay face down on the ground, crying out in miserable pain. Ernest was still trembling. Dane stepped closer and said, thanks, Dane, my hands and legs are still shaking. Dane smiled and replied, as long as you're safe, that's enough. Then he continued, Ernest, from now on let's train together. Hearing that, Ernest rubbed his still sore arm and surprised asked what. Dane answered, you once said you wanted to beat Braun, right? Ernest nodded with an embarrassed smile. Ah, yeah, that's right. Dane continued, so I'll help you get stronger. Ernest could only smile, haha, I always count on you. After that, the two walked across the schoolyard. Dane asked, hey, have you joined any clubs yet? Ernest replied, no, I've looked everywhere but can't find an exploration or archaeology club. Dane wondered, I thought there had to be one. Ernest explained, our class has a map research society, but that's a required course. Not a club. I also checked out a few map analysis clubs, but they all made excuses to be lazy, so disappointing. Hearing this, Dane stroked his chin and pondered. It seems most people just want an easy life. Ernest nodded in agreement, then asked, but why are you asking about clubs? Are you going to join one? Dane replied, it's just that everyone is so eager to recruit freshmen that it made me wonder if it's really that important. Ernest explained, they say you must choose carefully. Once you join, you can't switch for 2 years. Dane gave an awkward smile. Rules are stricter than I thought. Pick the wrong one and you've wasted 2 years. At this time, the campus was filled with recruitment banners from clubs. There were dessert gourmet societies, book discussion clubs. Suddenly Dane stopped, turned and said, how about we start our own club? Ernest exclaimed in surprise, what kind of club? Dane replied, a club that can do anything. Ernest still wondered what he meant. Dane explained, I mean, we can train and explore ruins. When we're free, we can gather to eat, do whatever we want, no rules. What do you think of that idea? Ernest's eyes lit up. He quickly agreed, I'm in, going with you will be fun. But before he could celebrate, he asked, will a club like this get approved? Dane replied confidently, it's fine, leave it to me. Ernest nodded, if you say so I trust it, but why did you suddenly think of this? Dane smiled, those club recruitment pitches are annoying. I always have to refuse. No club interests me, so I'll just create one. Ernest asked, if I join, can I learn spear or sword techniques? Dane smiled, of course, definitely. You might even discover a hidden talent. Ernest was delighted. Great, we'll surely learn a lot from each other. Then he suddenly remembered, but I heard you need at least 3 people to form a club, right? Dane nodded, we have Layla too. He continued, she's already been mentioned, go ask her now. Cut to the club registration office. The 3 walked and chatted. Ernest said, we just submit this form here and that's it. Layla excitedly replied, sounds easy, hurry and fill it out. Dane glanced at her, thinking, classic Layla. She even left the dessert exploration club just to come with us. Layla cheerfully said the dessert club only meets weekly to taste sweets. Perfect. Dane nodded, we can do that too if you like. Ernest chimed in, I love tarts too. Do whatever you want, Dane added. If you want to meet upperclassmen, that's fine, but just follow Ernest. Hearing that, Layla looked satisfied, smiling brightly. The 3 filled out the club formation form together, then took it to a room to request confirmation. Suddenly, Layla shouted, what? The rules changed. A blonde girl pushing up her glasses explained, yeah, the academy now has over 3,000 clubs. Most are inactive and hard to manage, so starting a club now requires approval, not just reporting. Dane's expression increased slightly as he asked, what do we have to do for approval? Layla sighed, oh no, terrible timing. The blonde continued, you need a recommendation letter from a full professor. Do you want me to give you the form? Dane nodded, just give the form to me first. After that, the 3 left the room. Layla complained, how can freshmen like us get a recommendation letter? Ernest nodded in agreement. Seriously, there isn't a single professor we've even met yet. Layla continued, you can't just pick any teacher to sign it. Dane smiled, actually I already have someone in mind. Layla and Ernest shouted in unison, what? Who is it? We're just first-year students, they'll probably look down on us. Dane smiled confidently. Trust me, you guys. Ernest and Layla gaped speechless. Cut to Professor Kelthas's office. Dane sat down to present the club plan. After a while, he thought to himself, damn, he said he'd listen, but why is this so difficult now? Kelthas spoke up, why have you come here? Dane replied, Professor, actually we want to start a club. Kelthas was rather surprised. Oh, that sounds interesting. What kind of club is it? Dane smiled, a club for sword training, exploring the academy and cheerful adventures, but we need approval now. We need a recommendation letter from a professor. Kelthas asked, a recommendation letter? Dane nodded, yes, we're looking for an excellent professor to request one from. Hearing this, Kelthas stiffened slightly. He thought to himself, find a professor. They came all the way here to find me and still say that. You brat, do you think there's a better professor than me? No sooner had the thought passed than Kelthas smiled and said, haha, isn't there a professor right here? No need to search far, I'll recommend you. Dane replied, the professor is always busy. I was afraid of bothering you. Before he finished, Kelthas interrupted, busy or not, I can at least do this. Now what do you need? Dane smiled, really? Then please sign here, Professor. He quickly took the registration form from his coat and handed it over. Kelthas happily took the pen and signed the form, saying, my only student wants to start a club. Of course, I'll enthusiastically support it. Dane smiled, bowed, and said, thank you very much, Professor. After finishing, he immediately met up with Ernest and Layla. Layla exclaimed, I can't believe we got the recommendation so fast. Are you familiar with the professor? Ernest interjected, we couldn't even get a word in. Holding the recommendation letter, Dane smiled. I pretended to ask about sword techniques and luckily won his favor. Ernest nodded, anyway, it's great that we succeeded. Layla patted her chest excitedly, so now we really can form the club. Dane nodded, now we just need to submit the application. Imagining the club being established. Ernest went wild with excitement. I'm so pumped, it's going to be so much fun. Layla marveled, I thought this would be hard, but Dane made it look easy. Dane took out a blank sheet and said, now we need a name to register. What should we choose? Naming turned out to be a long story. Ernest said the name must represent our image. This is important. Layla nodded. I don't want something childish or meaningless. Both of them tore at their hair and muttered, what name would work? Watching the two, Dane half smiled, thinking to himself, they're really serious about this. Suddenly, he felt something stirring inside him. Glancing down, Dane murmured, Karnas. Getting up now, the little dragon moving over his body made Dane uneasy. He whispered, not now, Karnas. Ernest spoke up, Dane, have you thought of a name yet? Dane replied, I'm fine with anything. Layla asked, what? You're the one who suggested this and you have no idea. She pointed at Dane's chest, there's a lump on your shirt. About to be exposed, Dane muttered inwardly, I haven't introduced it yet. He stammered, well, this is. Ernest and Layla fixed their eyes on him. Layla pressed, what are you hiding? Suddenly Dane's button popped open and a shadow shot out. It turned out to be Karnas. The mischievous little dragon girl had escaped, and seeing the adorable little dragon, Ernest and Layla widened their eyes, mouths forming O's. Dane forced a smile, thinking to himself, this is it, I'm finished now. Layla pointed accusingly, what is that? A summoned beast? Why did it crawl out of your shirt? Don't tell me the egg you took from Claire hatched. The little dragon hovered over Dane's shoulder and let out an adorable growl. He nodded, yes, it was born not long ago. Its name is Karnas, Ernest happily said. Hello Karnas, long time no see. Layla, angry, Ernest, you knew about this too. Dane hurriedly changed the subject. Anyway, the club name is more important than Karnas. As they walked to register, let's think. At the registration office, the blonde girl held the paper and frowned. A magic exploration, summoning, spear, and sword arts club. The three could only grin, couldn't be more ordinary. She asked again, are you sure you want this name? Dane nodded, yes, please approve us. Once approved, the three left the registration room. Layla turned to scold Dane, never pick a name again. Dane frowned, isn't it fine? Layla snapped, no, it's not fine at all. Ernest quickly soothed, haha, don't worry so much. We can always change the name later. Cut to Tamarik's office, the summoning department head. Someone entered and said, I hope my visit isn't inconvenient. Tamarik replied, haha, not at all. Madam Head Delfinso is here. She sat and gently asked, how have things been? Tamarik answered, there are many talented students, but I'm worried professors will be overloaded. She pressed, in particular I've heard there's one student who stands out. Tamarik stammered, ah yes, that's true. He thought to himself, has news spread through the class so fast? Delfinso held her teacup and continued, I heard your class has something interesting. I'm not interfering, just curious. Tamarik replied quickly, no, of course it's fine, you are the head after all, it's normal. He set down his cup and added, there is a student very noteworthy, even exceeding expectations. Surprised, Delfinso smiled, it must be Dane Saugers, I personally admitted him. She continued, I heard you promised to write a recommendation letter for him, right? Tamarik nodded, yes, that's right. Delfinso added, since the special admission required 2 letters, I think I'll write the other one. Tamarick was surprised. Will you write it yourself? She smiled. He clearly has talent. How could I sit idly by? Tamarick fell silent, thinking to himself, she's a sly serpent. She's trying to seize everything. He clenched his hand and murmured, right, she's always like this. I underestimated her. Delfinso said, Professor, is something troubling you? Tamarick was startled and hurriedly replied, no, not at all. Delfinso looked him straight in the eyes. Is that all? When you finish the letter, show it to me. After all, we should be frank with each other about this. Tamarick frowned slightly, nervous, of course. Goal achieved, Delfinso stood and said, then I'll take my leave. Watching her walk away, Tamarick gritted his teeth. Pensive, his hand clenched so hard it trembled as he murmured, does she think I'll sit back and let things go her way? She's trying to pull Dane to her side, but this time I won't let that happen. I must secure that genius first. Cut to the campus, Dane muttered as he walked. Today is only the Imperial Founding History class left, right? Dane sighed, there's still time, maybe I'll go grab a tart pastry or something, when suddenly a figure approached, calling out Dane Saugers. Dane turned his head. He saw a blonde woman he'd never met. He asked, who are you? She replied, hello, I'm the Academy's messenger, Professor Delfinso, head of summoning. She has requested your presence. She smiled in a way that made Dane curious. He murmured, isn't that Professor Tamarick? He asked again, why would the department head want to see me? The blonde woman answered, she only mentioned a recommendation letter and asked you to come immediately. Shall we go? Dane nodded. Ah, a recommendation letter. But inwardly he muttered, such a sudden summons, something's off. The Imperial Academy, the cradle of the Empire's brightest talents, where the flame of scholarly passion always burns, famed for its brutal competition beyond all expectations. Especially the power struggles among professors, since a department's influence determines the budget, equipment, and facilities it receives. Here, the 3 largest departments, swordcraft, magic, and summoning, were always allocated the largest budgets. A professor's reputation and evaluations shifted accordingly, directly affecting their core responsibilities. In the head of summoning's office, Delfinso looked out the window and murmured, we can't stay stuck in 3rd place forever. I won't keep losing to those others. She pondered, if that boy joins our department, we could easily surpass the magic department. The issue is Professor Kelthas is from the interdisciplinary department, yet his sister Claire studies here, so it's hard for him to refuse. If we can get him interested in summoning, the opportunity will come. Suddenly a voice called from outside, Professor, I've brought Dane. Delfinso replied at once, send him in. She smiled and spoke, the academy must be busy. Dane, with your ability, you must have many offers. Dane modestly said, I still have much to learn, so I'm approaching everything with a freshman's mindset. Delfinso nodded, modesty is admirable. Is there any subject you're particularly interested in? Dane smiled faintly, I haven't chosen a specific subject yet. I want to do well in all of them. Delfinso nodded, wanting to excel across the board is the spirit of a newcomer. Do you know why I called you? Dane shook his head. She continued, I heard something miraculous happened in Professor Tamarick's class. You summoned Genpu and achieved a reinforced link. With skills like that, how could a department head like me stay idle? She smiled. With your ability, you should take the special admission exam. Dane began to understand and replied, thank you for recognizing my abilities. Delfinso continued, Professor Tamarick and I have agreed to write recommendation letters for you. It's the first time I've written one for a student outside the summoning department. Because your talent is rare, she frowned and got to the point. Why don't you explore summoning more deeply? Dane asked, summoning? She nodded. Honestly, someone qualified for the special admission needs no extra lessons, but precisely for that reason, I want to teach you personally. Dane pondered inwardly, if the department head personally offers this, summoning must be short on talent. He answered, I appreciate it, but about the club, I already founded one with a few friends. Delfinso was startled. What already founded? Such a decisive move. Dane smiled. Yes, it wasn't easy, but fortunately Professor Kelthas wrote a recommendation for us. Hearing that, Delfinso's eyes widened and she murmured, that annoying Kelthas, he never attends faculty meetings, always lazy. Yet he moved before I did. She clenched her fist in anger. How dare he sabotage my plan to steer him into my summoning club? She composed herself and continued, well then, congratulations on forming the club. Drop by my lab when you have time, there are many interesting things. She murmured inwardly, bait for now, then she added, I have some rare things like unhatched spirit beast eggs. One egg alone is worth an entire castle. Dane, startled, put his hand into his shirt, thinking, oh no, I'm already raising one. He replied, spirit beast eggs, I'll drop by to take a look. Delfinso smiled. Don't worry about the recommendation letter, Professor Tamarick and I will provide it for you. And if you have any questions about the exam, ask me anytime. Dane cheerfully said, "Thank you for your concern." She picked up a cookie and said, "Have dessert while we talk. The dish you brought looks delicious." As she enjoyed it, she murmured, "Surely Tamaric plans to move before me again. I must write that letter quickly to see how surprised the others will be when they see it." The next day, Claire met Dane and said, "Dane, Professor Delfinso just contacted me." Dane asked, "With you?" Claire nodded yes. After sending the recommendation, the summoning council contacted her today. They're sending examiners to the academy immediately. Dane was startled. They arrived so fast. He muttered, "Too fast. They clearly want to recruit me." Claire widened her eyes. "Professor Delfinso is fond of you. What did you do to get the attention of someone so strict?" Dane shrugged. "I don't know, maybe because I'm a top student." Claire continued, "Anyway, you're about to be called to the exam. When we took it, we had to summon 3 spirit beasts at once, sustain them, then perform the reinforced link." Dane shouted, "3 at once? This is serious." He murmured. Claire passed the special exam at only 16. Claire replied, "Yes, but no one knows how this exam will go. They don't announce details in advance. With Delfinso's recommendation you're qualified, but the summoning council has internal power struggles." Dane asked, "Internal struggles?" Claire explained, "You probably don't know, Delfinso has refused the council's requests many times, so they dislike her and won't let her gain advantage easily." Dane pondered, "So the exam might be harder because of that, right?" Claire nodded, "It's possible. But I'm not too worried for you. If you get hurt by these adult power games, I'll feel guilty." Dane smiled, "Don't worry, I won't let that happen." He thought, "I don't intend to fall into those traps." 2 days later, the Summoning Council's inspection team arrived at the academy, led by Chairman Elgard Poten. He spoke, "Long time no see, Professor Delfinso." She replied, "You're well." Elgard nodded, "Yes, so how talented is the student you recommended?" Delfinso calmly said, "Sorry, Chairman, his talent is extraordinary, I couldn't ignore it." Elgard continued, "Then you should have accepted a seat on the council when we offered to handle things quickly." Delfinso forced a smile. "You know I value my responsibilities at the academy. If I took a council post, I couldn't fully devote myself to the school." She gritted her teeth, thinking, "Do you think I don't know you're pulling influence to your side? Because of the council's greed, I nearly died several times in those reckless incidents." She turned around. "So come with me, we'll talk as we walk." Elgard nodded. "All right," he thought, the recommendation is sent, so I'll cooperate, but I don't like that kid one bit." On the way, Elgard asked, "That boy is Dane Saugers, Claire's brother, right?" Delfinso replied, "Yes, his talent is truly Saugers' blood." Elgard continued, "I've heard he summoned a level 5 Genpu, performed a reinforced link, and during the interdepartmental exam even made multiple simultaneous links with spirit beasts." Delfinso nodded, "That's correct." He turned and said, "Such ability is extraordinary, it's shaken the whole council. Even for the Saugers family, I didn't expect the younger brother to surpass his predecessor. Could he be on par with Galderin?" Delfinso forced a smile. "I'm not sure he's reached Galderin's level, but when you see him yourself, you'll understand." Elgard frowned. "We will judge very strictly. The special admission exam has always been like that." Delfinso nodded, "Yes, I understand." The arrival of the Summoning Council sent the academy students into a buzz. One person exclaimed, "What? The Summoning Council came to the academy? What for?" Another replied, "I heard Dane Saugers received a special recommendation letter." A different student cut in, "Oh, that freshman who shocked Tamaric's class? He even did reinforced spirit beast linking." Someone angrily shouted, "Damn, what's there about summoning he isn't good at?" After a while, Delfinso and Elgard arrived before the summoning department's door. She cheerfully said, "All right, this is where the exam will take place." Elgard glanced at the summoning department's emblem, murmuring, "Very well, come inside." At the testing site, light seeped through the shutters, illuminating the whole room. Dane stood in the center of the courtyard and announced, "I am the youngest son of Count Saugers, Lord of the Southern Lands and head of the Saugers family. My name is Dane Saugers. It is an honor to meet you." As he finished speaking, a confident smile played on his lips. Seeing that, Elgard murmured to himself, "Impressive. It's hard to believe he's only 14 and already carries such presence. Now I understand why they were so eager to send a letter of recommendation." Elgard lightly stroked his chin and said, "I am Elgard Poten, chairman of the Summoners Association. I've heard a great deal about you. You have been praised quite a bit. However, this test will not be easy." Dane showed no fear and immediately replied, "Yes, I am ready." He murmured inwardly that the man was pretending to be friendly, but nothing about this was pleasant. Elgard then turned to the assistants behind him and said, "No need for long words, begin now, everyone prepare." Hearing this, the two people behind replied at once, "Yes, sir." Delfinso in the back furrowed his brow and said, "I wonder what challenge the chairman has prepared for us." Looking at Delfinso, Elgard said, "Whether you pass or fail will be entirely my decision, Elgard Pote. If you object, you may withdraw from the exam now." Dane immediately replied, "I agree." He continued, "During the exam, all forms of cheating are strictly prohibited. If the exam is judged unfair, the results will be voided and your summoner status may be revoked. Remember that." Dane replied calmly, "Yes, I understand." Elgard continued, "Good, then we'll wait to see what this so-called special talent of yours is." Immediately after, he raised his hand high and announced, "The test begins." The officials gathered around him. In front of each person, a summoning magic circle appeared, and it drew in the surrounding energies to strengthen the circle. Seeing this, Dane murmured, "This is." Then suddenly the magic circles emitted some kind of sound, and a tremendous surge of energy enveloped the entire testing grounds. Both Dane and Delfinso frowned. Delfinso murmured inwardly that they had activated the magic circles, which meant that the surrounding mana streams were converging toward Elgard. He then opened his eyes wide and called out, "Answer me." As he finished, a massive mana current burst from his circle, followed by the appearance of a huge, ferocious creature with a lion-like head. Seeing the torrent of mana, Dane murmured to himself, "Just as I predicted, the chairman's mana is terrifying. I didn't expect the test to be on such a scale." His eyes widened. Looking at the creature before him, he thought with concern that this being was far more dangerous than usual. Arcs of lightning containing vast mana surrounded it, giving anyone nearby an overwhelming sense of peril. Seeing the monster appear, Delfinso in the back suddenly shouted, "Impossible. A third-tier summon, that is Antares." Antares clasped its forepaws, lifted its head to the sky, and let out a mighty roar, causing all the surrounding mana to erupt and filling the testing area with choking dust and smoke. Grasping at himself against the immense pressure, Dane murmured inwardly, "Now I understand why my second sister was worried about me," looking at the summoned beast before him. Elgard folded his arms slightly and said, "Because you are a genius, this level should match your rank, shouldn't it?" He frowned slightly and said, "You may use any weapon you deem necessary. Your task is to restrain Antares by any means." Looking at the ferocious summoned beast before Dane, Elgard continued, "This is the requirement for the special selection test." Seeing this, Delfinso ground his teeth, angered inwardly. "That old man clearly wants to see me fail. He wants to disgrace me." Elgard said irritably, "But with your outstanding talent, there should be nothing to worry about. Of course, if you're afraid, you can withdraw now." Dane replied immediately, unfazed, "No, I will take the test as planned." Elgard gave a faint smile and said, "Very well, I'll give you a little time to prepare." Then Dane reached into the pocket space before him. Fiddling for something, he murmured to himself, "Good, I have the perfect thing for a situation like this." He produced an object and murmured, "The spear Sister Claire gave me on my 7th birthday. Now I finally have a chance to use it." Looking at the beast ahead, Dane murmured, "It's big, so there should be many openings. I'll strike fast and withdraw." Seeing this, Elgard frowned slightly. He uses a spear, truly the blood of the Sagar's family. His gaze then swept to a corner of the testing area, where Tamaric and a few students had come to watch Dane's test. Seeing this, Tamaric could only gape and stammer, "What the hell is this? Letting him fight a third-tier creature, isn't that excessive?" Hearing the familiar voice, Delfinso glanced over and said, "It seems Professor Tamaric has also arrived. He'll probably object to this." Elgard was unconcerned and replied, "It's fine, he's ready, begin." His expression darkened briefly, then he immediately thrust his hand forward and commanded, "Antares, eliminate the enemy before you." No sooner had he finished than Antares began to gnash its teeth and screech, its eyes blazing red. It launched itself with tremendous force toward Dane. Dane remained calm and waited for the monster to come closer. He murmured, "All right, come at me." As it neared, the creature suddenly accelerated and lunged at Dane. But immediately, with his proficient spear technique, he was able to parry the monster's attacks. Then he darted toward the rear of the creature. By now, Dane's expression was no longer calm. He began to take the matter seriously. They zipped past each other at wind-tearing speed, but Dane was a step faster. In a blink, his spear tip grazed Antares' waist, leaving a sizable wound. His dazzling move stunned the spectators on all sides, and many surprised exclamations rose, "My God, what was that movement just now?" Ignoring those remarks, Dane quickly resumed a defensive stance. He couldn't help but smile confidently, thinking to himself that the special training seems to be starting to pay off. Opposite him, the monster seemed hardly affected by the wound, so it crazily continued to charge and attack Dane. As it closed in, it swung its massive hand and slammed toward the protagonist, tearing the ground into a trough. Terrifying, luckily Dane dodged aside in time, otherwise he'd have been smashed to a pulp. Seeing its prey flee, a red gleam of rage appeared in Antares' eyes. It then charged in, continuously throwing punches, forcing Dane to keep leaping backward. With each blow from the giant monster, it left a large, bowl-shaped crater in the ground. Dane had to admire Antares' strength inwardly, no wonder it's third tier, that size and that speed. Across from him, Antares seemed to grow wiser. Realizing it couldn't easily close with Dane, suddenly a blazing golden flame erupted from its body. Then it thrust its paw forward, unleashing a pillar of scorching fire. Seeing that, Professor Delphinso couldn't contain her worry and shouted that he'd been hit directly. Beside her, old Elgard stroked his beard, nodding with great satisfaction. Even with enhanced strength, facing Antares was utterly mad. He'd expected the test to end quickly. That was what he thought, however Dane began to fight back. Within the flames, Dane's spear spun continuously, creating a powerful gust that scattered the surrounding fire. However, Dane was a bit shaken by that previous attack. It had been a close call. Almost done for. Okay, it's time to finish this, the protagonist thought, then he unleashed his mana to strengthen his body and dashed forward to attack. But Antares reacted extremely swiftly. Before Dane could strike, it clenched its fist and smashed forward, churning the ground into formless wreckage. Unfortunately, the attack missing Dane was useless. At that moment, he slipped to the side and aimed for the giant's waist. He thought to himself that for the finishing blow, he'd use what his father once showed him. Focus mana at the spearhead to create an explosion, a single-point burst. Taking advantage of Antares not yet entering its defensive stance, Dane's explosive-tipped spear stabbed straight into its waist and easily pierced deep into the massive body. The pain from the wound made the monster roar violently. Meanwhile, Dane tightened his grip on the spear, thrusting forward with all his strength as bands of blue energy streamed outward. In the end, the explosive power of the strike detonated, blowing a large hole in the creature's waist. However, whether the lion-like being used a healing skill or not, despite taking such a blow, it still managed to concentrate power into its two forelimbs as if to strike back. As for the observers witnessing the protagonist's power, the whole group stood jaw-dropped. Amazing, the beast's attack almost missed entirely. And what was that amount of mana? Back on the battlefield, this hulking monster was indeed tough. Right then, at the wound's location, it became enveloped in a blazing golden flame, and within seconds the injury healed as if nothing had happened. Moreover, because it had been wounded, the monster grew even more frenzied, emitting mad sounds from deep within its throat. Antares began to release a tremendous shockwave from its body, hurling all the surrounding rubble and earth outward in every direction. Seeing this, Dane felt a chill up his spine. Oh dear, it looks truly enraged. No sooner had the words left than the lion-like creature opened its jaws and belched a scorching flame, forcing Dane to panic and leap aside. However, his spear remained lodged in Antares' waist, leaving his face a little stunned. Damn it, my spear. Kel'Thuz rushed over from outside, sweat beading on his brow, cursing nonstop. Damn it, I hope I'm not too late. Why hold the test out in some godforsaken place like this? His heart hammered, worry mixed with irritation. As he pushed the door open, the scene before him made Kel'Thuz freeze. His eyes widened in shock and he clenched his teeth. His gaze fixed on the brilliant mana barrier before him, his voice trembling with doubt. A barrier inside the test area. What are they summoning? From within, Antares lifted its head to the sky and let out a fierce roar that seemed to tear the air. Its eyes seethed with furious flames, red sparks striking straight into Kel'Thuz's gaze. His face darkened, his heart pounded from shock. He clenched his fists and shouted angrily, what? Antares is third tier. Horror mixed with excitement made his body tremble slightly. In the arena, Antares had just flung Dane's spear, sending it skittering across the ground and leaving long scratches. The wound the spear caused still seeped blood and couldn't heal immediately. The monster snarled, its eyes bloodshot, glaring at Dane as if it would swallow him. Dane stood opposite, murmuring with a hint of admiration that it withstood a hit like that with no harm. Truly tough. He nodded, the corner of his mouth lifting in a confident smile as he thought that the spear couldn't truly wound it. Then he flicked his hand, eyes flashing determination. Sorry, father, but in the end I have to use the sword. Immediately, Dane drew the sword from his side, the blade shimmering under the mana light. He frowned, looked straight at Antares, a confident smile forming. Let's begin round 2. His action stunned the whole stands. Elgard stroked his chin, eyes glittering with curiosity, and said, ha ha, using a sword. Delphinso beside him nodded, speaking thoughtfully that it made sense. This is an independent test. A little oddity isn't surprising. Elgard agreed. But his eyes revealed astonishment. Indeed, and frighteningly, the boy remained so composed, his stance like a warrior who'd fought countless battles. In the stands, the students gasped, their hearts racing with excitement. Kelthus stood behind, squinting as he watched, pride mixed with curiosity welling up. He said firmly, now we'll truly see his ability. In the arena, Antares charged straight at Dane. Its gaze fierce, fists clenched, forming a giant ring of fire that radiated searing heat. But Dane did not flinch. He stood firm and calmly absorbed the monster's successive attacks. The skill of a true swordsman was evident, showing superior agility and speed. After exchanging techniques a few times, Dane fell back. A thought flashed through his mind. He murmured admiringly, not bad. After a few exchanges, it shifted from strength to speed, reacting accurately to each of my moves. Antares showed no sign of stopping and continued its frenzied assault. But not one to be easily subdued, he kept his composure, parrying each strike with his sword. As soon as he found an opening, Dane swung his sword hard at Antares' arm. However, the attack did no damage. He muttered in surprise that both arms were covered in flame. Hard to penetrate with sword energy, Antares accelerated, its punches raining down like a storm. Dane's mind flooded with thoughts. He silently vowed to crush it with ancient magic. But there were too many eyes watching here, so he had to do it this way. From the stands, Delphinso was overcome with worry. Pale-faced, she turned to Elgard, her voice trembling. Chairman, this is too dangerous. If a student gets hurt, none of us will escape punishment. She raised a hand to her chest to prepare to activate the forced summoning. But Kelthus had just appeared behind them and spoke to stop her in a deep but confident voice. Wait, just watch. Delphinso startled and turned, surprised. Professor Kelthus, when did you get here? Kelthus smiled, his eyes shining with confidence. I understand your worry, but it seems Dane has found a strategy. In the arena, Dane continued to use his sword to block Antares' attacks. Suddenly, he spotted an opening. His eyes widened as a decisive light flashed. A magic circle appeared beneath his feet. Mana exploded brilliantly as Dane accelerated toward Antares, unleashing a flurry of razor-sharp slashes. Deep gashes appeared on Antares' thigh, making it throw back its head and roar in pain. A pitiable sound echoed as the monster lost its balance and its blows grew erratic. It slammed both hands into the ground, face fierce, flames bursting around its body. Elgard in the stands gasped in astonishment. Did he combine swordsmanship and magic in that instant? Kelthus nodded, a confident smile on his lips. Perhaps we should summon something stronger after all. Hearing that, Elgard's expression darkened. He clenched his fist, thinking grimly that a third-tier summon should have been enough to trip him. Yet the boy had exceeded all his expectations. His heart raced, both angry and admiring. In the arena, Antares opened its maw wide, flames coiling at the corners of its mouth, signaling a terrifying attack. Dane smiled faintly, thinking that this was a final thrash, truly a king of endurance to the last moment. He clenched his fist, eyes flashing determination. I don't want to use this, but it's time to end this. Above Dane, 3 spearheads wrapped in mana suddenly appeared, hovering in the air. He looked straight at Antares, a triumphant smile on his face, ready to deliver the finishing blow. In the arena, the air grew suffocatingly tense, as if the whole world held its breath at the clash between Antares' terrifying third-tier power and Dane's eruptive magic. Sensing the danger, Antares tilted its head skyward and roared, a thunderous sound that shook the ground. It opened its jaws and spewed a brilliant column of fire, charging at Dane with heat that incinerated everything in its path. But just as it was about to strike, Dane's 3 mana-enshrouded spearheads shot forward at a terrifying speed. Antares froze, eyes wide in shock, unable to dodge. Energy from the spearheads detonated, producing a massive mana explosion that shook the arena. The 3 spears pierced straight through Antares' body, leaving 3 large holes. The monster was flung backward like a kite with a snapped string. It howled in pain, a wretched sound echoing through the space. Dane stood in the center of the arena, his gaze cold. The corner of his mouth lifted into a satisfied smile. His heart beat steady, yet his chest swelled with triumph. He maintained an astonishing calm like a seasoned warrior. In the stands, Delphinso turned to Elgard, pale-faced and worried. Chairman, this test has gone too far. Kelthus stood behind, frowning, his voice low but challenging. Gone too far? What did you say, Delphinso? Her eyes flashed with anger as she explained that no matter how talented he is, making a first-year subdue a third-tier summon, does anyone really think that's reasonable? Elgard felt the tension and gave an awkward laugh, trying to soothe things. Ha ha, but the result is fine, isn't it? His words only made Delphinso erupt further. She shouted angrily, fine, so good it will go down in Imperial history. A first year using spear, sword, magic, and even a forced bond to subdue a third-tier summon, this is insane. The crowd fell silent, hearts racing at her passionate words. After the battle, Dane calmly stored his weapons in his pocket dimension. his demeanor unshaken as if he'd faced no terrifying monster at all. Elgard and Kelthas looked at each other, frowning, filled with astonishment. They thought to themselves that the finishing blow truly was earth-shattering. Suddenly, Dane approached Antares and reached out. To everyone's astonishment, the action set the stands buzzing. This was a reaction powered by strength. Dane had established a forced bond with Antares, quelling its hostility. Tactically and outcome-wise, it was a perfect finish. Delfinso, still furious, spoke up. If word of today gets out, people will claim this was an unfair test designed to fail him. Elgard was cornered and turned to explain. Professor Delfinso, I put clear safety measures in place. Before he could finish, Delfinso glared and said firmly, as a professor, I cannot turn a blind eye to this, Mr. Chairman. Elgard gritted his teeth, thinking with displeasure, damn it, how did it come to this? The whole plan is ruined. Kelthas stood behind with his eyes closed, silently contemplating. He murmured, in a voice full of admiration, I knew he was a genius, but to this degree. From the start, he seemed more like a battle-hardened knight than a freshman. Kelthas and Delfinso's gazes turned to Dane. A resolve flashed in their eyes. I must take him on as a student. After the test concluded, Elgard stepped forward and announced in a ringing voice, the test is over. Dane, you have passed this special examination. We officially confer upon you the title of summoner along with this badge. May you continue to develop your talent as a summoner of the Empire. Accept this. Dane received the badge and bowed in thanks. His eyes glittering with pride, he looked at the golden badge before him, engraved with strange runes, and murmured that the gold badge is only awarded to those who pass the special test. Pretty cool. Holding the badge in his hand, Dane pondered for a moment and then raised it high. Pouring a large amount of mana into it, he murmured. Responding to the call, mana immediately gushed from the badge, shooting straight into the sky and forming a gigantic magic circle. From within, a tide of mana surged forth, and something hurtled outward, stunning everyone. Elgard widened his eyes and shouted, what is that? Below on the field, a creature with long ears and short legs appeared. It was a summoned beast resembling a rabbit. Information displayed. Altemur, 4th tier summon, enhancement type, capable of greatly boosting its summoner's physical attributes. Looking at the little rabbit, Dane smiled with delight. That's pretty legit and cute too. He stepped closer and gently said, nice to see you again, Altemur. The atmosphere suddenly stilled. Everyone froze. Speechless at the unexpectedly adorable sight, Delfinso turned to Kelthas, who was also frozen, and thought that everyone seemed stunned. She glanced toward Dane, her heart full of thought. With so many witnesses, the entire academy would surely be in an uproar. As expected, students across the campus buzzed. One shouted, is he the one who passed that special test? Another replied in amazement that the Sagar's family, what on earth are they like? With this, he's even surpassed his sisters. At that moment, Dane, Ernest, and Layla were walking across the campus, countless eyes on them. Ernest turned to Layla, bewildered. Layla, I can't make sense of this. Could it really happen? Layla crossed her arms and replied nonchalantly, eyes glinting with confidence, don't try to understand it, accept it and you'll get used to it. He's from another world. Ernest changed the subject excitedly. Oh right, I've finished decoding that map. Layla lit up. Really? You're good. Dane added calmly but expectantly, then when it's decoded, let's hold the club's first meeting. Hearing that, the group was thrilled. Layla beamed. Awesome, I'm so bored. Ernest clenched his fist happily. I'll try to decode faster too. Dane still smiled calmly, thinking that he was actually very curious about it. Then he turned to everyone. Professor Kelthas has called me. I have to go. See you later. After saying goodbye, he turned and walked away confidently. In the training room, Kelthas was waiting. He looked at Dane in a grave voice. Altemur is a terrifying summon. An Imperial summoner, Drennick, once called out 2 of them and it was a nightmare. Those 2 alone felled 3 knights and dozens of soldiers. Dane was startled, thinking he remembered. He'd heard Professor Kelthas had been present in that battle. Kelthas stepped closer, eyes sharp, yet you defeated that creature without a scratch. Dane awkwardly scratched his head. It was just luck, sir. Kelthas shook his head solemnly. Excessive modesty can be a double-edged sword. In my view, your decision to switch to the sword was the right one. Dane was taken aback, thinking the teacher was no ordinary person. Kelthas turned and walked slowly. At only 14, your training and composure in swordsmanship far exceed your age. He stopped and his voice deepened. Therefore, I want to ask you, would you like to formally study swordsmanship under me? The offer froze the space. Dane's gaze hardened. His heart raced with excitement mixed with pressure. He took a deep breath, ready to answer, carrying the determination to change his fate. On the paper, Dane had written lines to report his safety to his family. Dear parents, I hope you are well. The hot summer is coming and the bright sunlight shines down on the large academy where I study. Today is no different. Your youngest child is still busy with life at the academy. Right now, Dane is studying swordsmanship with a professor at the school, and I happily share this news with you. Oh, I've completed Professor Kelthas's sword class that I mentioned before. He is very dedicated and delighted to teach you, and I can feel that myself. I've learned a lot of theory, which makes me think attending the academy was a great choice. The quill flew as Dane wrote his thoughts. Now I can perform sword techniques much more proficiently. Thinking of this made me smile with pleasure. Perhaps it's time I have a sword forged at the smith. A while later, Dane stopped and plunged the pen into the inkwell. The letter's content wasn't just about him, but also about his friends. Oh, Ernest finally decoded the map. He even discovered that the designer was Saul Hankston. There was also an adventure expedition to a ruined ancient place in Dane's academy, far to the east, beneath the now abandoned hall of St. Amer. They say something extraordinary is hidden in the saints' crypts. Dane reread the letter and felt dissatisfied, wondering if he had been too specific. He picked up the pen and crossed out some words. I shouldn't put so many details. He remembered the wooden door blocking the passage and changed the information in the letter. After all, that area is forbidden, entry is prohibited. Dane thought quietly that, more importantly, immortals had appeared there. He told Ernest and Layla about their presence, and both were terrified. Immortals. The two looked at Dane and cried without tears, groaning, "That's horrifying, Dane." In the letter, Dane continued to record his story. I thought about giving up, but luckily I was helped. The help I mentioned came from a beautiful blonde maiden. When she heard my request, she was unexpectedly frightened. What? You want me to go with you into the forbidden area? Are you crazy? I wrote her identity to you. The one who helped was Priscilla, a student of the theology department. Then Priscilla gave a small lesson to our trio. Listen carefully, an immortal will vanish if you destroy its core. She warned carefully, and before that, you must receive baptism from me. Ernest and Layla vaguely followed her instructions, and later the four of us explored the crypt, fought the immortals. Dane, smash its core, pour all your concentrated mana at once. A purple light filled the air, helping us stave off the pile of dry bones. As expected, Priscilla's holy power was terrifying. Thanks to her baptism, we were able to handle the immortals easily. Layla skillfully swung her sword to cut through every obstacle, and her swordsmanship also improved remarkably. Ernest and Priscilla watched each other's backs, protecting one another. On another front, Dane bravely faced the immortals alone. The battle raged fiercely. One of an immortal's arms was struck off and sent flying high into the air. Finally, Dane's group reached their destination, an ancient structure now covered in green moss. After passing through the darkness, we reached the underground crypt and at last found the treasure. Layla, trailing behind, asked suspiciously, "Is it really from 300 years ago?" Dane pointed forward and answered firmly, "Yes, the treasure is here." It was the treasure the Emperor longed for desperately but could neither open nor take. When they found the treasure, both he and Priscilla smiled happily. Ernest and Layla couldn't help but break into beaming smiles as well. All they found was a large red gem. The treasure was a jewel glowing bright red, dazzlingly magnificent. Dane had to use both hands to lift the gem. Everyone was overjoyed to see it in his hands. The club's first achievement brought them great happiness. The four couldn't hide their satisfied happiness after the trip. They stood in the crypt laughing heartily, everyone so excited they couldn't sleep. Dane candidly wrote everything down on paper, and as a result, the whole academy was thrown into turmoil. He reluctantly recorded his decision. "I think I should keep quiet for a while." Clear light streamed into the neat, tidy room. At this point, Dane paused to ponder, then still chose to tell his family the origin of the treasure. As for the true nature of the gem, everyone would be surprised to learn it was actually an ancient mana core, right? And I probably don't need to add that the gem granted me an extra mana ring. Finally, he set the pen down and whispered to himself, "Yes, I'll tell you in person when the time comes." Dane leaned back in his chair and vowed that until then, he would rely only on his sister. Just then, the voices of his friends called from outside. "Dane, what are you doing? We have to go now. There's not enough time to clean the clubroom." He quickly grabbed his bag and called back loudly, "Okay, I'm coming." At the end of the letter, he added one more line. Oh, and after that day, Priscilla also joined the club. Dane opened the door and went out. Waiting for him were the familiar three. Ernest, who joyfully proclaimed in the letter that the club now had 4 members. Ernest glanced at Dane urgingly. "Dane, hurry up." Priscilla pretended to be annoyed teasingly. "How dare you keep a senior waiting?" Layla chimed in jokingly. "That's right, we're busy too." Seeing this, Dane scratched his head and smiled brightly, apologizing. Sorry, I had some cleaning to do." "Hurry up," he helplessly wrote in the letter. But because they kept mocking the club's name as silly, their chatter echoed through the hallway. Today I'll take on all the heavy work, of course. Who else but you could do the heavy lifting among us? Dane stepped closer to the three, then they looked at each other and laughed. From that, a group of 4 was formed, so we decided to abbreviate it as Naman. The sky was clear and beautifully bright. The whole school lit up under the radiant sunshine. Inside the room, a long sheet of paper was filled with lines. In the magic department, there was a notoriously difficult exam. It lasted 24 hours, enduring a full day without food or sleep. The surrounding desks were empty, the silence so complete you could hear a pin drop. As long as you don't bring others, all reference materials are allowed. This exam was infamous for its severity. Dinavo stood with his hands clasped behind his back at the window, marveling that Dane had passed very easily. He analyzed calmly. He completely grasped my intent. Not only is he good at problem solving, his ability to analyze the surrounding environment is extraordinarily excellent. Dinavo crossed his arms, his expression complex. I feel sorry for the other students, but this is the first time I've desired a student from another department so much. Suddenly he turned and inquired, so how is the task I assigned going? Alter, hearing this, fell silent and looked at him. Then he reported hesitantly, he keeps refusing invitations to join the student council. If he joined, he wouldn't just hold one post, he could even rise to a key position deciding the academy's future policies. Upon hearing that, Dinavo turned back to the view and replied calmly, I see. Even when I sent a 5th-year student like you, it still failed. Dane's image appeared in his mind. He brooded with restless displeasure. Damn it, truly an unpredictable child. He lacked the vanity or arrogance typical of his age. Every expectation was completely wrong. Dinavo wore a stern, proper expression outwardly while stubbornly resolving inwardly that the boy could not escape his grasp. Thinking of the future, he broke into a delighted smile. His determination hardened. He would certainly keep hold of the boy. In a remote mountain region, cliffs rose like walls blocking the path. In a book-filled room, Arabella's laboratory, someone asked with concern, is Alter from the student council still trailing you? Dane replied resignedly, yeah, it's a bit troublesome. Arabella complained irritably that the professor hasn't changed at all. It was the same in her time. Seeing this, he rubbed his head and asked in puzzlement, did he do the same to you? She immediately admitted it. Arabella recounted unhappily that he even said he'd make her head of some student association. Dane commented in surprise, head of an association sounds impressive. She quickly retorted that professor likes to lure talented youths to turn them into his pawns. She revealed other mysterious information. Those with ability but low birth and unclear prospects are easy to trap. Hearing that, he immediately thought of Alter's close relationship with Dinavo, so that's why Alter keeps tailing Professor Dinavo. Dane smiled smugly and asked, so is that why you, Arabella, are sure? She affirmed firmly, of course. That professor is dangerous, not only talented but a master at recruiting others to his side. If you get entangled, you'll become an obedient puppet, so be careful. Oh, that's right, isn't it? Uneasy, she cautioned carefully, no matter what he offers, refuse it immediately. Dane listened patiently and answered, I understand, sister, I'll be careful. Suddenly the door flung open and Arabella yelled in surprise and alarm, what is this? Someone holding up a blue orb called for help. Dane, so you're here, look, I found something terrible. The newcomers were Dane's 3 friends. Layla led, hastily pleading, Ernest brought this back from the forbidden area. Can you take a look for me? But Arabella, hearing this, was horrified and incredulous. What? The forbidden area? You actually went into the forbidden area. The 3 felt nothing wrong. On the contrary, they beamed proudly. Seeing that, Dane helplessly covered his face, unable to look. I told you to stay quiet for a while, sorry, sis. Dane approached Ernest anxiously asked, Ernest, what's wrong? Surely since the visit to the Aimer sanctuary, the guards have tightened up. He smiled reassuringly. Don't worry, Dane. I'm an explorer. I have to face challenges like this. Hearing that, you looked at Ernest hesitantly and probed. Well, yes, that is your forte, but isn't it still too dangerous? He crossed his arms and replied resolutely. I understand your worry, Dane, but the explorer's blood in me is boiling. I can't sit still. Seeing that, Dane felt reassured and thought to himself that since the visit to the Aimer sanctuary, Ernest had become noticeably more proactive. You thought of the cloaked man at Aimer and felt Ernest's reaction was only natural, understandable. Saul Hangston, the only one said to have touched the 9 Shackles realm after the fall of Archana, the Demon King, produced such a place, any explorer would have their eyes light up. Across the room, Layla was pleading desperately with Arabella. Senior, please take a look at this. She appealed helplessly. You kids really are just troublemakers. Dane glanced at the three of them and asked curiously, "So what is Layla holding?" You looked at the orb dimly glowing in Layla's hand and guessed, did she hide something in the mana detector? Hearing that, Ernest rubbed his nose and hesitantly recounted, Hear what happened. I couldn't sleep last night, so I went for a walk in the restricted area. When I got there, I noticed something suspicious. You know Saul Hangston's laboratory is in the restricted area, right? I kept hearing strange noises coming from the building. Ernest looked around frightened. It sounded like machinery running or something being constructed. It gave me goosebumps. The noises seemed to linger in my ears, and there were voices mixed in too. Dane still felt puzzled and said, "So what? Even in the restricted area guards come and go, so hearing people isn't strange." Ernest scratched his head and firmly objected, "It wasn't just guards, I'm sure." His gaze sharpened with suspicion, and the most suspicious thing was, he said that the blue orb suddenly lit up then. The spare mana detector I had running picked up mana. Dane recoiled in disbelief. What? No way. After Saul Hangston's death, all items in the laboratory were moved to the memorial hall, so nothing in the lab could be emitting mana. At that time, the blue orb helped Ernest realize the hidden secret of the place. He continued cautiously, "Exactly, that means." Afterwards, Ernest panicked and fled the restricted area. Recalling the building's gloomy scene, he solemnly affirmed that inside Saul Hangston's laboratory there was certainly something unknown. Dane was also made serious and doubtful by his attitude. Mana waves. A while later, in Arabella's room, she announced gravely, "Ernest, your guess was right, there really is something there." Ernest asked in astonishment, "Really, Senior Arabella?" She put a sheet of paper on the table and said, "Yes, and it's not ordinary. Here, look at the data I analyzed." Ernest and Layla bent over to examine the information. Then Dane also picked up the paper and read it carefully. The paper was filled with writing and continuously oscillating curves. These oscillations closely match the samples I collected, Ernest. Of course, not every part aligns if you remove the ambiguous patterns. Hearing that, Dane looked at Arabella and asked calmly, "So what's the conclusion?" She smiled smugly and declared that there is definitely something gigantic in that building. The three, Ernest's eyes wide with horror, repeated in unison, "Something gigantic." Arabella looked down at the blue orb on the table and asked, "Yes. This kind of oscillation usually comes from an object containing an enormous amount of mana. You said you had to struggle to even capture the signal, right?" She looked at the three of them and explained confidently, "I mean, something blocked the signal from leaking out." Ernest went pale and was speechless. Arabella, ignoring his reaction, continued, "Whether the one who concealed the mana signal was Saul Hangston or someone else, we don't know yet." Dane again studied the figures on the paper and said seriously, "The only certain thing is that whatever it is, it's valuable enough to hide its mana signal." Arabella nodded in agreement. She folded her arms and recapped, "In short, that's it. And as far as I know, the guards hardly ever enter Saul Hangston's lab. Back then, I even snuck into the restricted area when I was bored." Priscilla widened her eyes in surprise and asked, "Really?" Dane, seeing the pride on Arabella's face, thought helplessly, "Even you did that?" "Indeed, I think no one could resist Saul Hangston's allure. He truly was a prodigious young mage." She concluded, "Anyway, I don't know what they're hiding, but if it's linked to Saul Hangston, it would certainly be an earth-shattering discovery. Perhaps something containing Saul Hangston's mana, or even more powerful." The mana detector on the table continued to emit a faint blue glow. Hearing this, Ernest clasped his hands in delight and said, "If that's true, that's amazing." Layla, still puzzled, asked, "But why would that be in an otherwise empty lab?" Arabella praised, "Ernest is extraordinary. He found this purely by instinct." Seeing that, Ernest immediately sobered and thanked her. "Thank you, Senior. You've helped me a lot." Arabella looked at him exasperated and asked, "Kid, what do you plan to do with something like that?" Beside her, Dane harbored doubts and guessed it was likely not a genuine mana core. Their previous tomb exploration as a group had shown there was nothing suspicious inside. "You were alert and attentive the whole time, so you can assert that, if it were a real core, you would have noticed as soon as you entered the restricted area." Dane frowned and pondered silently. If that's the case. He stared at the light from the orb, letting himself sink into thought. What exactly is inside it? Across from him, Ernest prodded him out of his reverie. "Dane, what should we do now? I told you to be careful for a while. Shouldn't we investigate this signal?" Layla joined in to persuade him. "Yes, even if you don't go, Ernest will go for sure." He replied firmly, "Exactly." Dane pointed out the disadvantages to the three of them. "We might avoid surveillance somehow, but no one knows what could be in that lab. Are you all truly confident?" Layla held up two fingers smugly and answered, "Of course, our club is strong." Ernest affirmed confidently, "Right, and Karnaz is with us." Priscilla crossed her arms and said firmly, I won't be outdone. Seeing this, Dane complained helplessly, even Ernest and Layla, fine, but now Priscilla too? Arabella is at a loss, there's really nothing we can do to stop them. Shortly after, she produced a roll of paper and admonished them, all right, if you won't listen, at least take this with you. Dane asked suspiciously, what's that? Arabella introduced it with a serious expression. This is a teleportation scroll. Do you all know how to use it? She then pointed to the scroll and explained its use to the four of them. If you're in danger, don't hesitate, tear it. It will immediately teleport you back here. Forced teleportation will shock your body and mana a bit, but it's better than dying, right? Layla, undeterred, asked cheerfully for confirmation, are you really giving us 3 precious scrolls? Priscilla expressed gratitude. Thank you, Arabella. She carefully reminded them, remember, you tend to forget that restricted area violations lead to suspension, and 2 suspensions mean expulsion, understand? The 3 replied timidly and cautiously, yes. Dane smiled and assured them. Don't worry, sister, nothing will happen. But Arabella remained skeptical, don't just say that. In the end, she could only watch the 4 before her with resignation and let them go probe the area. Her admonition echoed through the room. All right, return safely and tell me everything you find, understood. Then the space fell back into silence as if no one had been there. Sometime later, the 4 gathered and opened the map. Ernest explained the plan to the other 3 in detail. Here is the infiltration route. The entrance is here. There will be a blind spot in vision when approaching this building. We'll use that gap to get inside. Dane approved with a grin. Ernest, not bad. After finishing the discussion, everyone packed their backpacks and necessary gear. We'll begin in 2 days. We've issued exploration equipment per person and checked the infiltration route in detail. Ernest dutifully instructed them on what to watch for from now on. We must scatter anti-tracking powder while moving. When we arrive, Karnaz's role will be crucial. To disperse the dense mana barrier without leaving traces, we need Karnaz's flame for that. Dane nodded in agreement. All right, I'll prepare. Priscilla, arms crossed, added her opinion. We should also prepare a plan B for emergencies. Instead of tearing the scroll blindly, we should preset action plans for each scenario. Layla agreed in surprise. Sounds reasonable, Priscilla. Finally, Dane devised the combat plan, calmly assigning each person's role. Let's do it like this. We'll arrange the battle formation this way. I'll handle mana detection at the front. Layla and Ernest will be at the rear. He signaled to Priscilla that she should stand in the middle. Priscilla is prone to ambushes. She agreed without hesitation. Got it. Then he turned to assign Ernest. Ernest, this time use the shortbow instead of the staff. You've practiced a lot, just shoot in a supportive mindset. He cheerfully accepted. All right, leave it to me. Dane looked at everyone seriously and cautioned, remember. He reiterated the danger of the restricted area. The top priority is not being detected. We don't know what's hidden inside. Ernest rubbed his arm and spoke with curiosity. All right, I wonder what we'll find. I'm excited. Layla prayed nervously, just hope it's not demons. Seeing the 3 in high spirits, Dane asked, is everyone ready? Facing him were 3 faces with no fear, only excitement. Then, Dane raised his voice enthusiastically. Naman Club, let's go cause some trouble. On the high wall of the building, the outer guards stood watch solemnly, but their chatter echoed around. Annoying, every day like this I'll die. Wait a bit, only 20 minutes until shift change. What idiot would sneak into the restricted area? Just wait till they're caught. When their words trailed off, the space sank back into silence. The flickering firelight illuminated the guards. In a corner of the woods, Layla stared wide-eyed and exclaimed in surprise, why are there so many guards? Beside her, Ernest murmured, I heard they recently doubled the watch. Turns out it's true. Must be because of us. Hearing that, she anxiously asked, what do we do now, Ernest? In the dark, the 4 moved stealthily, then quickly ran off in one direction under Ernest's guidance. Everyone's tired now, there'll be a gap. I know where the guards are weakest. Let's go that way. At the high wall, another team of guards arrived to announce, it's time for the shift change. A guard on duty glared at them and grumbled, boring, almost fell asleep. Another guard asked suspiciously, why are you late? Behind the relieving guards, Dane and the others darted nimbly through. The complaining guard knew nothing and kept whining. Everyone's gone already. As the last man leaped up and over the wall, the group cleared it and slipped past the guards safely. But the noise from the jump caused one guard to turn and investigate. Seeing this, the nearby guard asked in puzzlement, what's going on? He rubbed his head and asked, did you hear anything? The other guard, not paying much attention, replied, probably just the wind. The first guard queried suspiciously, really? Fortunately, the guard didn't pay it any more attention. Eventually, that patrol left. All right, good work, everyone, came a confident voice from the wall. not even a mouse could get through. Below, the four of them knelt on one knee to steady themselves. He reported calmly, "Good, so we've successfully infiltrated." Under the moonlight, the large house stood silent without a sound. But now, from the staircase inside, a voice suddenly warned, "Watch your step, everyone, you're about to see the hatch to the basement." A moment later, Dane's group stopped before a tall door. Priscilla marveled. Here, thanks to Ernest, it was fairly easy to get in. Having him lead was a wise choice. Suddenly, Dane noticed something and called out to halt them. "Wait, there's a mana barrier here." He examined the blue glow around the door and muttered, "It gets stronger nearer the center." Saul Hankston was certainly cautious about intruders. Then he contradicted himself. "No, that's not it." Dane stepped closer and touched the magic circle, assessing. This barrier doesn't carry Saul Hankston's mana signature. He studied the barrier seriously and concluded, it's completely different. Layla, puzzled, asked, "Really? How can you tell?" Dane replied nonchalantly, "Saul Hankston lived long ago, the barrier looks new." Ernest propped his chin in disbelief and pointed out, "That means someone came here before us and set up a new barrier to hide something inside." Dane confirmed soberly, "Yes." He looked toward the door and warned cautiously, "There might be something very dangerous hidden in there." Priscilla asked anxiously, "So what do we do now? Go back?" Layla firmly objected, "We've come this far, there's no way we're turning back." Maybe an academy official entered, set up defenses, and left. Ernest solemnly offered his view, "I think differently. This seems like the work of an outside intruder. If the academy had found a new relic of Saul Hankston, they wouldn't have any reason to hide it so secretly." At that, Layla snapped irritably, "So besides us, someone else is after this treasure." "My treasure?" Priscilla folded her arms and helplessly corrected her. "We're here to explore, not to steal treasure." Suddenly, Dane said sternly, "Exactly." He calmly analyzed the forbidden area's architecture. "They're different from us. They deliberately erected the barrier to hide something. Whatever it is, running into them would be very troublesome." Layla sighed and added gloomily, "If they mean harm, we won't be able to stop them easily." But Dane smiled optimistically and said, "Yes, this place may have become much more dangerous, but I believe in the strength of the Namen Club. We're strongest together, right?" Inside Dane, he thought differently. "Sounds plausible, but honestly, I'm dying of curiosity." Unaware of his thoughts, Ernest, moved to tears, called his name, "Dane," while Layla crossed her arms and boasted confidently, "Few can beat Dane, that's true." Priscilla, seeing this, helplessly went along with the majority. "If you all are going, trouble will surely follow, so I'll come too. There's no other choice." Ernest and Layla's eyes glittered as they looked at her. Having gauged everyone's intent, Dane smiled and declared, "No objections? Good, then we'll see this through to the end." Then the group turned to face the barrier on the door solemnly. Despite some hesitation and fear, they decided to press forward. They summoned the small family Drake to breathe fire at the barrier. Karnaz did very well breaking the mana barrier. The barrier couldn't withstand Karnaz's flame. After a while, the door finally opened. When we opened the door and stepped inside, all four had to dodge violent dangers. Ahead was an endless corridor full of traps. Dane warned as he moved, "Ernest, lie down, everyone, be careful, the floor is collapsing, follow me." They quickly leaped up to avoid pressure traps. The stone path echoed with the sounds they made as they went, and they reached a large, gloomy chamber. After overcoming countless traps, we finally arrived. "What is this place?" I didn't expect such a huge room underground, an enormous chamber. There were piles of wooden chests and sacks of grain. In another corner, there were dining tables and beds. Ernest noticed this first and called their attention. "Look, there's a stockpile of food here. Someone has clearly been living here." Dane frowned and thought, "Strange, there are signs of habitation, as if they've been here for quite a while." Layla turned and asked suspiciously, "Could the academy have come here to study?" He disagreed. "That's unlikely." Dane glanced around and signaled, "Look more closely." He pointed to the piles of chests and analyzed carefully. If the academy had investigated, they'd have supplied equipment. The items here are varied from many places, some even illegal. If it were the academy, they wouldn't hide it like this. Dane looked at everyone and concluded, "Priscilla is right. This was set up by someone else, not the academy." Ernest went quiet and uneasy upon hearing that. Then Dane assigned them to examine the room. "Let's quickly check around. Who knows when the owner might return." The place was dark and gloomy, making them uneasy. Following his instructions, Layla searched the chests while Priscilla inspected the walls. Dane knelt down to examine the floor. Suddenly, his hand felt something suspicious in the ground. "What is this? Beneath this room, I can sense a massive flow of mana." Suddenly, Ernest called, drawing his attention. "Dane, come look." Dane stood and asked, "What did you find?" He reported, there's a stairway going down behind this wall. He hadn't expected the answer to appear so quickly. We can directly verify the mana source I sensed from above. The stairway wound down to another subterranean level. Even the torches on the walls couldn't illuminate the space. Suddenly, a strange purple light radiated from the end of the stairs. The four followed the passage to a chamber containing a huge blue crystal core. The sight left them terrified and unbelieving. Unbelievable, I have never seen such a large mana stone. Is this thing hidden deep underground? Dane looked up at the stone, thoughts racing. No doubt about it, this is the aura of Saul Hangston. It's emanating overwhelming mana. Then he looked down at the complex array beneath his feet and confirmed there were runes carved around it. Dane studied the mana-emitting stone in the center of the room with a grave expression and wondered, what on earth are they planning to do with this? Who, and to what end? Suddenly Ernest behind him cried out in panic, "Oh no, everyone, someone's coming this way." He looked at them in alarm. Priscilla and Layla turned at his shout and heard Ernest's terrified warning. The detection devices we set around are triggering. Dane immediately went stern and raised his vigilance. Outside the building, a group dressed in black approached stealthily. One, apparently the leader, ordered, "Hurry up." The three others replied respectfully, "Yes, Captain." Those people quickly broke into the house with a clear objective, heading in one direction solely to harvest the mana from Saul Hangston's essence inside. The captain ran ahead, shouting wildly, "Glory will be ours." His subordinates replied respectfully, "Yes," their voices echoing through the silent stairwell. After a while, they reached the lowest floor and opened the door to enter. The captain led the way, guiding the group into the room. When they approached the mana stone, he reported, "We've entered safely." Then he turned and ordered his men, "Clear the room. If anything unusual happens, report it immediately." The subordinates bowed and answered, "Yes." One of them looked at the stairs inside. "Finally, we can rest a little." The man beside him asked, "Stay here for 2 months?" The first man nodded, "Maybe longer. At least the rations are enough, so that's not a problem." After answering, he stepped onto the stair. Unexpectedly, mechanisms opened along the stairwell wall, and dozens of swords suddenly shot straight toward them. The man who had been teasing widened his eyes in terror as the deadly weapons drew near. A moment later, both men were blown backward, shrieking miserably. They were struck, rolled, and tumbled down the stairs, falling back into the room. Hearing the commotion, the captain rushed out in alarm. "What's going on?" No one answered him, only the sound of the door slamming echoed. Then a strange purple gas flowed in, filling the room. One subordinate inhaled it and trembled, asking hoarsely, "What is this gas?" The man beside him stammered in fear, "Gas." He immediately turned pale and cried out in panic, "Captain, this is..." The captain bent over and sternly ordered, "Fall back." He struggled to cover his mouth and nose, warning with difficulty, "It's a trap." A while later, Dane and the three others had tied up the men in black and searched their belongings. Ernest exclaimed in astonishment, "There's more here than I thought." He picked up a paper, skimmed it, and concluded, "A notebook." Layla added a few items aloud, gold and various trinkets, and curiously pointed out, "There's something in the back pocket too." Behind Dane, he watched the intruders in silence. He frowned and thought quietly, who exactly are these people? They clearly targeted Saul Hangston's mana stone. He looked at the 4 unfamiliar faces before him and wondered, could they be from the academy? Or suddenly Priscilla brought a notebook to Dane and said, "Dane, look at these notes. This seems important." He didn't hesitate and took it, "Okay." Dane took the notebook and read it seriously. The pages recorded notes from a strange experiment. During the extraction phase, always maintain 2 extraction machines. When the process reaches 60%, add another. If the ritual array fails, stop immediately and reinforce it. Check the attached diagram of the array. Dane pondered and repeated, "Extraction of the essence." Priscilla bluntly assessed, "Sounds dangerous." He agreed, "Yes, extremely dangerous." Ernest brought over a long sheet for him to see. "Not only that, they also have a continent map." He asked in stunned disbelief, "A continent map?" Layla's eyes widened. "That's strictly controlled by the Empire, never allowed out." Ernest solemnly speculated, could they be some kind of rebel group? Dane heard everything but didn't answer. He fell silent, thinking too many suspicious points. Suddenly he noticed something, and his eyes widened in horror. Across from him, a strange fluid flowed from the captain's mouth, and a flicker of light glowed inside his mouth. This was. Dane reached out and touched his mouth. He frowned, eyes stern, thinking silently, "Just as I thought." In Dane's hand was a small purple tube. "It's a suicide poison." This reminded Dane of the knowledge his mother taught him as a child. "I remember learning this from her." Dane glanced at the men in black, thoughts racing. This is what assassin guilds or secret organizations use to silence members, to prevent secrets from being exposed in emergencies. They brainwash them to commit suicide and issue poison. What kind of organization would do such a thing? Suddenly, Priscilla found something else in the book. She looked up and warned everyone, "Look at this, there's a code of conduct written here." The three of them turned and looked back in surprise. Priscilla then read the contents aloud seriously. For a new world. The rules echoed through the silent room. Rule 1, security must always be paramount, more important than life itself. Rule 2, we always act to change the world. The book was filled with dense, obscure rules. Rule 3, do not investigate the identities of other members. We are one, yet also individuals. Rule 4. Reaching the end, Priscilla frowned and said, "This part is the most suspicious." Dane asked skeptically, "Suspicious?" She explained clearly, "There are coordinates written here. I don't know the exact location, but it's near the academy." In the center of the room, the mana stone served as a light to reveal everything. At the bottom of the page, a special number was written. Priscilla looked at it doubtfully. 3458, where is that? Ernest stroked his chin and replied thoughtfully, "Wait, if it's that location." Seeing this, Dane looked at him and asked, "Ernest, do you know that place?" He confirmed, "Yes, it's the supply route near the back gate." Layla gasped, "So they entered through there." Dane agreed with her thought, calmly analyzing the men in black. "It's highly likely there must be someone inside the academy helping them." After that, Priscilla and Layla fell silent, and Dane and Ernest followed suit. Then he looked at the huge mana stone and slowly broke the tense atmosphere. A secret organization trying to extract Saul Hangston's essence. What do they intend to do with it? In the end, the four agreed to leave. "We've decided to depart quickly." Along the passage, each step of the stair silently glowed with purple light, as if no one had ever been here before. In the room, a black circle was drawing all the assassin's belongings into a pocket space for inspection. When it was done, the four looked at the assassins and decided unanimously to report to the academy leadership and the guards. But before leaving, Dane looked at the mana stone and proposed, it would be a waste to return empty-handed. The three were suddenly confused and exclaimed in unison, "What?" He squinted and stared intently at the stone. Then Dane made a bold request, "Let's take this mana stone." He watched the stone's faint glow and thought, if we leave it, it will fall into their hands anyway, rather than let unknown people use it for some plot. It's better that we take it ourselves. On the wall, the purple light continued to shine quietly. Suddenly, a panicked voice rang out in the room, "Captain, wake up, it's bad." The captain stirred awake at the sound, groggily asking, "My head, what's all the noise?" A subordinate looked at the crystal in horror and reported, "The mana stone, it's empty." The captain glanced at him in disbelief. "What? Are you talking nonsense?" Two other subordinates also looked toward the ordinary blue stone ahead. Realizing the man's claim was true, they angrily cursed, "Damn it, it's definitely the trap setters." The captain widened his eyes in disbelief. "Impossible." Suddenly, a squad of guards entered from outside. The sergeant glared at them warily and barked, "Stand still." The guard snapped angrily. "Who dares violate this sacred academy? We won't let any of you leave." One assassin blurted in panic, "How did the guards get in here?" The guards immediately ordered, "Seize them, don't let a single one escape." The captain ground his teeth and cursed under his breath, "Damn it, damn it." Then the guards charged forward with weapons and attacked the assassins. Seeing this, he raged inwardly, wondering, could the organization have abandoned us? His eyes looked up at the sturdy gray city wall standing out against the dazzling teal sky, and an involuntary cry escaped him. This is insane. A person stepped slowly out of the gate, cold eyes sweeping the area. He sighed. After decades of peace, this restricted zone is causing trouble again. The young captain with blonde hair shouted angrily, "Did the intruders confess anything?" His deputy scratched his chin thoughtfully before replying, "Report nothing, sir. Perhaps we need stronger measures." In his mind were images of the three newly captured, three faces showing three different expressions: anger, helplessness, and despair. They all maintained a stubborn silence. The captain pointed at the captives and ordered decisively, "Then beat them until they come to. After a preliminary investigation, send them to the interrogation room." The deputy immediately replied clearly, "Yes, sir." He frowned, pondering deeply. The matter is serious. Even after doubling security, 5 intruders still got in. He watched the soldiers packing in front of him with suspicion, a sense of unease rising. There will certainly be punishment, and I might even lose my position. Suddenly, a soldier rushed over. "Captain," he reported, "an investigator from the magic department has arrived." The captain was astonished, already here. He pressed his palm to his forehead, annoyed and deeply worried. "Damn it, I didn't expect that lazy professor to come here himself." A voice from inside the base called out in astonishment, "Meaning you heard noises in this building, detected the mana ward disappearing, then saw intruders inside." The captain immediately confirmed, yes, sir. Denavo felt puzzled, strange. Saul Hangston's mana ward isn't something that can be easily broken. His gaze moved to the bound group, very curious. If they were capable of that, why were they captured so easily? The captain closed his eyes briefly, his frustration obvious. I can't understand it either. He produced a book, sounding embarrassed. By the way, we found this among their belongings. Would you like to take a look? Denavo was surprised. A book. He took the thick blue book, feeling a cold magical energy emanating from it. Denavo carefully opened it, turning the pages slowly, after examining it thoroughly. His expression grew serious as he reported, it was sealed by magic. Only authorized people could open it, but someone forcefully broke the seal. The captain was shocked. What? How could that be? Denavo put the book inside his coat, resolute. I will take it back for further investigation. There may be other hidden spells on it. The captain forced a nervous smile, trying to calm himself. Of course, I only skimmed it, but it seems they belong to some secret organization. Denavo frowned, his gaze sharpening. A secret organization? The captain added, we also found a giant mana ore in the basement, taller than a grown man. Denavo wondered, a mana stone? But the basement was supposed to be empty. The captain also felt suspicious. We found it strange too. Why would a giant mana stone be in the restricted zone? Denavo parted his lips slightly, pondering briefly as his mind quickly linked together the unusual details. Finally, he decided and gave an order, lead me there. I want to see for myself. At the academy fountain, many students were eagerly discussing the latest topic. Have you heard? There was trouble in the restricted zone again. The guards are in chaos. Why are there so many incidents lately? It feels unsettling. Priscilla stood on the veranda, troubled. Oh dear, that place has been in turmoil since yesterday because of the disturbance. Knowing she was in a bad mood, Dane smiled and changed the subject. Priscilla, have you found anything? Sure enough, she immediately focused on it and said, yes, I've heard the magic department's team captured them and Professor Denavo even came in person. Ernest said solemnly, if the professor himself came, this must be serious. Layla awkwardly scratched her neck. We've really made a huge mess. This even made the Academy's daily paper want to see. Hearing that, Ernest couldn't contain himself. What? That fast? It's like word gets around instantly. The paper stated clearly, restricted zone breached, 5 strangers being interrogated by the magic department. The captain of the guard, I accept all blame. While everyone was absorbed in the paper, Dane stood silently in the back thinking that if Professor Denavo appeared personally, he must have realized how grave this was. He thought for a moment and said, but if the magic department is handling it, it should be fine. Priscilla sighed wearily. Yes, they're notorious for cruelty. They'll use any spells to interrogate. Layla timidly asked, trembling, will they find us? In contrast, Ernest, optimistic, soothed, come on, stay calm, we've erased all traces. She also tried to reassure the girl, actually, the Academy should thank us. If it weren't for us, those intruders wouldn't have been caught. Hearing that, you just had to object. What kind of logic is that? Seeing them chatting happily, Dane chuckled and nodded, saying softly, don't worry, they walked into a trap without knowing we were there. For now, just lay low for a while. Then he turned to Ernest and asked, did you bring their things? The other guy flinched, then answered, ah, yes, here are the analysis results, take a look. They all shared the same thought. Who knows, maybe by tracking them more times. They hoped to find another treasure, like an essence of Saul Hangston, for example. A few days later, the Academy fell into chaos again. A mass of cavalry stood majestically on the parade ground. This time because the royal investigation delegation had arrived. They marched in thunderous steps. Royal banners fluttered in the air. Others stood by and watched. The royal family rarely set foot in the Academy, yet today they came with dozens of people and flags flying, unprecedented. Under the blazing sun, no one dared speak. Somewhere else, in the basement, a strangely dressed, muscular man in knightly attire exclaimed, how odd. He frowned and continued. The Aymer Church was infiltrated with no traces left, and now strangers were found hiding in Saul Hangston's laboratory. This man was the 4th commander of the Royal Knights, Delphin. Someone nodded in agreement. This is really strange. We've tracked the traces but still have no clear results. He glanced at the other person and asked in a low voice, what about the ward? Under pressure from someone of high status, the girl holding the paper stepped forward slowly and answered hesitantly. Yes, we're still investigating, but so far we haven't found any clear signs. Hearing this, Delphin walked away annoyed. This is troublesome, especially since it's one of Saul Hangston's designs. Then he looked up and asked carefully, what do you think about this? Your Highness, the 3rd Prince Edward started, startled. Caught off guard by the question, he was flustered, averted his eyes, and stammered, I haven't come up with anything yet. Seeing that, Delphin grew more irritated and sighed. I understand, Your Highness. Denavo only now realized this person's presence and was terrified. Wait, did the third prince come in person? Why would he have to come himself? Edward closed his eyes to sense, in a moment of silence. He gradually perceived something mysterious. Could this be the trace of a ward that has melted? Hard to notice, but the surface is oddly different. Now the third prince no longer looked flustered, but folded his arms seriously, as if it had been dissolved and reassembled. He pressed his lips together, inwardly admiring. Whoever broke it is truly impressive. Saul Hangston's ward was made to last centuries. No one had ever breached it before. Hearing this, Delphin nodded in front. Indeed, a perfect steel fortress that had never been pierced, and now it has been broken. Edward spoke the terrifying news with utter calm. That means even the royal ward can be infiltrated. Suddenly his eyes widened. His body felt a pain that pierced to his core. The prince's pale face broke out in sweat. Unable to bear it, Edward clutched his stomach. Seeing the other's odd condition, Delphin called out anxiously, "Your Highness." He ran closer, frowning and asking, "Are you in pain?" Edward bowed his head and calmly replied, "It's nothing, just a normal ache." The rugged-faced man spoke gently in counsel. "Please, if you feel any discomfort, tell us and we'll return immediately. The investigation is important, but your health is more so." The prince's demeanor seemed to shift. "No, I came here of my own will." He waved his arm. "Don't worry, my hand is fine." Meanwhile, Dinavo stood aside, observing, and thought to himself, the prince and the knight commander both showed up. The two were also watching him. "Perhaps we must be extra cautious this time." Delphin advised, "Perhaps you should step outside and rest a bit. If it worsens, tell us at once." He heard this and gently replied, "Yes, I will." Before leaving, he couldn't help glancing back. What a pitiable person, branded the useless prince. Now even his hand won't obey him. Delphin frowned slightly. If only his highness had been born with a healthy body, how wonderful. The prince's figure stood there alone in silence. But once they left, he revealed his irritation. "Damn it, there's always something that hinders me." Looking at the surroundings, he thought to himself, but now is not the time to hesitate. I need more clues. I must find them myself. Edward then began to walk. "They told me to stay, but..." He closed his eyes and thought, "Sorry, Delphin." Over here, he asked his subordinate, "Was there no trace at all?" The man said, "Around 5 in the morning." Dinavo answered, "That's right, just before sunrise, that's when it happened." Delphin asked further, "What about mana detection?" "Nothing was detected, sir." He tensed upon hearing this, thrown into chaos. At that moment, someone ran up from afar to report, "Captain, bad news, His Highness has disappeared." Delphin panicked. "What? Impossible, he was just here." The man stammered. It happened when the guards were momentarily negligent. He heard this and widened his eyes in terror. "Idiots." Immediately, Delphin shouted to those around him, "Halt all other activities, stop the investigation, and find His Highness at once." The others immediately called out sternly in response, "Understood." He was constantly worried inside. His body was already weak, so why this as well? On the other side, Edward ran nonstop through the forest, his steps quickening. "I must push this investigation forward at all costs." Edward looked ahead determined. "This time father will have to notice me. If I lack talent, I'll prove myself through effort." He told himself silently that he couldn't remain the useless prince forever. Cut to another place, the Bonia forest. Layla stood with her arms crossed and reminded him, "Ernest, your stance isn't stable, try again." He, embarrassed, asked, "Like this?" She praised him much better. Dane nearby smiled softly. It seemed he was getting used to training here, and Layla had helped him a lot. At that moment, his hand reached out to activate mana. Thanks to that, he could better focus on controlling his mana. Circles began to form around Dane. He looked at his hand and smiled with joy. "Now I've completed 2 mana rings and even succeeded in planting a 4-tier code structure." Suddenly, Dane's eyes turned blue as he stared at them. "Ancient magic is truly astonishing. But each time I focus on the 4-tier spell, I see it more clearly." First, he looked at Ernest, the flow of mana moving within a person's body. Then Dane looked at Layla. "Remarkable. I wonder what I'll see next." So in the air, a small vortex seemed to be swirling up. The two of them simultaneously looked up in surprise. "Ernest, wind." Layla, puzzled, asked Dane, "What spell is that?" Dane smiled and answered, "Wind bomb and air compression projectile." He widened his eyes in amazement. "Amazing, I have never seen a mana explosion so large." Layla also exclaimed that it must be because it's a 4-tier code spell. Its power is terrifying. He watched the gusts blowing by. Dane reached out to guide them. "Just toss it lightly, okay?" The wind then began to lift gently, no longer rushing as before. It swept between the tree trunks, winding softly. Suddenly, someone in the distance collided with it and cried out pitifully. The 3 friends startled and wondered, "Is someone there?" Branches snapped and were flung into the air. After a while, the dust cleared and the trunks tumbled on the ground. The 3 of them stood stunned, then quickly ran over. Layla anxiously asked Dane, "Did you hear that too? There's someone there." He quickly replied, "Yes, I heard it clearly." Dane worried inwardly, "Damn, I thought it was just us here." So the three agreed to go check it out. Be careful, what if they're injured? A few minutes earlier, Edward had entered the forest where they were training, so the academy grounds actually have such a large forest. He looked around in admiration. The students here must be very happy, studying and laughing with friends. I envy them. Edward felt a little sad. If I had not been born a prince, could I attend the academy like them? He smiled lightly, hopeful for the future. Just thinking about it made his heart beat faster. Immediately, Edward snapped to and chastised himself. No, daydreaming again, focus on finding traces of the intruder. From afar he heard a strange sound and curiously went toward it. What's that noise? Edward stopped in a clearing to observe for a moment. Are there people in the forest? Something seemed to be hurtling through the air toward that spot. It was where the trio, Dane and the others, were training. Edward watched with curiosity. Students training, they look my age and skilled too. Layla turned to Dane and asked, Dane, can you review my sword move? This motion feels a bit stiff. He stepped over and suggested, measure your footwork after the spin, step the rear foot back half a step. She adjusted and said, got it, I'll try again. So Edward watched them training from a distance. Begin. He stared at where they stood and suddenly froze. She just said, Dane, wait, Dane Saugers. Edward then remembered Dane's identity. The freshman causing a stir across the academy. It's him. Everyone knows of him, Dane Saugers, a name even the royal family knows, admitted to the research department, outstanding in 4 different fields. At that thought his mood sank. Well, I can't even accomplish a small thing. Still watching Dane's movements, Edward felt some envy. He's called a genius among geniuses yet trains diligently. He began to imagine, if I could enter the academy, I might find friends, learn enough and laugh with them like they do. At that moment, something like a gust of wind suddenly charged straight over. Edward panicked and couldn't dodge in time. Something was flying this way. It drove at Edward, heading straight for the place where he was hiding. A loud noise rang out. The trees there were shaken and snapped into many pieces. It also impacted Edward, who was sheltering behind those trees. He was hurled into the air with a bewildered expression. Then came the pitiful cry that Dane's group had heard. In the forest behind the academy, Ernest was anxiously asking if he was okay, while Dane looked flustered and apologized, saying, sorry, I thought no one was here. Suddenly the guy shouted, wait a second, that uniform, it looks just like the uniform of the Royal Investigation Team. Layla King shouted in surprise, so you're a member of the Royal Investigation Team, sir? He quickly stopped her. No, Layla, that person is probably. Dane sharply realized, that's right, that's the uniform of the Royal Investigation Team, and that red hair, the hairstyle of the royal family. Ernest guessed, could it be, sir, you're really from the royal family? The words had barely left his mouth when he fell silent, and the girl next to him started sobbing quietly. At that moment the person finally reacted and began to stand up. Then he shouted angrily, you idiots, you all. Dane quickly knelt down. I am Dane Saugers, eldest son of Count Saugers, respectfully greeting your highness the prince. Right after that he immediately confessed, I am terribly sorry, your highness, I have committed a grave offense. He was just as panicked. I am Ernest Dillon, eldest son of Baron Dillon, first year in the exploration department. She trembled. Layla Termian, eldest daughter of Duke Termian, first year in the swordsmanship department. Please forgive our rudeness, your highness. The prince laughed. It's fine, I wasn't hurt at all, just a little surprised, that's all. He even admitted, more importantly, it's really nice to meet you guys like this, Dane Saugers. I've heard a lot about your reputation. On top of that, the prince also mentioned the Dillon family is famous in the field of exploration. You guys will surely become great explorers too. And the Termian daughter, you're the winner of the Dainter Cup, right? I watched that final match. Layla awkwardly replied, yes, it's truly an honor, your highness. He waved it off. All right, enough introductions, you may rise. They respectfully answered, yes, your highness. Ernest expressed, I'm truly relieved to know you're not injured, but why did your highness come to such a remote place? This spot is so out of the way that even academy students rarely come here, which makes it perfect for training. Now it was the crown prince's turn to look embarrassed. Actually, I came with the Royal Investigation Team to inspect the academy, but I went for a walk alone and got lost. He proactively brought it up. You know about those strange incidents happening in the Saul Hangston dormitory building, right? We're investigating that case but still haven't found any leads. It's really frustrating, they asked curiously, so you came here to investigate. They revealed, we've also noticed a few odd things, but it's hard to say for sure. Dane thought to himself, they discovered something, an ordinary person probably wouldn't notice, but it seems they're not that confident either. He guessed, so that strange phenomenon was actually discovered by your highness himself. The prince hesitated, you could say that. Ernest whispered to her, "We're so screwed, everything's connected to us. If this gets found out, we'll all be done for." Meanwhile, he just stood there silently observing. Dane secretly evaluated. Unlike the first two princes, this youngest prince, the third prince, is around our age. I've heard he's just an ordinary person with no special talents. Deep down he wondered, that's strange. We spread concealment powder very carefully around here, yet he still found it, and on top of that he noticed anomalies others couldn't. There's no way he's just an ordinary guy. Dane speculated, could it be that he's hiding some special ability? The prince repeated, actually I just got lost and wandered here. This academy is pretty complicated. They subtly urged, then you should head back soon. The investigation team must be looking for you everywhere. They seem lost too since it's their first time at the academy. He looked confused. The grounds are huge after all, but then he made an excuse. Since I'm already here, I'd like to hear a bit from you guys. What's life at the academy like? Ernest and Layla were surprised by that friendliness. Our story. He thought to himself, even though he's a prince, he's still just a teenager. He's been locked up in the palace for so long that it's natural for him to be curious about normal life. He asked, so what were you guys doing just now? Training? They immediately answered, yes, since it's quiet here we often use this place to train. Even so, Dane still felt suspicious, but there's something really off about this prince. He gives me this suffocating feeling like there's mana tightening around me. He wondered to himself, can mana flow in this way? Maybe I should observe a little more carefully. At the same time, somewhere else in the academy was noisy. What about over there? Not here, damn it. Move to the next building. The students gossiped, that's the royal investigation team. Is something going on? It looks like they're searching for something. They whispered to each other, did they catch the culprit already? No way. If they had, the magic core would be here, not the investigation team. The atmosphere is really tense. They anxiously shouted, Your Highness. The captain was terrified, damn it, not here either. Where the hell did he go? He thought to himself, we don't even know who's involved in this or what kind of power is behind it. If the prince with his hand still not healed gets into trouble while alone, if I get fired that's one thing, but if something happens to him. Right then a subordinate ran up to report, Captain, there's a witness. Someone in a cloak with gold trim was seen heading toward the forest outside the academy. The captain found hope. Really? Bring that person here immediately. He immediately ordered, entire team move toward the forest outside the academy. Top priority is ensuring His Highness's safety. The subordinates replied in unison, yes sir. He wondered to himself, the forest, why would he think of a place like that? Doubt rose in his heart, don't tell me he's discovered something. During that time, the prince confided in them, it's really enviable. If I hadn't been born into the royal family, maybe I could have lived like a normal person without being bound by a prince's responsibilities. Maybe the gods really hate me. Dane hesitated, Your Highness, if I may, I'd like to ask one thing. He wondered, what is it? Dane Saugers, go ahead. With permission he spoke up, is your hand in a lot of pain right now? Just an ordinary question, but it made the prince panic. He thought in shock, no, how do you know? She looked at Dane full of question marks. His Highness's hand, why would it? The prince quickly tried to cover it up. You must be mistaken. He doubted, really, but from what I see. She frowned. Dane, what nonsense are you saying? Across from them, the prince stared at Dane, worried he would keep pressing. That intensity left Dane in a dilemma. After thinking it over, he decided to drop it. If you don't want to talk about it, that's fine. I plan to forget everything I saw and heard today anyway. He silently asked himself, this guy, did he really notice the condition of my hand? Layla grumbled, Dane, what are you saying to His Highness? This Dane guy sometimes says the weirdest things. Please forgive him, Your Highness. But the prince spoke up, confirming, no, he's right. He and she froze, thinking, what really? A silence enveloped them. After a moment, he honestly admitted, my right hand is no different from a crippled one. Dane Saugers, how did you notice that? Dane stayed silent, not knowing how to answer at first, then revealed, to be precise, I didn't see the condition of the hand itself, but I saw the mana flow toward your hand being blocked. The prince was stunned, what, you can see mana flow with your eyes? He explained, it's an ability I gained after an ancient artifact luckily fused with my body. At the same time, he thought to himself, actually, it's because of ancient mana, but I can't say that. He was surprised, an amazing ability, so you can find the real cause. Dane answered right away, no, I can't see the deep cause, but at least right now I can tell why you're in pain. The main reason is that the mana that should flow down to the hand is blocked at the wrist, and surging back up you feel like a hand that mana can't reach. And as a result, it's gradually dying. Dane stepped closer, Your Highness. At the same time he probed, may I ask what happened? Hearing Dane's question, Edward's mood darkened a little. After a while he spoke in a low voice, starting from when I was about 1 year old. As he told the story, he recalled the past from when Edward was still in the cradle. He was born without any issues, But at some point, it became like this. I could only hold eating utensils when I turned 7 at first. When I finally held a spoon, my hand trembled nonstop. And I could only hold a pen and write after I was over 10 years old. To write, Edward had to put in far more effort than others. But there were the most important things. No matter how hard he tried, he could never manage. I couldn't learn swordsmanship, riding a horse, all the things a prince should learn, and magic was even more impossible. Just touching them made his hand shake uncontrollably. This was the greatest worry and torment in Edward's life. At this point, his eyes shone with loss and disappointment. Edward turned his face away, not daring to look straight at Dane and the others, his voice cold and self-mocking. I've lived like this until now, a shameful prince who didn't dare let others know. After hearing the whole story, Dane felt some sympathy, silently thinking, so he's had this problem since he was very young. That's why he's not as famous as the other princes. In contrast, Layla and Ernest, after hearing it, were in chaos, panicking, holding their heads in fear. Layla stammered, asking Edward, "But Your Highness, is it okay that we heard that story?" Ernest also trembled, adding, "You told such a big secret." Edward looked calm, shook his head casually, but firmly said, "It's fine, I think you'll keep the secret." However, he continued briefly, "Moreover, today my mood is really good. Even though all the royal physicians and mages did everything they could, they never found the cause. But in the end, I finally found it." Right after Edward finished, Dane suddenly asked him an abrupt question, "Do you trust me?" Edward gave a slight nod, smiled half seriously, half jokingly, said, "Of course, how could someone from the Saugers family lie to me? If so, they'd be the greatest con artist, daring to deceive a prince." Hearing that, Dane grimaced helplessly, thinking, what kind of joke is that? At this point, Edward held out his hand, his voice weary mixed with self-mockery. "As you can see, strength is gradually leaving my hand. I know sooner or later this hand will be worse than useless." But then he quickly rallied his determination, eagerly asked Dane, "So can you cure it?" Dane's face showed no expression, and he didn't answer right away. Ernest and Layla looked tense, silent, not daring to breathe hard, glancing from Edward to Dane. Dane pursed his thin lips. A second later, he calmly said, "Sorry, Your Highness, I'm not a physician." Hearing that, Edward's eyes widened, stunned for a moment. Then he closed his eyes helplessly, letting out a discouraged sentence, "Surely this isn't easy." Suddenly, Dane spoke again, seriously, suggesting, "But if Your Highness wants, I can try." Making Edward instantly open his eyes wide, freeze. Dane still smiled brightly, looking at him. Deep in the mountains, a loud, excited shout rang out. "Really? Then let's do it right now." Edward scratched his head, grinning happily, promising, "If you cure my hand, I'll do anything." Dane asked, bewildered, "Really?" Then he lowered his eyes a bit, seriously stated his plan, "If that's your wish, I'll try to change the mana flow. However, if it fails, you could die." Hearing that, Edward jolted in shock, scared out of his wits, incredulously blurted, "What?" Dane continued, "If this attempt goes wrong and harms Your Highness, I will surely be executed for attempted regicide." According to his words, Edward vaguely imagined the scene of Dane, along with Layla and Ernest, being bound by royal soldiers and taken away. Even knowing the brutal consequences, Dane firmly continued, "But I still have many years to live and many things I want to do. So if I succeed in curing your hand." At this point, he suddenly paused, frowned with an indescribable expression. Looking straight at the dazed Edward, he directly asked, "How will you repay me?" Ernest couldn't believe he asked Edward such a blunt question without any restraint. His face changed color. Layla was equally shocked, reflexively covering her gaping mouth. Only then did Edward speak, asking Dane, "Are you trying to make a deal with me right now?" Dane honestly said, "I don't accept vague risks. However, if a big attractive reward is offered, then it's different." He didn't hide his ambition at all, but admitted it straightforwardly. Edward was stunned by his directness for 5 seconds. The quiet, deep forest echoed with voices. After a few seconds, he half seriously, half jokingly said, "Making a deal with me? You're the first to suggest that." Dane flatly replied, "I only see princes granting favors to gain patronage." Edward said in a low, firm tone, evaluating him. "Others do, Dane Saugers." He slightly curled his lips in a light smile, praised, "Good." Then looking straight into Dane's cold face, he generously negotiated, "Dane Saugers, if you cure my hand, I will grant whatever request you make." At this point, he calmly burst into laughter. Dane didn't expect him to agree so easily and asked again in surprise, "Really, Your Highness?" Edward held out his hand, casually saying it as lightly as ever, "Yeah, my hand's going to lose function soon anyway. Worst case failure just makes it happen a little sooner." Then he stepped closer to Dane, patted his arm, and gave his word, "So go ahead and try. Even if it fails, I'll at least leave a will stating you're innocent." Dane stiffened, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Layla let out a few awkward, dry laughs. Ernest closed his eyes slightly and let out a heavy sigh. Edward's other hand was still resting on Dane's arm. Finally, Dane said shortly, "I'll give it a try." Edward sincerely thanked him. "Good, thank you." With that, he placed his hand over his own left chest, making a gesture. Though he'd boldly proposed it to him, Dane couldn't help but worry inwardly. This could be the biggest event of my life. If it succeeds, it's a huge victory. If it fails, it's a disaster. Then he quickly regained his composure, determinedly told himself, "Then I have to succeed no matter what." Thinking that Dane told Edward first, "Your Highness, please sit down and relax," he complied, simply saying, "All right." Edward sat on the stone ledge, thinking to himself, "I've trained controlling mana flow since I was a kid, so I'm very confident." All three, Dane, Ernest, and Layla, stared at him tensely. Edward tilted his head, closed his eyes, relaxed, and thought, "Moreover, I still have ancient mana inside me." Dane stepped forward, knelt down, and took his hand. He felt along the joints of the hand. Slightly closing his eyes, he said softly, "All right, I'm starting now." Edward quickly slipped into a dazed trance. Dane began channeling mana into him. A faint green light enveloped Edward's hand. Dane closed his eyes, concentrating with all his might. The light grew brighter and brighter. At the same time, deep in another part of the forest, people were whispering to each other, "How's it going over there? There's a sheer cliff, and we can't move forward." A soldier rushed over, urgently reporting to Delphin, "Captain, there are many forks ahead." He groaned, "Seriously, damn it, I don't have enough men to split up here." Suddenly, Delphin sensed something and warily turned around. Looking at the bushes and the paths, he thought in confusion, "No way, what is this feeling?" He suddenly raised his hand high, then ordered the soldiers, "Everyone hide." All the soldiers drew their swords in unison. They gripped their swords tightly. Delphin commanded, "Move silently." One soldier lightly dashed forward, followed by a line of other soldiers. They moved as quietly as possible, not daring to make any loud noise. When they reached the spot, they stopped. Delphin gripped his sword firmly and strode forward aggressively. Meanwhile, Dane was still tightly holding Edward's hand, casting the magic, while Layla and Ernest beside him only dared to watch, not making any noise that could interfere. Suddenly, a strange sound interrupted. Dane and Edward slightly opened their eyes. Layla and Ernest turned to look tensely as well. Delphin led the troops, his face furious, coldly questioning the three. Dane, Layla, and Ernest, "You bastards, how dare you do this to His Highness?" Suddenly, a man charged toward Dane's group. "You scum, what are you doing to him?" He glared fiercely at them, raising his sword high. Layla screamed in fear, "The knights are surrounding us." Dane panicked, inwardly thinking, "Damn, they're closing and I need to explain." Thinking that, he raised his hand to cast magic. Meanwhile, the man had rushed in with his sharp sword. "How dare you touch His Highness?" Dane quickly charged forward too. "He's too fast." Seeing the blade coming down, he thought, "If this keeps up, I'll be defeated." Just then, the red-haired prince suddenly appeared, blocking between them. "Stop, Delphin." Delphin's eyes widened, exclaiming, "Your Highness." Edward fixed his gaze firmly on him. After a moment, Delphin stood facing him, asking worriedly, "Your Highness, are you all right? Do you know how worried we've been?" Edward calmly replied, "Don't worry, I'm fine." He nodded a few times, then asked, "How did your Highness get so deep into this area? And who are they?" He answered, "I was wandering during the investigation and got lost here. As for them, I'll explain on the way back." With that, Edward looked down at his right arm. "The feeling in my hand is different now. There must be some progress." Then he looked at Dane with grateful eyes. "I'm heading back, thank you, Dane Saugers." Dane smiled back, "I only did what I could, Your Highness. It was my honor." Not long after, on the path back through the mountains, "So he's the son of Count Saugers?" "Yes, he's my benefactor." Delphin was puzzled. "Your benefactor?" Edward glanced at him, meaningfully saying, "He's become something incredibly valuable to me." But then he asked, "So tell me, what gift should I give them?" Delphin, confused, "Gift? What do you mean, Your Highness?" Inwardly thinking, "They may be from noble families, but you only met them today." Edward suddenly stroked his chin thoughtfully. "Ordinary gifts probably won't satisfy. I want to give them something truly precious." Right after saying that, he seemed to remember something and instinctively let out a small sound. Edward smiled at Delphin. "So what about that one?" He leaned close to his ear and whispered softly. After hearing, Delphin's eyes widened, exclaiming, "Your Highness, but still." Edward gave a mischievous smile. "Would it fit?" While he worriedly asked, "Isn't it a bit much? I thought you'd just be happy making friends." He smiled brightly, continuing, "Compared to what Dane did for me, this isn't excessive at all. Send a messenger to the palace. Bring everything immediately." Delphin helplessly accepted the order. "Understood." With everything settled, Edward happily hummed as he walked ahead. Delphin watched from behind, suddenly thoughtful, thinking about it. This isn't a bad thing. The image of Dane's group immediately came to mind. That's the son of Count Saugers and Duke Termian. This could strengthen the ties between the royal family and the great houses. He silently added, "It would also be great support for His Highness." Under the blazing sun shining on the tiled roofs of the royal palace, a week later we were invited to the royal palace, to the reception room in the annex. Edward sat in the center and spoke, "My hand is much better, no side effects, thank you, Dane. Dane bowed slightly, relieved, Your Highness. With that he gestured to the side, Please sit. Once everyone was seated, Edward spoke again, I've prepared a little something to show my gratitude. Just take it. This is everything I think is worthy of you. Dane's group saw it and their eyes widened in unison, shouting, Your Highness, this is. Inside the small box on the table lay an exquisite emblem, yes, the royal bestowal item. Edward smiled, explaining it's simple to use. If you run into trouble, present this, and everything will be resolved. Ernest, still stunned, looked up and asked, We can really accept this, of course. Dane casually said to him, Thank you so much, Your Highness. Edward added, Enough formalities for today, just enjoy yourselves. The three on his left said in unison, Yes. A while later, a beautiful spread of food was laid out before them. Layla happily savored each bite of cake. Meeting the prince that day was such an unexpected stroke of luck. Meanwhile, Ernest was enjoying the sandwich in his hand, but the identity of those intruders is still a mystery. Dane slowly chewed his food. No one among us suspects anyone, and the strange incident gradually faded into silence. Edward sat in the main seat happily, enjoying the delicious food. The sky outside the window was still as blue as when they first arrived. Then, after some time, midterms arrived below the academy. A joyful voice rang out, Finally, the exams are over. Dane looked at Layla, asking, How are you? She waved her hand, saying the major subjects weren't too hard, the general ones should be fine too. Priscilla clutched her paper, frustratedly yelling, As for me, I wish the whole world would just burn. How can the test be this hard, even after memorizing the entire scripture? Dane, seeing her, could only smile, wryly thinking, So the theology department isn't easy either. Ernest spoke up anyway, It's done. Dane quickly added, We're free, everyone hang in there, we have a few days off. What are you all planning to do? Ernest grinned, saying, I'm thinking of joining the bodybuilding club, the one focused on physical training. What you, Ernest? Priscilla stroked her chin, eyeing him. Yeah, it looks like you realized your weakness. After those combat simulations, you know what you need to do, Ernest confidently replied. Yep, just wait for the results, the blonde girl added. Don't get hurt, okay? Next, Layla smiled lightly, saying, I think I'll go home for a bit. My mom has wanted to see me for a while. After saying that, she looked at Dane. What about you, Dane? He hesitated a bit, then answered, Probably spend time in the library studying more, studying after exams. Dane lowered his eyes a little. Actually, there's nothing else to do. I'll wait. The image of him as a child facing the Duke suddenly appeared. Layla's words reminded me. Back then, little Dane was staring intently at the gift in his hands. When I was 7, the Duke gave me a gift, the Termian Forge emblem. He thought to himself, I'm planning to make a new sword, so maybe I'll stop by that forge. Meanwhile, Layla and Priscilla beside him exclaimed, It's been a while since you mentioned that you're really diligent, huh? Under the blue sky, Dane suddenly spoke up, No, Layla, I'll go with you to my house. Yeah, sure, but why so suddenly? He rubbed the back of his neck, explaining, I just thought I'd like to see what your family's forge looks like. Layla suddenly turned her head, muttering, You're the only person in the world who could call it just checking it out. But at that moment, Ernest suddenly asked, Can I come to the Termian Forge? That would definitely be an amazing experience. Amid the rows of tiled roofs, a cheerful voice rang out, You want to come too? Sure, the more the merrier. A while later, on the road leading to Layla's house, the Termian ducal family, I'm so nervous, just don't touch anything. Okay, got it, I'll just look. Layla suddenly turned her head, speaking with a regretful tone, It would be more fun if Priscilla-senpai could come too, but the top student of the month doesn't get a break. Dane looked at her and replied, Yeah, it can't be helped. I heard she was summoned to the temple. But Ernest suddenly got curious. Layla, how long does it take from here to the Termian territory? Layla quickly answered, Less than an hour by carriage. Ernest exclaimed, That close? Wow, I live way out west. It takes almost a month on horseback to get here. The three stopped in the middle of the road to chat. So it must have been really tough for you when you first enrolled, huh? Ernest suddenly turned to Dane. What about you, Dane? He replied, I only took one day to get here. My family has a teleportation gate. Layla shouted in surprise, A teleportation gate? She spun around, hands on hips in disbelief. You really used that to get here in one day? Dane didn't hesitate. Yeah, didn't I mention it? This is the first time I'm hearing it. Layla suddenly remembered those two prominent golden heads. Yeah, that makes sense. Your sisters probably use that gate too, right? They help you a lot with academy stuff. I'm so jealous. She took a few steps forward while complaining, I wonder how my brothers are doing these days. Dane and Ernest stood behind, watching her thoughtfully. Come to think of it, it, she's never really talked about her siblings before one of them suddenly asked Layla, "What are your brothers like?" "The weather today is really nice for coming home," Layla chatted as she walked. "My eldest brother is really great. Before he left for the east, he played with me every day." She mentioned each one with different expressions, and my second brother just loved teasing me, though he made me so mad sometimes. Dane smiled, listening, thinking she must be really loved by her brothers. Ernest, listening, chimed in, "Your second brother lives in the mansion too." Layla grimaced and waved her hand. "No, he's the overly free-spirited type. Even as his little sister, I don't really understand why one day he just up and left home. No one knows where he is. He said he was going out to train or something, but I don't really believe it." That answer was really hard to believe for someone living normally. "He ran away from home." Layla's brows furrowed tightly, her tone dropping a bit. "Ever since he became a knight, he's lived away from home. I really don't understand why he did that." Ernest interjected with a sigh of admiration. "So he's a young knight. Your family's full of extraordinary people." She didn't deny it much. "My eldest is diligent, and my second is unpredictable." Dane glanced at the pink-haired girl with a thoughtful look. "Sibling disputes are common in noble families." He clearly noticed this doesn't seem to happen in their family, but obviously the Termian family doesn't come off as the rigid type. Maybe there's a deeper story behind it. Before long, after walking and chatting, they arrived at their destination. Three knights suddenly approached. The one in the middle spoke. "Young miss, you're here." Layla recognized him. "Sir Asmar." He smiled warmly and bowed respectfully. "It's been a while. You're doing well. I heard you were coming back and came right away." The grand doors of the Termian family swung open in welcome. "Come in, everyone." The little daughter of the house immediately ran up. "Father." The father greeted cheerfully. "You've grown taller since last time. How's life at the academy?" She happily boasted to her parent. "It's great, Dad. I studied really hard. You'll be surprised when you see my grades." The Duke laughed sincerely. "Haha, I'm looking forward to it." Then he turned his gaze to the others. "Come and see who this is." Dane stepped forward smiling and bowed. "Duke, it's been too long. Great to see you again." The Duke sized him up. "You look much sturdier than before." Ernest shyly introduced himself. "Honored to meet you, Duke. I'm Ernest Dillon." It seems he remembered what his daughter wrote in letters. "So you're the friend Layla always mentions in her letters. Our family has a few artifacts discovered by the Dillon house." "Layla, your friend? Huh, impressive." Praising Layla's friend is basically praising her. "Of course he's my friend." The Duke turned, urging them inside. "Don't stand out here. Come in. We've prepared a small banquet to welcome you all." Hearing that, the three said in unison, "Really, thank you so much." In Layla's sparkling, excited eyes, he turned to lead the way. "Follow me." Dane smiled interestedly, teasing the girl. "Last time, I really liked your family's tart. Can I have some again this time?" Layla grinned as if she'd anticipated. "I knew it. So I told them to prepare strawberry tarts. You'll love them for sure." Inside, the banquet wasn't exactly small. After eating their fill, "Wow, that was amazing," Dane said, utterly satisfied. "It's been ages since I ate something this good." Ernest scratched his head, understanding now. I get why Layla was so excited. Layla was still stuffing cake in her mouth. "Too bad Senpai couldn't come. They promised each other next time we'll all meet up together." Suddenly, noise erupted as a group of people entered. He couldn't hold back his curiosity, leaning in to whisper, "Layla, who are they?" She replied, "They're knights from my family. Dad invited them to the banquet. I heard others are coming too since they knew you'd be here." Dane's tone became vaguely uneasy. "Really? Why do I have this bad feeling?" As if reading his thoughts, they approached to greet Qantas Daggerweld. "Greetings, young Master Dane Saugers." Dane politely greeted back. "Pleased to meet you. Layla has told me about you all. You're the Duke's knights, right?" The leading older man smiled amiably. "Yes, that's right. We've heard a lot about you, young master. It's an honor to meet you in person. If you don't mind, we'd like to chat a bit." He had no reason to refuse. "Ah, of course." Layla set her plate down, telling him a rumor. "They say the Termian Knight Order is one of the strongest in the Empire. But aside from the royal knights, now countless squires are competing to join." The other side approached in good spirits. "I've also heard the Saugers Knight Order is very famous." Dane didn't hide it. "Yes, our order mainly trains in spear techniques, largely thanks to my father." A genuine light of admiration shone in his eyes. Because the Saugers family's history is truly admirable, from when he taught spear techniques on the battlefield, gradually developing into a real knight order. Now, it's the Empire's only spear knight legion. The Termian knights looked very admiring, saying, "We've always been curious about your training methods, young master. You must be skilled with the spear too." He smiled modestly. "Haha, just average." Suddenly, Layla jumped in, boasting like crazy. "Dane's good at everything. Even if all of you attacked together, you couldn't beat him." The leader looked shocked. "Really, young miss?" The others found it hard to believe. "All of us attacking? No way." Dane felt something off. "Layla, don't say things like that." Then they lined up straight and declared, "So young Master Dane, They bowed in unison, issuing a formal challenge. We officially request a friendly spar, please. Instruct us a little. Dane's face hesitated, not answering right away. Wait, fight right here. Why is my bad feeling always right? Layla's face stayed calm. No big deal, it'll be fine. Show them what you can do, Dane. He turned to look at the expectant faces of the knights. Now forced into it, he reluctantly agreed. If that's what you want, I'll accept. They immediately headed to the training grounds. The Termian knights lived up to the rumors, almost the best team. Dane alone had to fight 5 at once, yet his spear control remained incredibly fluid. Moreover, his movement speed was highly agile back and forth. His stance stayed solid without losing any strength. His focused face exuded an extraordinary aura. The only spectators were the Duke and his 2 friends. Yet the Duke's face was full of astonishment watching the match. Dane's footsteps stomped firmly on the ground. From the start, he hadn't taken a single hit. The spear in his hand knocked the swords from the knights' hands. One by one, losing their weapons, they became the defeated. The last sword was sent flying into the air. Victory was completely decided, with stunned faces all around. Dane calmly planted his spear on the ground. His face showed complete triumph with the outcome fully settled. It seemed a dazzling halo shone from his face. After a moment of daze, the Duke hurriedly declared victory to young Master Dane. What an impressive match. Layla, upon the reward the Duke gave, exclaimed, "So Dad gave you a gift?" He nodded. "Yeah, some books in ancient languages." She nodded knowingly. "I told him you're interested in ancient tongues." Maybe he remembered. Hearing that he shyly thanked the girl's kindness, "Really thanks. The Academy Library has a lot of restrictions. These will be useful." She just smiled back. Better for someone who truly values them to read than let dust cover them. Dane frowned, looking around for the others. Where's Ernest? Layla knew he'd been invited somewhere. He went with the butler to the artifact vault. He looked really excited. Hearing that, Dane got curious too. Really, I'm curious too. Suddenly her face worried, urging him, "Aren't you tired? Rest a bit. It's vacation." He stammered, "I'll rest after visiting the forge tomorrow." Hearing that, she relaxed, feeling the atmosphere here again. It's so nice. Exams over, coming home, seeing family. Dad was openly thrilled seeing your spear skills. People might think you're his real son. Dane looked apologetic since he'd brought up her second brother, but the Duke's expression completely changed when mentioning your second brother. What's that about? Mentioning it suddenly made Layla go quiet. After a long while, she finally explained, "That's what bothers me. My eldest occasionally sends letters, but my second has gone completely silent. Dad won't say why." This made her previously bright face droop again. No contact, no explanation at all. Before he could speak, there was a noise from the trees. Layla, with sharp eyes, noticed something. "Wait, what's that? Something's moving over there." Dane followed her gaze, observing. Suddenly he agreed with her sharpness. "Yeah, I sense it too." At that moment, a surge of magic roiled in the air nonstop. Dane warily looked ahead. "Come out before I have to come over there myself." His hand gradually moved magic toward the bushes. Then from inside a voice replied, all right, I'm coming out. Don't get mad." Hearing that voice, they froze. Layla hesitated, saying that voice. From inside the bushes came rustling footsteps and leaves. A man slowly stepped out, saying, "Tense situation, huh?" Leaves flew in the air. The voice continued, "I was just watching my little sister with some stranger." Then a man emerged from the bushes, standing opposite them. He smiled, greeting, "Long time no see, my little sister. This is Delward Termian, second son of Duke Termian." Dane, seeing him, frowned, saying, "Don't tell me this is." He jolted, looking at the person carrying a sack on his shoulder. "Your brother, right?" A moment later, Layla immediately started pounding on Delward nonstop in anger. "Oh my God, I've been so worried about you. How could you do this? Not once, not a single time did you contact me." He clutched his head, saying, "Sorry, Layla, that hurts a lot." She didn't stop at all, angrily shouting, "You've gone too far. I've waited for news from you all these years. Even my second brother wrote letters. What about you, huh?" Delward lifted his head with a wry smile. "Ouch, you're really hitting hard. Looks like you've been training diligently, huh?" Layla, not distracted, kept hitting. "Yeah, I've gotten stronger today. Let's see if you can take it." Dane, beside her, worriedly said, "Enough, Layla." Right then his hand reached out toward her. Delward suddenly pulled Layla into a tight hug, stopping her actions. He smiled gently and softly said, "I'm sorry, Layla. I've never forgotten our family." Delward's words were full of sincerity. "I had my own reasons." He added, "Sorry for leaving you alone all this time." Delward continued, gently coaxing, "I'll tell you everything, so calm down, okay?" Only then did she tear up, asking, "Really? So it wasn't because you didn't want to see the family?" He immediately affirmed, "Of course not, Layla. I've never forgotten our family, not even for a second." Those words moved Dane too. After that, Delward gently let go of Layla. Then she stood straight, asking, "So tell me, where have you been, and what have you been doing all this time?" He crossed his arms, reminding, "First, could you give us some private space?" Unexpectedly, Delward quickly ran over and hooked his arm around Dane's. "No, Dane will listen with me. He knows how to keep secrets, don't worry." She looked straight at Delward, affirming, "Just say it, he's fine, Layla. No, it's okay." Delward looked at Dane, then couldn't help evaluating him. He knew who he was. "You're Dane Saugers, right? I've heard a lot about you. They say there's an outstanding new student at the academy. Delward assessed his appearance, that striking silver hair, so you're her friend, huh? At this point he thought again, our families are quite close anyway. So Delward patted his head saying, alright, I get it, you seem trustworthy Dane, this is family business, so don't tell anyone outside. He immediately affirmed, yes, I swear on my family's honor. Delward looked at Dane, frowning, good, let's move somewhere else. They went to a more secluded spot. Delward sat on a chair saying, actually all this time I've been in the Drenic Empire. Hearing that he jolted, exclaiming, the Drenic Empire? Yeah. Layla worried, what, why did you go to such a dangerous place? He frowned, answering, I went to find a way to cure Mom. Delward continued, she's been bedridden for too long. Since I was little I've searched everywhere following leads about that illness. So he wandered all over and finally, those clues led him to the Drenic Empire. Even hearing that, Layla was still angry, but you're sneaking into enemy territory. Dane inwardly worried too, yeah, that's seriously dangerous. She angrily continued, you could have told everyone and searched together, why go alone? Delward smiled, answering back, then I had no other choice. I got a chance to infiltrate the Empire, but I didn't want to put the family in danger. At least I came back safely, see, I'm fine. Hearing that, Layla lost it again, wanting to lunge and punch him. What are you saying? Dane quickly stopped her. Layla listened to him a bit more. Only then did she calm down, saying, fine, so why did you only come back now? Delward's face saddened, looking down as if something weighed on his heart. He continued, actually I found what I needed to cure her, but those ingredients aren't in the Empire, so I came back here. She was confused, if not there then in the Altian Empire? He answered, yes, for now I only have a few leads, but I'll follow them step by step. Delward lowered his voice, I've also discovered something in the Drenic Empire. His face grew grave, what Mom has isn't an illness, it's a curse. The two were stunned. Curse. He needed to explain further, yes, gradual loss of strength, trembling limbs, dizziness, vomiting blood. Then purple marks appearing on her back, all of it matches perfectly with the symptoms of a curse. Those words hit Layla like lightning. She whispered, oh my god. Layla murmured, repeating, Mom's illness is a curse. He silently nodded, confirming it. Then Delward said, at first I didn't believe it. Curses don't just appear naturally, meaning someone deliberately cursed Mom. She felt puzzled, who would do that? Delward answered, I'm not sure who holds a grudge against us. Truthfully, our family has quite a few enemies. At this point he held her shoulders. Layla, we can find the culprit later. The important thing now is to break the curse. By now she was teary-eyed, asking, is there a way? He answered, yes. Delward smiled faintly, I found both the ingredients and the ritual. Most of the materials aren't too hard to find. He continued, they're just expensive, but obtainable. The only problem is one thing. The most important ingredient here is the tear of Roxana. Hearing that she asked what the tear of Roxana is, Delward answered, a legendary material said to purify almost any curse. It exists in the Haverox Mountains between the two empires. The two were shocked at the location, the Haverox Mountains. He confirmed, yes, rumors say it's in ruins, guarded by an ancient creature. Hearing this, Dane couldn't help thinking something over in his mind. He recalled that place, ancient ruins, this story smells suspicious. Delward affirmed, Layla, I'll go find it. I know it's dangerous, but there's no other way. She worried, what, you're going alone? What about the Termian Knights? He answered, now I'm as strong as someone with 5 cores, well, exactly 4. Delward added, more importantly, if the Knights marched there it could spark another war between the empires, so the safest is for me to go alone. She said, even so I can't let you go alone. He smiled, I'm not rushing in blindly, I'll prepare properly. Dane suddenly spoke up, if it's ancient ruins, there's one person who knows more about that stuff than anyone. The two turned shocked, asking who. He smiled mysteriously, looks like this time I'll need help from our club. In the dark night at some mansion, someone suddenly exclaimed, an ancient entity, and ruins too. If we're lucky this could be a huge discovery. Dane propped a hand on his hip, probing, you think so too, right? Ernest excitedly replied, yeah, I want to go right now. Delward opposite frowned, you two aren't scared at all, huh? He furrowed his brows, lecturing, I get you're excited, but this is really dangerous, not child's play. Dane immediately countered, going alone to Mount Haverox isn't dangerous, you have to go with a group, can't stay solo forever. Layla beside Delward agreed, yeah, the Dillon family are all explorers, if you go alone and get lost it'll be disastrous. Hearing them say that, he hesitated a bit, you're not wrong, but Dane, seeing Delward's expression, thought inwardly, his mind mind must be a mess right now. The image of him standing silently by his mother's sickbed suddenly appeared. I can't imagine how much he's suffered wandering years in enemy territory just to cure mom. Sometimes his back, sometimes his serious face made Dane admire him, yet he gathered info and returned safely. He's definitely no ordinary warrior. Outside the nearby door, the Black Knight still quietly enveloped everything. Delward reluctantly said, "All right, going together is fine, but absolute secrecy before, during, and after the trip." As soon as he finished, the three faces lit up with bright smiles. Yes, of course. A while later, a small box was suddenly placed on the table. Layla curiously asked, "What's this?" Delward smiled lightly. "A gift, open it." Layla narrowed her eyes suspiciously. "Trying to bribe me with a gift, huh? I won't forgive you that easily." Ernest, watching, awkwardly laughed. "Layla's really mad, huh?" Dane turned, advising his friend, "Don't say more, she was scarier earlier." On the other side, Layla slowly reached for the small gift box. As she opened it, a melodious sound rang out. "If it's something silly, I swear." The lively, cheerful music danced lightly in Layla's ears, cutting off her unfinished sentence. She looked surprised at the two figures inside the music box. "This is..." The two figures looked similar, one big, one small. Layla hesitated. "Mom and me." The small figure had a face eerily like Layla's, smiling in the gentle music. Delward beside confirmed, "Yeah, from when our family was happiest, I had a craftsman in the Drenic Empire make it." The mother and child figures stood on a golden base in the music box, holding hands, dancing. "He made it when remembering when mom was still healthy. How is it?" Following the music, the two figures moved slowly, seeming more alive. Little Layla back then smiled joyfully nonstop. Layla, now overwhelmed with emotion, tears welling up. She softly exclaimed, "It's so beautiful." Delward pursed his lips slightly, looking at Layla with tender, loving eyes, silent, saying nothing more. Dane and Ernest, standing aside, smiled in the music, happy for her. Layla suddenly turned to him, saying, "Looking at it makes me feel like mom's healthy again." She squinted, smiling, tears finally falling. "Thank you, brother." The music continued with the image of mother and child holding hands. Delward hugged his sister, closing his eyes, smiling gently. "I'm the one who should thank you." Layla in his arms quietly shed tears, listening. Delward continued, "Thank you, Layla." Dane and Ernest, watching from afar, were touched too. Ernest couldn't hold back his tears. In that scene, the small music box kept playing its clear sound. At the same time, at the banquet venue, Duke Termian looked around, puzzled. "Wait, thinking about it, where did our main guests go?" He tilted his head suspiciously. "Where did they all disappear to?" Back to Dane's group, they were now gathered in the mansion courtyard. Layla said regretfully, "You can't stay, you should meet Dad too." Delward firmly refused. "Sorry, Layla. I don't know what'll happen next time I'll greet Dad. Hope you understand." He suddenly took Layla's arm, adding, "I left a communication code in the crystal. Call anytime. I'll be in the Empire a bit longer. If you need anything, I'll come back right away." Layla bowed her head a bit shyly. "Okay, but be careful." Delward firmly replied, "Of course, I'll be back soon." He suddenly spoke up, as if remembering something, making Layla look up. "Ah, this too." Delward held out a small, carefully wrapped pouch. "Take this, it helps ease mom's symptoms." He looked at Layla gently and carefully instructed, "Remember to give it to mom regularly, and don't tell Dad what I told you." Layla stared wide-eyed at Delward for a few seconds before snapping out of it, "Okay, I'll take good care of mom." Hearing that, he suddenly went quiet, staring intently at Layla without looking away. But Delward still smiled, entrusting, "Take care of my little sister for me, okay? When I get back, we'll head to the mountain together." Dane enthusiastically replied, "Of course, be careful out there." Right after that, he immediately turned to gain momentum. Delward leaped high enough to clear the mansion. "While I'm off, take care, Layla." With those words, he stretched out, soaring over the mansion wall, his signature family-colored hair fluttering in the wind. In just a few short seconds, Delward's figure vanished from sight, leaving only the starry sky and the familiar fence as before. Layla still looked worried, clutching her chest. "He's really gone." Ernest immediately comforted him. "He'll be fine, Layla. He looks ridiculously strong." Right at that moment, Dane suddenly jolted, as if sensing something. He quickly glanced in another direction. Dane suddenly asked Ernest, "Could you comfort Layla for a bit?" Ernest, puzzled, "Where are you going?" Dane quickly made an excuse. "I forgot something in the room. I'll be right back." Watching his hurried back, Ernest smiled. "Okay, go ahead, I'll stay with Layla." The courtyard where they'd just been standing was empty in moments. The bright moon high above still shone round and full, illuminating the night sky. Meanwhile, on that stone-paved road, hurried footsteps echoed nonstop. Delward tensely sprinted with long strides. "These guys are persistent. I didn't expect them to follow me all the way here." As he darted past dark windows, he thought, "Good thing they don't know I'm from Duke Termian. They must have been lurking around while I was in the mansion. Best that I escaped through the secret path." Delward ran straight out of the narrow alley right before leaving the Drenic Empire. The more he thought, the tighter his frown grew, revealing, "I'm from the Altian Empire. was a huge mistake. Delward kept sprinting forward at full speed, his cloak billowing behind. How much longer can I hold out? He gritted his teeth, helplessly determined in his heart. I have to break Mom's curse no matter what. Suddenly at that moment, Delward braked hard on the road, his feet skidding a long way, scraping the ground. He stopped with his whole body rigid, his already tense face now darkened completely. Looking at the wall blocking his path, Delward couldn't help cursing, damn it. Right then, the group in black cloaks hunting him caught up. One of them suddenly spoke, you've left too long a trail. Two more in black cloaks appeared one after another from the turns. Even on the nearest rooftop, two more stood waiting. Delward was now cornered, completely surrounded from all sides. He clenched his teeth, muttering, is this really the end? Delward stood right in the middle of the assassins' encirclement. He inwardly marveled as he observed them all around, 10 of them. The assassins slowly drew their blades. Delward assessed just one look, and he knew they were all seasoned killers. He placed his hand on his sword hilt, calculating if he's lucky he might take down 2 of them. Delward angrily gritted his teeth. He drew his sword, staring at the assassins, thinking, sorry Layla, looks like I won't be able to keep my promise after all. One assassin frowned, staring intently at him. He shouted loudly, kill him. The assassins surrounding him immediately charged forward, attacking Delward. In the blink of an eye, they appeared right in front of him. The assassins gripped their swords tightly, launching relentless attacks on Delward. He was forced back toward the wall by their onslaught. Delward inwardly regretted. If he'd known things would turn out like this, he should have apologized to Dad before leaving. He froze, eyes widening at the scene unfolding before him. A faint green light flashed, then it continuously darted through the assassins' bodies. They tried to block the beams of light with their blades, but even more appeared. One shouted, Captain, those are mana bullets. The lead assassin angrily demanded, what, who the hell is helping him? He always operates alone. Who managed to get past the traps and come all the way here? A familiar figure appeared behind them. Dane spoke, assassins shouldn't be so careless. 2 assassins immediately spun around to look at him. They glared at Dane and roared, who the hell are you? He smiled, you don't need to know. A short while later, Dane and Delward had wiped out the assassins. He checked each body, saying, I didn't expect you to show up out of nowhere like that. Dane smiled back, I had a bad feeling, so I followed you. Then he thought, alright, let's finish them off quick. If rumors spread, it'll be a hassle. Delward wondered, even so, it's hard to believe you're only 14. How did you dodge all the traps and get this close? He replied, I learned from Mom. She taught me how to disarm traps and infiltrate. He laughed, so that's how, thanks to you I kept my life. He continued, these are the ones who have been hounding me nonstop. Turns out this is how I shook them off. A moment later, Delward slung his bag over his shoulder, saying, Layla is really lucky to have a friend like you. Dane smiled. It was nothing, he added, they've been tailing me since the border. He scratched his head, sighing, I don't know why they keep picking up my trail. Dane pondered, in cases like this. He channeled mana to his eyes, thinking, usually there's something placed on the target. Before him were the mana veins on Delward's body. He lowered his gaze to his feet. Dane looked at his right foot and spotted a strange circular mana flow. He realized, there it is. Dane spoke, I think I know why. Check the sole of your shoe. Delward took off his shoe, asking, what do you mean? He said, there's a mana signal device attached here. He froze instantly. Delward stared at the flashing light on the shoe sole, muttering, it's real. Dane explained, assassins often use these. It's so small you wouldn't notice, but the tracking ability is insanely strong. It was probably planted before you crossed the border. Delward asked, how did you spot it? I had no idea at all. Dane said, remove it first. He immediately agreed, ah yeah. Dane said, they won't be able to track you anymore. You can relax now. Delward replied, that's great, I need to be more careful. Dane suddenly fell silent, deep in thought. He watched Delward fumbling to remove the tracker, then asked, but why are you going alone like this? He wondered, wouldn't it be better to meet the Duke first? You could tell your eldest brother everything and ask for help. Delward let his arms drop. He pursed his lips, staying silent. Delward thought of his father, then explained, Dad probably just thinks I'm useless. He wanted me to become the family head, but I ran off right after graduation. He said he probably wouldn't believe a word I say anyway. Delward continued, and my big brother has even less ambition than me. He went on his way out in the distant east, busy fighting monsters. How could I ask him for help? He lifted his head, gazing at the night sky. So for now, going alone is easier. I'll gather all the ingredients to cure Mom and prove myself to the family. He said, now isn't the time yet. Dane replied, I understand, inwardly thinking, if that's what you want to do, I respect it. After that, Delward put his shoe back on. He smiled, all done. I've removed everything. This debt I'll definitely repay. Dane smiled back, sure, I won't say no to that. Then he handed him a piece of paper, saying, here's my communication code, call if you need anything. Dane said, you have to stay alive to repay me. He laughed loudly, exactly. He took the paper from his hand. Dane said, thanks, I'll keep it safe. Delward hesitated, and please take care of my little sister. He replied, got it, don't worry. Delward forced a bright smile. Dane smiled back. Then as he walked away, he muttered to himself, tonight's events can't be told to Layla. He smiled, thinking if she heard, she'd definitely chase after me. The faint moonlight trickled down onto the main road. Dane smiled, murmuring I should head back. The nearby street lamp cast a soft, warm yellow glow. The next day at the academy, Dane asked Layla how's mom doing. She replied, she's doing a lot better today. She even ate something. He said, that's great. Layla recounted dad was really happy too. On the surface, he acts indifferent, but he's actually super curious about big brother. Dane asked, surprised you told dad everything. Layla smiled, not exactly. I just said he stopped by and left some medicine. She tilted her head curiously, but besides that, today we have something more important. Remember? Dane asked. Important thing. Layla said, come on to the Termian Forge. Before long, they arrived at the planned spot. Layla introduced, this is the Termian Forge. Dane was stunned. This is a forge. It looks as big as a small town. She clasped her hands behind her neck, casually replying, yep, it's so vast. The area around the forge looks like a little village, though only a few master smiths actually craft gear here. Layla emphasized, since it's run by a small group of master blacksmiths, security is extremely tight, no token, no entry at all. He couldn't help asking, what about you, Layla? She honestly admitted, even as a Termian family member, I can't just walk in freely unless I'm with dad. Hearing that, Dane got a bit nervous. So does that mean, don't tell me I have to go in alone? Layla nodded, yep, even I've never been inside. Dane's about to get a badass weapon all by himself. Ernest looked at him full of envy. I'm so jealous, Dane. He swallowed hard, stepping forward. No choice, I'll go in quick, so wait for me. Dane walked alone into the forge area. Along the way, two people stood chatting. Though the place was huge, there really weren't many people around. He couldn't help inwardly exclaiming, the scale is seriously massive. Dane scanned everything around, from the forges to the crafting workshops. His gaze drifted toward the display area full of weapons, wondering what kind of weapon he'd end up getting. Suddenly the ground shook violently, accompanied by a loud booming noise. Dane looked up in confusion. What the heck? That sound like the earth itself is trembling. His eyes narrowed as he spotted something. No way. Right in front of him, a giant figure was approaching, carrying a massive hammer. He could confirm in his heart those were footsteps. That was the blacksmith Volbek. He looked down at Dane. So it's you, the kid who received the forge token. Dane felt a surge of panic inside. A person this huge really exists? After a few seconds of freezing, he awkwardly greeted, yes, I'm Dane. I received the forge token from the Termian family head when I was young. It's an honor to meet you, sir. Volbek confirmed in a stern voice, I've heard a lot about you. Thermion doesn't hand out tokens to just anyone. Dane nervously clenched his fingers. I understand. I hope to receive your guidance. He also wondered inwardly, does he talk so casually even with the Duke? He frowned, reminding him, let me be clear, your status means nothing here. There's only blacksmiths and non-blacksmiths. Even royalty is the same, only Thermion is the exception. Volbek paused, then continued, even Thermion family members need real skill. Those words made Dane unconsciously swallow hard. Even so, he felt deep admiration. A master who fears neither royal authority, truly extraordinary. He urged, follow me, I'll show you inside. Dane quietly followed behind Volbek. The two walked along a long, wide corridor. Torches mounted on the stone walls cast a soft golden light. He marveled, the deeper they went, the larger and more expansive it felt than outside. He explained, it was built to fit my size. I'm a half-dwarf, half-human mix. That combination gave me this huge body. Just think of it as a special constitution. Volbek warned, so don't say anything rude about my appearance. Dane replied without hesitation, of course not. He also thought, seems like he's had a rough past with comments like that. After walking a bit, Volbek stopped. All right, kid, with the token you must have a reason for coming. What do you want? Dane hesitated. Actually, I haven't decided yet. This will be an important weapon for me, so I need to think carefully. He nodded wisely. Good, but from what I can sense, what you want is already very clear. Dane asked curiously, what do you think I want? Volbek pushed open a door, answering, I can smell metal just from the scent. I can tell how a weapon was forged and what shape it takes. He guessed you carry the scent of a fine spear and a good dagger, so what you want isn't a spear or dagger. Dane couldn't help being amazed, detecting weapons just by smell. That's incredible and spot on too. Volbek glanced at him, urging, come in, this is my private workshop. Once inside, he placed several swords on the table. Dane stepped closer to examine them. Volbek offered a suggestion, since you already have a good spear and dagger, how about a sword? While asking, he also checked considerately, is the table too high? Dane shook his head, no, it's fine. Dane thought carefully, a sword, huh? He expressed, yeah, that's one of the weapons I'm best at. It's the foundation of combat, and also the most powerful type. Volbek teased, if your father heard that he'd probably scold you. Dane laughed, yeah, but as you can see, I'm still growing. If I make a sword now, won't it be hard to use when I'm bigger later? He shrugged, that's no problem. I can easily craft a sword. You'll still wield perfectly, even when fully grown. That's what makes a true blacksmith. Dane suddenly recalled a sword. It's a common weapon, but in my previous life, it was the one I handled best if he forges it right then. After some hesitation, Dane decided, alright, I'll go with a sword. Volbeck praised, wise choice actually. When I first saw you, a perfect sword design for you already popped into my head with your build. I can envision the ideal design right away. Dane was shocked. Really, that would make things faster then. He nodded firmly. Yes, I'll let you choose the materials you like. Dane's eyes widened with excitement. So then, Volbeck declared grandly, best if I show you directly, follow me. He led him to the material storage. Looking at the colorful minerals in front of him, Dane couldn't help exclaiming in awe, amazing, all these are used for crafting gear. Volbeck said proudly, with pride, you could say every type of mineral in the world is here. Dane excitedly asked, can I look around? He didn't refuse. Sure, go ahead, pick freely. With permission, Dane didn't hesitate to step closer and examine. This one looks extremely rare. Looking at it, Volbeck was a bit speechless. You have a good eye, kid. The colorful minerals kept shimmering with light. Dane stroked his chin thoughtfully. Impressive, not just rare minerals, but many I've never seen before, so many interesting ones. He reached toward a blue stone. Volbeck spoke, that's Terragang. He introduced, its light, durable, and can reflect impacts, better for armor than weapons, though right now, there's not enough to make a full set. Dane nodded understanding, then shifted to a red stone. I see, what about this one? Volbeck quickly stopped him. As in, Danio, don't touch, it's poisonous. You need neutralizing gloves to handle it. Dane jerked his hand back, swallowing hard. That's dangerous, I can't use that. Suddenly, Dane was drawn to something. His eyes locked onto a black mineral that when it feels strange. Dane quickly approached the pedestal, holding the stone, asking what's it called. Volbeck stood behind him, his gaze deep and unfathomable. He didn't answer right away. After a long moment, he slowly spoke, that's Arcanium. Dane jolted hearing it. He stammered, Arcanium, don't tell me it's from the ancient magic kingdom Arcana. Volbeck stroked his beard, confirming, yes, excavated from the ruins of the royal castle in that ancient kingdom. It's extremely rare now, almost nothing remains of the old palace foundations. He added, but beyond knowing it's a metal, no one has figured out its properties or composition. Dane asked why. Volbeck explained, because it can't be melted or analyzed with current technology. No one can smelt or test this ore, so it's treated as nothing more than a rare collectible. Hearing that, Dane fell silent, seeing no reaction. Volbeck reminded, it's practically unusable. You should look at something else. Dane, startled, what about the one next to it? He replied, that's Artma, only found in the deep veins of the Haverox Mountains. Volbeck kept talking, but Dane seemed to hear nothing else. He pursed his lips slightly. What is this feeling? Dane's gaze was pulled back to the black stone, as if it was calling to him. The sensation grew clearer, like a silent whisper, choose me. He stood frozen, completely captivated. Suddenly, the stone trembled faintly, as if moving. Dane was stunned. No way is it reacting to me. Before he could think further, the stone burst with a beam of light. Dane's eyes widened in shock. The light from the stone spread powerfully, even startling Volbeck. The glow quickly enveloped Dane's body. He panicked, shouting, hey kid. At the Thermion Forge, Mr. Bolvark, a master blacksmith with an impressive beard, was astonished. What on earth was happening? The Arcanium nugget, a metal that had never been forgeable, was reacting in his hands. Dane Saugers, the young man with distinctive white-hand red hair, thought to himself, it reacted just from him looking at it. Doesn't that mean it can actually be forged? Mr. Bolvark was so shocked he broke into a sweat. Dane's extraordinary mana sensitivity had produced an unprecedented phenomenon. From the stone, Mr. Bolvark could distinctly sense the metallic scent. In this state, forging it might actually be feasible. He still couldn't believe it. Arcanium was a metal no one had ever been able to use before. While Mr. Bolvark was still stunned, wondering who this child really was, Dane was visibly excited, as if he had anticipated the outcome. After a while, the Arcanium cooled and returned to its original solid state. Mr. Bolvark looked at Dane and declared, you said you want to forge a sword, right? Then let's do it. I will forge it myself. Dane cheered with delight, expressing absolute trust in Mr. Bolvark's craftsmanship. But that was the only time Arcanium reacted. No matter how many times they tried afterward, the metal wouldn't melt, and every attempt ended in deadlock. As everyone fumbled, Karnas, Dane's companion, a small dragon-like creature, also grew worried. Dane suddenly remembered. What had melted the Arcanium in that instant was Karnas's blazing flame. The tremendous heat from that fire was the key to solving the problem. Back in the present, Dane was talking with his two friends, Ernest, the bespectacled scholar, and Layla, the enthusiastic pink-haired girl. He explained, we decided to seal Karnas's flame into an artifact. The artifact was a lantern housing Karnas's powerful flame. With that heat source, Mr. Bulwark could continue the forging process. Layla said happily, "Wonderful, you got help from Karnas again. A sword made of arcanium, it would surely be incredibly powerful and beautiful. How romantic." Dane nodded firmly, his gaze shining with determination and anticipation for the legendary sword to come. Once everything was arranged, the group decided to return to the academy, but first they had to go have lunch. Of course, the group cheerfully headed into town. A week later at the academy, students buzzed in front of the bulletin board. A major event was about to begin, an event reserved for the finest talents and even sponsored by the royal family. It was the announcement recruiting members for the Academy's periodic monster suppression team. The operation would be led by Knight Squad Number 4. With big rewards and fierce competition, the event grabbed everyone's attention. Dane's group was there too. The whole academy was buzzing about this monster suppression. Dane smirked. He knew it wasn't just about the prize. This was a royal event and a chance for people to show themselves. Layla suddenly remembered something. Wait, Knight Squad Number 4. She squinted, trying to connect the dots. Isn't that the squad led by the man who accompanied the three princes last time? What a coincidence. Priscilla, the blonde friend from the Divine Department, confirmed. You mean Sir Delphin went, right? Layla teased. Yes, Priscilla wasn't there then. Everyone went crazy over the royal gifts. Another student asked curiously, has the suppression location been announced? The student next to them replied, I heard from someone in the Divine Department that it's a ruin near the capital. At the mention of the word ruins, Ernest's eyes immediately lit up. Dane noticed. His expression changed the moment he heard the word ruins. Ernest explained it was an abandoned relic site for some reason, and monsters had moved in to occupy it. Priscilla sighed, complaining that monsters were such a nuisance. She said, the Divine Department will be automatically deployed, so I have to go too. Probably to treat the injured, right? Layla turned to Dane with curious eyes. What about you, Dane? Are you planning to go? Dane was silent for a moment, his eyes reflecting thoughtful calculation. Dane thought it over. Priscilla had to go, and Ernest would definitely join just because it's a ruin. He turned to Layla and said, Layla, isn't this a great chance for you to gain experience fighting monsters? He continued firmly, there's no better way to get stronger than real combat. Let's sign up together. I'll go too. Layla agreed at once. Hearing Dane's decision, Ernest's eyes behind his glasses hardened with resolve. Layla exclaimed excitedly, so our whole club will join, right? This is going to be fun. Dane warned Ernest, don't be overconfident, Ernest. They're still monsters, and the selection test won't be easy. Ernest looked a bit anxious but agreed. Dane smiled confidently. He knew that even if Ernest seemed weak in combat, his knowledge and skills regarding ruins were top-notch. Ernest would surely have a chance to shine. Then let's start special training today. The group was fired up, agreeing to meet after classes and determined to give it their all this time. The scene shifted to the Academy's grand, magnificent hall, where students were lined up in neat ranks, signaling a major event about to take place. A few days later, the recruitment for the monster suppression team officially began. It was one of the Academy's biggest annual events. Students did their best to showcase their abilities, hoping to catch the eye of the Royal Knight unit and the nobles. For the professors and dignitaries like Sir Delphin and the Third Prince on the stands, it was an opportunity to witness the students' growth firsthand. Sir Delphin the respected commander, turned to report to the Third Prince, Your Highness, all preparations are complete. The Third Prince, an authoritative royal with red hair, smirked. Good, begin. A bugle sounded, officially starting the grueling selection. The Academy's banner was raised, and the announcer's voice echoed everywhere. We will now begin the monster suppression team selection. Immediately, the atmosphere erupted with excited cheers from the students. The selection was held in a large arena inside the academy. The tests began with sword matches. Students surged at one another as the clang of metal rang out nonstop. Meanwhile, in another area, mages were showcasing their talents with colorful, powerful spell demonstrations. One-on-one fights using spears and other weapons were also fiercely contested. Physical tests were underway as well, where combat students displayed raw muscle power in unarmed bouts. Meanwhile, the summoning department was in its segment, with summoned beasts called forth to fight. The selection's atmosphere was intensely tense and brutal on every front. The bracket diagrams were updated continuously, showing students' progress through each elimination round. Meanwhile, in the royal meeting room, a heated argument was raging. Department heads refused to yield. Dane Saugers must be placed in swordsmanship. Nonsense. With such outstanding magical talent, he clearly belongs in magic. This is absurd. He should be in summoning, no doubt about it. Another professor praised Dane's spear skills. Have you seen that student's spear technique? Give him a spear and he'll skewer everything. Watching the chaos, the third prince could only shake his head, thinking the argument would never end. He steepled his fingers and spoke, "Everyone, calm down." Sir Delphian remained silent, observing with a stern expression. At the third prince's words, the professors fell silent at once, and a tense atmosphere settled over the room. The third prince said, "Seeing you all argue so fiercely, it's clear he truly is an outstanding student. Isn't that so, Sir Want?" Sir Want bowed his head in confirmation. "Yes, Your Highness. There have been students who joined 2 departments, but in history no one has topped all 4 departments." The third prince smirked inwardly, truly deserving of the name Dane. He tapped the table lightly, as if a decision had been reached. He stood and said, "Even if I choose a department myself, this argument won't end. So I've come up with a solution." A worried professor asked, "That is, what is it, Your Highness?" The third prince looked them squarely in the eye, his voice authoritative. "There is only one way to properly utilize his special abilities. To have him join my personal unit directly." The final decision was made, ending all disputes and opening an entirely new future for Dane. Prince Tam had his eye on Dane's sagas. He believed Dane's exceptional talent could only be properly used one way. That way was to place Dane in his personal unit, an obvious move to turn Dane into his own pawn. Cut to the day the strike team set out. The campaign's schedule was simple. They would stay at the ruins for 2 days to hunt monsters, both to secure the area and to assess the cadets' skills. But the mood on the trip was tense. Everyone hoped no one would die. Some families even forbade their children from participating. No talent mattered if they were going to be killed by monsters. Everyone seemed on edge. Priscilla Neriel, the blonde in Dane's group, warned that this was a real battle and they needed to be careful not to get hurt, since the healers couldn't be everywhere at once. Dane also cautioned his friends. Since they'd be moving separately, he couldn't protect everyone, so they all had to be extremely careful. Priscilla reassured them not to be overly afraid. The night units would rigorously protect the cadets during the campaign, though sometimes people still died. Her remark only made Ernest and Layla more frightened, wondering if the trip would really be safe. Dane advised everyone not to overexert themselves or act alone. If something seemed dangerous, run immediately. Everyone responded in unison. Then the troops took their positions. A commander ordered everyone to gather and quickly move to their assigned sectors. Another emphasized doing their best in their assigned roles and absolutely not dying. That was all. Dane Saugers, attached to the royal unit, enthusiastically rallied everyone to go. Layla Thermion of the combat division cheerfully said her goodbyes. Ernest Dillon of the scouting division was excited too, wondering how long it had been since he'd had an adventure like this. And Priscilla Neriel of the healing division wished everyone a safe return. All the cadets moved forward together, beginning their challenging journey. They reached the Rawasan area. Along the way, Dane sensed something was off. He approached Sir Hilderin, one of the commanders, to ask. Dane said he heard the original plan was to head west of Rawasan. He understood they'd reach the camp in half a day, but now they were heading east instead of west as planned. Dane wondered why the route had changed so suddenly. Dane's attentiveness caught the notice of Royas Hilderin, deputy commander of the 4th Royal Knight Unit. He praised Dane and asked him to keep secret what he was about to reveal, since it might alarm the other cadets. Dane nodded that he understood and agreed to keep the secret. Sir Hilderin began to explain. He was sweating, indicating the situation was far from simple. He revealed that monster movements had been detected west of Rawasan, where they had originally planned to go. A huge pack of monsters was approaching. A large group was confirmed to be heading toward the ruins. According to the Rawasan Ranger unit, their number was at least 300. Dane was astonished to hear that figure, 300 monsters. He analyzed that strange monsters usually had distinct traits and didn't tend to gather. Them assembling and moving to one place was abnormal. Sir Hilderin again acknowledged Dane's sharpness. He said that from his experience in cases like this, it was very likely that the ruins themselves were attracting the monsters. Dane couldn't help but worry, wondering what kind of ruins could attract monsters. Sir Hilderin explained that was why they were circling to the opposite side. He reassured Dane that however many of them gathered, they'd be burned away by their forces. Dane appeared to agree, but inwardly he still had a bad feeling. Ruins that draw monsters, if not dealt with quickly, things could get very bad. Just then, a soldier ran up to report to the deputy commander that they'd reached the camp. Sir Hilderin immediately ordered all units to set up camp and demanded that all preparations be completed before sunset. The soldiers answered in unison. The sunset fell over the mountain range, signaling a long night ahead. As night fell, Dane's group stood on a cliff observing. Priscilla noted that the terrain was poor for defense. Dane agreed, but with so many people, there was no other choice. Layla anxiously asked Dane if anything was wrong. Dane replied that it was hard to say and they should assign guard shifts carefully. They should especially keep watch toward Ruwasan, where the monster pack posed a threat. Dane looked toward the mountain range, a feeling of unease welling up. The whole group felt something eerie. Suddenly, Dane felt something stirring under his clothes. It was Karnas, his little dragon. It wanted to get out. Karnas seemed very agitated. Dane didn't understand why it was suddenly acting that way. Moments later, Karnas shot out, circling in a panic and sounding an alarm. Its unusually intense reaction was an ill omen that drew the group's attention. Layla anxiously asked Dane what was happening with Karnas. Dane didn't know either, but guessed it was sensing something. Ernest and Priscilla also noticed the abnormality. Ernest said Karnas was on high alert. There was definitely something out there and you couldn't ignore the instincts of a wild dragon. Priscilla urged Dane to report to Sir Hildebrand immediately. Dane agreed at once. Meanwhile, Karnas continued to circle in panic, its cries full of anxiety. Dane told his friends he'd go report to Sir Hildebrand and asked them to watch Karnas while he was gone. Everyone agreed and Dane hurried off. Inside the command tent, Sir Hildebrand was skeptical when he heard Dane report an attack. Dane pleaded that they needed to bolster defenses, mobilize the magic students to thicken the perimeter, and prepare maximum countermeasures. But Sir Hildebrand told him to stay calm. He said Dane was overreacting because it was his first time camping. He insisted he'd sent scouts along the mountain flank and found nothing, then asked Dane if he had any proof. Dane was flustered. He couldn't say exactly that Karnas had reacted, so he had to make up a reason. He lied that they'd found droppings, tracks, and fur from monsters, and that all of it looked recent. Still, Sir Hildebrand dismissed it, saying that even if recent, it was likely just a few. Monsters weren't stupid enough to attack a large force like theirs. He told Dane to rest and assured him they'd handle it if anything happened. Dane was furious. It was clear the man wasn't listening. Dane continued to argue, saying they still needed to reinforce, especially near the mountain, moving the guards forward. But Sir Hildebrand lost his patience and shouted for him to stop. Sir Hildebrand sprang to his feet in anger. He pointed at Dane and scolded him, saying that no matter how talented he was still just a student. His army was the Empire's elite. In the end, he kicked Dane straight out. Dane could only stand silent before that arrogance. When Dane returned, Ernest angrily said the suppression had failed from the start. Priscilla asked Dane what they should do now. Unexpectedly, Dane said this could actually be a good thing. His friends looked puzzled. Dane explained with a knowing smile that having issued a warning would give them a legitimate reason to act, and later the superiors wouldn't be able to deny it. Priscilla seemed to grasp Dane's intent. Ernest and Layla panicked, asking if he meant they should go stop it themselves. Dane's face grew extremely resolute. He asserted that they couldn't pass up even a small opportunity. This concerned the lives of the knights and the academy students. Dane had decided to act on his own. The monsters suddenly attacked and stepped on Dane's traps. A series of explosions went off, wiping out a large number of them. Waves of monsters rushed forward and were blown away by the preset traps, preventing them from advancing deeper inside. At the campsite, a soldier shouted in panic, alerting everyone that the monsters were launching a nighttime raid. Everyone was ordered to arm themselves quickly and assemble. The scene descended into chaos. A trainee screamed that he had no combat experience while the knights hurriedly prepared. The knight unit was quickly assembled. A commander yelled for everyone to take up battle formation immediately because this was a real combat situation. A guard soldier rushed off to find the deputy commander to report the emergency. He panted as he reported to the deputy commander that a large number of monsters were approaching from Riwa Mountain. He estimated their numbers to be around 200. Hearing the figure of 200, the deputy commander was stunned and shocked. The soldier added that fortunately the explosive traps were slowing their advance, and it seemed a few students were holding the front line. The deputy commander asked in surprise about the explosive traps since he had never ordered them to be set up. The deputy commander suddenly realized something and broke out in a sweat. He thought to himself, could Dane Saugers be the one who did this? Outside, Dane's traps continued to take effect, sweeping away wave after wave of charging monsters. The monsters, both goblins and black wolves, fell limp on the mountainside, unable to get past the trap perimeter. At that moment, Dane's group was observing from above. A companion in the group was thrilled that the traps had indeed worked effectively. The purple-haired girl in the group looked down and said it seemed the army below had finally realized the situation. they were regrouping and advancing. Layla, the pink-haired girl, snorted and said, "See, wouldn't it have been better if they'd listened to Dane from the start?" Dane kept a serious expression and reminded everyone not to let their guard down. He explained that the monsters they'd seen were probably just a fast-moving vanguard. The truly powerful ones would come later. Layla showed excitement, saying that this meant the earlier attack was just a warm-up. She was ready to show the monsters her real power. Dane stood in silence, watching the situation from above with a thoughtful expression. He was silent for a long time, seemingly analyzing something. After a while, Dane felt that something was really off about this attack. He noticed that goblins and black wolves, two species that usually don't cooperate, were fighting together. They were even attacking simultaneously in an organized manner, rather than charging chaotically by instinct. Dane judged that this was not normal. He felt as if they were being directed by someone behind the scenes, and his intuition told him that that person was about to appear. Just as Dane predicted, a gigantic dark figure appeared, heralding the second wave of the attack. Layla and Ernest also readied themselves for combat, their faces extremely tense. Ernest shouted to Dane that they were charging in. A much larger army of monsters, including massive orcs, appeared and roared. Dane ordered everyone to hold the line. The vast, ferocious horde of monsters surged straight toward Dane's group. A blonde girl, along with Ernest and Layla, was ready and declared the second round had begun. With a confident, decisive look, Dane ordered the team to wipe out every last monster. Immediately, Dane began chanting a spell, preparing to unleash an ace up his sleeve. A massive pillar of magical light shot into the sky, signaling that a powerful summon was about to appear. Dane ordered it to answer the call. In the distance, the Night Force and the other trainees felt an immense surge of mana that drew their attention. The deputy commander asked in amazement what it was. One soldier wondered if it was another explosive trap, but the guard who had run earlier recognized the difference. He stammered that it was a fourth-rank summoning, Etherak. The deputy commander and the other trainees were left speechless with shock. Immediately afterward, Etherak, a gigantic wolf surrounded by a purple aura, appeared and let out a thunderous roar. Etherak charged into the horde, tearing them apart effortlessly with its razor-sharp claws. Goblin after goblin was ripped to pieces beneath Etherak's claws. Even the massive orcs were no match for it. Etherak fought its way through alone, easily clearing a vast swath of the horde. Watching that, the purple-haired student exclaimed in astonishment that the monsters couldn't move. Ernest realized it was Dane's summon and said it was incredibly powerful. The purple-haired girl warned Ernest not to let his guard down. Ernest replied confidently that not to worry, he wouldn't let a single one slip through. Saying that, Ernest raised his bow and loosed a magic-infused arrow at the monsters. His arrow easily pierced a huge orc. Layla was fighting with all her might as well, cleaving the monsters apart with her sword. However, the monsters' numbers were overwhelming. They kept coming in waves, forcing even Ernest to struggle. He couldn't help but be stunned by their seemingly endless numbers. Suddenly, the attacking horde all turned and fled at once. Ernest shouted to tell Layla that the monsters were retreating. With a sharp look in her eyes, Layla gave them no chance to escape and immediately pursued. She quickly closed in on the fleeing horde. Layla's pink hair streamed in the wind as she charged forward. Layla shouted that she wouldn't let them get away, then swung her sword to attack. She plunged into the midst of the horde, executing skillful sword strikes that felled one after another. Her slashes were sharp and powerful. No monster could put up a fight. Layla's blade flashed in the night, creating a deadly dance. She fought fiercely, monster blood splattering everywhere. Seeing that, Dane smiled with satisfaction. He thought to himself, that's Layla, her training has paid off. Suddenly, Karna's Dane's small dragon flew over and let out an unusual cry, as if it had sensed something. Dane turned and asked Karna's what was wrong. His expression grew serious. Standing amid countless monster corpses, Dane asked Karna's if there were stronger foes deeper inside. He felt his blood boiling. Dane decided to leave Etherak here to hold the line. He trusted that with the others around, the rear would be secure. Dane exhaled and prepared to make a bold decision. He thought to himself that this was the first time since his previous life that he had charged straight into enemy territory like this. With a confident smile, Dane ordered Karnas to follow him, and the two of them pressed deeper into the mountain to find the true mastermind. Chapter 72 ends. An urgent report came in stating that an extremely powerful magical source had appeared, generating an energy flow entirely different from the normal mana stream. This magical source seemed to have created some kind of barrier. The reconnaissance team's final report said they couldn't penetrate it. The situation was critical. In the war room, the senior officers murmured at the news. An impenetrable level mana barrier was unprecedented. they wondered what might be inside. A general reported to the third prince that in the reconnaissance team's last transmission they had heard soldiers' screams. This sparked speculation that an extremely powerful entity was hiding within. The third prince's gaze hardened, a bead of sweat sliding down his temple. The situation was clearly far more serious than they'd imagined. On the battle map, the general explained that if the report was true, it would explain why so many monsters were gathering near the ruins, since by instinct they were drawn to mana. The general assured the third prince that the monsters would be even more strongly attracted if it was a powerful mana source. After deliberation, the third prince made a decision. He concluded there was no option but to clear the outer rings gradually and then advance inward, because a direct breakthrough to the center would be far too dangerous. The other officers in the war room wore tense expressions, worried about the risky plan. At that moment, a messenger from the Academy's escort unit rushed in, bearing urgent information. The third prince immediately went pale, then his face brightened with excitement. He knew this messenger was bringing news about Dane. 2 days after the messenger arrived, the scene shifted to the third prince's command tent. The third prince warmly welcomed Dane's Saugers. He inquired about Dane's condition after being injured, and Dane replied that he was completely fine, all thanks to the prince's help. Taking the opportunity, the third prince revealed that he was researching the royal secret arts, something even his older brothers couldn't complete. Dane looked surprised, saying it was the first time he'd heard of it. Although noble houses usually had their own secret arts, the royal secret arts were clearly something very special and piqued his curiosity. The third prince admitted his chances of success were slim. However, Dane trusted and encouraged him, saying that if it were the third prince, he would surely succeed. Buoyed by Dane's encouragement, the third prince smiled with more confidence. He invited Dane to have tea to relax before discussing the main matter. A steaming cup of tea was placed on the table, the rising heat creating a brief moment of calm. After the short respite, the third prince returned to the main issue. He confirmed the messenger's report that over 200 monsters had been detected. The third prince explained that a large group of monsters attacking simultaneously was extremely rare. Therefore, the suppression plan had to change, because an unusual danger was surely lurking. With a serious expression, the third prince turned to Dane and said he wanted to hear Dane's thoughts first. Dane was slightly surprised but quickly composed himself. He thought to himself that in his previous life, planning military operations had been an everyday task. The third prince encouraged Dane to speak freely. With a sharp, confident look, Dane replied, ready to present his strategy. Dane began analyzing the map. He pointed out that the usual strategy, clearing monsters from the outer rings and then surrounding the center, would no longer be effective. He emphasized that the circumstances had changed because now someone was controlling the monsters, requiring a completely different approach. The third prince listened intently, thoroughly convinced by Dane's sharp reasoning. He nodded and immediately asked, "So what method do you propose?" Dane continued to explain his reasoning. He pointed out that they couldn't count on immediate support from the crown. Clinging to the old strategy would only lead to a protracted war of attrition. Furthermore, they couldn't keep the Academy's cadets in this campaign for too long. That would only make matters worse. Dane fell silent for a moment, his eyes flashing with determination as he prepared to deliver his final conclusion for the strategy. After analyzing all the factors on the map, Dane reached one bold, singular conclusion. He decisively placed a piece at the center of the map. A direct breakthrough to the center is the optimal course of action. The third prince couldn't help but be surprised by Dane's audacity. "You mean we should confront the monsters head-on?" Dane affirmed with a confident smile, "Yes, Your Highness." He explained further that it was precisely thanks to the heroic sacrifices of the earlier scouting teams that they had information about a safe route leading straight to the center. Therefore, Dane proposed that the Emperor's direct unit should move there in person. He pointed out that if they continued as before, they'd only waste time and effort fighting the outer ring monsters while the situation escalated. The third prince was pensive. He admitted that the route Dane outlined might be the least costly in terms of casualties. However, he still hesitated. Could this plan be carried out with only his direct unit? Dane insisted it must be done only with the direct unit. He stressed that the path the scouts secured was extremely narrow. If they moved with more than 10 people, they would likely be detected. And since the monsters were being commanded, they could block the way, making subsequent access much harder. The third prince fell silent, realizing the point. In the end, the direct unit would have to operate as an independent strike team. Dane nodded in confirmation. Exactly. The other forces' missions will follow. After we lure the enemy at the center, we'll deal with the uncontrollable monsters. The third prince's eyes lit with extreme astonishment at such a detailed, flawless plan. He exclaimed in admiration. It was a plan officers and commanders could all agree on. He couldn't believe Dane had grasped the situation and proposed a strategy in an instant, and he asked if Dane had studied military science. Dane modestly replied that he'd only read a few books in his father's study. But inwardly, he knew it was all thanks to the knowledge and experience from his previous life. Without hesitation, the third prince sprang to his feet, stamping decisively. Very well. He decided to end the meeting and assemble the members of the direct unit. Then he asked Dane if he would nominate anyone capable for the mission. However, Dane cut in, saying there was one thing they needed to do first. When the third prince asked what it was, Dane asserted they needed to conduct reconnaissance first. Without scouting, they couldn't fully understand the real situation. The third prince agreed that reconnaissance was necessary, but he also expressed concern that after 2 teams had gone missing, he wasn't sure any soldiers would volunteer for such a dangerous mission. Hearing that, Dane merely smirked confidently. It seemed he already had a solution to the problem. Dane slapped the third prince on the shoulder confidently. In that case, don't worry. As it happens, there's an expert in this field. The third prince was momentarily stunned, stammering an expert. He immediately assumed Dane was referring to himself. The expert is you. However, the person Dane nominated was Ernest Dillon, the eldest son of a famous exploration house. Taken aback by being named, Ernest flinched and awkwardly replied to the third prince. Yet once he entered his professional element, Ernest became a different person. He confidently pointed at the map and explained that the terrain was too open and offered little cover. It would be better to take a detour. The third prince was extremely pleased with Ernest's plan, praising him as a truly reliable teammate. Ernest gratefully thanked His Highness. Seeing the third prince satisfied, Dane thought to himself that it was time to explain the plan B he had prepared. The third prince confirmed one last time if they fired the signal, could he be ready to attack immediately. He vowed he wouldn't delay for a single second. The third prince looked at Dane and Ernest, entrusting the mission to them with confidence and instructing both to return safely. After Ernest's reconnaissance plan and Dane's plan B were formally approved, the two quickly prepared to depart. Other female students came to see them off. One girl urged them to come back safe and uninjured. Another joked that if they returned as mere souls, she'd use holy power to purify them, prompting shivers all around. Thus, Dane and Ernest set out on the dangerous reconnaissance trip toward the mountain range where the mysterious ruins lay. Dane's eyes showed intense focus. He knew this journey would be anything but simple. As they neared the mountains, they noticed flocks of birds fleeing in panic, an ill omen. A massive flock scattered across the sky, as if running from something utterly terrifying. While on the road, Ernest wondered aloud what might be inside the ruins. Dane reminded him that the important task now was to learn as much detail as possible about what lay at the center of the site. Ernest asked what they should do next. Dane added that, if possible, they should map the surrounding terrain completely, and if the scouts' bodies were still there, at least recover their belongings. Ernest was astonished and admiring. He hadn't expected Dane to think so thoroughly and far ahead. A majestic yet perilous mountain landscape unfolded before them. They continued along the trail winding through the dense forest. A dim beam of light pierced the canopy, signaling they were approaching a special place. At last they arrived. Ernest stopped and pointed ahead, exclaiming, "Wait, Dane, this is definitely it, the path into the ruins." Dane suddenly halted. He sensed a familiar surge of energy. "Yes, I know what you mean." That familiarity washed over his whole body. Dane recognized immediately. It was similar to the Mist Garden. Dane and Ernest began to push deeper into the ancient ruins. The dark space was filled with terrifying growls from monsters lurking in the shadows. Dane warned Ernest to be very careful and to stay close behind him. Ernest exhaled to steady himself, but his eyes behind the lenses still betrayed his worry at the pressure from their surrounding. In the hazy mist, massive monsters lay in a deep sleep. They looked like fierce beasts waiting for prey. The monsters' raspy breathing echoed down the corridor, making the air even more suffocating. Dane noticed there were more monsters than they'd expected. They had to move very quietly, holding their breath to avoid making any sound that might wake the creatures. Ernest suddenly stopped and pointed in one direction. He recognized a wisp of mana drifting from that way and suggested they follow its trail. The murky mist rolled and swirled at their feet, obscuring the jagged paths of the ruins. The deeper they went, the thicker the fog became, significantly limiting their visibility. Dane concluded there was a mana core concentrated at the center of the ruins. With that ancient energy source, controlling the monsters was entirely feasible. He suspected someone was using mana indirectly, possibly embedding it into mana stones for easier manipulation. A vivid blue mana stone appeared in Dane's mind as a possible explanation. But the biggest question was, who possessed such an enormous amount of mana that they could create a vast fog like this? Suddenly, a horrifying scene unfolded before them. Armored bodies lay strewn across the ground. Dane froze, his green eyes widening in shock at the tragedy before him. Ernest moved to rush forward, but Dane quickly held him back. "Ernest, stop!" Dane's voice rang out, firm and decisive. Ahead of them were corpses. Their fellow scouts from the expedition had fallen right here in the ruins. A soldier's hand still gripped a sword, showing they had fought to their last breath. The bodies were mutilated, evidence of the brutality of the monsters hiding here. Dane quietly identified them as scouts from the Academy's expedition team. There were no survivors. Ernest bowed his head, his voice trembling. They had been slaughtered savagely, not a single body was intact. He couldn't believe such a tragedy had occurred. Suppressing his grief, Dane decided to gather the bodies and their personal effects. He instructed Ernest to check the surroundings to ensure they were safe. Ernest nodded, forcing himself to hold back his emotions so he could carry out Dane's orders. Dane quietly knelt beside a fallen soldier and offered a reverent prayer. "Rest in peace." His eyes dimmed, a deep sorrow passing through him, but quickly replaced by resolve. He would not let their sacrifice be in vain. Through the mist, a massive mana barrier flared into view with a dark blue honeycomb structure. This was the final magical boundary separating them from the core area of the ruins. Ernest stood stunned at its scale, his eyes wide with amazement. The more he examined the barrier, the more he felt the surrounding atmosphere growing heavy. Ernest felt the mana pressure weighing increasingly on his body, a sticky, oppressive sensation found only near extremely large mana sources. He vowed to report this to Dane immediately. By then, Dane had finished collecting the scouts' remains. Ernest called him over to inspect what he just found ahead. They discussed their current location. Ernest believed they were very close to the center of the ruins, but it seemed some force was deliberately interfering with their senses. Ernest's complexion worsened. He panted as he admitted his body felt increasingly heavy. Now he understood why the previous scout teams couldn't return alive under this terrible pressure. Dane was astonished because he felt no discomfort at all. He realized it was the mana pressure that had weakened the scouts, leaving them easy prey for the monsters with no ability to fight back. Ernest silently admired Dane's strength since the pressure seemed to affect him not at all. He pointed ahead where a massive mana barrier stood. The energy wall, its hexagonal panels a deep blue, blocked the passage, radiating an aura of authority. From its wide arch structure, they both guessed the barrier completely enclosed the central area of the ruins. Ernest was excited, thinking they were close to their goal if they could just get past it, but Dane worried about dismantling it. If done incorrectly, all the monsters in the area would be awakened. That would be a real disaster, since the creatures inside would surely be far more ferocious, and whoever was secretly controlling them would detect the intrusion. Dane looked at Ernest sternly, warning that a single small mistake could derail the entire plan, and that they'd share the same tragic fate as the scouts lying over there. Ernest swallowed nervously, sweat starting to bead on his forehead. He asked anxiously, "So what do we do now?" Dane glanced at his hand, thinking that with the ancient mana he possessed, things might take a completely different turn. Ernest cried out in alarm when he saw Dane about to touch the barrier. "Dane, what are you going to do?" Dane reassured his friend, "Don't worry, if my guess is right then." He continued to reach forward. Dane was confident the barrier would not react to him, because their mana shared certain similarities. Dane's hand began to sink into the energy wall, without encountering any resistance. Dane's body gradually passed through the energy barrier amid Ernest's utter astonishment. A blue light enveloped Dane as he stepped fully to the other side. Ernest's eyes widened in disbelief, unable to understand why the barrier remained completely silent. Ernest shouted in excitement when he saw Dane cross safely with no reaction from the monsters. He truly couldn't believe his eyes. Dane nodded in confirmation. Just as he thought, because he carried ancient mana, a barrier constructed from a similar energy source would not recognize him as an intruder. Dane clearly sensed this was raw, unrefined mana, exuding an ancient, authoritative breath. While relieved for Dane, Ernest felt saddened that he couldn't pass through on his own. He anxiously asked if Dane could go alone. Seeing Ernest worry for himself, Dane smiled warmly and confidently, firmly asserting he would never leave his friend behind, for he had conceived a bold plan for them to act together. Before Ernest, still puzzled, could grasp Dane's intention, Dane reached out decisively and said, "Ernest, give me your hand for a moment." Dane took Ernest's hand, covered him with his own mana, and together they stepped through the energy barrier. Ernest blurted in amazement when this unimaginable method actually worked. The brilliant blue mana from Dane's hand spread powerfully, forming a protective membrane around Ernest that allowed him to fully assimilate with the magical wall. Having successfully crossed the barrier, Dane calculated they could use this method later to bring reinforcements inside. He asked Ernest if he'd memorized the route carefully and received a confident nod from his friend. Now inside the central area, Dane began outlining the next steps of their plan. They needed to find a way to open the barrier from within so the expedition force could advance easily and break the deadlock. Dane explained that the barrier was maintained by special devices installed around it. By destroying them, the path behind would open for the army to enter smoothly. Ernest fully agreed with the plan. He thought to himself that whoever set up the barrier would never have suspected someone could pass through it with a light touch like Dane's. A knowing smile appeared on Dane's lips. It seemed all the enemy's cards were already accounted for in his calculations. Suddenly, Ernest let out a soft cheer when a brilliant light flashed from the end of the corridor. Their final destination was likely right ahead. Stepping out of the narrow passage, they froze as they realized they had reached the deepest part of the ancient ruins. A vast, pressure-filled space opened before them. Dane's gaze went icy. It was time to unmask whoever had orchestrated all these deceptions and force them into the open. They moved cautiously along steep rock ledges, below them a dark chasm with cold, subterranean mana streams. Their footsteps echoed softly in the vast space, amid the cave's thick, mana-dense atmosphere. Looking down, Ernest felt a chill as he saw hundreds of massive monsters with grotesque horns lying asleep across the cavern floor. Orcs, minotaurs, and countless other high-grade creatures had gathered into a massive army at the heart of the ruins, creating a horrifying spectacle. Dane and Ernest hid behind a rock, stunned by the scale of the lair. "I can't believe it. This place is crawling with high-tier monsters," Ernest whispered in terror. Dane squinted, holding his breath to avoid the slightest sound. He sensed another unusual presence below. A hazy mana mist enveloped the sleeping monsters, creating a terrifying stillness before the storm. Suddenly, steady footsteps sounded. A mysterious figure in a black cloak, leaning on a staff, slowly emerged from the darkness among the giant beasts. Dane and Ernest quickly drew back behind the large rock. From a distance, they dared only to peep, watching the stranger's every move. Dane signaled Ernest to remain absolutely silent. His eyes were fixed on the silhouette of the mysterious figure standing proudly amid his army of monsters. The cloaked figure stood motionless. Authority radiated from him so strongly that even the sleeping monsters did not dare stir. He was the one manipulating the entire tragedy. In his hand was a mana cube emitting a mystical blue light, the source of the mana mist covering the ruins. Dane clenched his fist. The real confrontation was only just beginning. A figure in a mysterious cloak stood defiantly before the horde of monsters, ordering them to annihilate the entire expedition in a single strike the moment they entered the ruins. A lion-like hybrid monster roared ferociously, its cry announcing the start of a bloody massacre. Sharp limbs and claws from the horde sliced through the air, showcasing the destructive power of the Legion. Under the control of the mysterious sorcerer, the monsters moved with coordinated precision, ready for an all-out assault. The face hidden beneath the controller's hood was sinister and cold. He seemed to have the upper hand secure. From a secluded vantage high above, Dane Saugers, the silver-haired genius of the Saugers family, and his friend Ernest watched in stunned silence as the ferocious creatures obeyed the sorcerer like docile sheep. Ernest quickly warned Dane to pay attention to the enemy's hands, where the secret of this terrifying control power was hidden. The cloaked figure gripped his staff, radiating a mystical green mana that enveloped the surrounding space. It was an ancient mana stone with an extremely dense energy, directly manipulating the wills of hundreds of monsters. With his genius insight, Dane Saugers realized the sorcerer was using the stone indirectly, not absorbing the ancient energy into his body like Dane did. Quickly formulating a tactic, Dane instructed Ernest to plant explosive traps at the weak points of the central pillars as planned. The ruins spread out in massive scale, a series of ancient structures now serving as lairs for the occupying monsters. The thunderous footfalls of orcs and goblins echoed through the corridors, indicating the enemy's overwhelming numbers. After the traps were all set, their ultimate goal was to seize the mana stone to disable the sorcerer's control. Dane explained that without the stone, the monsters would descend into chaos, making them far easier for the expedition to deal with. However, the exact number of monsters remained a major unknown. Ernest squinted to observe the besieged town below, his face tightening with tension as he took in the full scale of the situation. The two realized a horrifying truth. At least 500 monsters were densely concentrated throughout the ruins' alleys and corridors. Legions of mixed-species monsters continued to flood in, their actual numbers likely far exceeding initial estimates. While not an unbeatable number, a frontal clash would inflict extremely heavy casualties on the expedition. Dane Saugers ordered Ernest to record the entire terrain with magic. He was determined to learn more about the identity of the one commanding this army. Ernest smiled in agreement. He had absolute faith in Dane's abilities, but reminded his friend to act with great caution. Dane nodded slightly, his eyes full of resolve, ready to step into the most dangerous hunt he had ever undertaken. The two moved like ghosts, quietly slipping past the monster guards along the way. Dane Saugers glided like a shadow through the ruined halls, silently closing in on the inner sanctum to prepare for his plan to strike the serpent's head. Hidden behind a corner, he watched the enemy's every move. Ahead, the hooded sorcerer began deploying the monster legions to strictly guard the entrance. The cloaked figure ordered the monsters, from orcs to the lion hybrids, to stand guard over the ruins' entrance with extreme vigilance. He sensed the expedition's attack could begin at any moment and refused to allow any mistake. The monsters growled in obedience, their presence creating a heavy atmosphere of pressure right at the gateway. With the staff clenched in his hand, the mysterious figure stood proudly commanding his loyal throngs, ready to confront anyone who dared trespass on his territory. From a hidden vantage high above, Dane Saugers, the young silver-haired prodigy with sharp eyes, watched silently, intrigued by the man's ability to communicate with monsters, something even he, who had directly absorbed ancient mana, had never managed. Dane wondered quietly whether this was a special technique tied to the third circle. He analyzed every possibility to find his opponent's weakness. Or was the man simply using ancient mana to amplify some innate talent? Every hypothesis stirred Dane's curiosity further. When the cloaked figure began retreating deeper into the inner hall, Dane knew his moment to act had come. Determination flashed in Dane's eyes. Whatever the man's secret was, he would uncover it as soon as he seized the item the man held. He needed to know why someone like him possessed such a high concentration of ancient mana, and who truly hid beneath that mysterious cloak. The scene cut deeper into the inner hall, an ancient corridor lit by wavering torches where darkness seemed to swallow everything. The cloaked figure entered a private chamber, a silent space adorned with red carpets and towering stone pillars. He casually planted the staff with the gleaming ancient mana stone to one side, setting aside the tiring task of directing his legions. Removing the heavy hood, the cloaked man revealed a weary face with a short beard. He kept grumbling about the vermin monsters he had to manage, finding them disgusting and warmly disliked despite their long proximity, cursing that he was the only compatible for this troublesome power. He muttered in frustration, wondering how long he'd be stuck in this remote, dark place before he could return home. Just outside the corridor, Dane Saugers was perfectly concealed, listening to every line of the target's monologue to gather more information. Dane analyzed silently. If the man called himself the compatible one, that meant this monster control power wasn't innate but granted by his organization. A cold glance from Dane slid through the crack of the door as he calculated the smallest movements to ensure the assassination would go smoothly. Fortunately, Dane sensed no other presence in the room, and all the monsters had been withdrawn per the man's earlier orders. This was a godsend opportunity. The steady sound of wine pouring into a glass broke the chamber's silence. The mysterious man was trying to savor a rare moment of rest. The cloaked figure tried to console himself by telling himself this was fate and a noble mission assigned by his organization, and that he must accept it willingly. But deep down, his true fear was that irrational fellow. He raged at the one who had foiled his plans and was terrified of the man's insane power. wondering how one person could single-handedly slaughter such a massive number of monsters. The image of Dane Saugers with his radiant silver hair brutally slaughtering the monsters in an instant played vividly in the wizard's mind. Although he had never confronted or seen the true face of that silver-haired genius, rumors of a monster in human guise were enough to make him shudder in fear. The monsters fell at his feet like grass being cut, a horrific sight beyond any calculation of the secret organization. His face showed extreme worry and unease at the mention of the name Dane Saugers. Little did he know that the grim reaper he feared most was standing right behind him. In his heart, the cloaked figure remained haunted by the power of the famed silver-haired Saugers family. He shuddered at the thought of that irrational genius, a man whose power far exceeded everything he understood about magic. To soothe the fear closing in, he poured another glass of wine, trying to regain his composure in the silent room. He muttered that he had to report the existence of that silver-haired man to the organization, for he was an extremely serious threat. The wizard slammed his glass on the table beside the staff mounted with the glowing ancient mana stone, the weapon that let him command the monster legion. From a nearby hidden corner, Dane Saugers, the calm prodigy of the Saugers family with his signature silver hair, watched silently. He confirmed that this man had commanded the monster legions outside. Dane's sharp gaze never left the target as he carefully calculated every scenario to make the assassination go perfectly. The mana stone on the staff radiated a strange pull, seeming to resonate with the abundant ancient mana inside Dane's body. Dane realized that by seizing the staff, the wizard would completely lose control of the monsters, and he could use it to break through and form another ring of mana. Meanwhile, the cloaked figure carelessly continued pouring his wine, unaware that death was steadily closing the distance. "All right, let's begin," Dane murmured, slipping from his hiding place as he prepared to deploy his infiltration technique. This time he decided to use illusion, a supreme technique learned from his mother to absolutely conceal his identity in case the plan went awry. The moment Dane's hand brushed the floor, a brilliant, intricate magic circle appeared, sparkling in the dark room. A hazy smoke began to spread from the circle, seeping through the cracks and quietly enveloping the space. Dane explained that the smoke was colorless and odorless, capable of inducing powerful hallucinations that made anyone who inhaled it confront their deepest fears. To ensure he wouldn't be affected, Dane took a small antidote pill from his coat pocket. He quickly swallowed the antidote to block the magical smoke's effects, keeping his mind fully clear throughout the assassination. "Now it's time to make you spill all your secrets," Dane said coldly as he advanced toward the target once the illusion smoke had done its work. The cloaked figure about to drain his glass suddenly felt a chill of murderous intent run down his spine. He froze mid-motion, wine sloshing from the glass as he sensed an intruder in his room with no sound to warn him. The wizard broke into a cold sweat when he turned and saw Dane Saugers standing right behind him with eyes as cold as ice. Before he could collect himself to resist, a keen blade pressed to the cloaked figure's throat, rendering him completely motionless with fear. "Don't move," Dane's low voice warned. He said the blade was laced with a potent poison that would end the man's life instantly if he so much as twitched. The wizard trembled, sweat streaming down his pale face as he realized he was utterly at the mercy of this terrifying teenager. All his former arrogance dissolved, replaced by overwhelming fear that began to suffocate his thoughts. "How unexpected," the cloaked figure whispered in horror, unable to believe a guest could have penetrated so deeply without his knowledge. He stared at his opponent, desperate for an explanation for this impossible intrusion that threatened his life. The cloaked man stared into the void in terror, stammering to ask the identity of the miraculous intruder. He couldn't believe someone had bypassed layer upon layer of guarding monsters to reach him so easily. In response to that utter fear, Dane Saugers offered a cold, arrogant smile. His terrifying composure made the wizard keenly feel the breath of death filling the entire room. With the poison-coated blade pressed to his throat without a gap, Dane Saugers issued a commanding declaration. "Shall I say that death has come to take you?" The chapter closes on the monster controller's utter horror as he faces a true monster disguised as a man. Asir was bewildered by the appearance of the man who called himself Reaper. What would a high-level death agent from the organization be doing sneaking into this heavily guarded place? The young man emphasized that Asir must understand how impossible it is for anyone to infiltrate here, so don't pretend otherwise. Asir broke out in a cold sweat, his face drained of color. He couldn't understand how the man standing before him had bypassed the barrier and the dense horde of monsters. Dane pressed the blade to Asir's throat and coldly warned him not to underestimate the situation. This was no joke. His life was in Dane's hands. Asir gripped the table, full of doubt, wondering who this young man really was and what method he had used to slip in alone. Dane tilted his head and looked at him, his voice dropping menacingly as he ordered him to tell the truth if he still wanted to keep his worthless life. Asir fell silent, sweat streaming down his face. The opponent's overwhelming presence left him tongue-tied, not daring to utter a single word of protest. Meanwhile, Dane silently reveled in the success of his fake voice and deathly bearing that had fooled the old man. The first phase of the interrogation was a success. Dane smirked and asked if the fun had begun yet. The staff's faint magical glow signaled that secrets were about to be revealed. By the flickering candlelight, Dane stood over him and pressed for his true purpose, the room's atmosphere growing more stifling and tense than ever. He demanded to know why he had gathered this massive legion of monsters. Was he plotting to overthrow the Empire with the power of orcs and goblins? Faced with the barrage of sharp questions, Asir remained mute. He lowered his head and tried to stay calm, but his trembling shoulders betrayed him. Dane shouted for an immediate answer, suspecting he was conducting a mad experiment or acting under someone's orders. Hearing the word orders, Asir flinched with a trembling pause, a tiny reaction that could not escape the keen eyes of the Sagar's genius. The blade pressed closer, emitting a strange, dangerous purple smoke. The crushing pressure made him feel the breath of death at his back. A cold glint flashed in Dane's eyes as he recognized his opponent's reaction. In a blink, he had seized hold of the deep fear inside him. Images of cloaked figures suddenly formed in Dane's mind. He wondered whether the organization behind this man was connected to those figures. He bluntly asked whether he was a member of some secret organization. The direct question froze Asir, his face turning ashen. He was stunned, eyes wide in disbelief that his secret had been uncovered. Panic began to consume him as he looked at the man called Reaper. Asir stared at the other's uniform and insignia, full of questions. He couldn't understand how an outsider knew of their existence. He shouted he'd never reveal anything, even to his death, but Dane remained calm, as if he'd anticipated this reaction. Dane gave a sly smile beneath his mask, looking extremely dangerous. He knew how to make even the most stubborn mouths open willingly. His hand slammed onto the table, producing a sharp bang that shattered the silence. It was time to shift the interrogation to a more brutal method. Dane leaned close to Asir's ear and whispered about a proper welcome. Seeing his grin, the man could only tremble from the familiar chill running down his spine. He looked at Dane with eyes wide in terror. Dane warned coldly that he would not repeat himself, forcing him to choose between confessing or facing a bitter end. Dane's blood-red gaze bore into Asir's mind. The killing intent made him feel his soul being crushed by a terrifying entity. In his half-demon form, Dane threatened coldly, asking whether he wanted to confess everything here or experience the sensation of a dungeon. Asir collapsed to the floor, trembling as he asked where the young man had come from. He couldn't believe someone had managed to break in here without anyone knowing. Dane grinned inwardly. His illusion was working perfectly. If this man was in on the same plot as the others, everything would become much easier. With the blade at his throat, Dane ordered him to state his true purpose. The room fell deathly silent except for Asir's terrified gasps. Dane stepped forward, each footfall hammering into Asir's chest. The old man backed away in panic, stammering and begging the youth to stay away. The heels struck the floor with oppressive force. Dane raised an eyebrow and asked if he intended to stay silent until he truly died, with the blade already at his neck. A close-up of Dane's eerie eyes would make anyone shudder. The invisible pressure radiating from the young man seemed to freeze the air in the room. Asir screamed in despair that he'd rather die than confess anything he didn't know. His will was completely broken by the terrifying threat of the Reaper. Dane's cold stare seemed to pierce through every lie. He waited for a crack in the man's psyche to finish the interrogation. The short sword once again became an effective tool of pressure. Dane knew exactly what to do to make this old man speak willingly. Suddenly, Dane recited the organization's regulations verbatim about prioritizing security over even life itself. The young man smirked, praising him as different from the other fools. Asir froze, his face draining of color as he asked how Dane knew those classified matters. The core secrets of the organization were clearly held by a stranger. Dane snickered inwardly. The reaction was exactly as he predicted. The notes he had gathered earlier truly were the key to manipulating this man. By the flickering candlelight, Dane continued playing the authoritative superior. He reiterated the code of conduct, making Asir fully believe his fake identity. Asir naively asked if this was a test from the organization, thinking the incident at the academy was just a trap to evaluate him. Seizing the moment, Dane affirmed that only now could they speak properly. He smiled inwardly at how completely the prey had fallen into the illusion he had set. Asir suddenly changed his demeanor, feeling extremely honored to be given a trial. His earlier fear transformed into ridiculous, blind adoration. The young man sheathed the short sword, preparing for the next step of his plan. The opponent's blind trust was the strongest weapon he had right now. Dane privately judged Asir a fanatic and decided to play it all the way. He pretended to praise him for having safely passed through the dense horde of monsters. Asir dropped to his knees and swore to devote his entire loyalty to the organization. He was ready to do anything if ordered by his superiors. A close-up of Asir's bowed head showed complete submission. He had no idea he was kneeling before the greatest enemy he had always wanted to destroy. Dane looked down with an indifferent face, thinking inwardly that this turn of events was actually to his advantage. A fanatic could be an endless source of information if properly exploited. Dane curled his lips in a cunning smile, certain the prey had been trapped. The psychological game was over, and victory had belonged to the Sagar's genius from the start. He switched to a cold tone, scolding him for losing hundreds of valuable monsters. This final blow sent Asir into a panic as he scrambled to compensate with secret information. Asir knelt at the feet of the man he believed to be his superior, frantically apologizing for how an unidentified enemy's appearance had ruined all the plans. In the role of the Reaper, Dane coldly declared he would deal with the responsibility later. He ordered him to focus on completing the immediate mission to atone. Hearing that, Asir felt a surge of relief and quickly vowed he would never let his superior down again. This old man was truly easy to deceive. Dane snorted inwardly at how his clumsy performance had unexpectedly worked. He winked with satisfaction as the prey had completely fallen into the trap. The young man continued to steer the conversation, asking Asir to reaffirm the true objective of this mission to test his loyalty. Asir blinked, stunned by the unexpected question. He couldn't understand why his superior would ask something so obvious, but he still dared not delay his answer. Dane raised an eyebrow, his sharp gaze reminding him of the test. The pressure from the young man made Asir sweat profusely, and he quickly clasped his hands and confessed everything. He admitted the mission was to incite the monsters to create extreme chaos across the Empire, a vicious and brutal plot. Additionally, they wanted to test the limits of the magic staff in his hands and report back all the collected data. The staff emitted an eerie blue glow. Dane realized this was what allowed a nobody like Asir to control an entire army of monsters. Dane pressed him on how much he knew about the weapon. Asir honestly confessed he was only chosen to wield it and didn't know the details. The young man was secretly surprised that the power wasn't innate but rather bestowed. This indicated the organization behind it had extremely advanced technology. Asir trembled as he added that it was an extremely dangerous artifact. He felt he was barely holding back an energy that threatened to erupt. A close-up of the ancient scepter of the legendary kingdom of Arcana, a long-lost treasure now in the hands of these calculating rebels. He believed that escalating the chaos would help reshape the world according to the organization's wishes, a mad ideal of those who seek to overturn the order. Dane judged the plan to be utterly crude and predictable. He kept his face cold so the old man wouldn't suspect his true identity. From the account, the young man determined with certainty that they were allied with the assassins he'd encountered earlier in the Forbidden Area. He also suspected that even Professor Denabo at the Academy was closely tied to this dark organization. Things were starting to get interesting. Dane decided he would make a real mess of this place. He wondered how the organization's superiors would react when they learned everything had been exposed. He pretended to reveal that he had been sent by a powerful figure at the Academy who had been quietly observing Asir for some time. Asir froze, astonished, guessing that the person must be the branch head of the Academy, an extremely valuable piece of information Dane had just drawn out by chance. The young man nodded in confirmation and added that this person was very pleased and had high expectations of him. Asir was thrilled, nearly moved to tears. Dane internally scoffed at the other's stupidity. Though he didn't yet know who the spy was, the name Branch Head had narrowed his target. To conclude, the young man told Asir to close his eyes to receive a gift from the mysterious superior. The old man believed it wholeheartedly, his face eager for the reward. The seer obediently complied, overjoyed at the thought of a promotion. He had no idea what was about to descend upon him was actually a one-way ticket to ruin. The seer squeezed his eyes shut, his face contorted with nervous excitement. He held his breath for the honorable gift from his superior, unaware the disaster looming over him. Dane smirked meaningfully as he held a small white rectangular object in his hand. With half his face still bearing the terrifying Reaper guise, he prepared to deliver an end the criminal could never have imagined. Dane Saugers appeared amid the ruined wreckage after finishing his task. The moment Ernest saw him, he cheered with relief, glad his friend was completely intact and unharmed. Dane strolled up casually, apologizing for being a bit late. The young man explained that extracting information from the traitor took far longer than he had originally expected. Ernest chuckled and said he had been waiting there for Dane to return. His delighted expression made it clear just how much faith he had in his friend's abilities. At that moment, Ernest noticed something glinting in Dane Saugers' hand, a magical stone radiating an eerie greenish light that looked decidedly powerful. Dane gave a knowing smile and affirmed that he had squeezed every secret out of a seer. His sharp gaze showed that everything was still firmly under his control. It turned out the final gift the young man gave the traitor was anything but simple. Sir Delphin held the small box in his hands, his face growing serious as Dane explained. Inside the box was paralysis poison, an extremely potent paralytic toxin. A single small dose would be enough to render any stubborn opponent utterly motionless. Looking at the box, Sir Delphin was inwardly astonished by Dane Saugers' thorough preparation. The young man was not only skilled in combat but also cunning in his use of tricks and stratagems. Dane coldly insisted that even if the man woke up, there was no way he'd escape. With this poison's effects, he'd be like a fish on a chopping block waiting to be dealt with. Ernest sighed in relief and said there was nothing more to worry about. Immediately, Dane Saugers ordered them to destroy the barrier and report to the main force at once. However, Ernest still felt anxious and broke into a sweat. He feared that once the barrier disappeared, the monsters would lose all control and descend into their most frenzied state. Dane Saugers smirked and said that was precisely the opportunity he'd been waiting for. Once deprived of their controlling will, the monsters would turn on each other until they were all wiped out. Hearing this bold, let the tigers fight it out plan, Ernest finally understood. He eagerly nodded in agreement, ready to help Dane destroy the annoying magical seal. The two quickly set to work and Ernest confidently declared he was ready. The final preparations were complete. Now they only had to wait to see the show about to unfold. After a moment, the night sky suddenly burst into brilliant magical fireworks. Explosions rang out like a proclamation that a glorious victory for their side was near. Multicolored streaks danced across the sky, lighting up the ruined heavens. The spectacular display signaled that the dangerous mission had been successfully completed. Exactly 6 hours after Dane Saugers and Ernest had ventured deeper into the ruins, everything had been settled. Time hadn't been long, but the results exceeded expectations. The magical fireworks weren't just for show, but served as a victory signal to the entire army. The group of knights below looked up, each face alight with joy. Watching from afar, Prince Edward smiled with satisfaction. He was extremely pleased to see the plan proceed smoothly, just as he had hoped. Immediately, Edward ordered a full assault to wipe out the remaining remnants. Sir Delphin drew his sword and led the 4th Knights, charging straight into the heart of the ancient ruins. The army thundered forward, their momentum so fierce it even intimidated the monsters. The plan to annihilate the enemy in one swift stroke was progressing very smoothly. The old ruins had now become the battlefield for the largest sweep the region had ever seen. The ancient stone structures trembled beneath the triumphant march of the troops. The battle turned brutal as the soldiers clashed directly with the ferocious orcs. The clash of weapons rang harshly among the rubble, with smoke and dust clouding the air. A soldier shouted orders demanding the unit hold formation against the enemy's pressure. No matter how frenzied the monsters became, they couldn't break through the defenses. The commander's sharp voice rose above the roars, ordering the whole unit to focus all their strength. The battle was intense. Everyone braced themselves to finish off the stubborn monsters. The fight within the ruins grew hotter than ever. The knights had to continuously channel inner power, shouting to one another to pour all their mana into their weapons to withstand the brutal pressure from the savage green orcs. Amid the encirclement, the red-haired woman bravely swung her sword and cut down enemies, yet she couldn't help but grimace. These monsters were tougher and more resilient than previous waves, costing her considerable effort. Just as she expected, the deeper they went into the ruin's center, the more the monsters were unnaturally empowered. The redhead's sword strikes grew heavier as she faced increasing pressure. While the warriors struggled to hold the enemy back, Priscilla Nerial arrived in time to assist. The blonde sorceress quickly formed magic circles and urged her allies to hang on a bit longer while she healed them. Priscilla closed her eyes and concentrated fiercely as ancient runes flowed through the air. A gentle green energy from her spell began to spread, mending the wounds of the exhausted knights. With the situation urgent, a commander immediately ordered the unit to concentrate magical firepower to the southwest. Brilliant purple beams erupted, aiming straight at the giant lion-like monster barring its fangs and claws. The knight unit took the order and formed ranks to protect and pave the way forward. Though orcs swarmed like ants, the regiment's coordinated effort began decisively pushing them back. The force of coordinated strikes turned the battlefield into unprecedented chaos. Monsters tore into one another or were smashed apart by the expeditionary force's onslaught, creating a bloody scene. Sir Delphain once stood amid the battlefield, his keen eyes tracking every small movement. The commander's face showed resolve. He would not let a single monster slip through the encirclement. The valiant commander roared, ordering the troops to annihilate every remaining monster, not leaving a single one alive. Sir Delphain's fighting spirit seemed to ignite the entire regiment. The knights charged like a whirlwind, hacking at the green orcs without mercy. Flashing sword slashes tore the air, turning the ruins into a literal meat grinder for the control-less monsters. Sharp explosions rang out everywhere as magic collided with monster flesh. The blasts were so powerful the ground shook, and dust clouds rose to obscure the combatants' sight. A massive detonation erupted, marking the complete collapse of the monster's last defensive line. Everything trembled violently, signaling the sweep was reaching a triumphant conclusion. Ernest ran over excitedly with his bow to inform Dane Saugers that the main force had arrived in time to reinforce them. The delighted look on the bespectacled man's face showed he could finally breathe easy. Dane Saugers gave a slight smile, his expression calm as if everything had gone according to his plan. He was very pleased that the barrier-breaching plan had proceeded smoothly and yielded a great victory. Cleanup began hurriedly, and Dane and Ernest returned together to report the situation. Both intended to present themselves to the Crown Prince immediately to conclude this arduous mission. Smoke from the explosions still drifted around the ancient buildings in the ruins. The post-battle scene looked devastated, but the most important thing was that the threat had been fully eliminated. The cliffside dwellings were now peaceful again after the storm of magical fire. The entire ruin area seemed to be gradually recovering after the frenzied monsters were thoroughly wiped out by the royal forces. At the center, Crown Prince Edward Danter began his formal commendation speech. He declared that in this campaign, one person had performed exceptionally great deeds, surpassing all others. All the knights stood at attention as Edward praised the mysterious hero who had stood on the front line. According to him, this person had foiled the monster's sudden assault and opened the path to victory. The crowd of students couldn't help but grow curious when the prince mentioned the person who had bravely infiltrated the ruin's center. Thanks to the valuable intelligence this person brought back about the enemy's weaknesses, our force's casualties were significantly reduced. Edward stood on high, pointing at the man beside him and declaring that this young man had directly subdued the enemy in the fiercest battle. All eyes turned to the platform, where the hero's identity was about to be revealed. Cheers thundered through the ruins as the knights raised their swords and spears in salute. The festive energy of the commendation ceremony made the atmosphere more rousing and heroic than ever. The troops shouted united cries of "Long live," their excitement echoing off the cliffs. After life-or-death moments, they could finally exhale and celebrate a blazing victory. Crown Prince Edward beamed and announced he would lavishly reward the campaign's hero. He looked toward Dane Saugers, preparing to drop a shock that would leave everyone stunned. The Crown Prince loudly called out Dane Saugers' name. He affirmed that the young man's heroic actions would serve as a shining example for the entire empire. Edward Danter stepped forward and placed a hand on Dane's shoulder as an official public recognition. It was a rare, friendly gesture between a high-ranking prince and a student. Edward then dropped the bomb that froze everyone. He expressed a wish for Dane to stand by his side as a friend. The word friend coming from the prince carried enormous weight. Sir Delphain broke into a cold sweat, unable to believe his ears at that shocking declaration. The veteran commander seemed stunned by the prince's breach of social barriers. The students below began buzzing with lively gossip. "Friend, the prince just called Dane a friend." They all couldn't understand what was happening to this lucky young man. Dane laughed, saying Edward's declaration was like an earth-shattering explosion. The prince admitted it might put him in a difficult spot, but Dane was happy for the vote of confidence. After the excitement, Dane's expression suddenly turned pensive. He remembered and wondered what fate awaited the traitor Asir. Edward Danter's face immediately hardened at the mention of that one. The prince radiated a colder, more serious aura than before. Edward revealed that the man would be thrown into the royal dungeon, a place likened to hell on earth. The daily screams that echoed from there made it a terror even the prince had never visited. Hearing that, Dane realized immediately the man had no chance of coming back alive. In any case, Dane had already extracted all the valuable information from him beforehand. Edward felt that outcome was fully deserved and wanted to grant Dane an additional reward for his efforts. But the young man remained humble, saying it was far too much. Dane fell silent for a long moment, as if weighing something important in his mind. His contemplative look showed he was preparing to make a special request. In truth, he had a crucial matter to petition the prince about. Seeing Dane serious, Edward generously told him to speak whatever he wished. The two stepped aside to a quiet corner of the platform to discuss weighty issues. The space grew unusually silent, leaving only the private conversation between the prince and the new hero. Dane candidly brought up the real enemies targeting the Empire and the prince himself. His blunt warning made Edward reflect solemnly on the lurking dangers. The young man's face was grave, indicating the conspiracy's scope was much larger than anyone had imagined. The political game was now truly starting to heat up. The campaign at the ruins closed, leaving an unusual calm beside the majestic waterfall. But beneath that tranquility, undercurrents waited to erupt. A few days later, the scene shifted to the head of magic's office at the academy. The air there was quiet and thick with secret schemes. Professor Drenavo stood by the window, muttering Dane Saugers's name with extreme displeasure. The young man's presence seemed to be upending all of his plans. The old head of department kept wondering about the conversation between Dane and the crown prince that day. The unnerving silence over the past few days only made him more anxious and on edge. Just then, a figure in a black cloak slipped into the room without making a single sound. This mysterious arrival signaled that the meeting would not be a pleasant one. Drenavo jumped and spun around when he felt the warmth of a stranger standing right behind him. His face showed shock at being intruded upon in his stronghold at midnight. The intruder spoke sarcastically, asking what the professor had been so seriously lost in thought about. The atmosphere in the room immediately snapped taut with tension. A bearded man grinned slyly under his cloak and told Drenavo there was nothing to be surprised about. The chapter ends with the emergence of the forces of darkness, promising some very hot developments to come. Arthur walked down the hallway, wondering if Professor Denabo was still here. He planned to go in and file a detailed report of tomorrow's schedule before heading home to rest. Just as he was about to open the door, Arthur froze when he heard a voice inside ask if anything unusual had happened. He stopped dead, realizing the professor was entertaining a visitor at this hour. Arthur peered through the crack in the door, sweat starting to pour down his face from the tension. Inside, a gloomy atmosphere hung over the closed room. Professor Denabo stood with a man in a black cloak. The cloaked man sneered that the dead couldn't speak. The old professor scoffed, confident that even if the man spilled everything, he wouldn't know anything about him. The cloaked man smiled smugly, assuring that Denabo's position would remain secure. Denabo's eyes revealed a sinister gleam under the dim lights. The cloaked man promised he'd soon send people to support the next phase of the plan. Arthur hid behind the door, stunned and unable to believe what he'd just heard. The conversation began to mention the investigation team and the recent campaign. Arthur squinted in suspicion. Clearly, they were hiding a massive secret. He started to feel chilled by the truth about the teacher he had long respected. The talk shifted to a high-ranking figure who had come to straighten out the academy. Denabo clicked his tongue, saying it was just for show and they'd already prepared countermeasures. The cloaked man carefully asked again if there were any vulnerabilities. The professor flashed a smug smile, assuring that both of their positions would not be shaken. Then he mentioned someone the organization was keeping a close eye on. Arthur jolted when he heard the name Dane Saugers slip from the old professor's mouth. The cloaked man emphasized that Dane had accomplished something great, but in fact had ruined the organization's plan. He demanded Denabo quickly recruit or deal with the boy. Denabo folded his arms and nodded, promising to focus all efforts on the new target. In their eyes, no matter how talented Dane was, handling him was only a matter of time. Before leaving, the cloaked man didn't forget to remind the professor about the letter of introduction. Denabo responded generously, treating it as a small gift for what he'd done to help. He promised to soon send the official letter of recommendation to the Tower of Magic as planned. The mysterious figure bowed and prepared to melt into the night. A devilish grin appeared on the face hidden beneath the cloak. Arthur choked with anger, never expecting the professor to trade his future with traitors. The office door slammed shut, ending the dark conversation. Arthur turned and ran at full speed, his breathing ragged with fear. He understood he'd just overheard a secret that could topple the entire academy. Footsteps hurried through the night. He knew he had to find Dane immediately. Arthur sprinted between the silent buildings, not daring to look back even once. The scene shifted to the park, near the dormitory late at night. Under the pale streetlights, Arthur recounted the whole incident to Dane Saugers. He stressed that their next target was him. After hearing him out, Dane calmly summarized the situation in a strangely composed way. He judged that Denabo must have been in such a rush to expose such a basic slip-up. Arthur anxiously asked if Dane would be okay if the professor found out about this. Arthur told himself he had nothing left to lose after being abandoned by the teacher he once respected like a disposable pawn. He bitterly recounted how Professor Denabo used the letter of introduction as bait to make him an unpaid servant. Even in his despair, Arthur recognized the tremendous scale of the conspiracy, which is why he came to Dane for help. Arthur admitted that of everyone he knew, Dane was the strongest and most trustworthy. Dane listened quietly, his eyes showing understanding for the other's wounded sense of betrayal. He knew that discovering his professor was a member of the traitorous organization would be a huge shock for him. Dane thought that this was no longer just about trust but directly affected Arthur's future. Arthur fell silent and bowed his head, his lonely silhouette stretching under the academy's dim lights. He looked up at Dane desperately, asking what he should do to escape this dead end. Dane's gaze sharpened as he realized a golden opportunity had just presented itself. Winning over someone close to Denabo like Arthur would make his plan run much smoother. Dane asserted that Denabo's power was nothing compared to the Third Prince, and exposing the conspiracy would bring far greater benefits. Arthur froze when he realized Dane was suggesting he join a plan full of risks. Dane stepped forward and put a hand on his shoulder, a gesture that served as a promise of absolute protection. He smirked confidently, declaring that he had a plan that couldn't be more perfect. Instead of continuing to serve the crafty old professor, Dane urged Arthur to put his complete trust in him. Dane's firm words struck the already shaken psyche of the assistant. Without hesitation, Arthur affirmed he would do anything Dane asked to reclaim justice for himself. The night passed in silence, signaling the first moves of pieces being shifted on the political chessboard. 2 days later at the academy, a peaceful facade still covered the routine activities. In the lab, Denabo scolded Arthur harshly for his delay. Arthur could only bow his head, apologize, and claim a lab accident as an excuse. From a distance, Dane watched silently, pleased to see events unfolding exactly as predicted. He smiled triumphantly as Arthur played the obedient subordinate perfectly in front of the old professor. Originally, Dane planned to surveil Denabo himself and have Ernest gather evidence, but Arthur's appearance changed everything. Arthur stood beside Denabo, fulfilling the role of an undercover informant right under the enemy's nose. No one could track the old professor's movements more closely than his trusted assistant. Dane believed that with inside help, catching Denabo's tail was only a matter of time. He stood tall in the courtyard, his gaze coldly fixed on the laboratory building. He quietly called Denabo's name with a hinting smile, as if certain of victory. Seeing the professor's arrogance, Dane thought to himself that the man was digging his own grave without realizing it. Professor Drenavo launched into a tirade about Arthur's performance. The young man could only bow his head and apologize. The old man held out his hand mockingly, saying Arthur should have ranked first in the campaign. At this rate, the letter of introduction was as good as gone. Arthur kept taking the blame with a resigned face, while Drenavo began to find him annoying. With a thunderous slam on the table, the old man roared, asking if Arthur really understood his mistake. The teacher's anger hadn't subsided. He scolded Arthur, saying that however smart he used to be, now he was pitiful. He insisted that only if Arthur handled this properly could his future have any chance of opening up. With a sigh, Drenavo changed his tone and said he'd give the boy one last chance. Arthur broke out in a cold sweat, his face showing clear worry at the loaded offer. A chance to redeem himself, the old professor began to lead Arthur into his own trap. Immediately after, Arthur hurried off to carry out the assigned task. Drenavo's instruction echoed in his head that he had to go to that exact spot to receive an important item. He crossed the courtyard at top speed, ignoring the glances around him. Drenavo emphasized this was extremely important, which is why he trusted his most reliable man with it. Arthur gritted his teeth as he ran, sweat pouring down his face. The old teacher added that there was no way he would fail at such a simple task. Arthur insisted to leave it to him. Running, Arthur thought that this was exactly the kind of information Dane Saugers needed. A faint smile crossed his face. This was a golden chance to bring down the corrupt professor. According to the plan, in a week Arthur would head to the Academy's supply route, where the secret door would already be open. Back in the present, Arthur met someone privately and handed over the small item he was holding. Drenavo's words still rang in his ears that if things weren't favorable, the old man would have had to go himself. The recipient of the item was none other than Dane Saugers, who watched silently. Dane's expression was thoughtful. He was calculating the next moves. The item had been handed over neatly. Arthur recounted the entire conversation with Drenavo to Dane and asked what he thought about it. Dane wondered whether the professor had ever made Arthur do something like this before, but Arthur insisted it was the first time. Dane fell silent, a new plan gradually forming in his mind. He concluded that the professor intended to pin all the blame on Arthur if anything went wrong. Arthur nodded in agreement. Both understood they couldn't miss this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Dane insisted that nothing related to that secret society must be allowed to slip through the cracks. Dane immediately proposed a bait strategy. Arthur breathed a sigh of relief. The goal was to create a situation that forced Drenavo to reveal himself and cut off all his escape routes. Dane folded his arms, considering which method would be most effective. Arthur waited in silence. He turned to Arthur and asked if he dared to carry out this dangerous plan. Under the sunset, Dane affirmed that he himself would create the situation. Arthur gave a confident smile, vowing he would do whatever it took to complete the mission. Dane, satisfied, told him to get ready. The two would contact each other soon to finalize the plan. The determined look in Dane's eyes showed he was ready for the hunt. Arthur displayed equal resolve. Everything seemed to be going more smoothly than expected. "We should report this to the prince as well," Dane said as he surveyed the academy grounds. A week later, at the academy's supply route, Arthur, dressed more inconspicuously, moved stealthily through the night. Drenavo's instructions replayed in his head. Head north to an inn on the capital's outskirts, sit at the left corner table, and wait to receive the package. Arthur scanned the area, searching for the designated location. In his mind, he repeated the directions, convinced the inn had to be somewhere around here. There it was. His eyes landed on an old wooden house just like the description. Arthur hurried toward the inn, determined to cause as much chaos as possible to stop the exchange. He gripped the rolled message tight in his hand, the item Professor Drenavo had given him to use if things went south. His steps were steady as he approached the target. He told himself that at last, the sly professor would be forced to show up in person. The inn came into clear view in the hazy glow of dusk. Inside, the inn's noisy, raucous atmosphere stood in stark contrast to the eerie quiet outside. Arthur sat alone in a shadowed corner, trying to act as natural as possible while he waited. His eyes betrayed clear tension, despite his efforts to conceal it. A flashback came, Dane Saugers handing him a small poison needle box and saying it would be useful for the mission. He tightened his grip on the secret weapon, Dane's encouragement still echoing in his ears. Dane also reminded him that he wasn't alone. Prince Edward would be watching and supporting from behind the scenes. Suddenly, Arthur sensed a shift in the inn's atmosphere. The wooden door screeched dryly as someone entered. A stranger with deep purple hair and a dangerously imposing presence appeared in the doorway. Arthur held his breath and watched. He immediately realized this man was no ordinary patron. The stranger curled his lip and swept his gaze across the smoke-filled room. He strolled between the rows of tables and chairs, heading straight for the corner where Arthur sat. Finally, the man stopped directly in front of Arthur, creating an invisible pressure that filled the space. Arthur looked up, silently confirming that this was the person he needed to meet. The man's footsteps ceased entirely, and a heavy silence settled over them both. Arthur's hand moved slightly, ready to respond to any sudden move. The purple-haired man squinted at Arthur for a long moment, muttering that he'd never seen this face before. However, he snorted, shrugged it off, and said it didn't matter much at that moment. At an old inn, the place where conspiracies began to brew, a brown bag was thudded down onto the wooden floor. Arthur flinched slightly, his face clearly showing his anxiety. At a corner table, a disguised Dane Saugers sat opposite Arthur to conduct a black market transaction. Arthur confirmed that this was exactly the item he needed. He instructed Dane to wait a while after he left before heading out, and that the item must be moved immediately. Dane looked into the bag and acted completely astonished. In his mind, an entirely different plan was forming. Arthur stood up, intending to leave, but Dane called out after him, asking if he was going already. Dane's hand secretly gripped a pre-prepared vial of paralyzing poison. He intended to strike right now. Taking advantage of Arthur's back being turned, Dane decided to act. He couldn't let this opportunity slip away. He glanced at the people around him, realizing he needed to attract the crowd's attention. A heavy blow to the back of Arthur's neck left him no time to react. Dane's eyes turned razor-sharp, completely different from his previously gentle appearance. The dry sound of the impact echoed right in the middle of the inn. The attack left the opponent stunned. A nearby waitress stared at the scene in panic. Arthur collapsed onto the floor, completely motionless. Dane felt triumphant because the paralyzing poison had taken effect extremely efficiently. Everything was going according to plan. He pretended to rush over, asking if he was all right as if he were very worried. His plan was to create the largest commotion possible to ruin this transaction. Dane shook Arthur, shouting for him to wake up and asking if he could hear his voice. Arthur foamed at the mouth, completely losing consciousness. The act began to get dramatic. Whispers and murmurs rose from the surrounding tables. Every eye was fixed on the two of them. Rapid footsteps approached. The innkeeper had been drawn in. The proprietor ran over to ask what was happening. Dane played innocent, saying the other man had suddenly fainted. He looked at Arthur's body lying there with an expression full of suspicion and tension. Dane continued to play the role of a panicked student, trying to appear blameless. But the innkeeper's gaze suddenly shifted, staring at Dane threateningly. He had realized something. From behind his back, he secretly drew a dagger. He did not intend to let Dane leave this place. He launched an attack and barked that Dane shouldn't hope to fool him with such cheap tricks. It turned out the entire inn was comprised of professionals. Dane dodged, still trying to shout that he was an academy student and demanding that he stop. He glanced around and saw that the others were also beginning to move. Both the waiter and the waitress simultaneously drew their weapons. They were all assassins in disguise. Razor-sharp blades were unsheathed, ready to silence the witness. Dane feigned shock upon realizing the entire inn was a criminal den. He was trapped in the middle of their encirclement. The innkeeper clicked his tongue in annoyance because things were becoming more complicated than planned. He gnashed his teeth in anger, seeing a fly like Dane dare to ruin an important transaction. He threatened that Dane would pay with his life for what he had done, and that he wouldn't be allowed to die easily. The assassins surrounded him with sinister smiles, certain that the prey had fallen into the trap. Dane acted frightened, thinking to himself that this situation was truly bad and there was no way out. But immediately, his attitude changed. Dane realized this was the best scenario for him to drag one more character into the fray. He was ready to frame the scene as a student being attacked by a secret organization colluding with Professor Denabo. Dane pulled out a magic scroll, preparing to trigger the final trap to drag Denabo down into the abyss. Surrounded by assassins, Dane Saugers remained calm, magic scroll in hand. He challenged them to see who was actually the one about to be in trouble. Dane began to activate the scroll, and a powerful source of mana erupted within the inn. He declared that it was time for that person to appear. A brilliant blue light radiated from the scroll, enveloping the space. The teleportation magic was successfully triggered. The innkeeper and his henchmen were stunned, not understanding how a student could possess and use a forced teleportation signal scroll at this moment. He wondered in panic if Dane was calling for reinforcements. The mana poured out from the scroll in a torrent, terrifying everyone present with its power. One of them shouted in suspicion, questioning if Dane was actually a mage. Dane curled his lip into a sinister smile. Everything was proceeding perfectly according to the script he had painstakingly arranged. A massive magic circle appeared, glowing brightly, ready to pull the target to the scene. The blinding light made it impossible for the assassins to look directly at it. The innkeeper broke into a cold sweat, realizing this was more than just calling for help. He gasped as he felt the pressure of the teleportation spell. The assassins realized in horror that this was forced teleportation magic. They couldn't believe a student was capable of this. Amidst the light filling the air, a figure began to take shape. The plan to unmask the mastermind had entered its decisive stage. Professor Denabo appeared right in the middle of the inn in utter bewilderment. He still didn't understand what was happening to him. Dane stared at the professor, secretly gloating that the biggest prey had fallen into the trap. The scenario he had been waiting for had finally begun. Denabo looked around in shock, realizing he was standing in a shabby inn filled with armed men. He was dazed to find himself suddenly teleported here. The flow of magic light gradually dissipated, revealing the chaotic scene to everyone. Silence filled the room for a moment. The innkeeper recognized the person who had just appeared as Denabo and cried out in astonishment. The connection between them was now laid bare before Dane. Dane immediately launched a verbal attack, loudly questioning Denabo on why he didn't come himself but instead sent someone like Arthur to do it. He added a suggestive question about whether this commotion was also part of his plan. He let out a cold smirk, secretly mocking Denabo for appearing so quickly just as intended. Every accusation was now pointed toward the professor. Denabo was stunned, still unable to digest what the student was saying. He demanded to know what nonsense Dane was babbling about. Arthur still lay sprawled on the ground, motionless after being hit by the paralyzing poison. He became living evidence of the assault Dane had staged. The assassins' hands still gripped their weapons. They were in a dilemma now that the matter had gone too far. The blades now looked ironic in front of the professor. Dane held out the glowing bag in his hand. This was the merchandise Denabo craved, and now it was the evidence that incriminated him. Denabo's face changed color. He gnashed his teeth in fury as he realized he had completely fallen into a student's sophisticated trap. His career and reputation were hanging by a thread. The entire inn became a stage for the shocking unmasking. Denabo screamed for an explanation of what was happening, seeing Arthur lying there and the henchmen surrounding Dane. He realized he was caught in a compromising position. Dane stood tall, glowing bag in hand, eyes fixed steadily on Denabo. He was ready for the final step to completely bring down this traitorous professor. Denabo cursed Arthur as an ungrateful brat, complaining that he had taken him in out of pity only to be repaid like this. Arthur snapped back, telling him not to be ridiculous because the man had only viewed him as a tool to be discarded. He declared bluntly that he was sick and tired of being a slave to someone like him. Arthur suddenly triggered fire on his hand, making Denabo scream in panic as he couldn't believe his eyes. He gripped the spatial bag tightly as the magic flames began to flare up violently, threatening to incinerate everything. Arthur warned the old professor not to try anything, or he would burn this precious item immediately. The henchmen in the inn also began to scramble, telling the professor to stop him because they couldn't let the item be destroyed. Denabo gnashed his teeth in resentment, seeing the important item being held hostage. But for Arthur, he thought to himself that this situation was enough to start the next phase of the plan. He looked at the old man in front of him and muttered, "The bait is taken, now it's your turn, Dane." Immediately, a brilliant blue light began to cover the entire window frame of the building. A massive magic circle was suddenly activated, enveloping the entire tavern from the outside. The blue mana swirled powerfully, sealing off every corner to prevent anyone from escaping. The light flared intensely, piercing through even the smallest cracks in the inn's walls. The entire structure was submerged in a sea of brilliant mana when viewed from a distance. The view from above showed that the magic trap had been set, completely surrounding the tavern area. Inside, the light began to seep through the glass window frames, leaving everyone astonished. Everyone in the inn was stunned, feeling a massive weight of magical pressure. The bald innkeeper's eyes also went wide as he felt the ground beneath his feet suddenly shake violently. Denabo tried to channel mana, but only met with futility as his hands trembled uncontrollably. The professor broke into a cold sweat, vaguely realizing what the terrifying thing sealing this place off was. Arthur smirked, confirming for him that it was a high-level mana interference field. This magic turned the entire building into a perfect magic forbidden zone, cutting off all avenues of retreat. Arthur added a lethal remark that now no one could escape, not even the professor. Denabo turned pale, only able to gasp in utter horror at finding himself trapped. He looked at his useless, trembling hands, unable to believe someone had dared to move against him. He wondered where Arthur got the nerve to do this. There must be a very powerful force backing him. In Denabo's mind, images of a mysterious army waiting outside an ambush appeared. He realized that if he was caught here, all his long-term efforts at concealment would go up in smoke. The tower of power he had painstakingly built at the academy was about to collapse entirely tonight. In a fit of panic, Denabo screamed for his henchmen to seize Arthur immediately. The lackeys heard the order and drew their weapons to charge, hoping to use Arthur as their ticket out. Arthur clicked his tongue, knowing that alone he could hardly fend off the crowd of assassins for long. He gripped the bag of evidence, silently urging Dane to finish this quickly. At that moment, a loud explosion rang out as the window was shattered by the swords of a special forces his team. The army from outside burst in like a whirlwind, surrounding those who intended to attack Arthur. Dane Saugers appeared at the head of the rank, eyes cold as he looked directly at the professor. Amidst the thick dust, majestic armored figures occupied every key position. Their swords swung up, radiating an aura that completely overwhelmed every criminal in the room. The knights in their signature blue cloaks simultaneously drew their swords, ready to suppress the entire scene. The innkeeper stammered incoherently as he realized the identity of these powerful visitors. Arthur grinned broadly, pointing directly at Denabo and declaring loudly, "It's the Royal Knights, Professor." A loud bang echoed as the door was burst open, filling the entrance with dust. The thundering footsteps of the knight squad began to move rapidly into the tavern. The solemn ranks of knights advanced, leaving no gap for the criminals to escape. The leading knight commander gave a booming command for everyone to stay still, followed by the appearance of Dane and Prince Edward. He announced that from this moment on, they were all under arrest in the name of the crown. The henchmen and assassins in the inn froze, sweat pouring down their faces from the surprise raid. Dane smiled triumphantly, thinking that the timing of this coordination was truly perfect for an ambush. He stared intently at the professor and affirmed certainly that Denabo's final day had officially arrived. Professor Denabo collapsed completely, falling miserably to the floor under the pressure of the knight squad. He gnashed his teeth in fury, realizing he had fallen entirely into a carefully calculated trap. Denabo could not understand how his identity had been exposed so quickly. His hands trembled on the floor, all the power and fame he had held for so long vanished in an instant. He lowered his head to the ground, bitter over the lightning-fast collapse of the status he had painstakingly built. Looking down from above, the knight squad had surrounded the entire scene, forcing everyone to lay down their weapons and surrender. Those who tried to resist were immediately pinned to the ground, only able to groan in hopelessness. Each member of the secret organization was subdued one by one. Not a single person could escape the circle. Ropes began to bind the criminals' hands tightly in preparation for transport to the capital. A long line of secret society members was led away under the strict escort of the Royal Knights. Dane looked around the scene, feeling satisfied that the harvest this time was even greater than he had anticipated. He and Prince Edward discussed the results. They had captured over 10 members of the secret organization here. Edward smiled and praised Dane's strategy, affirming that he had done a great job on this mission. The item they intended to trade was actually a spatial bag filled with the dark secrets of the organization. A flurry of evidence fell from the pouch, including handwritten orders intended to erase every trace of treason. Dane proposed awarding Arthur a royal letter of recommendation to the Mage Tower as a well-deserved reward. Prince Edward agreed, as with this letter, Arthur's status and safety would be guaranteed after his distinguished service. One by one, the sinners were escorted away, and the atmosphere gradually returned to the natural stillness of the night. Denabo walked dejectedly in chains, his head bowed, leaving behind all his lost glory. Dane stood there, his eyes pensive as he observed the results of a mental chess match with the secret organization. Once again, this shocking event promised to shake the very foundations of the entire academy in the coming days. The award ceremony began solemnly right on the academy campus. The first name called out was none other than Dane Saugers. Following him were Layla Termian, Ernest Dillon, and Priscilla Nerial, the members who had stood side by side during the recent mission. Third, Prince Edward personally presided over the event. He declared that this group of students had performed outstanding military service and served as a shining example for the entire school. Ernest and Priscilla both showed clear signs of relief. Finally, the mission had ended smoothly after Professor Denabo's arrest. Prince Edward personally handed the achievement certificates to the group representative. Thanks to Dane's efforts, the entire club shared in this honor. The crowd of students below began to whisper and gossip. Rumors spread that Dane alone had taken down over 200, perhaps even 500 monsters. Some female students were still in shock to learn that a respected professor like Denabo was actually a spy. The thought of it made their skin crawl. Despite receiving countless benefits from this campaign, the rumors surrounding Dane continued to spread uncontrollably. However, Dane's greatest harvest was discovering the existence of the organization plotting to overthrow the world. He told himself he had to prepare thoroughly to deal with them before his peaceful life was destroyed. While Ernest was still waving excitedly to the crowd, Dane had quietly slipped away. Edward smiled with satisfaction as he watched the young heroes retreating back, standing beside his close knight commander. Leaving the ceremony, Dane's mind turned back to the item he had sent to Bulbach earlier. he wondered if the old blacksmith had discovered anything yet. The sound of a hammer striking steel echoed from the Termian forge. Dane walked in just as Bulbeck was examining the magic staff. It looked ordinary on the outside, but Bulbeck asserted that this staff had been forged with blood. Dane was startled to hear that. The old blacksmith explained that it didn't react to normal fire at all. The only thing that could transform it was human blood. Dane's expression became tense as he realized the sheer evil of the object. It was aldius, an ancient metal that could only be forged after being soaked in the blood of dozens of people. Bulbeck pointed to the core of the staff and explained it was the source of the faint smell of blood hidden beneath the ordinary-looking exterior. He emphasized that this was an extremely dangerous object that very few people knew about. Dane truly hadn't expected Denabo to possess a weapon this terrifying. It was not only bloodthirsty, but could also drive the user insane if they weren't careful. Dane crossed his arms in thought. He wondered why, if it craved blood so much, it wasn't forged into a sword or a spear instead of a magic staff. Bulbeck stroked his beard, preparing to offer his own insight into the matter. It seemed that only aldius material could withstand the horrific power radiating from that gem. Dane stared intently at the staff, inwardly understanding the true purpose of the one who created it. He gripped the handle tightly, feeling the immense pressure hidden beneath the dark metal. Dane stood silently for a long moment with the lethal weapon in his hand. He felt that this thing was truly unstable and shouldn't be allowed to exist haphazardly. The gem at the top of the staff still emitted a mysterious and haunting blue light. Bulbeck nodded, confirming it was an extremely rare item, not something just anyone could get their hands on. Dane suddenly held the staff out toward the old blacksmith and decided to give it to him. Bulbeck's eyes widened in surprise, unable to believe the boy was generous enough to give away such a treasure. Dane smiled and said he never used staves, so it was better to give it to someone like Bulbeck who understood its value. Looking at Dane's sincere eyes, Bulbeck's doubts vanished. He reached out to accept the staff and promised not to refuse such a priceless gift. Bulbeck thanked him profusely, as he finally had the rare material to satisfy his passion for forging. However, Dane also cleverly asked for the gem at the top back, as that was what he actually needed. Bulbeck agreed immediately, as he only cared about the metal and had no interest in magic stones. He excitedly said that after removing the gem, he would take a look at Dane's new sword. Dane nodded eagerly. Bulbeck turned to prepare his tools, his mouth still murmuring in admiration of that powerful ancient mana core. Dane narrowed his eyes calculatingly. A treasure like this was something he would never give up easily. After successfully separating the mana core from the staff, the two moved to the area where Dane's new sword was kept. It was Bulbeck's precious ore vault, filled with sparkling minerals of every color. Bulbeck announced the sword was nearly finished, only needing sharpening and a bit of fine-tuning. He urged Dane to try lifting it. Dane cautiously reached out and gripped the hilt, feeling its weight and perfect balance. A magnificent sword appeared, glowing with a transparent blue light. He couldn't hide his amazement at the old blacksmith's masterful craftsmanship. The blade reflected Dane's excited eyes. It was truly a masterpiece. Every detail exuded an unbelievable level of sophistication. Seeing the boy's satisfied look, Bulbeck laughed triumphantly and asked if he truly liked the gift. Dane gazed at the sword for a while longer, unable to look away from its beauty. The sword emitted a faint, ethereal aura, appearing elegant yet full of power. He noticed the sword's reaction was exactly the same as when he touched arcanium ore before. Dane performed a trial swing. The speed and flexibility that arcanium provided truly exceeded his expectations. He asked skeptically if this thing would break easily. Bulbeck snorted, scolding him for underestimating such a legendary material. The old blacksmith firmly asserted that ordinary metals couldn't even compare, and this sword would never chip no matter how roughly he used it. Although very pleased, Dane still had one small concern. Was there a way to make the sword glow less? It was so bright that it would make acting in secret or performing nighttime assassinations impossible. It was way too conspicuous. Bulbeck laughed heartily, saying the kid was quite odd for complaining about such things instead of being satisfied. To complete the final step, he asked Dane to try infusing his unusual mana into the sword. Dane nodded, found his balance, and prepared to follow the instructions. He closed his eyes, beginning to focus on channeling the flow of mana from deep within his body. His hand gripped the hilt tightly as Dane began to release the energy. Immediately, magic circles and brilliant currents of air began to swirl powerfully around his feet. A massive pillar of energy erupted from the sword, brilliantly illuminating the entire forge. The aura was truly terrifying. The room shook violently under the pressure of the frantically surging mana. Bolbak stood by, watching intently. The sword vibrated intensely, as if cheering at being fed so much mana. Dane began to feel that something was wrong. This feeling, it was completely different from before. The sword was like a bottomless pit, frantically draining his mana without stopping. Bolbak laughed with delight. He knew this sword would accept and be perfectly compatible with Dane's mana. Even though it was a perfect match, Dane asked through gritted teeth how long he had to keep this up. The blacksmith looked at him with eyes full of excitement, having no intention of telling him to stop. He shouted for the boy to keep pouring mana in until he had absolutely no strength left. Dane could only cry out in his mind at this bizarre request. A bright blue mana aura began to swirl powerfully around the blade. Dane grit his teeth in endurance as the sword drained nearly half of his mana. He held his hand steady, feeling the magic pressure becoming increasingly heavy. His eyes narrowed, focusing intensely on every movement of the energy flow. The sword shone radiantly, reacting violently to the new source of power. Standing nearby, Bolbak remarked that only this weapon was strong enough to contain his special mana. Dane was slightly surprised by the old blacksmith's assertion. He further explained that because it was made of arcanium, once it finished absorbing mana, it would become truly fearsome. Hearing this, he began to ponder its true power. At this rate, Dane was certain the sword could cut through anything in the world. He looked around the forge, searching for something hard enough for a test. His eyes landed on the Aldia staff, and he decided to use it as the sacrifice. Dane pointed straight at the target, signaling his intent to strike. Bolbak yelled out, thinking the kid was about to destroy his precious item. But the boy just laughed, saying that splitting it open for analysis was even better. The old blacksmith clicked his tongue and gave in, letting him have his way. The wooden staff was placed ready for the decisive strike. A sword stroke swung up, tearing through the air at terrifying speed. The light from the mana swept across the room, blindingly bright. The blade, carrying a trail of blue electricity, sliced smoothly through the obstacle without meeting any resistance. Even Dane was stunned to see how lethal his sword strike was. The tough staff was sliced in two in an instant. The two pieces of wood fell to the floor with a perfectly flat cut, without a single scratch. He thought to himself that even in his previous life, he had never seen a weapon this dominant. The sword was still crackling with sparks of electricity after the impact. Bolbak picked up the piece of wood to examine it. The cut was so perfect it left him speechless. The old blacksmith shouted in amazement, as he had never seen Aldius cut so cleanly. Normally, when using mana to cut, the gash would be very jagged because the energy flow is uneven. But this cut proved that Dane's mana had completely mastered the blade. Bolbak congratulated him, asserting that the two had now truly become one. From now on, this was the unique arcanium sword in the world, made just for him. A confident smile appeared on the face of the genius young master. He gripped the hilt, feeling a distinct and powerful connection with his new weapon. Dane nodded with satisfaction as he looked at the result of his and Bolbak's hard work. It was the only sword capable of handling and reacting to his ancient mana flow. All the preparations were finally in place. He gave a faint smile, feeling invigorated to have such a formidable new friend by his side. In the shimmering mana light, Dane raised the precious sword high as a declaration of the feats to come. The razor-sharp blade reflected the light, ready for every journey fraught with danger. As he walked out the forge door, he called back to ask him to sharpen the blade one last time to perfection. The old blacksmith grumbled about the kid being so troublesome, but still happily led him along. The clang-clang of the forge hammer echoed through a street corner, marking the birth of a new legend. A few days later, we returned to Arabella's laboratory. She was excitedly praising the fact that the data Dane brought back served as a massive boost to her research. Dane, as humble as ever, said it was he who should be thanking her. On the table now was the ancient mana core from the Arcana Kingdom. He stared at the glowing orb, telling himself, all right, now it's my turn. Dane took a deep breath and began to channel his power, preparing to fully absorb this source of strength. Immediately, streaks of green mana began to dance around him. The moment his hand touched it, the energy from the mana core surged violently as if it were about to explode. He shut his eyes tight, trying to stay calm as the frantic current of power rushed toward him. The laboratory began to shake violently, making the surrounding equipment groan. Waves of mana radiated powerfully, covering the entire large room. Dane stood in the center of the light, his silhouette bravely accepting it all. The magic power began to soak into his palms and spread through the veins in his body. After a period of straining, everything finally began to subside and stabilize. Arabella stood by watching, her mouth agape in stun. Dane's face showed clear relaxation as he felt the miraculous change within. He felt every beat of the new mana source surging right against his chest. A brilliant mana circle had officially taken shape perfectly. Dane gave a soft smile, his whole body feeling unusually refreshed after this breakthrough. His eyes opened wide, sparkling with deep blue, powerful magic light. It was done, he had officially broken through to the third circle level. A few weeks passed in a flash, and the atmosphere at the academy began to bustle. Everyone started buzzing because the final exams were just around the corner. Layla Thermion and Priscilla Nerial were excitedly planning a trip. Priscilla even intended to go on a backpacking trip to the north for some fun. Just as they were having fun, the communication device in Dane's pocket suddenly vibrated. He paused for a moment, wondering who would be calling him at this hour. Pulling out the device to check, Dane still couldn't guess who was looking for him. As soon as he picked up, a lively greeting rang out from the other end. "Hey Dane. Long time no see, I'm about to arrive back in the capital." Just by the voice, Dane knew immediately who it was. The caller even asked if they could stop by the academy to see him for a bit. It turned out to be Dayward Termian. The sudden appearance of this explorer brother certainly meant something important was happening. Layla scolded Dayward relentlessly in front of the building for going missing for so long without sending her a single word. She started getting physical, punching him while shouting to ask what Dayward thought Dane was, since he only notified him upon arriving. Dayward could only grit his teeth and take the beating, not daring to utter a single word of protest back to his younger sister. Watching from a distance, Ernest shook his head in weary resignation because this torture session had already dragged on for 10 minutes. He laughed while affirming that this time it was entirely Dayward's fault due to his poor communication habits. Dane looked at Dayward with understanding, guessing that he probably still felt guilty toward his sister, which made him hesitate to send word in advance. Layla hadn't cooled down yet. She threatened to beat him even harder if he ever dared to drag his injured body back home again. Seeing that the situation was getting too tense, Dane stepped in to intervene, telling Layla to calm down since he had returned safely after all. Turning to Dayward, Dane kindly asked if he was truly alright after his recent expedition. Dayward immediately grinned broadly, raising a hand to greet Dane enthusiastically as if nothing had happened. Layla crossed her arms and huffed, nodding that he returned earlier than expected, while Dane announced that all preparations were in order. With a confident look, Dayward affirmed that he had gathered all the necessary items for the plan. But immediately after, his voice turned serious as he mentioned that one most important item was still missing. The whole group turned their curious gazes toward Dayward to hear what could be so important. Rare ingredients were laid out all over the table. Now only the tears of Roxana was needed for completion. Ernest confessed he wasn't familiar with alchemy, but even a glance told him these materials were extremely difficult to find. Dayward puffed out his chest with pride, boasting that he had put in no small amount of effort to collect all those things. Layla suddenly remembered and asked to be sure if the Tears of Roxana was located somewhere in the Havrosk mountain range. It was a shimmering crystal mass, but aside from rumors of it being in an ancient ruin, there were no other clues. Dayward planned to hand over these precious materials to an alchemist acquaintance, making Ernest ask in surprise why Dane wouldn't craft it himself. Ernest was a bit worried about entrusting the hard-earned results of the entire group to a stranger. Dayward explained that the curse was very complex. The slightest slip could cause a backfire, so they had to find a true expert. Seeing Dayward guarantee the person's reliability, Layla also nodded in agreement and asked further about the expedition plan. Looking toward the snow-capped mountains, she worried that the ruins were so well hidden it would take the group a long time to find them. Dayward admitted there was very little information about that border region, so he came up with an idea to ask Dane for a favor. Dane flinched, having a bad premonition upon being targeted by this explorer brother. Sure enough, Dayward could only give a suggestive wry smile at his younger brother's sensitivity. That night, Dane began considering using his relationship with the third Prince Edward to search for information. The magnificent scene of the royal palace appeared as Edward curiously asked what special request Dane had for him. Dane stated the matter bluntly. He wanted detailed information about the Havrosk Mountains and the ruins hidden there. Seeing Edward smile brightly in support, Dane felt significantly more relieved. The prince agreed to help immediately, stating that there were many former mountain rangers in his night squad who understood the terrain. Dane bowed in gratitude, but Edward waved it off and told him to be at ease, as this was just a small favor between friends. While sipping his tea, Edward wondered why Dane chose that remote mountain range as his expedition target. He narrowed his eyes and looked deeply at Dane, wondering if this was a newly discovered archaeological site. Dane explained that the group was looking for an important item, and his information network wasn't sufficient to reach that region. Edward pondered for a moment and then agreed to support him, but he didn't forget to remind him that it was an extremely dangerous place. Because it was a sensitive border area, he told Dane to act very tactfully to avoid causing unnecessary political conflict. Dane guaranteed that wouldn't happen, while Edward laughed heartily at the adventurous nature of this trip. The prince was even so excited that he wanted to go along if he weren't so busy with royal affairs at the capital. Dane smiled back warmly at the young prince's enthusiasm and sincerity. The meeting concluded, Edward promised to contact Dane soon once there was news from the Royal Ranger Squad. Once the information was mostly ready, it was time for the whole group to start preparing thoroughly for the journey. Dayward began sharing his exploration experience. He told everyone to prepare as many dry rations as possible because it was hard to light a fire on the mountain and they had to avoid leaving tracks for rangers. The young man directly inspected the climbing gear, explaining that the ground there was very soft so anchors would easily pull out, requiring specialized equipment. Large and small bags were packed neatly. Dayward reminded them to choose low-odor rations that were filling to ensure endurance during the high mountain climb. Ernest looked at the explorer brother with admiration, believing that with this knowledge, Dayward could easily teach at the Department of Exploration. While they were busy, the magic communication device suddenly glowed with a message from Third Prince Edward to Dane. Through the device, Edward announced they had found the entrance to the ruins, but warned that the Ranger Knights couldn't go deeper as they hit a dead end immediately upon entering. Dane listened intently and then spoke up to thank the prince for the valuable information just provided. However, Edward wasn't finished. He reminded the group to be especially wary of a creature called Dranius lurking around the ruins. Upon hearing the monster's name, Dayward and Layla's expressions immediately became visibly grave. It was a giant lizard species with supreme camouflage abilities, making it a terrifying predator that even veteran rangers struggled to handle. Dayward patted Dane's shoulder, asking him to send his thanks to the prince, while Dane affirmed that the group's safety was paramount, so thorough preparation was never a waste. Every preparation step was finally complete. Dayward gave an excited smile, urging everyone to quickly hit the road. Confident smiles appeared on the members' lips. Everyone was mentally prepared for the challenging journey ahead. Dane nodded decisively, his eyes showing intense determination for this expedition. The adventure officially began with the ultimate goal of finding the Tears of Roxana, despite Layla still reminding Ernest not to get too excited and become careless. The group moved urgently. They decided to use teleportation magic to get to the city closest to the mountains to save time. Time flew by after 3 long days of riding horses from the teleportation point. Finally, the gloomy Oliva Marquisate appeared before their eyes. The group urged their horses into the territory, the sound of hooves echoing dryly on the deserted road. Layla looked around with a questioning look as she stepped into this borderland for the first time. Dayward suddenly stopped. He realized something was very wrong when witnessing the desolate state of the territory, and the surrounding air became strangely incomprehensible. Viewed from above, the town appeared terrifyingly dark and silent, making everyone feel an uneasy shiver. The streets were devoid of people, the gray houses shrouded in a hazy mist just like a ghost town. Dane frowned with concern, wondering what on earth had happened to this land for it to become so dilapidated. The group was leisurely riding through a lush green valley, surrounded by majestic mountains. Dane signaled to stop, telling the party to gather some dry grass for the horses. He decided to scout the town with one other person. Arthur nodded in agreement immediately, while Priscilla smiled enigmatically from behind. Before anyone could react, Priscilla leapt down from her horse with remarkable speed. Dane looked slightly stunned and asked why. Priscilla said she would go along because she felt something very strange about this place. Seeing Priscilla's serious expression, Dane began to worry and asked what exactly she had sensed. She asserted that her intuition told her this was definitely not a good omen. Dane scratched his cheek and clicked his tongue. Better safe than sorry, he agreed to let her come. He turned to tell the other two to stay and watch the horses, leaving entering the town to him and Priscilla. Arthur eagerly said he would take the chance to rest the horses and stuff the saddlebag full of dry grass. Priscilla urged Dane to hurry, her face showing some impatience. Their destination was a gray stone fortress, its gate flanked by 2 guards on duty. Up close, the men looked rough and hostile, their gazes filled with enmity rather than the neutrality of ordinary guards. Dane observed silently and noticed their garments resembled clerical robes, yet they carried weapons. One guard raised his hand to block their way, his manner extremely arrogant. He barked, demanding to know who they were, where they came from, and what business they had daring to enter this domain. Dane kept calm, explaining they were merely travelers stopping to buy provisions and dry grass. The guard narrowed his eyes and probed whether they were just passing through or planning to stay. His gaze bore into Dane as if trying to probe his very bones. The other man was no less wary, glancing about with suspicion and vigilance. Priscilla, seeing their attitude, immediately knew these people were extremely hostile to outsiders. Eventually, the guard relented but warned them to take their supplies and leave at once. Dane bowed politely in thanks and led Priscilla inside. But the guard called after them in a threatening tone, telling them not to foolishly meddle in the Marquis's affairs. Passing through the gate, Dane realized that although the interior seemed bustling, watchful eyes still followed them everywhere. Priscilla suddenly drew close and whispered in Dane's ear that these people appeared to be members of the Trillion Church. Seeing Dane's puzzled look, she explained it was a notorious heretical sect being ruthlessly hunted by the Imperial Church. Priscilla's eyes fixed on a flag fluttering overhead, emblazoned with their characteristic magic circle emblem. Priscilla began to clench her fists, her face full of hatred when she spoke of them. Seeing her agitation, Dane pressed to know what crimes they had committed. Priscilla's voice trembled with fury as she recounted that they had mercilessly sacrificed tens of thousands of innocent children, all for a fanatical goal: to summon the demon god in search of a false salvation. Dane was left speechless. He could not believe there were people so cruel they treated human lives like refuse. He exclaimed in horror that the child sacrifices were beyond anyone's imagination. Priscilla looked around sadly. She understood clearly where the darkness shrouding this domain had come from. The locals all looked gaunt and hollow-eyed, like soulless corpses grieving the loss of their children. Priscilla could no longer bear it. She began to channel mana into her palms to form a magic circle. Her eyes burned with determination. She wanted to report this to the Grand Cathedral immediately. Dane jolted, realizing Priscilla was too impulsive. If she acted now, they would surely be noticed. He quickly stepped forward and seized Priscilla to stop her before it was too late. Dane urged her to stay calm. This was enemy territory, and a rash move would be extremely dangerous. He glanced at the listless townspeople, understanding that caution was paramount right now. Priscilla remained tormented by the fate of the poor children. But the children, she whispered. Dane looked deep into her eyes, his voice low and admonishing. Priscilla, look closely around you. All through the town, people moved like shadows, the atmosphere thick with fear and gloom. Priscilla suddenly realized the brutal reality of the place. Her face registered shock. Her gaze hardened, fury smoldering beneath a calm exterior. Dane reminded her their primary goal was to find medicine for Layla's mother. They couldn't risk everyone's lives over an impulsive act. He nodded slightly, signaling she must restrain herself. Priscilla finally softened her tone, agreeing that they should first buy dry grass to avoid suspicion. The two began striding down the gray stone-paved street. The silence was eerie, only their footsteps echoed in steady rhythm. Dane said he understood her feelings, especially as a true priest of the cathedral. They passed rows of old, gloomy houses, completely lacking everyday life. But we can't act recklessly, Dane continued, his tone stern and warning. The townspeople seemed to avoid meeting the eyes of the two strangers. Dane kept watching. His sharp eyes quietly took note of every detail of the area. He suggested that while buying supplies, they could silently probe the enemy's strength. Priscilla paused for a beat, seemingly weighing Dane's proposal. She narrowed her eyes toward the black-robed figures prowling throughout the street. Dane suddenly broke into a cold smile. Fine, let's see how evil they really are. Priscilla rallied, brushing back her hair and smiling in reply. Agreed. The sky above was leaden, black clouds stretched across like an omen of an approaching storm. From above, the market looked unusually silent, people moving furtively like phantoms. Everyone hurried by, no one dared to look up or speak to strangers. Dane asked where to buy dry grass. A middle-aged man with a weathered face pointed across the way. Dry grass, it's over there. Priscilla nodded softly to thank the poor man, then continued on with Dane. Dane glanced around and silently counted at least 100 soldiers blending into the crowd. Ahead of them stood a large building with a stately vaulted roof, which Dane knew was under extremely tight guard. Suddenly, a loud noise from a nearby corner of the street drew their attention. A man collapsed to the ground, begging in terror, Please spare me. There really aren't any children left in my house." Black-cloaked feet trudged closer and a threatening voice rang out, "No children." A man with deep purple hair and an arrogant expression stepped forward, the purple-haired priest of the Trillion Church. He shouted that if there was no sacrificial offering, equivalent property must be handed over, then ordered the man seized for daring to be disrespectful to the deity. The rough guard hauled the man away despite his pleas. Watching the grotesque scene from a distance, Dane and Priscilla could not hide their hatred. Dane's face grew colder than ever, his eyes flashing with killing intent aimed squarely at the cultists plundering this land. Outside a building, bricks and stones began to fly everywhere like rain. The crowd went berserk, relentlessly hurling stones at the target ahead. A man was pelted until his face was bloodied, only able to moan in excruciating pain. He was tied tightly to a stone pillar in the square, taking the villagers' wrath for the alleged crime of stealing the god's child. The men in the crowd screamed, their faces contorted with rage. Fanaticism showed on every face. They surged forward as if they wanted to devour the culprit alive. Dane Saugers and Priscilla Neriel stood back watching, stunned by the horrendous spectacle. Dane clicked his tongue, unable to believe people in the same domain could treat one another so cruelly. Priscilla stared, puzzled that such a horrific event could happen openly while the outside world remained unaware. She wondered why no one had managed to escape to the outside to raise the alarm. Priscilla clenched her hands, her mood growing heavy. She told Dane that the most terrifying thing about the Trillion Church was not just summoning demon gods or human sacrifice. It was their control. They manipulated the populace like puppets at their command. They began infiltrating quietly, starting from the lowest ranks of society. First, they used money and food as bait to spread their doctrine among the poor. Next came those with some means, and finally the upper class, the nobles who ruled the region. Walking and discussing, Priscilla explained how they infiltrated step by step with sweet words and material goods. Dane realized that under these circumstances, capturing the leader would not be simple at all. He believed that even if they eliminated the leader, peace would only be temporary, because the ordinary people here had deeply internalized the cult's ideology. Dane stared into the distance, knowing they had been completely brainwashed. He had seen this scene far too many times in past lives. In times of chaotic war, baseless religions like this always spring up everywhere. He scanned the town, worried that if left unchecked this rot would soon spread elsewhere. Dane asked Priscilla for more information, especially about reports that they regularly sacrificed living children. Priscilla confirmed the rumor was true. They performed that ritual once a week. Dane brought a hand to his chin, pondering the gravity of the situation. His gaze grew colder and more focused than ever. Suddenly a couple appeared and came into Dane's view. He suddenly grabbed Priscilla's hand, urging her to go buy the dry grass first. Startled and confused, Priscilla paused. Dane signaled her to act natural and keep walking. Glancing back, Dane noticed more people silently tailing them. The footsteps of their pursuers sounded steadily along the street. Sharp, probing gazes from behind were fixed on them. Dane realized information here was tightly controlled. Once a visitor entered, it was hard to leave. He guessed the group following them had likely been ordered to silence them. Rather than block the road and arouse suspicion, they preferred to lure their prey deeper in before dealing with them. Priscilla looked at Dane, silently agreeing with his suspicion. Dane's eyes were resolute, ready to face whatever lay ahead. After walking a bit further, Priscilla spotted a nearby stable. A wooden house with a weathered, gray-tiled roof appeared before them. Dane approached the stable and glanced inside. He took the initiative to greet the man carrying the hay and asked to buy some dried grass for the horses. The middle-aged man stared, murmuring in suspicion at these new outsiders. Dane Saugers casually explained they were travelers passing through and needed some dry grass for their horse. He narrowed his eyes and scrutinized them, his scarred, aged face showing clear suspicion. After a moment of silence, the man asked how much grass they wanted to buy. Dane and Priscilla hoisted 2 huge bundles of hay onto their shoulders and walked quietly down the town's empty street. Behind a corner, 2 spies continued trailing them quietly, their sharp eyes never leaving the targets. Their shadows were cast on the rooftops, persistently tailing every step from above. As they walked, Dane discussed that the next priority was to find a way to rescue the children first. Priscilla flinched and looked over. She wasn't sure whether the plan was too risky with only the 2 of them. Dane nodded in agreement, since confronting the fanatic cult directly was impossible at the moment. Seeing the devotees praying in a trance, he understood that force couldn't be used on people who had been completely brainwashed. Priscilla quickly agreed. She also wanted to prioritize rescuing the innocent little lives. Dane narrowed his eyes, calculating. The most important objective now was to locate where the children were being held. But first, they needed to find a safe hideout to shelter the children after a successful rescue. A confident smile briefly crossed Dane's lips, as if he had already devised a plan that covered both needs. He mentioned a domain 2 days' ride away, where the reputable Count Gangpar's castle stood. It was a fortified land, certainly untouched by the corruption of this heretical cult. The plan was to contact the crown, report the situation, and request troops dispatched from Gangpar's castle to quell the unrest. The town's sky began to hang heavy with clouds, bracing for a major upheaval about to break. Dane affirmed that his group was fully capable of handling the rescue mission cleanly. Since the rest of the team was already en route there, they could ask their companions to care for the children first. After ensuring the children were safe, the whole group would officially rendezvous for a full-scale attack. Priscilla nodded in understanding, then suddenly noticed the presence of knights and priests from the royal church very close by. Dane was slightly surprised. He wondered if some secret resistance force was hiding here. He decided he had to find them and coordinate, turning this into a surprise strike. Priscilla smiled brightly. Her earlier worry gave way to a fighting spirit. She cast a quick look back, signaling to Dane about the Tails who were still persistently watching. Looking down the dark narrow alley ahead, Priscilla asked if they should deal with the pursuers right now. The two spies kept their distance, completely unaware they had been spotted. Dane curled his lips in a dangerous smile. He decided to lure them deep into the empty alley and finish them off cleanly. Layla asked if they should go in to help, while Dane, now disguised with green hair and glasses, insisted he would rescue the children. He needed to pinpoint the exact location to plan. Layla nervously asked again to be sure about the risky intent. Dane calmly replied that he had a rough fix on the location and it was time to map out the steps. Dane took out a magical tracking device, explaining that if everyone stormed in at once they'd only expose the target. He wanted to assign everyone other equally important tasks. He directed Dayward and Layla that to reach the Havarask Mountains they would have to pass through Count Gangpar's castle. He wanted them to escort the children there safely. Dane revealed a shocking detail. He had contacted and secured an agreement with the Crown to pave the way for this plan. Layla and Dayward were stunned by his breakneck efficiency. Dane felt a bit guilty that this might delay Layla's mother's matters slightly. Layla smiled gently and vowed she would never abandon the children. She told Dane not to feel guilty. This was the right thing to do. Dane gripped the magical device and quietly thanked Layla for her understanding. Preparations were essentially rushed to completion. Dayward nodded in agreement, saying no one could stand idly by in this situation. Everyone was fired up to resolve things quickly. Layla's eyes brightened with determination. She was ready to fight alongside Dane in the risky mission ahead. With plans agreed, Dayward urged Dane to set the rendezvous coordinates. They needed to move there immediately before the enemy could react. Dane nodded, promising to contact everyone soon. The group prepared to split up to carry out different attack vectors. Dayward couldn't help but admire Dane's situational assessment and decisive action. He silently praised his younger comrade's zeal and skill. But looking back at the town, Layla couldn't help but feel sorrow. It was now filled with heretics and ruined remnants from endless conflicts. Dayward squinted and stared into the distance, pensive about how the war's consequences lingered and were worse than they'd imagined. They saw wretched townspeople sitting listlessly by the roadside. Dayward remarked that beyond the capital, things were far worse and more chaotic than this. Not wanting to waste time, Dayward swung an arm around his two juniors, reminding the group to hurry and rescue the children so everything would go smoothly. The three answered in unison, their eyes showing firm resolve. Brotherhood and mutual trust were their greatest strength right now. The group quickened their pace across the green grass toward the horses waiting at the forest edge. As they mounted, each carried private thoughts about the upcoming mission, but the common goal was crystal clear. Layla quietly admired Dane's greatness. He always appeared at the right moment and solved difficulties like magic. She recalled how Dane had rescued her before. For her, his presence brought an absolute sense of security. Dayward watched Dane's retreating figure, silently marveling at the boy's potential. He believed that one day Dane would lift House Saugers to the pinnacle of the Empire. A confident smile spread across Dayward's face. He knew he was betting on the right person and his own House Termian would not be left behind. Under the sun, the group spurred their horses forward, leaving the ravaged town behind. A new arduous journey had officially begun. The town from above appeared desolate beneath the shadows of withered branches, signaling a pervasive, gloomy atmosphere. Cut to another area, Priscilla asked Dane if he'd found any new clues. He was just emerging from a dark alley. Dane, now back to his true appearance with silver hair, casually replied that they confessed far more easily than he'd expected. The blood on the alley walls suggested the questioning had been brutal. Dane walked past bodies strewn throughout the alley, his demeanor calm as if nothing had happened. Priscilla couldn't help but be astonished by his interrogation skills. He joked that perhaps in a past life he'd tortured so many enemies that he'd become proficient now. Priscilla was left speechless by his rather heavy humor. Priscilla eagerly wanted to know the important information Dane had just extracted from the church's henchmen. Dane's gaze turned icy as he got down to business. The information he had would certainly change the entire situation. Dane reported that the children were being held in a large warehouse, not just a few, around 100. They were people who dared oppose the Trillion Church. Even parents who tried to protect their children had been dragged there and imprisoned. Worse, the entire family of Marquis Oliva was also confined there. That explained why such a powerful force had been silent for so long. Priscilla immediately understood. She exclaimed that no wonder the Marquis couldn't act. His greatest weakness was in the enemy's hands. However, the toughest problem was how to infiltrate that warehouse to rescue them when the guards were extremely numerous and battle-hardened. Priscilla worried that if a battle broke out, enemy reinforcements would flood in, and evacuating hundreds safely amid that chaos would be nearly impossible. She pondered deeply, unsure how to achieve both goals. The young woman's face showed clear helplessness. She turned to Dane, hoping his genius mind already had a feasible solution for this dire situation. At that moment, a small white creature, seemingly a baby dragon or spirit beast, poked its head out from Dane's cloak and let out a mischievous chirp. Priscilla startled and widened her eyes at the strange creature. It seemed this was Dane's trump card hidden for the upcoming plan. Dane smiled calculatingly as he began to outline the plan. Inside his cloak, the little dragon started to stir, ready for what was to come. The tiny creature poked its head out and uttered excited sounds as if it understood its master's anticipation. Priscilla asked about the next step. Was Dane going to use Karnas as a distraction? Dane nodded, confirming he would summon a truly powerful being to disrupt the battlefield. Meanwhile, in the square below, hundreds of townspeople had gathered to hear zealous preaching about a new world about to be revealed. A heretical priest with long green hair was fervently indoctrinating the crowd. He boldly proclaimed that there should be no doubt, follow the church and the new world would be theirs. He shouted madly, insisting that sacred blood was the quickest path to meeting the demon god and that the world's salvation lay in the hands of those present. The wretched crowd, seemingly completely enchanted, began to chant for the demon god and plead to be granted salvation. Cries of "Save us" echoed throughout the square, creating a gloomy, desperate atmosphere. The priest licked his lips hungrily, seeing that the Marquis's domain was about to fall completely into their hands after a long period of careful plotting. He gleefully contemplated eradicating the entire Oliva family and the remaining resisting church priests. From his high vantage, he proclaimed loudly that this territory would soon fall to them and become the new base of the Trillion Church. The declaration rose amid flags bearing the sex emblem, affirming the spreading dominance of darkness over the place. Everyone raised clenched fists to the sky, shouting that the moment had come. The fanaticism in the crowd had reached its peak. The square was filled with frenzied cheers. Everyone believed their lives were about to be transformed under the protection of the heretical church. The priest tilted his face to the heavens, beseeching the leader to witness this glorious moment to the very end. His face showed utter excitement, as if intoxicated by the taste of victory upon seeing events unfold as hope. With wild, bulging eyes, he shouted resolutely that he would succeed, and no one could stop him. He stretched out his arms as if to embrace the whole world, while a grotesque, terrifying laughter erupted. Then a tremendous pressure suddenly struck from the sky, making the entire square quake violently. Powerful tremors ripped through the air, dust billowing everywhere as if signaling an approaching catastrophe. Surrounding buildings shook as if about to collapse, turning the previously cheering crowd into a panicked mass. The pressure from above intensified, forcing the church guards to stare upward at the darkened sky in stunned silence. The crowd gaped in bewilderment. They did not understand what was happening as the important ceremony was abruptly interrupted by a mysterious force. The green-haired priest began to sweat profusely, shouting in terror to ask what kind of fiend was plunging toward them. From the black clouds, the beast Karnas materialized with blazing red eyes, diving into the square like a massive, deadly fireball. The light from the summoned creature's demonic eyes horrified the priest as he realized this was an unforeseen magical assault. A gigantic werewolf-like fiend with red eyes roared, beginning its rampage in the heart of the heretical domain. Its powerful swipe tore through the air, generating tremendous shockwaves. An entire street corner shook violently, dust rising thickly beneath the monster's feet. The frenzied wolf swept through, turning sturdy structures into piles of rubble in an instant. Not content with raw strength, it also spewed torrents of flame that scorched everything nearby. Flames erupted, devouring buildings and painting the sky a blazing red. Below, people panicked and fled, screams echoing everywhere at the appearance of this crazed summoned creature. A rain of fire poured down. Everyone scrambled to escape, knowing that at this rate no one would survive. The heretical followers froze for a few seconds, baffled by what was happening and where the monster had come from. The green-haired disciple ground his teeth in fury, staring at the chaotic scene in disbelief. He realized this wasn't the style of the resistance forces, but who on earth had struck. Massive boulders were hurled into the sky and rained down like hail, smashing every corner. The situation spiraled out of control. Guards screamed for water to douse the flames but were helpless against the overwhelmingly powerful monster. The church forces collapsed. Chaos engulfed the entire central district of the territory. While everyone's attention was fixed on the beast, Priscilla Nerial moved silently through quieter areas. She ran quickly, taking advantage of the enemy being occupied with Dane's summoned fiend. Priscilla silently marveled that Dane Sagers's plan was working extremely well. This area was clear of foes. She paused at a corner of a wall, trying to reorient herself for the next move. Suddenly, a cold blade swept past, pressing against her throat and making Priscilla's heart skip a beat. Priscilla's eyes widened in surprise as she realized she had been discovered. A silver-haired knight in gleaming armor appeared, asking coldly who she was and why she was hiding here. He threatened to take her head if she were a heretic trying to flee. Priscilla hurriedly raised both hands, sweat pouring down her face. She quickly declared her name, Priscilla Nerial, a theology student of the Royal Academy, here to rescue people. She explained that the chaos outside was created by her comrades as a diversion, in coordination with the resistance. Priscilla swore by the honor of one who follows the path of theology. The knight slightly lowered his sword, repeating the name Priscilla Nerial with suspicion. His gaze remained sharp, scrutinizing every expression on the young woman's face. He demanded proof, warning that he would not hesitate to swing his sword if she couldn't provide any. Priscilla nodded in agreement, though a tremor of fear lingered inside her under his pressure. She gritted her teeth and thought of a way to prove her identity in this perilous situation. Just as Priscilla intended to invoke holy power, an authoritative voice rang out ordering them to stop. A group of clergy appeared from behind. Their leader declared that he knew this child well. Both Priscilla and the knight turned in surprise toward the newcomers. The man stepped forward and confirmed that Priscilla had indeed been his pupil. His footsteps were slow but heavy, easing the tension in the air. It was Bishop Adam. He smiled and welcomed Priscilla after a long absence. Priscilla's eyes widened in astonishment. She couldn't believe she'd run into the bishop here. She hurried over to greet him, feeling relief as if escaped from death's door. The silver-haired knight sheathed his sword and stepped aside when he saw someone familiar to the bishop. Bishop Atem placed his hand on her shoulder, recalling that he had taught her since her first year. 4 years had flown by. He smiled kindly, praising how much she had matured. Priscilla beamed, attributing all her growth to Bishop Adam's past guidance. Bishop Adam peered at her over his glasses, his expression thoughtful at his former student's compliment. Looking at the smoke and flames outside, he wondered why she was here instead of at the academy, and what the giant summoned fiend was. Adam pressed further about Priscilla's companion, asking her to explain the whole situation clearly. Priscilla fell silent for a moment to compose her words and speak convincingly before her former teacher. She began the act claiming she had merely stopped by with a friend from the academy and couldn't stand by seeing the suffering. The bishop asked in astonishment, "You knew we were hiding here?" Priscilla nodded, saying she had sensed a faint holy power and wanted to join the resistance to save the people. She bowed her head pleadingly, begging the bishop to lend his strength to drive away this cruel heresy. The brave request stunned both the silver-haired knight and those around them. Bishop Adam sighed with shame. He hadn't expected a young student to be so thoughtful and altruistic. He assured her he would certainly support her. He couldn't let Priscilla face the danger alone. However, the bishop remained worried that if this were exposed, the heretical church's forces would swarm here like ants. In response to that worry, Priscilla gave a confident smile, showing she had anticipated everything. She advised the bishop to return to the church with everyone and report as usual. Everything had been planned. Meanwhile, the summoned fiend outside continued rampaging, repeatedly destroying the ancient buildings. The giant wolf roared, each of its steps made the ground tremble and caused massive explosions. On a high rooftop, Dane Sagers watched and told the little dragon Karnas to rest. If it kept going, the whole village would be reduced to ash. He wondered whether Priscilla had successfully infiltrated, then decided he must finish his part quickly. Dane's gaze hardened, sharp and focused, preparing for the final move of the hunt. Below, the green-haired cultist shouted wildly, ordering his men to find the summoner of the beast. A henchman reported in panic that the smoke and flames were too thick. They couldn't see any trace of the enemy. The green-haired man grabbed the henchman's collar and berated him. he knew that if they didn't stop the creature, the entire domain would be wiped out. Successive sounds of collapse rang out, dust and smoke obscuring the vision of the panicked cultist. The cultist ground his teeth, helpless before the unimaginable devastation wrought by the werewolf fiend. At the moment of his greatest despair, a hand suddenly reached out and grabbed his shoulder from behind. He muttered in fear, worried about how he would face the leader after this disastrous failure. A cold voice sounded right beside him. Then don't worry too much. Dane Saugers revealed himself in the heart of the enemy den, bluntly declaring that the man would never have the chance to meet his leader again. A cocky smirk curved on his face as he looked at the trembling cultist. Dane stood there with authority, Karnas perched on his shoulder, the posture of someone who completely dominated the battlefield. Two guards were gone in an instant, unable to react to Dane. He regarded the remaining troops with eyes as cold as ice. The green-haired leader froze, unable to believe his two close guards had fallen so quickly. He gaped in shock at the opponent's terrifying speed of execution. Only then did he realize that Dane not only summoned beasts but was also extremely fierce in close combat. He casually brushed dust from his sleeve, indifferent to the man's frantic shouts asking who was behind this. With a smirk, Dane told him he'd be better off worrying about his own life first. The man began to sweat profusely, sensing death approaching. The little dragon Karnas suddenly dove down from above. It struck a lightning-fast blow that the cult leader couldn't react to. Desperation showed in his eyes as he watched the tiny monster charge straight at him. A clean finishing strike sent the ringleader crashing to the floor instantly. Dane looked over the chaos and decided to capture him alive for interrogation. Catching this big fish would be far more valuable handed over to the Imperial Church than simply killing him. The green-haired man now lay motionless like a log, completely unable to resist. Cut to the evacuation area. Priscilla was busy directing the panicked crowd. Clerics hurriedly cast healing magic on villagers trapped in the rubble. The lucky survivors wept. They had thought death was certain. Priscilla sighed with relief. Seeing the villagers stable eased her. She gently tended to a nobleman who insisted on saving his wife and children first. Dane strolled up and asked how the rescue efforts on this side were going. Priscilla spun around in surprise, her face showing astonishment at his appearance. She was even more stunned when he said he had captured the ringleader as well. The cult leader was now tied up like a roll and tossed aside in a corner by the wall. Bishop Atam stepped forward to greet him, clearly impressed to finally meet the Saugers prodigy. Dane politely returned the greeting, saying he acted exactly according to the plan Priscilla had arranged. Adam laughed and said it was the church that owed him a deep debt of gratitude. He thanked the two of them for appearing at the right moment, giving them a powerful ally to turn the tide. Priscilla pointed at the prisoner and told the bishop this was the ringleader of the Trillion Church's missionary group. Seeing his foam-flecked face, Dane suggested handing him over to the church for a proper handling. Bishop Adam still couldn't believe Dane had captured him so easily, as if at the market. He immediately ordered his subordinates to guard him tightly, absolutely not to let him escape. The knight received the order and waved for more men to come escort the criminal away. Adam nodded approvingly, secretly praising Dane's decisiveness and efficiency. Mentioning letting him taste the church's interrogation techniques, Adam's grin made Dane shudder on the other's behalf. With the rescue mostly complete, Adam turned to Dane for his opinion on beginning the evacuation of civilians from the danger zone. He planned to have the Holy Knights guard those unable to move due to torture. Dane nodded in agreement. He knew the cult remnants wouldn't leave this be for long. Looking at the town ruined under the sunset, everyone understood the enemy would soon return to find their leader. Dane urged the team to quickly clear the battlefield and withdraw before it was too late. As they were about to leave, the little dragon Karnas suddenly flew erratically overhead, uttering urgent warning cries. Judging by its frantic behavior, a very large force was clearly besieging the area. At the noise, Dane and Priscilla jolted and looked up. The enemy arrived faster than he had thought. Dane's gaze hardened, ready for a battle to the death. In the distance, a whole column of cult troops appeared, fully armed. The axe-wielding soldiers began to scour the area. They smelled their targets gathering near the warehouse district. The ringleader shouted, ordering them to seize the sacrificial lot that was trying to escape. Meanwhile, Dane and the knights were still stuck with the green-haired prisoner in the encirclement. The trio Dane, Priscilla, and Bishop Atam stood solemnly, devising the quickest countermeasure. Civilians began to panic. Cries of the heretics are coming echoed through the streets. An elderly noble trembled, clasping his hands and praying to the gods to spare his old life. Watching the fanatical cultists charge forward, Dane only gave a wry smile. he found it laughable that they had no idea who they were about to face. He told Priscilla to quickly lead everyone to retreat. He would stay behind to handle everything alone. Before Bishop Adam could grasp the situation, Priscilla urged him to deploy the Holy Knights to assist the people. Seeing Dane's confidence, the bishop knew he had no choice but to place his trust in the boy. He immediately ordered the knights to protect the civilians at all costs. The knights hurriedly opened a route, prioritizing safe passage for the populace. The crowd began evacuating in fear, children and women being led first under the army's protection. Priscilla urged Adam to hurry. The situation was extremely urgent. The bishop looked back at Dane, his expression a mix of gratitude and worry. Now Dane stood alone before the sea of people. He sighed. He truly wanted to end this peacefully. Blue mana crackled around him, beginning a true display of power. He reached out, preparing to play his trump card. With burning eyes, Dane commanded the summoned entity to appear immediately. Beams of energy struck the ground, creating horrific mana explosions around the enemy. The cultists froze in shock. They felt an overwhelming presence taking shape. A giant arcane wolf manifested with a roar that tore the night, ready to pulverize anyone who crossed the line. The entire city trembled violently under the magical force unleashed in the battle. The colossal wolf Edorak howled, sweeping away the remnants of the enemy. The heretic forces fled in disarray. The civilian rescue operation was a resounding success. The last followers of the Trillion Church were utterly destroyed under Edorak's fangs. The priests and residents safely escaped the Marquis' territory without major incident. Dane Saugers' group stood on the cliff watching the evacuation. Layla and Ernest waved loudly from the distance when they saw Dane. At last the whole party had reunited. The cleric smiled with relief, seeing that everything had been settled. Ernest admired how clearly he could see the summoned wolf tearing the enemy formation from afar, and praised the group's hard work. But the brief celebration was over. They needed to move immediately. The route had been cleared. Children were prioritized on horseback toward Count Gangpar's castle. Dane carried a huge backpack, walking while keeping watch over the rear. He stayed constantly vigilant, not knowing when the cultists might reappear unexpectedly. Tall mountain ranges gradually emerged from the mist. Ahead, a squad of dark blue armored knights awaited to receive the group. A purple-haired man stepped forward and introduced himself as being from Count Gangpar's castle. He was Ron Gangpar, the family's second son and commander of the Second Knight Legion. Dane politely introduced himself as the eldest son of Count Saugers and thanked them for their support. Ron nodded silently, his gaze briefly thoughtful. The Gangpar knights all bowed apologetically for allowing the tragedy to occur in a neighboring territory without intervening in time. Dane reassured them it was due to the enemy's cunning and that they shouldn't blame themselves. Ron listened, his expression remaining stern. Meanwhile, Count Gangpar sat in silence, deep in thought. Ron's elder brother's first knight squad had been dispatched to the Marquis' territory to investigate further. Dane smiled with satisfaction. He felt this family truly had a conscience. Under the escort of the knight squad, the group continued moving toward the castle. With the burden eased, Layla and Ernest chatted cheerfully with everyone. Ron looked at Dane with an appreciative gaze. He admitted the rumors of a prodigious genius at the academy were not wrong. At first, when the royal side said some kids were rescuing people, Ron and his subordinates had objected out of disbelief. But witnessing hundreds saved, he was completely convinced. The people's smiles were the clearest proof of Dane's group's capability. Ron smiled and offered to escort the group to the castle to rest and prepare a welcome feast. Snow began falling thickly on the Havarask Mountains at the border. Count Gangpar's castle loomed majestically, serving as a steel shield against monsters and foes. Dane's group and the evacuees entered the fortified stronghold. As they entered the hall, Count Gangpar appeared rugged and beaming. He urged everyone inside to warm up and suggested preparing a meal immediately. They must be starving. Observing the Count's manner, Dane sensed he was an upright and reliable man. The well-stocked food stores were mobilized at once to serve the evacuees. Layla and Ernest ate their fill. Dane told everyone to eat as much as they liked, since they'd soon be on the road to complete their mission. Priscilla stood up, worried for the injured and wanting to help Bishop Adam tend to them. Dane nodded in agreement. Seeing Dane also stand, the orange-pink-haired knight asked where he intended to go. Dane smiled and said he needed to report the situation to 3rd Prince Edward, telling everyone to stay and rest. Ernest and Layla waved goodbye, promising to see him later. Dane used a magical communication device to report successfully. On the other end, Prince Edward was very pleased that matters in the Marquis' territory had been resolved. The prince praised Dane for solving problems perfectly wherever he went. Edward clicked his tongue wistfully, saying that if only Dane had joined the academy instead of heading east, it would surely have been far more interesting. Dane gazed into the distance and replied that he could not disobey the emperor's orders. The prince sighed. He too wished he could be with Dane's group, but reality would not allow it. Edward added that the emperor was very pleased and intended to use this opportunity to conduct inspections across the entire south. Dane fell silent, pondering the political move. He realized the emperor was genuinely considering reconciliation with the Sagar's family after long using conflict to suppress them. The emperor had made his final decision, and it all stemmed from what Dane had accomplished. Edward sincerely praised Dane for his hard work. A faint smile appeared on the young man's face. For Dane, it was simply what he had to do. He ended the call as darkness slowly enveloped the snowy mountains. Dane switched off the communicator, ready for the next challenges on his journey. The next morning, the group began traversing the treacherous Havarask snow mountains. The wind howled in freezing gusts. Layla panted, complaining about the sheer slopes and deep snow that exhausted even the strongest among them. The white-haired knight sensed a strange energy suffusing the entire mountain, leaving both body and spirit unusually weary. The orange-pink-haired knight explained the rumor that the demon realm had left a curse here after an ancient invasion. Ernest panicked at the mention of the curse, regretting that they hadn't found a map to avoid this route. Dane calmly explained that choosing this path was best because at least it had no monsters or hidden traps. Hearing Dane's nonchalant tone, Layla snapped, shouting that only he seemed fine while everyone else was about to collapse from exhaustion. Dane was slightly startled and hurriedly apologized to his irate friend. The orange-pink-haired knight had to stop and lean against a tree to recover. Everyone had reached their limits. The knight's gaze suddenly hardened as he noticed something unusual in the white veil of snow. He abruptly gestured, a decisive action that made the entire group freeze. Everyone was stunned. The air instantly thickened with tension. Dane also felt a dangerous presence. The orange-pink-haired knight ordered everyone to stop immediately. Something was lurking in the darkness of the snowy mountain.